The Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football, and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Up and running on Hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. My guy is D-Day, Didn't Day, filling in for Chelsea Messenger today. Coming up in our final hour, what we saw last night in La La Land with the Bucs visiting Matthew Stafford and the Rams. In 20 minutes, we will preview tonight's game. Carolina. The Panthers? Oh, yeah. The Panthers in contention in the NFC South, visiting the Niners, and it's our best bets at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. How you doing? Good to see you. A little salute. Tip of the cap. You can stream us via BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Also, we're on YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and other platforms as well. Before we get into Sunday Night Football, and we'll get into it. We'll talk about all that. You're not much of a coffee drinker, are you?
Oh, I am.
You are?
I can't do it during the show. It's a bad situation with the tummy.
I get that. It happens to me on a regular basis. So,
in fact, I hadn't shared this with you, but I just recently found out while you were in Spain, PJ Glasser sat in, we have a mini fridge on this floor, which is currently where my coffee is sitting. So I did not have to go all the way upstairs.
What?
Yeah, it's right. It's like in a wall, which, I would have never checked that until PJ Glasser told me. But yes, we have my coffee is sitting in the mini fridge that is right behind me.
Oh, my God. Oh, good for you. It was so funny. I don't know if Roger's here today. We talked about this before where he makes that vat of coffee, and we don't know if it's day of or not.
If he's here, it's day of.
Yes. Yeah. I haven't seen him.
I have not seen him either. I'm trying to remember if I saw his car in the parking lot, which I don't think I did.
So I was like, I got to have a little something. So I was like, I made most of my coffee at home, and there were a couple guys behind me. They're like, what do you think? I was like, I don't know. I haven't seen Roger today. The other guy comes up behind me and he pours it and he goes, it looks really dark. I was like, I don't know if it's a dark roast. I think he
uses medium roast.
Yeah.
So if it's a little too dark, you're like, eh.
And guess what? Everybody just went in. They're like, I got it.
I mean, we are in it together.
Right. So let's just do it. So coffee's still heating up there in the kitchen. We got a mini fridge now. I had no idea. Maybe that'll come in handy here in the next 3 weeks. Who knows?
Benefit of being a cold coffee drinker.
Oh, that's true, too.
Yes, I only drink cold coffee. Or I prefer cold coffee.
I don't blame you. I would prefer that as well. In the mornings, I'll do a hot coffee, but I'm like you. I prefer the cold coffee. Bucs were ice cold last night. Rams getting the win. 34-7. The Rams laying 7. Rams minus 375 on the money line. Total set at 49 and a hook. The under hits. Matthew Stafford, 25 of 35. 273 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 2 of those to Devontae Adams.
From 24, behind snap that he brings down. Devontae Adams got another one! Touchdown, Rams!
Touchdown, Rams. That's right. That's Mike Tirico on NBC Sunday Night Football. Kobe Durant, also for the defense, intercepting a pass from Baker Mayfield, turns it into a pick 6 as the Rams get all 31 of their points in the first half. The Rams have won 6 straight. They have now not lost since October 2nd. They haven't trailed in a game since the second quarter of their win over Baltimore back in Week 6. They have the best record in the NFL at 9-2. Your favorites to win the Super Bowl? The LA Rams right now at plus 425, just ahead of the Eagles at 6-1 and the Chiefs at 9-1. How good are the Rams?
They are really good.
Yeah.
This is the best roster, I think, in football right now, or it is the most well-rounded team in football right now, because it's less so the 34 that they scored, Jenks. So that's an impressive number, obviously. But it's more the fact that they held Tampa to 7. And, Baker Mayfield left this one with a shoulder injury, so that needs to be taken into consideration. Who knows what the second half would have been had Baker been in, but they didn't score that many when Baker was in. He threw the touchdown to Tez Johnson, which was a very nice throw and catch. It was beautiful. I love seeing Tez Johnson have success at the NFL level. But this defense is now stifling. They didn't allow the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to score. They had Sam Darnold in a blender. I mean, not a blender. That dude was sucked into a black hole.
Right.
The way that he was turning the football over. They have put together multiple performances now late into the season. We're not riding off of something they did in September, a narrative that we are just clinging on to and holding on to as we get thrashed throughout the course of the NFL season. This is things that they have done recently. They're playing their best football right now, and that should scare everybody in certainly the NFC, but then that should scare a little bit of the teams in the AFC, Jenks, because if you just look at the AFC, who do you trust in that conference?
No one
right now. Like you're hanging on to Mahomes a little bit, maybe Josh Allen, but that roster ain't better than the Rams roster.
And then you have a coach like Sean McVay who has been there and done that. And Stafford is playing at a stupid level right now. Just an absolutely stupid level. But the Rams are a complete football team. Last year on the show, it was mainly bet sweats, but we all joined the Ramily. We were just a year early. Just a year early there.
They got good seats.
They got great seats. Still get great seats.
Got good parking.
SoFi.
Maybe some happy hour discounts. Now, Stafford hasn't thrown a pick since September 21st.
Good God.
That's 2 full calendar months since the last time he threw an interception.
It's remarkable. Remember before the season? We were wondering if he was going to be healthy enough to play.
Yeah. We like how his arm's not going to be good.
Right. Like, his arm is falling off. His back. He's had back issues for his entire career. For years. Even way back when he played with the Lions, it was always an issue. Like, he is just tough as nails. And then there were those reports. Matthew Stafford didn't work out today, didn't practice. Sean McVay says he's not really worried. Just this is a precautionary measure. But we thought, look, this guy's getting older. He's 37 now. But he looks as good as he's ever looked. And, man, when you have that offense, a very underrated defense, and then you have someone like Devontae Adams, he's the number 2.
Yeah.
He's the number 2 right now. This guy's found the fountain of youth.
It feels like a double bird from Devontae Adams to everybody else in the NFL.
Right.
It feels like a double bird from Matthew Stafford to his own organization, who has tried religiously over the past 2 or 3 years to trade him because they didn't want to pay him the number that he was asking for. I think they're good now. I think they're getting a little bit of a discount on the guy that's thrown 30 touchdowns to 2 interceptions. I think they're okay with what they got going on there. He's just playing at such an insane level, and as you mentioned, he turns 38 in February. So that could be a really good week for him. Turn 38, potentially play in the last game of the season. But the way that they're playing right now, the way that they're protecting him right now, he's only been sacked 15 times, which if you look across some of the other quarterbacks in this league, those numbers are significantly higher than that. So they're playing fantastic football. And then that defense is really darn good, too. Jared Verse, Braden Fisk, they have somehow taken former first-round pick Emmanuel Forbes and turned him into a competent player after he was the trash from Washington. Durant had that crazy play last night. It feels like they are doing literally everything correctly in Los Angeles. It almost feels like that number's a discount to the gambler of them at, what is it, plus 475 to win the Super Bowl. It feels like that number should be way more favorable to the Rams right now compared to the rest of the competition.
Yeah, that's the way I feel as well. Rams are just so good. And I think you bring up a really good point, which is who do you trust in the AFC? If you think about who, and yes, okay, it's the same teams as always, right? It's the Chiefs. They got by the Colts yesterday. Okay, fine, but this is a team that could easily be 5-6 today. Look, they're still the Chiefs, okay? The Bills are maddeningly inconsistent. They're all over the place. The Ravens are probably going to find a way to make the playoffs, but we know with their history that once they get to the postseason, they can't quite get over the hump. There's not a real threat. The biggest threat, according to the odds, is the Colts. Then it's Chiefs and Broncos and Patriots in the AFC.
And those are no threats.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I mean, the Chiefs right now, the playoffs start today. They're the 10th seed. So they're closer to drafting at the top of the draft than they are to the number 1 seed in the conference. Right now, it's the Patriots at 10-2, but we've never seen Drake May play in the postseason, and he just played one of his lesser games. It wasn't a bad game, but one of his lesser games against a bad Cincinnati defense. What's it going to look like when you're going up against guys that can get after the passer? I mean, even the Bills, they're 7th right now in the AFC because they got upset by Davis Mills.
Yeah.
And they got a shocker here. They got a wide receiver problem. Remember when Sean McDermott was calling out a radio host this offseason about their receiver problem? You guys got a receiver problem. We knew this. You knew this. You got a little butthurt about it. I can't blame you because that's your team. But they're not very good. You certainly don't trust the Jaguars, the Chargers, and even the Ravens. I mean, they're 6-5. They put together a nice 5-game win streak. They didn't exactly look all that impressive against the Jets, though. Only 23 against the defense that sold its 2 best players at the trade deadline. Lamar has not performed in a way that I thought he was going to when he was back and healthy. He's performing like he just got back.
Right.
Now he's been back for 5 games, and he was 13 of 23 for 153 yards.
And when you look at the NFC, I don't trust the Eagles at all. And it's not just because of yesterday. They don't like each other.
Like, they legitimately don't like each other.
No, they really don't. Like, every week, if it's not Jalen Hurts defending himself because of the reports that people in the locker room or players in the locker room don't believe he's following the game plan, that he's hesitant, that he's doing things his way, he's not as quick to throw the ball or release the football as he should be. And, of course, A.J. Brown, that's been an ongoing situation. And, of course, he scores yesterday, and the Eagles give up a 21-point lead. Even last year.
It was perfect.
Yeah, it was so perfect. Even last year, Nick Sirianni was chirping at Eagles fans. Remember, they were going back and forth? The Eagles are such an incredible gathering of talent. And yet, they find ways to win. They found a way to lose yesterday. But they feel like a team that it's just going to be one bad decision or one bad game, and they're this close to having it in the postseason. They're good enough to just kind of meander through the regular season, particularly the NFC East. I know they lost yesterday, but we thought this was going to be a really tough division. It has not been this year. So they're good enough to just sort of plod through the regular season and have a winning record. And yes, they're 6-1. Yes, they're defending champs. But I feel like when a big game is on the line and they need a big play and they face someone who is legitimately a very good team, I'm just not quite so sure I believe in Philly to get the job done.
I mean, they nearly lost to the Rams last year when the Rams were a lesser roster.
Yes.
And you, as Philadelphia, were a better roster with a MVP caliber player who that MVP caliber player ran for 22 yards yesterday.
Yeah.
And Saquon Barkley running for 22 yards is in a vacuum, not great, whatever. Right. But when he runs for 22 yards in a game that you had a 21-point lead, like when you are up 21-0, you're running the football.
Yep.
You're giving the football to your running back and saying, hey, go do something with it. Let's see if we can pop a big one. And they couldn't do it. I mean, it feels like it's a 2-team race in the NFC right now between the Rams and the Seattle Seahawks, who the Rams have already beaten. Maybe you like Green Bay, but Green Bay, I think with Jordan Love, I want to see consistency be a little bit more in their bag, as the children say, because they just have not been consistent. And then right now, Detroit is not even in the postseason. They're the 8th seed because Chicago, who is having a hell of a year playing really bad football teams, they're 8-3. So that division needs to shake up a certain way. And that's going to have, Chicago's going to have a little bit of a come-to-Jesus moment here when they get the Eagles, Packers, Browns, Packers, Niners, Lions to close the season. So you get one really sucky game with the Browns and then a bunch of really good teams the rest of the way. But even the Lions, they're not all that. They nearly lost to Jameis Winston yesterday. And it's the NFL, it's a week-to-week league, but if you're nearly losing to Jameis Winston when they're pulling all the tricks out of the bag, what's it going to be like when you're going up against a legitimately great team where he doesn't need to do sleight of hand to score?
Also, that Jameis Winston touchdown yesterday where he catches that pass. Oh, it was so good.
It was so great.
It was so great.
Trucking guys.
He twists and turns, and you're like, there's no way he's getting into the end zone. The Giants damn near won that game. It was really close. They maybe should have won that game. But him twisting, turning, finding a way to get in the end zone, that was and celebration. Now I think with each passing week, it's just so apparent why people love playing with Jameis Winston, being around him, why fans love him. But yeah, it's crazy about the Lions, who look like a shoo-in, and here they are still fighting. But here they also at 6-1. They're going to be okay. But the broader point is, when it comes to the Rams, it's hard to find someone playing as well as these guys, and they look absolutely legitimate, like they should be the favorites. Coming up next, Monday Night Football turns its focus to the Panthers. Preview is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on Monday. The Daily Tip. It's been a while for that harmonica. Great to have you with us on this Monday. Michael Jenkins, he is D-Day, didn't they? Coming up on the show, the Panthers look to claw their way a couple games above 500 as they visit the Niners. Oh, wow. I can't believe this. Is it hard for you? I think it is for most people to sort of get past the idea that a team that has been so bad for so long is actually
Putting it together.
Yeah.
Looking competent.
Yeah.
All of those things.
Because they are.
They're doing that. I mean, they are doing the thing. It is weird. It doesn't feel like they're a good football team, which is unfair. But
Right.
if you think of the Panthers, you still think of, Right. And that's still what I think of them as. But it's impossible to ignore that they have had a good enough season to where it's late in November, and regardless of the outcome tonight, it'll be that way next week as well, where they're now in the playoff hunt. Part of that is because of the injury to Baker Mayfield and just right now the lack of knowledge that we have, the unknown about how much time he's going to miss. But it's funny that a team that lost to the New Orleans Saints 2 weeks ago could now potentially be winning the division if they beat the San Francisco 49ers.
And they absolutely could.
And they could. Now, the rest of the way, they're going to get smoked. But tonight could be their night.
Well, if you're looking at the odds right now, NFC South odds, the Buccaneers are still minus 375. And keep an eye on that because Baker Mayfield got injured his left shoulder last night against the Rams, did not play in the second half. So, I mean, Baker's a tough guy. So if he can play, he will. Panthers right now 3-1, plus 300 for the Panthers to win the NFC South. Panthers to make the playoffs, yes, also 3-1. No, it's minus 375. The Niners to make the playoffs, minus 625. No is plus 450, and they do get Brock Purdy back in the lineup. He's been back, but now he is healthy. Looked really good last week in returning for the first time. Had that toe injury, but looked as good as ever out in San Francisco. So let's get into this game tonight. Monday Night Football at Levi's Stadium. The Niners are laying 7.5. The Niners are minus 375. The Panthers are 3-1, and the total is 49 and a hook. I kind of like the Panthers here. Plus the 7.5. I can't keep talking about how much better Carolina is if I'm not going to roll with Carolina and the points here. Carolina has won its last 3 games on the road. They're 8-3 against the number in their last 11 with Bryce Young at quarterback. There's a game or two there when he was banged up, but Andy Dalton starting quarterback. I still can't believe Andy Dalton is in the
Rifle.
league. The red rifle, the red nut, as I call him. The red rifle, still getting it done. But Bryce Young is coming off that incredible performance against the Falcons last week. 31 of 45, 448 yards, 3 touchdowns. Easily the best game of his career. Can he build on that? Will that serve for him as a springboard so that he can really solidify himself as this franchise's quarterback for the foreseeable future? Or is he going to be that guy that just kind of will have a good game every now and then? He's definitely improving, but I think the jury is still out a little bit. I'm a believer in what he's doing. Ted McMillan has come along. He's getting better. They have Xavier Legette. I like a prop bet on him tonight. I just feel like this is too many points, particularly with a Niners defense that is super banged up, that I think Carolina can have success against. I'm going to take Carolina.
I'm still unsure of how much I can trust Carolina. That's where I am stuck, right?
Okay.
Because I'm with you. I'm like 7.5. Ooh, that's a big number. And Carolina's not like a great team, but they are 6-5. They're playing good football. They're coming off of, the win against Atlanta and the performance that Bryce Young had against Atlanta can legitimately be a franchise. In this instance, a franchise-shaping, a season-shaping kind of win. Mm-hmm. You see that kind of performance. You finally unlocked whatever might have been holding you back before. and now you're going to, spread your wings and fly away, young Padawan, all those things, right? It very much could have been that.
Yeah.
The problem is, if you think Carolina is going to lose, they've only lost one game by less than a touchdown and a half. That was all the way back in week number 2 against Arizona. Their first loss of the year was by 16 to the Jags. They then got destroyed by New England. Then they went on a nice big win streak, beating the Dolphins, beating the Cowboys, beating the Jets, beating the Packers, which I think that's what really started to turn people's heads. They lose then to New Orleans by 10. And you're like, okay, so they're
right.
They're good. We'll take the Bills situation, a little bit out of it. Bryce Young's not playing in that one. So they lose 40-9, but Young doesn't play. I feel like that's maybe an unfair way of judging them without him. But still, they get crushed. I just don't know if I can trust. If I think they're going to lose, which I do. I don't think they're going to win tonight.
No.
But if I think they're going to lose, they've just shown me too many times that they are ripe for a blowout, it feels like.
What is your take on Bryce Young? I am torn because I want him to succeed. Just as a fan, he's small. He's
a short guy.
He's a short guy.
Short little dude.
He's a short guy. But he has shown flashes, and now I do think the narrative is starting to change in the National Football League a little bit, where it's maybe we should give some of these guys a little more time.
I mean, he is definitely playing the best of a legitimately short quarterback. He's playing the best late in the season that we've seen in a long time.
Yes.
Kyler always would play really well at the beginning of the year, and then defenses, put their hands up, and then he's not playing that well. But he's playing really good late into the season. I was an idiot the first year, Jenks.
Okay.
Because I was kind of in favor of Mr. Bryce Young being drafted number 1 overall.
Okay.
I watched it. I loved watching him at Alabama, and he made some throws in college where I'm like, this is just stuff that translates naturally to the next level. And then it took a little bit. And, we still haven't seen it on a consistent basis, but I do like Bryce Young, and it's amazing what happens when you put a young quarterback and you surround him with legitimate talent.
Right.
With like a Tet McMillan and all of the pieces that they've added to the offense. And then you put him with a really strong offensive mind in Dave Canales. And I liked Frank Reich too, but Canales willingly took this challenge on where there was some friction with Frank Reich and he wanting CJ Stroud, but the ownership group wanting Bryce Young because of the Heisman, right? So they wanted the Heisman Trophy winner, and we can sell this and all these things. But I think Bryce Young is playing at a really, really strong level, and I do think he has proven this year that he is a quarterback that you can build around. He's not going to reset the market. He's not going to do that. But it is going to be time for him to get paid this offseason. This is year number 3. This is when you can start negotiating and start paying contracts to first-round picks. He is going to get paid this offseason, and I think he has done enough this year to say, I deserve to be paid and I deserve to be your quarterback for the foreseeable future. And honestly, he's played them out of drafting a quarterback. Like you're not in a position now where you're sitting here 6-5 looking for a quarterback in the draft. So I think this year has been a very, very good one for Bryce Young.
I think so as well. And that's the one thing about quarterback play in the NFL that just matters so much, what you touched on it. Wow, you give a guy receivers, you give him a little bit of time to develop. You put him in an organization where he has a better chance to succeed. I mean, Daniel Jones is a perfect example. You don't have to believe he's an elite quarterback. Is he a better quarterback? Damn right. Sam Darnold. Better organization, better quarterback, and also time. I think time is a big factor here as well. Where now, particularly in today's day and age, we want immediate results. Caleb Williams looks like he's getting much, much better. The Bears are playing good football. Still have some things to work on, but we want these immediate dividends at quarterback, and I understand because they're getting paid a lot. All the attention is on these guys. You put a lot of draft capital in these guys. They're the future of your franchise, and if they don't succeed, everyone else fails. But, man, we're seeing now, I think, a bit of a shift, a bit of a sea change where it's not, okay, if these guys aren't immediately good, they're done. And Bryce Young, I think, or at least I hope, is a perfect example of that. Where, hey, we decided we would draft him another weapon. We decided we would kind of stick with him and give him a little bit of time to develop. And now, maybe slower than you wanted, it's starting to happen. Maybe.
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 I mean,
I don't think he's going to be a star, but is there a progression there?
There definitely is. And that we are saying all this, and they could go out and lose by like 20.
I know.
And you're like, well, maybe JK, guys, our fingers were crossed under the table. You just didn't see it. I actually think that, from the flip side of this, Jenks, the 49ers are a really interesting piece in this playoff equation in the NFC, because they haven't really been healthy this entire year, but now they are. You get your quarterback that you paid a large sum of money to, which, again, it does feel like the Carolina Panthers are going to be kind of in that position.
Yeah.
Like they're going to have to pay him, him being Bryce Young, money similar or in the same ballpark as Brock Purdy, because Purdy did not reset the market. He's getting like $55 million per year, and that's just the going rate for a quarterback. But they're now healthy in San Francisco. Now, they had a little bit of a weird one this weekend. Brandon Ayuk news. Voided $27 million in guarantees from his contract because things aren't going well. So there's been a lot more negative in the publicity side of things for San Francisco this week. But they were able to win with Mac Jones. They were able to win with Brock Purdy. They're coming off an absolute beatdown 2 weeks ago or 2 games ago against the Rams. Delivered a beatdown to the Cardinals. It does feel like now they're starting to trend in the right direction. So I'm going to be very curious to see what it looks like if they can put 2 games in a row together with really strong offensive performances, and then the final few games for their season. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility that they have 12 wins if they win tonight.
Yeah. No, that's true. How do you feel about Brock, by the way?
He's fine.
He's fine, right? He's just fine. He's just fine.
He is Kohl's. I like Kohl's. He likes Kohl's. I like going to Kohl's.
Right.
But it's like a fine store. I've never been super pumped to go to Kohl's, but I've never been upset to be there either.
That's right.
It's
this is
just
great.
fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's amazing. You're like, this is good. This is good, right?
Like when I spend $55 million at Kohl's, I would not do that. But if you have that in your budget, like maybe that could be something that you look into. He doesn't do anything to me that is exceptional.
Yeah.
But he's also not going to put you consistently in positions to lose. I think there is a really nice balance there when you can surround him with a bunch of other talent, and you trust your play caller and Kyle Shanahan. Not the most talented guy, not a rocket arm, not a crazy out of this world football IQ, but he's not an idiot either. And sometimes it pays really well to just not be an idiot.
Absolutely right. Also, is Ayuk going to end up here in D.C. next season? Because it sure feels like there's the history there, right? Adam Peters drafted him. Ayuk is super close with Jaden Daniels.
It sure feels like it.
And then Debo's going to go, right?
I mean,
he's going to be gone.
I like Debo.
I like Debo. I want him to stay, but doesn't he go?
It feels like he's gone. And with the voiding of the guarantees, that effectively to me suggests that if they don't come to a resolution with San Francisco and Ayuk, that they're going to cut him.
Right.
Because you're not going to trade a guy with no guaranteed money on his deal, because you then effectively you're asking for top dollar in a trade, and then that team is immediately going to have to give up assets, then flip and give him a contract. The question that I would have in this Brandon Ayuk debacle, if you will, is what does he see his value at? Because they just voided that guaranteed money.
Yeah.
He signed a 4-year, $120 million contract, right? So that's $30 million per year. But you're coming off of a bad knee injury. You're not 30, but you're getting close to 30. So what does he see his value as, and what is everybody else going to see his value as? Because he's been a good player in the league. He's never been a great. I've never put him in the same conversation as some of the greats in the league. And if you just look at his numbers statistically, he's had 2 seasons over 1,000 yards. Last year was weird. He didn't play the whole year. But 1 season of 1,300 yards, got that big contract, and then we've only seen 7 games from him since. And now you just have a situation where your guarantees are voided. They don't do that easily. Like, you really have to do something bad. And that comes after the offseason. We saw him basically dance around and publicly ask to leave and then not leave. So
he's not coming back.
No, he can't.
He's not.
And then for San Francisco, you just got to move on. Like, if he doesn't want to be here, you don't want him here.
Well, and also, on his side, if you cut those guarantees,
there's no incentive.
Right. It's like, why would I want to play for you?
Right.
You just cost me $23+ million. And I understand he hasn't met certain incentives. He's been banged up. I understand all of that.
But that relationship is
right. They're done.
Now.
Right.
If someone took $27 million from me, I'm not exactly going to be happy the next time I see him.
You're not going to be like, hey, let's still work this out.
You know how you make it up? You give me $28 million. That's how you make it up.
Exactly. And that's not going to happen. That's the way it feels. Like he's going to end up here. And of course, relationship with Jaden Daniels is a huge factor.
Relationship with Adam Peters is a huge factor.
And we see that again and again and again, right? If he likes somebody, going back to Kinlaw, Debo.
He fights for his guys.
Right. He fights for his guys. If he believes in his guys, there's a good chance he's going to bring you in or at least give you another shot. It just feels like that's where Ayuk is going to be. And we'll find out tonight if his teammates can cover that number against Carolina. To your point, it's still Carolina. They're better, but we're not going to win a Super Bowl. Coming up next. Okay, here we go. We've talked about it. Now it's time to lay down our official bets. We will do that next year on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. The Daily Tip on a Monday. I'm Michael Jenkins. He is Denton Day. Come on back, Double D. I know, starting another week. But for most people, a short week. Thanksgiving? Max says he's dancing at his computer. I don't know if I believe that. Maybe. I don't mind a good instrumental. When, Denton, are you going to put up the old Christmas tree?
That is a great question that I have already answered. We did it this weekend.
Oh, did you really?
We did it this weekend. This is the first Christmas that we have decorated as a married couple.
Nice.
So this is a big deal for the relationship. We went to a storage unit that we have on Saturday. Brought all of the decorations back, put them all up. The apartment looks wonderful.
Awesome.
I was the muscle when needed. That was our plan. I was like, honey, this is your project. Let me know when you need me. If not, I'm going to be out of your way. And she said, that sounds like perfection to me. And I was like, sick. Okay, cool.
Wow, well done.
So it looks wonderful. We got the tree up. We got some lights that are hanging. You know, we don't really love like big fluorescent lights in the apartment. So now that we have a reason to have some Christmas lights hang and there's lights on the tree, it provides a really nice aesthetic. She's decorated the cabinets. You put bows on the cabinets. I think the only thing that is left, one, we needed some batteries because there were a couple things that needed batteries that we just did not have. And then we're going to decorate the doors with like the laundry doors kind of wrapped with some ribbon. Very easy, just across, you know, and then it'll be perfection.
Oh, you're going all in. I love it.
Well, she's going all in. I'm supporting. I mean, like, great idea, honey. Yes. I mean, she did a great job. She crushed it. She always does, but you know, it made her really happy. And
that's a good thing.
You know, you just walk in, and it's just like, oh yeah, it's Christmas. It's Christmas season.
Yeah,
get a candle going. It's perfect.
That's what we're doing this weekend. So, in fact, we're going to probably do that on Thanksgiving or that afternoon.
Yeah.
So we'll probably make something. It'll be okay. It'll be fine. It'll be okay. We'll make some food. It'll be fine. We'll have some football on. And then we'll bring in the tree. It's downstairs. I'll bring it up, and then what's always funny is I love this because the Holy Captain is she's like me. She's just very like meticulous, right? So she'll be like, let's decorate the tree together. I'm like, okay, and we will. It'll be great. But then I'll put an ornament on, and I think she'll see like, that's not quite in the right place. So I see her just like adjust it a little bit. Yeah.
It's like the slightest thing. It's like one branch down.
Right. Branch down, or there's a hole here that needs to be maybe covered up because it's fake tree. Do you guys have a real tree? Fake tree.
No, fake tree.
Yeah, we have fake tree.
I don't even know if our apartment allows a real tree. We didn't ask. We're like, we got the fake tree situation. And my wife has like really, some of them are very meaningful ornaments. Some of them are just very fragile. It's like, I do not touch them. And she's like, hey, don't take this the wrong way, but I don't want you to touch these. And I was like, hey, don't take this the wrong way. I was not about to touch those anyway. Like those are yours. I'd helped her at a previous apartment before, so I like kind of knew the drill, but I was like, I am not touching anything that is even remotely breakable. Lights, I can handle. Yeah, I am breaking no lights, but I'm not. Your ornament that you've had from your grandmother, that ain't.
Oh, yeah.
You will not find my DNA on that one in any capacity.
I'm like that. There's just 2 or 3 ornaments like that. I'm like, listen, if I hook this on the wrong branch and then the branch kind of sags and the ornament falls, I'm not doing that.
I'm not responsible.
The one thing I have to do every year, which is frustrating, is that we have a star right on top of the star that bright lights up. But this is a nice fake tree. It's not top of the line, but the star is so heavy that of course I slide on. What happens? Right. So I have to gather like 3 different limbs and then like position them together and hold them together and then slide the star on, and even then it's kind of wobbly. Then you got to bend maybe the limbs a little bit and get that right balance where it's hanging perfectly.
Right.
And that's a process.
It's so many different things, and like you wouldn't think about this normally. Because, like, again, in June, you're not like, oh, I can't wait to do all the tree stuff. But now when you're in the thick of it, you're like, oh, that's right. I do this every single year. I forget every single year. Let me position this the right way.
That's the one thing. The ornaments are fine. I will say one thing, and I'm going to talk about this a lot. Give me that fake fire on the TV.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
A little bit of a lo-fi in the background, like Christmas jazz.
Yeah. Oh, my God. 1,000%.
Yeah, we're big readers, so like we throw that on, and now that you have enough light from the lights of the tree and the actual hanging lights, you can read because it gets dark here at 4:30, so you can't read at that unless you have all these damn fluorescent lights on. Which again, I don't like those. So now it's literally perfect.
I'm so glad you said. I actually pulled out a book yesterday. I've been meaning to read, and I read it for a while, put it away. Catherine walked in. She's like, wait, are you going to read this now? I was like, yes.
It's a good book, I hope.
Yeah, I was like, I've decided. It's more of a kind of, not self-help, but it's very, what's a good way to put it? It's a kind of a mind, body, your emotions sort of affect how you.
Self-help is probably what it would be called.
It probably would be called that.
Yeah.
It's not like 8 ways to influence your coworkers or something like that, but it's more of a like how your emotions sort of affect how you feel and how your body sort of reacts.
You got to start like a reading challenge. That's how I read as many books as I do because I don't like losing. So I set the amount of books that I need to read, and I do enjoy reading. But when you have a finite set number, all of a sudden there's some extra motivation. I'll do some audiobooks too that count, but. Yeah, so I'm a goal setter, so I need that in there.
That's smart. I mean, yesterday, just unprompted, I was like, I'm going to do this. I'm staying off my phone more. I'm going to start reading more, and now I'm going to do it with the crackle in the background. It's going to be great. Well, all right, new week here on the show. Time to wipe the slate clean and hand out some winners. Let's do it.
Time to place your bets.
All right, here we go. I'll give my first one. Xavier Legette, longest reception over 13.5 yards. It's minus 108. So this goes in line with how I think this game is going to play out. I think this is going to be a higher scoring game. The Niners defense is really banged up. And yes, I talked about Carolina covering the 7.5. And yet, let's be honest, it's still Carolina. So I'm going to pump the brakes on going all in on that. But the Panthers can throw against the Niners. This Niners defense is 28th against the pass. Last week, Legette had a 36-yard touchdown. He has 6 plays of 20 or more yards this season. He has also hit this number in 5 of his last 7. I think the Panthers are going to be playing catch-up in this game, and I think that means plenty of chances for Legette to go over this number. So we're going to go over 13.5 yards as his longest reception.
My best bet, Jenks, I'm going over 27.5 team total for the San Francisco 49ers at minus 145. I could have gone 28.5. That would have gotten me to minus 120, but that 27 number seems to be a big one for Carolina. They've allowed the Cardinals to score 27 on them. They've allowed the Patriots to get 42, the Cowboys to score 27, the Bills to score 40. So the Falcons last week to score 27. They've allowed some teams to get to that 27 mark. I had to take the hook. I had to take the extra point because 26.5 was minus 200. I was not going to lay that level of juice, but I'm confident in this 49ers offense that just scored 41 the last time we saw them on the field to have a strong offensive performance. And I have a feeling that this could end up being a little bit of a track meet of a game. So I'm going to take the 49ers over 27.5.
All right. Very good. I like that a lot. Yeah. Especially because I like the over in this game. And you always want your best to sort of fall in line with game script. So along those same lines, I'm going to go George Kittle. 50-plus receiving yards is minus 149. I see a lot of people playing it at a particular number. You want to reduce the juice and do that, totally fine. But no one is happier that Brock Purdy is back than George Kittle. Like last game when Purdy came out, he looked really good. Kittle had, 6 catches, 67 yards, 2 touchdowns after the game. Effusive in his praise of Brock Purdy. So those two have a really great chemistry. Also, when you look at how Kittle plays, he thrives in zone coverage. There are some tight ends, some receivers, and they're so adept at getting to a certain spot, finding soft spots in the zone. That is what George Kittle does. Panthers run a ton of zone defense. Also, they allow the 4th most yardage to tight ends in all of the NFL. So let's go 50-plus yards at minus 149. Right there on the edge of how much juice we like to lay, but I think George Kittle has a nice night.
And you and I are in the same market because I'm going to take the same bet with his teammate, Christian McCaffrey.
All right.
If we're getting a lot of offense, we might as well sell in to get that offense. We know that he's a big receiving threat out of the backfield. With Kittle and with some of the other receivers that they have, they take a little bit of it feels like the eyes away from Christian McCaffrey. So I love this number for McCaffrey at 50+. You still get the money if it gets on 50 even. So I love that as well. A little bit of a benefit to the gambler, and I'm getting at minus 105.
Oh.
If they are going to score a lot of points, we know that Christian McCaffrey is going to be involved in the offensive game plan, so I feel really good about McCaffrey over 50 receiving yards.
Yeah, love that. Isn't the word with Christian McCaffrey, as long as he plays 4 quarters, as long as he is healthy, we're good to go.
You're in a good spot.
Exactly. Guys, don't forget, we're also on YouTube, the old YouTube. You can check out Daily Tip, along with each and every show on the BetMGM Network. Make sure you like and subscribe. And as always, you can listen on the Odyssey app. No Donkster today. No Donk. I think you've noticed if you've been streaming this show on Stadium. Well, we've been streaming the final hour. But if you've been watching earlier, we had a great side view of my face for half the time. So we have one camera working, so no Donkster today. But he is here. Donkster's been quiet for a couple weeks.
He has. He has been hibernating.
Yes.
I didn't know he hibernated.
He does.
I figured that was kind of what was going on there with our chalk donkey.
Yeah. What's going on with you today? What's the rest of the day look like?
So we got a sick dog to take care of.
I know.
Got to make sure that he is taken care of. Need to get a workout in, and then I have a reading. Well, all right, let me flex real quick. I crushed my reading goal. I've already read. I was going to read 40 books this year. I'm on book 43.
Dang.
So I'm well over that. But I still now just want to see how many I can hit. Some of these books have been big, thick books, Jay.
Yeah.
So I want to see how many I can hit. So do a little bit of reading today. It's hopefully it's nice outside in DC. I don't know.
Yeah. Good for you. That's inspirational. 43 books?
This is 43. Yeah. So I've hit 41. I'm listening to Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows.
Good
right
for
now.
you. I'm thinking about subscribing to a Substack. I got some work to do. Guys, thanks for being with us on this Monday edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For my guy, Day, I'm Michael Jenkins. Good luck in your bets. Have a great day. We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Bye.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Happy Monday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM. You're on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys today. It's an awesome week of sports. We got Feast Week in college basketball. We got Rivalry Week in college football. We got all 32 teams in action during Thanksgiving for the NFL. So a lot to get into on the show today. A reminder, we're off Thursday and Friday, so we'll try and jam-pack a lot of info into the shows over the next 3 days. Our guy Isaac Shade going to join us here in moments to talk about all the great college hoops games we got coming up today. Also, we'll dive into some of my favorite college football and NFL games that I've already bet. We got Monday Night Football, Panthers and Niners that we'll break down, and then we'll also talk about my top 10 teams in college football. We got the college football playoff bracket reveal coming up tomorrow. So we'll dive in to all that before we wrap up our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, comments, best bets that you guys have for us, let us know at the BetMGM Network. And if you have any questions, again, Twitch, YouTube, X, you can find us there. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Monday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line. Check in with our guy, Isaac Shade. Give him a follow on X at Isaac Shade, host of Locked On College Basketball and Locked On Heels as well. Isaac, Feast Week is a beautiful thing, my man. Outside of March Madness, outside of Conference Tournament Week, this is probably as good as it gets. We got Tennessee and Rutgers getting ready to tip off here in a minute. Games all throughout the day. So I want to pick your brain on some of these matchups. Let's start with St. John's and Iowa State. Cyclones a 2.5-point favorite. The total I thought was really interesting too, with these two coaches and defenses at 157.5. So what were your thoughts on Iowa State St. John's later today?
That's interesting you say that about the total, PJ, because one of the things we've seen, remember that Alabama Iowa or St. John's game that just went bonkers in the Garden, right? Like I think we can see both of these teams that we know for their defense really go off offensively, and so it might be a place to look at the over a little bit here, even though that might sound a little bit wacky. I am rocking with the Cyclones to take this thing. Milan Momcilovic is my dude. St. John's has got to figure out this backcourt nonsense. Their front court, legit elite. You cannot mess with that. But I just don't trust the St. John's backcourt. Give me the Cyclones to win this one.
Yeah. All right. Iowa State, 2.5-point favorite again in that game out in Vegas. Another game out in Vegas. We're going to have Gonzaga and Bama. Total was 173.5, Isaac. And then a lot of people looked at that line and they said, really? These two teams, these two offenses, these two coaches? Let's jack that up to 177.5. So is the total still not high enough? And we've seen Bama against Illinois, St. John's on these neutral floors as dogs win outright. You think they can do it again tonight?
I mean, how hilarious is that we look at 173 and it's like, nah, that ain't enough. Let's keep jacking. But the thing is, I think easily both these teams could get to 90. So yeah, I would still probably smash the over on this, PJ. And that's crazy to think about. But both these offenses are wildly capable of getting to 90. 90 plus 90 is 180. There you go, right? Like, that's pretty easy math in my book. I just really like what both of these teams do. The Alabama backcourt, you just can't help but laugh at how good they are. But to me, same kind of thing. I think that it's ultimately the Gonzaga front court that wins this battle. Graham Ike, Huff, man, those dudes are so much. Tyon Grant Foster getting eligible like right before the season started. I think it's a thing where a lot of people are missing and sleeping on Gonzaga, probably because they're literally asleep when Gonzaga plays. But these Bulldogs are legit, and I hate to say it, PJ, but I think Gonzaga wins this one.
I think they do too. Should be a really fun game tonight, Isaac. I'm just hoping it ends like before 12:15 or something like that. Because God knows when that game could end tonight out 100%. In Vegas on the East Coast. So those are the only two games we have today between two ranked teams. But we got a ton of other ranked teams that are playing today, Isaac. We got Kansas taking on Notre Dame, Houston, Syracuse, Auburn, Oregon, Michigan, San Diego State, NC State's in action. Any of these ranked teams playing unranked teams you think might be on upset alert today?
Two of them, PJ, which, by the way, I'm so bummed that Maui is down this year, and they're down bad after back-to-back years of being so legit, but all eyes are on the Players Era Festival, and we got Auburn and Oregon. That's one where I'm looking at Auburn. I think they're going to be okay and win this game, but Keyshawn Hall, we don't know if he's going to play. He's one of 5 players in the nation averaging 20 and 10 right now. Tahad Pettiford hasn't been what we expected yet early in this season. I know Oregon has been like, so far, but Jackson Shellstad is back. Nate Biddle, to me, is the difference in this game. The old man in the front court that's got male pattern baldness in front and in back. I think he's the biggest factor in this one. The other is Michigan and San Diego State. Magoon Guath is the best player in that game to me, with all due respect to Yaxel Lendeborg. I don't trust Michigan's backcourt. San Diego State, give me that upset as well.
I love it. We saw Wake Forest nearly pull off the upset against Michigan in Detroit a couple weeks ago. So San Diego State could be live in that game. Isaac, so we got a lot of good teams playing today for sure. And early on in the season, like looking at KenPom and some of these other metrics, I mean, the top team in the country, it's been all over the place. One day it's Purdue. One day it's Houston, Duke, Kentucky, Gonzaga. We're all over the place. Right now, they ever so slightly have Duke just ahead of Purdue as the best team in the country. We're obviously going to find out a lot this week with a bunch of these teams that are playing. At this current moment, before we start over the next couple days, who do you feel like is the best team in college basketball right now?
What's interesting, I'll add, is that Duke is number one at barttorvik.com as well, which is the other big analytics site that people like to go to. For me, I really like this Duke team. Cam Boozer has just won at every level he's played at. That's literally all he does is win. The problem for me with Duke long-term is that, similar to last year, they're so reliant on freshmen. There are some more upperclassmen this year, but when you're relying on Cam Boozer to be your dude in like every major statistical category, similar to Cooper Flagg last year, I think ultimately and eventually that comes back to bite you, whether in the regular season or in the Final Four, and you let Houston have a massive run. So, PJ, I've got a top tier where I'm still at Purdue. What Purdue just did this weekend to Texas Tech, oh my goodness, that 30-point victory was insanity. When they're on, it's crazy, and I think they're going to be on more often than they're off. But Houston, their floor is so high because of that defense. And UConn, I know they lost last week, but I love this UConn team. They got the pieces. That's my top three, tier one right now, with Duke just slightly behind with a few other teams.
Okay, so right now in BetMGM, Purdue's your favorite, 8-1, followed by Houston, 9-1, Duke at 10-1. So even odds makers are telling you they don't even really know who the best team is, right? They're kind of putting all those teams in the same category. You mentioned UConn, and they lost to Arizona earlier this week without two of their best players. And right now, Arizona's maybe got the best resume in college basketball, the win over Florida, UCLA,
100%.
and UConn. You didn't mention the Wildcats, Isaac. What is it about Arizona as of now that's just got you a little concerned about them moving forward?
You know, the funny thing is that maybe I should have mentioned them, PJ, but it's a similar thing to Duke where Jaden Bradley, first off, let me mention this, is maybe the most underrated, overlooked point guard in the country. And we got to start getting him into that national conversation. With the way he has stepped up with Caleb Love off to the NBA has been critical. And I hate to say it, but I think there's a little bit of addition by subtraction with Caleb Love because he's so ball dominant, so topsy-turvy roller coaster. I often talked about the Caleb Love experience. You didn't know what you were going to get. He could shoot you into a game or shoot you right back out of it. Now they've got a lot more talent and a lot more balanced approach to it. The problem, though, is similar to Duke, where you've got, excuse me, I'm so sorry, Koa Pete, who's an absolute dude, Braden Burries, Aristode. But these three are all freshmen whom they are relying quite heavily on, and so you're going to have that freshman like up and down. So they really, really need, along with Jaden Bradley, they need Toby Awaka to be a dude. They need Del Orso to be a dude. And so far, those guys are three of their top four scorers. If that can continue, I should absolutely put Arizona in that top tier. Right now, I do have them in tier 2, but man, that's a team that can absolutely, without a doubt, be the last team standing, hearing that one shining moment raining down on them on Monday night in Indianapolis.
Do you worry at all? Because Tommy Lloyd was an assistant for a long time with Mark Few at Gonzaga, and obviously Mark Few hasn't been able to win the whole thing yet. Do you take any stock into that? Like, Tommy Lloyd's his own person. He's now his own head coach running his own program. But does that concern you at all that Few hasn't been able to get over the hump yet? And even though it's early, I mean, we've seen Tommy Lloyd lose against Princeton. We saw him with that Matherin Arizona team losing the Sweet 16. He's come up short a couple times. Do you worry about that at all?
That's a great question to ask. Let's start with the Mark Few of it all. With him, it's not when, not if, but when. This team has been right there. They just got bullied by that Baylor team in 21. They barely lost to a North Carolina team in 2017 that a couple calls had gone the right way. Mark Few might have that national championship. He will get one. It could be this team even. Same is true of Tommy Lloyd, right? Like, it's only a thing of we have that until it's not a thing anymore, right? Like, you can't win the big game and then suddenly he does and the whole narrative changes. He's going to win the big game. They've been too good in every regular season, and they've just gotten bitten in the postseason. I don't look at his coaching or their teams and see a fatal flaw that is causing that. I think it's just the randomness of the NCAA tournament. This team, this Tommy Lloyd coach team, is going to find their way eventually. It could be this team. So no, PJ, I'm not worried long-term at all.
Fair enough. Could you imagine, Isaac, we get a Matt Painter, Mark Few, Kelvin Sampson, Tommy Lloyd Final Four? Somebody's got to win it then, if that's
Somebody's got to win. Yes.
If that's the case, somebody's got to win it, and there's a good chance probably one of those guys could this year. Isaac, before we let you go, as always, we wrap it up with the shady play of the day. A lot of great games. What's your favorite?
Ooh, baby. Okay. I got my crazy Dude Perfect sunglasses on today. Shouts to my son Paxton. Thank you for letting me borrow them. Kansas is a 5.5-point favorite over Notre Dame and Marcus Burton, who's one of the best scoring guards in the nation. A little short king, Marcus Burton. He's a dude. I think this line is as small as it is because there's no Darren Peterson for Kansas. And I get it. I hear it. But this line is still too small. Big Flory Badunga game. He is going to take over and dominate in the paint. Give me Kansas by 7-10. Make sure you smash Kansas to cover that spread. That's the shady play of the day.
Love it. Isaac going with a little rock chalk. KU lay the 4.5, 5.5 with the Jayhawks today against Notre Dame. Isaac, happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, my friend. Great seeing you. Enjoy the hoops. We'll talk again next week.
Gobble, gobble, baby.
There you go. Isaac Shade, always great having him on. Send it in. Let's keep it rolling, guys. And let's break down some of these great college basketball games that we got coming up, including Tennessee and Rutgers, which is underway. Let's see if we have any score in that game. I don't think my internet connection is cooperating. I didn't end up having any bets in that game. Tennessee was a 15.5-point favorite. Total is 137.5. We got 6-4 Tennessee as they're nearing the first TV timeout. Here's what I'll say about like the Tennessee game, or we got Houston playing Syracuse later today. Some things I would keep an eye on. When you have teams that are so great defensively year after year, like Tennessee, like Houston, and you're getting these awkward start times, and also you're getting these great defensive team on neutral floors, always like looking at like a first half under angle, right? Coming out, the routine isn't quite the same, a little sluggish. Those teams are really going to be trying on the defensive side of the floor, different sight lines. It's Thanksgiving week, kids are in new cities, all these different factors. So I would look like first half unders with these two teams. Now, funny enough, they play each other tomorrow. But for today, Tennessee, Rutgers, maybe you want to jump in on a live first half under. But Houston, Syracuse, that number's 66.5 today. Like that first half under, Cuse and Houston. NC State taking on Seton Hall out in Maui. Wolfpack are a 9.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 145.5. Another game where I'd probably lean towards the under. Shaheen Holloway needs a big year there for his Seton Hall Pirates. Their offense last year was so bad, but they were a good defensive team. Will Wade brought in this influx of talent. They've gotten off to a nice start. But again, when you have these games with these early start times, I think they're tipping off at like 11 a.m. Maui time or something like that. I would look at probably the under in that game, 145.5. Isaac just talked about Kansas and Notre Dame. Jayhawks 4.5-point favorite against the Irish. I'm going to stay away from this game. We saw Kansas play without Darren Peterson against Duke. They failed to cover the spread by literally a point. It was 11.5. They lose by 12. Now in this game, again, we just don't know enough. And Notre Dame's a team that people were high on this season, thinking they could make the tournament. Isaac was mentioned Marcus Burton, who's a really good point guard that can fill it up. I'm staying away. I would probably lean towards Kansas if I had to play it, but no play for me in that game. St. John's and Iowa State, interesting game. Cyclones a 2.5-point favorite. Total is 157.5. And I agree with Isaac on this game. Total might seem high to a lot of people because of the two head coaches and normally how great their teams are defensively. But I think with this total being as high as it is, it's telling you that it's probably going to be an over game. So I would look at that. And I would also look at Iowa State. I think a lot of people are going to see Patino catching 2.5 points, and they're going to jump on that. But in these type of games, you need guard play. And I'm a little questionable about St. John's. They really don't have a point guard. So I'll take Iowa State minus the 2.5. I love Oregon, probably my favorite play of the day, plus 3.5 against Auburn. Total in the game is 153.5. Dana Altman is the key, man. When you get in these neutral site type games, Dana Altman's Oregon Ducks always play well. A lot of people are going to see Auburn's last result was a 2-point loss to Houston, and they're going to say, "Oh, if Auburn only lost by 2 to Houston, man, surely they'll beat Auburn by 4. They'll beat Oregon by 4 points." I like the Ducks plus the points. I like the Ducks outright as well. Shellstad, Nate Biddle lead the way for Oregon. Gonzaga and Bama, that is the game of the day. Again, the total has gone up from 173.5 to 177.5. Zags are a 2.5-point favorite. I talk about it every time Bama plays in these kind of games. I always look at the first half. Bama plus 2.5 first half over 84.5. Nate Oates, since he's been there in these type of high-profile games, when he plays against another elite offensive team, these games are always shootouts normally, and especially in the first half. So first half over 84.5, Bama plus 2.5 first half. They've covered against St. John's and Illinois, both those first half spreads. They went way over against St. John's. Illinois just went under the first half spread. I think they go over tonight against the Zags. So give me that first half over. And then I also like San Diego State, plus 5.5 against Michigan. I'm not sold on this Michigan team. San Diego State is excellent defensively, and I think in a game that's probably going to be ugly, they're going to be able to muck it up, and they're going to keep it close with Michigan. I think they might win the game too. Maybe take a look at a money line sprinkle with the Aztecs as well. All right, let's talk a little bet now games. And oh boy, I mean, I love rivalry week in college football. I'll probably end up making like 25 bets this week, and I think there's a good chance that like 23 of them are going to be on underdogs. I just don't like betting favorites normally, and I really don't like betting them in rivalry week, right? Because usually you throw the records out the door. All these teams don't like each other. These fan bases hate each other. It's great games. There's a lot of pressure for a bunch of these favorites. So I look at a bunch of these dogs, and I think we're getting some great numbers with a lot of these teams. Starting off with the Huskies, plus 7 against Oregon. Great win for the Ducks against USC, exactly what they needed to do. Looks like they're probably headed to the playoff. But now we got a rivalry game. They got to go up to Seattle to take on Washington. The Huskies, like, never lose at home. I think they've won, like, 21 of their last 22 home games or something like that. Their only loss was to Ohio State early in the year, where they were keeping it close with the Buckeyes for much of that game. I'm still not 100% set on Oregon. They have struggled at times on the road this season. I think we're getting a key number of 7. That's too many. I like Washington plus the points in that game. What about LSU? I'll take the Tigers plus 10 against Oklahoma. We have Missouri plus the points. I feel like it was the right side in that game. If the receiver just catches that touchdown at the end, we get the backdoor cover and they cover the number. But Oklahoma, man, again, it's a team, it's all about turnovers with them. Their offense really isn't that good. And I think Missouri and LSU profile kind of the same way, where they got very good defenses, but LSU can't run the ball. And against Oklahoma, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, because nobody can really run the ball to begin with. So LSU's got a new quarterback in there who's a mobile quarterback. I think this is going to be another ugly, low-scoring game. And for Oklahoma, all the pressure is on them. They know if they win this game, they're going to the college football playoff. LSU's trying to spoil their season. They're trying to get a signature win this year. I think they keep that game close. I'll take LSU plus 10 against Oklahoma. What about Virginia Tech? Plus 10.5 against Virginia. Obviously, it's been a nightmare season for the Hokies. They fired Brent Pry early on in the year. They're going to have James Franklin as their new head coach, but they have a chance to spoil their arch rival's season. They have a chance to prevent Virginia from going to the ACC title game, from going to the college football playoff potentially, and we're getting 10.5 with Virginia Tech. Normally a team that dominates this series. Think it's too many points. Virginia's a team that's kind of been playing above their head all season. Maybe the Hokies win the game. I don't think they win it by double digits. Give me Virginia Tech plus 10.5 against UVA. You guys knew this was coming, right? The Iron Bowl, Auburn and Alabama. I mean, you already know I'm going to be on Auburn in the game, plus 5. And how can you take Alabama in this game? You just can't. It's going to be close, like it always is at Jordan-Hare. An absolutely absurd stat that I heard from one of my buddies the other day is that when the Iron Bowl has been played in Jordan-Hare, and Alabama's been ranked and Auburn's been unranked, Alabama's never lost to Auburn at Jordan-Hare. Think about that, right? All these games that seemingly always come down to the wire, always are field goal games, always are coin tosses. We have the craziest stuff happen in the Iron Bowl at Jordan-Hare, but when Auburn's been unranked, they've never beaten Bama. Let's hope, for my sake, that continues. But I think they covered the spread. I think 5.5 is too many. Since Kellen DeBoer has been at Bama, even when he was at Washington, man, he has struggled when he has gone up against unranked teams on the road. They nearly lost to South Carolina. They lost to Florida State. They struggle in these kind of games. And with everything on the line, and with this being Bama's Super Bowl, it's also Auburn's Super Bowl, because they have a chance to be bowl eligible. And a little wrinkle in this game, Deuce Knight, the quarterback for Auburn, who got unleashed in the Mercer game, is a great athlete. And they got all these run packages that I'm sure they were saving for the game against Bama. So It's going to be a fun one. It's Saturday night at Jordan-Hare, and I think it's going to come right down the wire. So I'll take Auburn plus the points. What about Cal? I'll take them plus 11.5 against SMU. Again, SMU, if they win, they're in the ACC championship game, and all that's standing in their way is a trip to Berkeley to take on Cal, who just fired their head coach in Justin Wilcox. I think that's going to be a close game. Give me Cal plus 11.5. And then moving to the NFL, Lions are down to a 2.5-point favorite against the Packers right now. I think this is too much of an overreaction to what we saw yesterday in the NFL. The Packers beat the Vikings convincingly, but I think that was more about J.J. McCarthy, and that was a close game until the Vikings muffed the punt, and then the Packers kind of took over from there. On the flip side, yes, the Lions did struggle with the Giants. Yes, they probably should have lost that game. I think they were looking ahead, though, to Green Bay, and I think 2.5 is a great number. I like the Lions in that spot. Give me the Bengals plus 7.5 against the Ravens. Joe Burrow expected to play. However, T. Higgins and Trey Hendrickson are going to be ruled out. Really doesn't matter because Jamar Chase is still going to be in the lineup for the Bengals. And in the next couple days leading up to this game, all everybody's going to talk about is if Joe Burrow is going to play. But very quietly, Lamar Jackson is not himself. He's not healthy. He's not running the ball. He's not looking as sharp as a passer. And that, for me, is a concern. Divisional game, this many points. I like Bengals plus 7. I think they could pull the upset. What about the Steelers? Plus 4.5 against the Bills. This is too many points, man. This is going to be one of those Tomlin voodoo games right down to the wire. Bills turnovers, all that kind of jazz. I like the Steelers to keep it close. Anything north of 3, I think, is a bet on Pittsburgh. And then finally, the Cleveland Browns plus 6.5 against San Francisco. How good is that Browns defense, especially when they're at home? You get a West Coast team off a short week going on the road. That's going to be an ugly, nasty game. I think Cleveland could pull the upset. I like the Browns plus 6.5. Speaking of the Niners, they're in action tonight, taking on the Carolina Panthers. San Francisco is 7.5-point favorite in the game. The total is 49.5. Now, it's interesting. This line is kind of looking like what we had last night between the Rams and the Bucks, where it opened 6.5, went to 7, and then we got some late movement on the 7.5, and obviously the Rams just blew them out. If I had to play the game right now at the current number, I probably still would lean towards San Francisco, but I kind of like the teaser look for this week. I think you tease down the Niners to 1.5, and then maybe you tease up the Packers to 8.5, or you tease up Dallas on Thanksgiving night. Maybe you want to tease down the Ravens, or you want to tease down the Eagles against the Bears. A lot of different options, but I think San Francisco in a teaser, good way to go in that game. And then a couple props that I'm looking at. Ted McMillan over 5.5 receptions at plus 120. I like the fact that we're getting plus money. Ted's been very consistent this year. He's been Bryce Young's go-to guy. And because San Francisco does not get a pass rush due to the injuries of Bosa, Warner, and Mykel Williams, Bryce Young should be able to make some plays tonight. When he's under pressure and under duress, that's when he really, really struggles, like most quarterbacks. But because he should have some time back there in the pocket tonight, I think he could make some plays. And his longest pass completion, over 32.5 yards. Keep in mind, Arizona last week against San Francisco, Jacoby Brissett was 47 for 57. He had 47 completions. I'm very interested to see if other teams around the league kind of use that Arizona blueprint and see that you can have some success. You can throw, you can complete a lot of passes against this Niners defense. And even though Carolina is a running team, they want to lean on Rico Dowdle. I think Bryce Young could make some plays tonight. So longest completion over 32.5 yards. I like that for the Panthers QB as well. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's a pro football same game parlay boost token. You've thought out the parlay. Now boost it. Use this boost token on any pro football same game parlay and grab a bigger payout. If you win, make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the app today and please gamble responsibly. All right, let's talk a little college football. We'll dive into my top 10 college teams today in football, and then we'll look at my top 10 college basketball teams tomorrow on the show. Ohio State, still the number 1 team in the land. No Jeremiah Smith, no Carnell Tate on Saturday against Rutgers. Still cruise to an easy win. And yes, they got Michigan on Saturday. That should be a fun one. Indiana's going to be my number 2 team in the country. Hoosiers coming off a bye week, and Kirk Cignetti is unbelievably good off a bye week in his career. Go look at what they did earlier this year to Oregon off a bye week. They're laying 28.5 at Purdue this week. I don't know if I'm going to bet that game, but Hoosiers are going to be undefeated going in the Big Ten title game and still my number 2 team. Georgia, I'll have them at number 3. How about our boys from Charlotte, huh? Kirby Smart now 0-15 against the spread as a favorite of 38 points or more. They got Georgia Tech coming up this week. Gunnar Stockton very quietly is playing as good a quarterback as anybody around the country. Georgia's defense is starting to figure it out here the last couple weeks. Scary team trending in the right direction heading into the college football playoff. A&M, I'll put them at number 4. If you're an SEC team and we get to rivalry week and you're undefeated, you're pretty damn good. You're having a heck of a season. And that's what A&M has been doing this year. The only question mark I have with Texas A&M, they haven't played Bama, Georgia, Ole Miss, Oklahoma this season, and we're getting ready to see them on Friday against Texas on the road. So we're going to learn a lot about A&M in that game, but right now I'll put them at number 4. How about Notre Dame? They're at number 5 for me, 9-1 to win the national championship. They were up 35-0 on Syracuse in the first quarter. They were up 21-0, and they didn't even run an offensive play in the game. It was absolutely insane. Jeremiah Love is moving up the Heisman races, the Heisman board. He's been terrific. Their defense is slowly getting better. But the big question with Notre Dame is kind of like with Indiana. They really haven't played anybody since Miami and Texas A&M first 2 weeks of the season. But, man, if we're going off eye test, that is the top 5 team in college football. Bama, I'll put them at number 6. Their offense was so good at the beginning of the year, and their defense has struggled. And now it's kind of the opposite. Their defense has been awesome, and I think they're going to play really well against Auburn, but it's all about Ty Simpson and that offense and what we get out of them. They really can't run the football, but I still think Bama is 6. I'll put Ole Miss behind them at 7. What an egg bowl we're going to have, right? With all the Lane Kiffin rumors going on and him maybe taking the job at LSU and Ole Miss trying to make the playoff, going on the road to Starkville. A lot of chaos that should make that game super fun on Friday. But Ole Miss right now, I'll put them at 7. Their offense is terrific. Still have my question marks about those defense. Texas Tech, I think, is the biggest sleeper going into the college football playoff, and it's because of that defense. They are awesome. I don't think Bear Morton and their offense is good enough for them to beat some of the top-tier teams in the country and win a national title, but they could pull some upsets, and they could be a bracket buster potentially for some of these teams. Oregon, I'll put them at number 9. Took care of business. You were a 10-point favorite. You won by 14. Offense looked very good. I don't know, man. This Ducks team, they have a lot of talent. I still don't feel like they're one of the top 7 or 8 teams, though, in the country. And Oklahoma, I'll put them at number 10. Their defense is really, really good. John Mateer is a good quarterback, but again, that offense, I just don't think they're going to have enough. So I'll put the Sooners at 10 right now, my top 10 teams in college football. As for my favorite plays of the day, my prop lock is going to be Gonzaga big man Graham Ike over 28.5 points and rebounds. Bama, their biggest issue is interior defense. Trey Kaufman-Renn for Purdue lit them up. Merkovich for Illinois lit them up. I think Ike going to have a big day. Scoring on the glass will take over 28.5 points and rebounds for the Gonzaga big man. Dog of the day, Oregon, plus 3.5 against Auburn. I think they win that game outright. It's Dana Altman, baby, on a neutral floor. He is fantastic in those kind of spots. And then my best bet, game of the day, Bama, Gonzaga, first half over 84.5. If you like points, that is the game for you. We're going to see a lot of them, and I think we see a lot of them in the first half. So give me that first half over between those two teams. Thank you again to Isaac Shade for joining us on the show today. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Going to be an awesome week of sports, great day of college hoops, and a great weekend of college football and NFL. We'll talk about it all again tomorrow. See you then. Happy Monday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM. You're on the BetMGM network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys today. It's an awesome week of sports. We got Feast Week in college basketball. We got rivalry week in college football. We got all 32 teams in action during Thanksgiving for the NFL. So a lot to get into on the show today. A reminder, we're off Thursday and Friday, so we'll try and jam-pack a lot of info into the shows over the next 3 days. Our guy Isaac Shade going to join us here in moments to talk about all the great college hoops games we got coming up today. Also, we'll dive into some of my favorite college football and NFL games that I've already bet. We got Monday Night Football, Panthers and Niners that we'll break down, and then we'll also talk about my top 10 teams in college football. We got the college football playoff bracket reveal coming up tomorrow. So we'll dive in to all that before we wrap up our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, comments, best bets that you guys have for us, let us know at the BetMGM Network. And if you have any questions, again, Twitch, YouTube, X, you can find us there. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Monday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line. Check in with our guy, Isaac Shade. Give him a follow on X at Isaac Shade, host of Locked On College Basketball and Locked On Heels as well. Isaac, Feast Week is a beautiful thing, my man. Outside of March Madness, outside of conference tournament week, this is probably as good as it gets. We got Tennessee and Rutgers getting ready to tip off here in a minute. Games all throughout the day. So I want to pick your brain on some of these matchups. Let's start with St. John's and Iowa State. Cyclones a 2.5-point favorite. The total I thought was really interesting too, with these two coaches and defenses at 157.5. So what were your thoughts on Iowa State, St. John's later today?
That's interesting you say that about the total, PJ, because one of the things we've seen, remember that Alabama, Iowa, or St. John's game that just went bonkers in the Garden, right? Like, I think we can see both of these teams that we know for their defense really go off offensively. And so it might be a place to look at the over a little bit here, even though that might sound a little bit wacky. I am rocking with the Cyclones to take this thing. Milan Momcilovic is my dude. St. John's has got to figure out this backcourt nonsense. Their front court, legit, elite. You cannot mess with that. But I just don't trust the St. John's backcourt. Give me the Cyclones to win this one.
Yeah. All right. Iowa State, 2.5-point favorite again in that game out in Vegas. Another game out in Vegas. We're going to have Gonzaga and Bama. Total was 173.5, Isaac. And then a lot of people looked at that line and they said, really? These two teams, these two offenses, these two coaches, let's jack that up to 177.5. So is the total still not high enough? And we've seen Bama against Illinois, St. John's on these neutral floors as dogs win outright. You think they can do it again tonight?
How hilarious is that we look at 173 and it's like, nah, that ain't enough. Let's keep jacking. But the thing is, I think easily both these teams could get to 90. So yeah, I would still probably smash the over on this, PJ. And that's crazy to think about. But both these offenses are wildly capable of getting to 90. 90 plus 90 is 180. There you go, right? Like, that's pretty easy math in my book. I just really like what both of these teams do. The Alabama backcourt, you just can't help but laugh at how good they are. But to me, same kind of thing. I think that it's ultimately the Gonzaga front court that wins this battle. Graham Ike, Huff, man, those dudes are so much. Tyon Grant Foster getting eligible like right before the season started. I think it's a thing where a lot of people are missing and sleeping on Gonzaga, probably because they're literally asleep when Gonzaga plays, but these Bulldogs are legit, and I hate to say it, PJ, but I think Gonzaga wins this one.
I think they do too. Should be a really fun game tonight, Isaac. I'm just hoping it ends like before 12:15 or something like that. Because God knows when that game could end tonight out 100%. In Vegas on the East Coast. So those are the only two games we have today between two ranked teams. But we got a ton of other ranked teams that are playing today, Isaac. We got Kansas taking on Notre Dame, Houston, Syracuse, Auburn, Oregon, Michigan, San Diego State, NC State's in action. Any of these ranked teams playing unranked teams you think might be on upset alert today?
Two of them, PJ, which, by the way, I'm so bummed that Maui is down this year, and they're down bad after back-to-back years of being so legit, but all eyes are on the Players Era Festival, and we got Auburn and Oregon. That's one where I'm looking at Auburn. I think they're going to be okay and win this game, but Keyshawn Hall, we don't know if he's going to play. He's one of 5 players in the nation averaging 20 and 10 right now. Tahad Pettiford hasn't been what we expected yet early in this season. I know Oregon has been like, so far, but Jackson Shellstad is back. Nate Biddle, to me, is the difference in this game. The old man in the front court that's got male pattern baldness in front and in back. I think he's the biggest factor in this one. The other is Michigan and San Diego State. Magoon Guath is the best player in that game to me, with all due respect to Yaxel Lendeborg. I don't trust Michigan's backcourt. San Diego State, give me that upset as well.
I love it. We saw Wake Forest nearly pull off the upset against Michigan in Detroit a couple weeks ago. So San Diego State could be live in that game. Isaac, so we got a lot of good teams playing today for sure. And early on in the season, like looking at KenPom and some of these other metrics, I mean, the top team in the country, it's been all over the place. One day it's Purdue. One day it's Houston, Duke, Kentucky, Gonzaga. We're all over the place. Right now, they ever so slightly have Duke just ahead of Purdue as the best team in the country. We're obviously going to find out a lot this week with a bunch of these teams that are playing. At this current moment, before we start over the next couple days, who do you feel like is the best team in college basketball right now?
What's interesting, I'll add, is that Duke is number one at barttorvik.com as well, which is the other big analytics site that people like to go to. For me, I really like this Duke team. Cam Boozer has just won at every level he's played at. That's literally all he does is win. The problem for me with Duke long term is that, similar to last year, they're so reliant on freshmen. There are some more upperclassmen this year, but when you're relying on Cam Boozer to be your dude in like every major statistical category, similar to Cooper Flagg last year, I think ultimately and eventually that comes back to bite you, whether in the regular season or in the Final Four, and you let Houston have a massive run. So, PJ, I've got a top tier where I'm still at Purdue. What Purdue just did this weekend to Texas Tech, oh my goodness, that 30-point victory was insanity. When they're on, it's crazy, and I think they're going to be on more often than they're off. But Houston, their floor is so high because of that defense. And UConn, I know they lost last week, but I love this UConn team. They got the pieces. That's my top three, tier one right now, with Duke just slightly behind with a few other teams.
Okay, so right now in BetMGM, Purdue's your favorite, 8-1, followed by Houston, 9-1, Duke at 10-1. So even odds makers are telling you they don't even really know who the best team is, right? They're kind of putting all those teams in the same category. You mentioned UConn, and they lost to Arizona earlier this week without two of their best players. And right now, Arizona's maybe got the best resume in college basketball, the win over Florida, UCLA, 100%. And UConn. You didn't mention the Wildcats, Isaac. What is it about Arizona as of now that's just got you a little concerned about them moving forward?
You know, the funny thing is that maybe I should have mentioned them, PJ, but it's a similar thing to Duke where Jaden Bradley, first off, let me mention this, is maybe the most underrated, overlooked point guard in the country. And we got to start getting him into that national conversation. With the way he has stepped up with Caleb Love off to the NBA has been critical. And I hate to say it, but I think there's a little bit of addition by subtraction with Caleb Love because he's so ball dominant, so topsy-turvy roller coaster. I often talked about the Caleb Love experience. You didn't know what you were going to get. He could shoot you into a game or shoot you right back out of it. Now they've got a lot more talent and a lot more balanced approach to it. The problem, though, is similar to Duke, where you've got, excuse me, I'm so sorry, Koa Pete, who's an absolute dude, Braden Burries, Aristode. But these three are all freshmen whom they are relying quite heavily on, and so you're going to have that freshman like up and down. So they really, really need, along with Jaden Bradley, they need Toby Awaka to be a dude. They need Del Orso to be a dude. And so far, those guys are three of their top four scorers. If that can continue, I should absolutely put Arizona in that top tier. Right now, I do have them in tier 2, but man, that's a team that can absolutely, without a doubt, be the last team standing, hearing that one shining moment raining down on them on Monday night in Indianapolis.
Do you worry at all? Because Tommy Lloyd was an assistant for a long time with Mark Few at Gonzaga, and obviously Mark Few hasn't been able to win the whole thing yet. Do you take any stock into that? Like, Tommy Lloyd's his own person. He's now his own head coach running his own program. But does that concern you at all that Few hasn't been able to get over the hump yet? And even though it's early, I mean, we've seen Tommy Lloyd lose against Princeton. We saw him with that Matherin Arizona team losing the Sweet 16. He's come up short a couple times. Do you worry about that at all?
That's a great question to ask. Let's start with the Mark Few of it all. With him, it's not when, not if, but when. This team has been right there. They just got bullied by that Baylor team in 21. They barely lost to a North Carolina team in 2017 that a couple calls had gone the right way. Mark Few might have that national championship. He will get one. It could be this team even. Same is true of Tommy Lloyd, right? Like, it's only a thing of we have that until it's not a thing anymore, right? Like, you can't win the big game and then suddenly he does and the whole narrative changes. He's going to win the big game. They've been too good in every regular season, and they've just gotten bitten in the postseason. I don't look at his coaching or their teams and see a fatal flaw that is causing that. I think it's just the randomness of the NCAA tournament. This team, this Tommy Lloyd coach team, is going to find their way eventually. It could be this team. So no, PJ, I'm not worried long-term at all.
Fair enough. Could you imagine, Isaac, we get a Matt Painter, Mark Few, Kelvin Sampson, Tommy Lloyd Final Four? Somebody's got to win it then, if that's
Somebody's got to win. Yes.
If that's the case, somebody's got to win it, and there's a good chance probably one of those guys could this year. Isaac, before we let you go, as always, we wrap it up with the shady play of the day. A lot of great games. What's your favorite?
Ooh, baby. Okay. I got my crazy Dude Perfect sunglasses on today. Shouts to my son Paxton. Thank you for letting me borrow them. Kansas is a 5.5-point favorite over Notre Dame and Marcus Burton, who's one of the best scoring guards in the nation. A little short king, Marcus Burton. He's a dude. I think this line is as small as it is because there's no Darren Peterson for Kansas. And I get it. I hear it. But this line is still too small. Big Flory Badunga game. He is going to take over and dominate in the paint. Give me Kansas by 7 to 10. Make sure you smash Kansas to cover that spread. That's the shady play of the day.
Love it. Isaac going with a little rock chalk. KU lay the 4.5, 5.5 with the Jayhawks today against Notre Dame. Isaac, happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, my friend. Great seeing you. Enjoy the hoops. We'll talk again next week.
Gobble, gobble, baby.
There you go. Isaac Shade, always great having him on. Send it in. Let's keep it rolling, guys. And let's break down some of these great college basketball games that we got coming up, including Tennessee and Rutgers, which is underway. Let's see if we have any score in that game. I don't think my internet connection is cooperating. I didn't end up having any bets in that game. Tennessee was a 15.5-point favorite. Total is 137.5. We got 6-4 Tennessee as they're nearing the first TV timeout. Here's what I'll say about like the Tennessee game, or we got Houston playing Syracuse later today. Some things I would keep an eye on. When you have teams that are so great defensively year after year, like Tennessee, like Houston, and you're getting these awkward start times, and also you're getting these great defensive team on neutral floors, always like looking at like a first half under angle, right? Coming out, the routine isn't quite the same, a little sluggish. Those teams are really going to be trying on the defensive side of the floor, different sight lines. It's Thanksgiving week, kids are in new cities, all these different factors. So I would look like first half unders with these two teams. Now, funny enough, they play each other tomorrow. But for today, Tennessee, Rutgers, maybe you want to jump in on a live first half under. But Houston, Syracuse, that number's 66.5 today. Like that first half under, Cuse and Houston. NC State taking on Seton Hall out Maui. Wolfpack are a 9.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 145.5. Another game where I'd probably lean towards the under. Shaheen Holloway needs a big year there for his Seton Hall Pirates. Their offense last year was so bad, but they were a good defensive team. Will Wade brought in this influx of talent. They've gotten off to a nice start. But again, when you have these games with these early start times, I think they're tipping off at like 11 a.m. Maui time or something like that. I would look at probably the under in that game, 145.5. Isaac just talked about Kansas and Notre Dame. Jayhawks 4.5-point favorite against the Irish. I'm going to stay away from this game. We saw Kansas play without Darren Peterson against Duke. They failed to cover the spread by literally a point. It was 11.5. They lose by 12. Now in this game, again, we just don't know enough. And Notre Dame's a team that people were high on this season, thinking they could make the tournament. Isaac was mentioned Marcus Burton, who's a really good point guard that can fill it up. I'm staying away. I would probably lean towards Kansas if I had to play it, but no play for me in that game. St. John's and Iowa State, interesting game. Cyclones a 2.5-point favorite. Total is 157.5. And I agree with Isaac on this game. Total might seem high to a lot of people because of the two head coaches and normally how great their teams are defensively. But I think with this total being as high as it is, it's telling you that it's probably going to be an over game. So I would look at that. And I would also look at Iowa State. I think a lot of people are going to see Patino catching 2.5 points, and they're going to jump on that. But in these type of games, you need guard play. And I'm a little questionable about St. John's. They really don't have a point guard. So I'll take Iowa State minus the 2.5. I love Oregon. Probably my favorite play of the day. Plus 3.5 against Auburn. Total in the game is 153.5. Dana Altman is the key, man. When you get in these neutral site type games, Dana Altman's Oregon Ducks always play well. A lot of people are going to see Auburn's last result was a 2-point loss to Houston, and they're going to say, "Oh, if Auburn only lost by 2 to Houston, man, surely they'll beat Auburn by 4. They'll beat Oregon by 4 points." I like the Ducks plus the points. I like the Ducks outright as well. Shellstad, Nate Biddle lead the way for Oregon. Gonzaga and Bama, that is the game of the day. Again, the total has gone up from 173.5 to 177.5. Zags are a 4.5-point favorite. I talk about it every time Bama plays in these kind of games. I always look at the first half. Bama plus 2.5 first half over 84.5. Nate Oates, since he's been there in these type of high-profile games, when he plays against another elite offensive team, these games are always shootouts normally, and especially in the first half. So first half over 84.5, Bama plus 2.5 first half. They've covered against St. John's and Illinois, both those first half spreads. They went way over against St. John's. Illinois just went under the first half spread. I think they go over tonight against the Zags. So give me that first half over. And then I also like San Diego State, plus 5.5 against Michigan. I'm not sold on this Michigan team. San Diego State is excellent defensively, and I think in a game it's probably going to be ugly. They're going to be able to muck it up, and they're going to keep it close with Michigan. I think they might win the game too. Maybe take a look at a money line sprinkle with the Aztecs as well. All right, let's talk a little bet now games. And oh boy, I mean, I love rivalry week in college football. I'll probably end up making like 25 bets this week, and I think there's a good chance that like 23 of them are going to be on underdogs. I just don't like betting favorites normally, and I really don't like betting them in rivalry week, right? Because usually you throw the records out the door. All these teams don't like each other. These fan bases hate each other. It's great games. There's a lot of pressure for a bunch of these favorites. So I look at a bunch of these dogs, and I think we're getting some great numbers with a lot of these teams. Starting off with the Huskies, plus 7 against Oregon. Great win for the Ducks against USC. Exactly what they needed to do. Looks like they're probably headed to the playoff. But now we got a rivalry game. They got to go up to Seattle to take on Washington. The Huskies, like, never lose at home. I think they've won, like, 21 of their last 22 home games or something like that. Their only loss was to Ohio State early in the year, where they were keeping it close with the Buckeyes for much of that game. I'm still not 100% set on Oregon. They have struggled at times on the road this season. I think we're getting a key number of 7. That's too many. I like Washington plus the points in that game. What about LSU? I'll take the Tigers plus 10 against Oklahoma. We have Missouri plus the points. I feel like it was the right side in that game. If the receiver just catches that touchdown at the end, we get the backdoor cover, and they cover the number. But Oklahoma, man, again, it's a team, it's all about turnovers with them. Their offense really isn't that good. And I think Missouri and LSU profile kind of the same way, where they got very good defenses, but LSU can't run the ball. And against Oklahoma, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, because nobody can really run the ball to begin with. So LSU's got a new quarterback in there who's a mobile quarterback. I think this is going to be another ugly, low-scoring game. And for Oklahoma, all the pressure is on them. They know if they win this game, they're going to the college football playoff. LSU's trying to spoil their season. They're trying to get a signature win this year. I think they keep that game close. I'll take LSU plus 10 against Oklahoma. What about Virginia Tech? Plus 10.5 against Virginia. Obviously, it's been a nightmare season for the Hokies. They fired Brent Pry early on in the year. They're going to have James Franklin as their new head coach, but they have a chance to spoil their arch rival's season. They have a chance to prevent Virginia from going to the ACC title game, from going to the college football playoff potentially, and we're getting 10.5 with Virginia Tech. Normally a team that dominates this series. Think it's too many points. Virginia's a team that's kind of been playing above their head all season. Maybe the Hokies win the game. I don't think they win it by double digits. Give me Virginia Tech plus 10.5 against UVA. You guys knew this was coming, right? The Iron Bowl, Auburn, and Alabama. I mean, you already know I'm going to be on Auburn in the game, plus 5. And how can you take Alabama in this game? You just can't. It's going to be close, like it always is at Jordan Hare. An absolutely absurd stat that I heard from one of my buddies the other day is that when the Iron Bowl has been played in Jordan Hare, and Alabama's been ranked and Auburn's been unranked, Alabama's never lost to Auburn at Jordan Hare. Think about that, right? All these games that seemingly always come down to the wire, always are field goal games, always are coin tosses. We have the craziest stuff happen in the Iron Bowl at Jordan Hare, but when Auburn's been unranked, they've never beaten Bama. Let's hope, for my sake, that continues. But I think they covered the spread. I think 5.5 is too many. Since Kellen DeBoer has been at Bama, even when he was at Washington, man, he has struggled when he has gone up against unranked teams on the road. They nearly lost to South Carolina. They lost to Florida State. They struggle in these kind of games. And with everything on the line, and with this being Bama's Super Bowl, it's also Auburn's Super Bowl because they have a chance to be bowl eligible. And a little wrinkle in this game, Deuce Knight, the quarterback for Auburn, who got unleashed in the Mercer game, is a great athlete. And they got all these run packages that I'm sure they were saving for the game against Bama. So it's going to be a fun one. It's Saturday night at Jordan-Hare, and I think it's going to come right down the wire. So I'll take Auburn plus the points. What about Cal? I'll take them plus 11.5 against SMU. Again, SMU, if they win, they're in the ACC championship game, and all that's standing in their way is a trip to Berkeley to take on Cal, who just fired their head coach in Justin Wilcox. I think that's going to be a close game. Give me Cal plus 11.5. And then moving to the NFL, Lions are down to a 2.5-point favorite against the Packers right now. I think this is too much of an overreaction to what we saw yesterday in the NFL. The Packers beat the Vikings convincingly, but I think that was more about J.J. McCarthy, and that was a close game until the Vikings muffed the punt, and then the Packers kind of took over from there. On the flip side, yes, the Lions did struggle with the Giants. Yes, they probably should have lost that game. I think they were looking ahead, though, to Green Bay, and I think 2.5 is a great number. I like the Lions in that spot. Give me the Bengals plus 7.5 against the Ravens. Joe Burrow expected to play. However, T. Higgins and Trey Hendrickson are going to be ruled out. Really doesn't matter because Jamar Chase is still going to be in the lineup for the Bengals. And all in the next couple days leading up to this game, all everybody's going to talk about is if Joe Burrow is going to play. But very quietly, Lamar Jackson is not himself. He's not healthy. He's not running the ball. He's not looking as sharp as a passer. And that, for me, is a concern. Divisional game, this many points. I like Bengals plus 7. I think they could pull the upset. What about the Steelers plus 4.5 against the Bills? This is too many points, man. This is going to be one of those Tomlin voodoo games right down to the wire. Bills turnovers, all that kind of jazz. I like the Steelers to keep it close. Anything north of 3, I think, is a bet on Pittsburgh. And then finally, the Cleveland Browns plus 6.5 against San Francisco. How good is that Browns defense, especially when they're at home? You get a West Coast team off a short week going on the road. That's going to be an ugly, nasty game. I think Cleveland could pull the upset. I like the Browns plus 6.5. Speaking of the Niners, they're in action tonight, taking on the Carolina Panthers. San Francisco is 7.5-point favorite in the game. The total is 49.5. Now, it's interesting. This line is kind of looking like what we had last night between the Rams and the Bucks, where it opened 6.5, went to 7, and then we got some late movement on the 7.5, and obviously the Rams just blew them out. If I had to play the game right now at the current number, I probably still would lean towards San Francisco, but I kind of like the teaser look for this week. I think you tease down the Niners to 1.5, and then maybe you tease up the Packers to 8.5, or you tease up Dallas on Thanksgiving night. Maybe you want to tease down the Ravens, or you want to tease down the Eagles against the Bears. A lot of different options, but I think San Francisco in a teaser, good way to go in that game. Then a couple props that I'm looking at. Ted McMillan over 5.5 receptions at plus 120. I like the fact that we're getting plus money. Ted's been very consistent this year. He's been Bryce Young's go-to guy. And because San Francisco does not get a pass rush due to the injuries of Bosa, Warner, and Mykel Williams, Bryce Young should be able to make some plays tonight. When he's under pressure and under duress, that's when he really, really struggles, like most quarterbacks. But because he should have some time back there in the pocket tonight, I think he could make some plays. And his longest pass completion, over 32.5 yards. Keep in mind, Arizona last week against San Francisco, Jacoby Brissett was 47 for 57. He had 47 completions. I'm very interested to see if other teams around the league kind of use that Arizona blueprint and see that you can have some success. You can throw, you can complete a lot of passes against this Niners defense. And even though Carolina is a running team, they want to lean on Rico Dowdle. I think Bryce Young could make some plays tonight. So longest completion over 32.5 yards. I like that for the Panthers QB as well. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's a pro football same game parlay boost token. You've thought out the parlay. Now boost it. Use this boost token on any pro football same game parlay and grab a bigger payout. If you win, make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the app today and please gamble responsibly. All right, let's talk a little college football. We'll dive into my top 10 college teams today in football, and then we'll look at my top 10 college basketball teams tomorrow on the show. Ohio State, still the number 1 team in the land. No Jeremiah Smith, no Carnell Tate on Saturday against Rutgers. Still cruise to an easy win. And yes, they got Michigan on Saturday. That should be a fun one. Indiana's going to be my number 2 team in the country. Hoosiers coming off a bye week, and Kirk Cignetti is unbelievably good off a bye week in his career. Go look at what they did earlier this year to Oregon off a bye week. They're laying 28.5 at Purdue this week. I don't know if I'm going to bet that game, but Hoosiers are going to be undefeated going in the Big Ten title game and still my number 2 team. Georgia, I'll have them at number 3. How about our boys from Charlotte, huh? Kirby Smart now 0-15 against the spread as a favorite of 38 points or more. They got Georgia Tech coming up this week. Gunnar Stockton very quietly is playing as good a quarterback as anybody around the country. Georgia's defense is starting to figure it out here the last couple of weeks. Scary team trending in the right direction heading into the college football playoff. A&M, I'll put them at number 4. If you're an SEC team and we get to rivalry week and you're undefeated, you're pretty damn good. You're having a heck of a season. And that's what A&M has been doing this year. The only question mark I have with Texas A&M, they haven't played Bama, Georgia, Ole Miss, Oklahoma this season, and we're getting ready to see them on Friday against Texas on the road. So we're going to learn a lot about A&M in that game, but right now I'll put them at number 4. How about Notre Dame? They're at number 5 for me, 9-1 to win the national championship. They were up 35-0 on Syracuse in the first quarter. They were up 21-0, and they didn't even run an offensive play in the game. It was absolutely insane. Jeremiah Love is moving up the Heisman races, the Heisman board. He's been terrific. Their defense is slowly getting better. But the big question with Notre Dame is kind of like with Indiana. They really haven't played anybody since Miami and Texas A&M first 2 weeks of the season. But, man, if we're going off eye test, that is the top 5 team in college football. Bama, I'll put them at number 6. Their offense was so good at the beginning of the year, and their defense has struggled. And now it's kind of the opposite. Their defense has been awesome, and I think they're going to play really well against Auburn, but it's all about Ty Simpson and that offense and what we get out of them. They really can't run the football, but I still think Bama is 6. I'll put Ole Miss behind them at 7. What an egg bowl we're going to have, right? With all the Lane Kiffin rumors going on and him maybe taking the job at LSU and Ole Miss trying to make the playoff, going on the road to Starkville. A lot of chaos that should make that game super fun on Friday. But Ole Miss right now, I'll put them at 7. Their offense is terrific. Still have my question marks about those defense. Texas Tech, I think, is the biggest sleeper going into the college football playoff, and it's because of that defense. They are awesome. I don't think Bear Morton and their offense is good enough for them to beat some of the top-tier teams in the country and win a national title, but they could pull some upsets, and they could be a bracket buster potentially for some of these teams. Oregon, I'll put them at number 9. Took care of business. You were a 10-point favorite. You won by 14. Offense looked very good. I don't know, man. This Ducks team, they have a lot of talent. I still don't feel like they're one of the top 7 or 8 teams, though, in the country. And Oklahoma, I'll put them at number 10. Their defense is really, really good. John Mateer is a good quarterback, but again, that offense, I just don't think they're going to have enough. So I'll put the Sooners at 10 right now, my top 10 teams in college football. As for my favorite plays of the day, my prop lock is going to be Gonzaga big man Graham Ike over 28.5 points and rebounds. Bama, their biggest issue is interior defense. Trey Kaufman-Renn for Purdue lit him up. Merkovich for Illinois lit him up. I think Ike going to have a big day. Scoring on the glass will take over 28.5 points and rebounds for the Gonzaga big man. Dog of the day, Oregon, plus 3.5 against Auburn. I think they win that game outright. It's Dana Altman, baby, on a neutral floor. He is fantastic in those kind of spots. And then my best bet, game of the day, Bama, Gonzaga, first half over 84.5. If you like points, that is the game for you. We're going to see a lot of them, and I think we see a lot of them in the first half. So give me that first half over between those two teams. Thank you again to Isaac Shade for joining us on the show today. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Going to be an awesome week of sports, great day of college hoops, and a great weekend of college football and NFL. We'll talk about it all again tomorrow. See you then.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network and wherever you may be in the world inside your Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. And on YouTube, just search the BetMGM Network. This is Bet Sweats. Chris Mack in for Joe O and Sammy P all week long here on Bet Sweats, accompanied by my man PJ Glasser. Today, there's plenty of college hoops, and it gets started in just about 2 hours. You've got the Players Era Festival happening in Vegas. You've got the Maui Invitational in, Maui. So plenty of games to look at there. We might touch on a couple of them coming up in about 20 minutes or so here on Bet Sweats. Lightning bets, our favorite plays of the day, coming up before we wrap up. But continuing our look at Monday morning market moves, but shifting to week 13 of the NFL, PJ. Let's start with the Thanksgiving Day games. And we talked both the Packers and Lions earlier, right off the top of the show. Packers got a win yesterday, but I think it was a valuable question you asked. Did they win that game or did J.J. McCarthy lose it? The Lions, by the hair on their chinny chin, got away with one in overtime against Jameis Winston and the Giants at home. Packers, Lions laying a field goal at home in this one, a rematch of the Packers' resounding Week 1 victory that had us all asking a million questions about the Lions. But as I mentioned earlier, the Packers have just one road win this year over a team with a winning record, and it was in that primetime game in Pittsburgh where Tucker Kraft took over in the second half against the Steelers. Obviously, we know no Tucker Kraft. I think I don't want to say it's flown under the radar, but that's been a story that probably hasn't been talked about as much as it should be in the Packers' difficulties on offense over the last several weeks. They were without Josh Jacobs yesterday as well. Be curious to see if Jacobs is back for Thursday afternoon. And just in general, if the Packers can do anything close this week in Detroit to what they did week 1 against the Lions at Lambeau.
Yeah, no question. I mean, such a big game. It's crazy, Chris. These two teams are playing with the records of 7-3 and 1 and 7-4, and neither team's leading the division, right? So again, the Bears, man, just keep finding ways to win games. Talked about it a little bit earlier, though. I mean, this is just, for me, is like classic NFL, and I think this year has shown us more than any other. It is a week-to-week league, right? As soon as you think you know one thing about these teams, they can just do a complete 360 and look a completely different other way. So with the Lions and how they've looked the past few weeks, certainly struggling against the Eagles, should have lost to the Giants yesterday. That game goes to overtime. And the fact that they're only a 3-point favorite at home, the Packers dominant win yesterday against the Vikings. But again, Chris, like the offense for Green Bay just still doesn't look right. And I think the Lions defense, I think they were looking ahead a little bit to this game, right? Knowing what a big game it was. So because it was such a sandwich spot in between the Eagles and the Packers with that Giants game yesterday, and you have the Packers coming in, riding a high, playing really well, the Lions coming off a game where they didn't play all that great. I think -3 is a nice buy here on Detroit. I don't think we get a 2.5, but man, would I love it with the Lions. I think 3 is a nice bet though. So I like Detroit here at home. I like a -3.
Yeah, I'd love a 2.5 as well. I get the feeling that as we get closer to Thursday morning, we'll probably see a little more money push this towards the Lions and probably get a hook at some point. So I would jump on Lions -3 for all the reasons you just laid out, chief of which is the questions about Green Bay's offense. Even if I think the only thing that slows this, PJ, maybe taps the brakes on a move to 3.5 would be if we get definitive word that Jacobs is going to play in this game. But even that, I don't think is enough to keep me off of Detroit. If it got to 3.5, I myself might tap the brakes and go, okay, maybe not. But at 3, I like the Lions, especially at home against this struggling Packers offense. So I tend to fall down on the same side as you on the Thanksgiving Day opener at Ford Field. Afternoon game on Thanksgiving will be in Dallas. Cowboys hosting the Chiefs. Cowboys have won 3 in a row on Thanksgiving for what it's worth. And look out, here come the Chiefs. Not necessarily as pretty as it's been in past years, but they finally got a 100-yard rusher yesterday in Kareem Hunt. And I think that's the most important factor for me here, PJ, is that while they have Mahomes at their disposal, and we know what Mahomes can do late in ball games, they've also got the ability to control the ball game a little bit more with a run game. And that's something I know Dallas has gotten better against the run since their trade deadline moves, but I still think it's an opportunity for the Chiefs to control the pace in this one. It's 3.5, and I don't like laying the hook on the road, but if I were forced to make a decision on this one right now, I would probably go Chiefs. I'll be curious to see if we get some money come in on Dallas being the home dog on Thanksgiving that pushes this to 3. So I might wait on this one to see if we get that. If we do get Kansas City laying only the 3, I would probably jump on that.
I would agree. It's the same way I felt about the Colts game. You know, at 3.5, I don't want the Chiefs. At 3, I like the Chiefs, and it's for exactly what you saw yesterday, where the 3 get the push, just because, I mean, we know how Kansas City operates, man. 3.5 with them is so important. I mean, they win so many games by 3 points. I think a money line play with Kansas City is probably the way to go. You know, if you want to, like, you can parlay together like Chiefs money line with maybe Ohio State money line or something like that. Get yourself close to even money. So that was what I did with last week. Was I got in on the Lions yesterday when they were minus 10.5, and when the Chiefs were minus 3, and I parlayed the money lines together. It got me close to even money. Now both games were a sweat. Both games went to overtime, but we did get there. So something like that. It's just one of these games where the way I'm approaching the Chiefs, Chris, is it's almost like there is some fan in me as well, where I'm like, you know, I'm going to bet the Chiefs, and if they lose, then honestly, like, great. Like, I don't want the Chiefs in the playoffs, but I think they're going to win all these games, and I think they're going to find a way, and I think they're going to find a way to get it done too. Dallas is much improved, and again, I think they can cover this spread and keep it close, but I just think Kansas City finds a way to win the game.
The nightcap on Thanksgiving, Bengals, Ravens in Baltimore. It's 7 almost all the way across the board, although I do see a 7.5 out there. This is all based on Joe Burrow and what he looks like, assuming he's going to play. They'll get Jamar Chase back from the 1-game suspension, but T. Higgins presumably out. A nasty collision with the ground with the back of his head yesterday. He'll be in concussion protocol, and I have a hard time believing he clears by Thursday. So what is Burrow working with? How much rust, as Jason La Canfora mentioned earlier when we had him on, does he have to shake off? And do you feel comfortable with the Ravens laying a touchdown or more given their offensive struggles? I mean, it's a bit of a dogfight yesterday for 2.5 quarters against the Jets before they finally got a Derrick Henry touchdown run in the third quarter to kind of give themselves a little breathing room.
Yeah, I already bet the Bengals plus 7.5, Chris, and I agree with Jason that I think maybe they're live in this game, especially at the number you're getting, plus 325. I think that's worth the sprinkle. The next couple days leading up to this game, all people are going to want to talk about is Burrow, whether or not he's going to play, his availability, is Higgins going to be in there, those kind of things. And not enough's being talked about Lamar. And he just does not look like himself. He's not healthy. Like, you just watched him the last couple weeks against the Browns and the Jets. He's not himself. He doesn't want to run. He's not accurate right now as a passer. He's not confident. Their offensive line's not blocking. They're a mess right now offensively. And these games against Cincinnati are always close. The Ravens have found ways to win them the last few years, but these games are coin flips, man. They come down to the wire. I mean, all these AFC North games the Ravens play usually are. So if you give me 7 with the Bengals or with the Steelers, in these kinds of games, it's probably going to be a similar spread when the Ravens play Pittsburgh next week, probably 6.5, somewhere in that range. I like the Bengals. If you can get a 7.5, they're still out there. Definitely grab that. But still at 7, I think Cincinnati's a good play. I do think we're going to see Burrow. And I think this game's going to be close because, again, that Ravens offense right now just does not look very good.
Yeah, we'll see if the Bengals defense is a cure-all for that. They have been for several teams this year. You feel like your offense isn't getting much done, and then you get a visit from Cincinnati, and it turns things around for you, maybe even if just for one weekend. Before we get to the Black Friday game in Philly between the Eagles and Bears, this is a very important question, PJ. Thanksgiving is always marked by the attached post-meal nap. I'm sorry. It just is. Even if you're locked in on a game, I'm sorry. The tryptophan hits no matter how much turkey you had. Your belly's full. Maybe you've had a drink or two, and you doze off in the recliner or on the couch at grandma's house or wherever it may be, and you miss a little bit. So, first question is, when is Thanksgiving dinner served in the Glasser household, and does it make it appropriate for a post-meal nap? When do you get it in?
So usually when that Cowboys game is kicking off around like 4:15, 4:30 is usually when dinner is served with the game playing in the background. And then, this year is obviously different with the Ravens playing the night game. I'm probably going to be, like looking forward to that I don't think I'll get my nap in. So this year is obviously a different circumstance. I tend to just get my nap in though, if anything, like middle of the Lions game for the most part, or like towards the end of the Lions, like somewhere in between there. I'm usually, once that Cowboys game hits and then dinner is served, I'm normally pretty good after that. So I think if anything, you're looking at like an early day nap on Thanksgiving.
It's tough because these are three really good matchups on Thanksgiving. It doesn't really give you, typically for me, it's like second quarter of the afternoon game, usually the Cowboys game. I nod off. I wake up. Dolly Parton's dancing around in hot pants, and it's like, whoa, she shouldn't look that good for how old she is, but she is. Why am I all of a sudden intrigued by Dolly Parton again? Anyway, side note, that's usually when the nap comes in, is the second quarter of the Cowboys game. But Chiefs-Cowboys, I don't know when that's going to happen this year. I think it's as much a part of the Thanksgiving tradition as the turkey and the football, is getting that little doze on the recliner in at some point on Thanksgiving. Black Friday, you hole up, you get ready for a whole lot more football, including the NFL, who has now taken over Black Friday afternoon as well. 3 Eastern kick in Philly between the Bears and the Eagles. Eagles laying a touchdown against the 8-3 Chicago Bears. They've won 8 out of their last 9. But again, we talk about one of these NFC North teams like we did with the Packers, not having a great track record on the road against decent teams. The Bears, 2 road games against teams with winning records were resounding losses. Week 2, they got waxed by Detroit. Week 8, they lost by a couple of touchdowns at Baltimore. The Eagles maybe reeling after that loss in Dallas, blowing a 21-point lead. I'm sorry, I'm just not comfortable laying a touchdown with the Eagles in any scenario right now, even against a Bears team that may be 8-3, but I'm not totally sold on.
I agree. I can't get there with Philly. I don't really want to bet the Bears either. But Chris, to me, my fear is that, do you remember when the Colts played the Chargers and the Colts got off to a great start this season and the Chargers were favored in that game? And a lot of people were betting the Chargers because we weren't sold on the Colts. And that was the game where we're like, okay, Indy's for real. A lot of us aren't sold on the Bears right now. But I'm worried that they could just like mess around in a game like this and maybe find a way to win. And then all of a sudden we're like, oh, maybe Chicago's like actually decent. And then maybe they fall off after that, But like you said, the Eagles, that's just not an offense I want to lay 7 points with. I think the play is the Bears team total under. Because I think Caleb in the offense struggling is the thing I feel the best about. Philly's defense is playing very well. They're going to be at home. And this Bears offense, I know they played well against the Steelers yesterday, but more often than not, they do look really sluggish at times and really bad. So haven't gotten a number with that yet. I'm thinking, it's probably going to be like 17.5, 18.5, somewhere in that neighborhood, maybe 19.5. And I think Bears team total under probably the way to go. Because look, the Bears could lose a game, 17-14 or somewhere in that range. But I think their team total under probably the play I'll go with.
I do think it's interesting with the +7 being just a little juiced right now. If we get to 7.5, would we make a move on the Bears? And I might think about it. I might give it a good, long, hard look if it gets to 7.5. I still don't know if I'd be in on it, but I think that move might be coming by the time we get to Friday.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It honestly strikes me as one of these games where I think the Bears win outright or I think the Eagles kill them, Like I think it's one of those in-betweens. Yeah. Like I don't really see a game where the Eagles win by 4 or something like that. I kind of think it's like a 27-10 kind of game, or it's like a Bears 21-20 upset somewhere in that range. So That might worry me. You know, it was like last night on Sunday night when the Bucks went up to 7.5, and I thought, ooh, now we're getting Tampa at the hook. I didn't bet it, and thank goodness I didn't. But I just worry about, like, sometimes they give you that hook, and it makes you bet it, and in reality, it's just like there's a reason why I went to 7.5.
The one other interesting thing I will keep an eye on going into this game as we start to get player props posted, I would presume on Wednesday, Thursday, is we've all been waiting for Saquon to get right. The Steelers averaged almost 5.5 yards a carry on the ground against the Bears as they were missing their entire starting linebacker core. That's something to keep an eye on, too. Saquon props going into this one. He may have a chance to get right. We'll take a look at some other Monday morning market moves in the NFL, plus anything else we missed, including a ton of college hoops today, next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Doing our best to stay ahead of the line moves and get you ready for all of this weekend's action, both college football-wise and NFL. Back into some Monday market moves in just a second. Don't forget, if you missed anything, that's why the Odyssey app has that rewind function, and you can always get Bet Sweats in podcast form wherever you get your podcast. Just search for the BetMGM Network, and we've got you covered. You can always watch the show on YouTube as well. Just search for the BetMGM Network. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser today, in for Joe O and Sammy P. Some college hoops already underway today with more games to tip shortly. This is such a great week for sports viewing. Like, as much, PJ, as I love March Madness, obviously, and I'm a big fan of that first weekend in October when you've got wall-to-wall baseball plus a bunch of football as well, and you've got the NBA and NHL starting up. This is a fun week too, man, because a lot of people, they've got a few days off maybe. They're headed somewhere. They're going to relax a little bit. Not only is there a ton of football, there's some hoops thrown into the mix as well.
Oh, it's the best. I mean, really, everything's going on except for baseball. I mean, you truly like if you got a sport, man, everything's going on right about right now. And for football, these games mean so much. And outside of March Madness and, you know, the conference tournaments, this is like the best time of year in college basketball with all these games, all these great matchups. And not only that, Chris, but like the times that these games are starting. I mean, we got Rutgers and Tennessee tipping off in 90 minutes. You know, it's just, it's fantastic. Games all throughout the day. I love it.
Well, if nothing else, the Mets fans can feel like they still have something to complain about, maybe, if they're not happy with the Nimmo deal to Texas for Marcus Semien. I don't know. Mets fans always have something to complain about, so why not throw that into the mix even on Thanksgiving week? But we got through the Thanksgiving and Black Friday games for the NFL. Let's turn our attention towards the Sunday slate and some lines there that are of interest. Let's take the 49ers-Browns game out of the mix, maybe, as well as the Rams-Panthers game, because we have not seen the Rams and Panthers play tonight yet on Monday Night Football. We've talked about the AFC South a good bit. We did earlier with Jason La Canfora. Massive game in Indy this weekend. Texans-Colts. That one at about a field goal or field goal and a hook spread, and has, again, massive implications for the AFC South. A chance for the Colts to give themselves a little breathing room in the division with the Jags and Texans nipping at their heels, or a chance for the Texans to insert themselves back into the conversation with maybe, I'm not sure what the CJ Stroud status is, but I imagine we'll get him back.
I mean, yeah. So the Colts just moved from a 3.5 to a 4.5 point favorite. So I think the initial thoughts is that maybe Stroud isn't going to go potentially, but we'll see where that line moves over the next couple days. Even Chris, to be honest with you, I'm hoping it's Davis Mills, because then we'll get an even better number with Houston. And I think I'm going to like them plus the points in this game. That was a tough loss for Indianapolis yesterday, man. I mean, they had the Chiefs. They had them. They were coming off their bye. They played a great first couple quarters. They couldn't get Jonathan Taylor going, and they still should have won that game. So now they come back home and a massive game. Again, the Jags are 1 game back. Houston's 2 games back, and you haven't played these teams yet this season. So AFC South is wide open. I kind of think you can make the argument that right now the Texans might be the best team in that division because of how damn good that defense is. And we know they won it the last couple of years. So getting 4.5 with Houston, they get that mini bye playing on a Thursday against Buffalo. In no rush to bet it, Chris, because again, the quarterback uncertainty. If it's Stroud, and let's say this line goes back down to 3.5, that's fine. I'd still probably lean Houston. But man, if it's Davis Mills, we can get a 5.5, maybe even a 6 with Houston. I would like the Texans in that spot. So I'm definitely leaning towards Houston in the game.
There's another interesting one in the AFC South. Look, the Titans are a disaster. They're a dumpster fire. They're headed for the first overall pick. But they get the Jags at home. These two haven't met yet, and I'm by no means going to imply that maybe the Titans catch them by surprise. Jacksonville has been Jekyll and Hyde, though, this year. A win over the Cardinals yesterday and an emphatic win over the Chargers the week before, but that was coming off an ugly come-from-ahead loss on the road at Houston, a sketchy win over the Raiders the week before that. We're going to get to another Jekyll and Hyde team here in a second, but maybe two Jekyll and Hyde teams in a big matchup Sunday afternoon. But the Jaguars, I don't know if there's a team that more embodies what the second tier of the AFC playoff picture is about more than the Jacksonville Jaguars, because it's not even just week to week, PJ. It's literally quarter to quarter and drive to drive. You get something different from the Jags. All that being said, I think as long as you don't push me to a 7 here, I'm okay laying the 6.5 on the road at Tennessee.
See, I would actually lean the other way, Chris,
Okay.
with being a divisional game, and when Trevor Lawrence is your quarterback, and I have no idea what he's going to look like on Sunday, and with all the turnovers that he could have, I mean, he made some bad interceptions in that Arizona game, and they still found a way to win. And Tennessee's actually starting to cover some spreads now. I mean, that was the joke for the last year and a half, is the Titans would never, ever cover a spread. They just covered another one against Seattle yesterday. So it was at 7. It's down to 6.5. It's a divisional game. And in games like this, when you got a team like Jags, it's feeling all the pressure, knowing that they got to win. We just saw Houston go in there. Same thing, 6.5-point favorite, divisional game. They only win by 3. I could kind of see this being the same type of thing. So I want to see if this line goes back up to 7 at all this week. If it doesn't and stays planted at 6.5, I kind of think that's telling you the Titans are probably the right side in the game, that they can keep this thing close.
Yeah, it's like I said, the second tier of the AFC has become so many teams are just Jekyll and Hyde from one week to the next. Like I said, one drive to the next in some instances. And I don't know if any two teams encapsulate that maybe as well as the Jaguars as the Steelers and Bills, who meet in a late afternoon kickoff in Pittsburgh on Sunday. The Bills started strong. Then they had that loss to the Patriots, an ugly loss in primetime in Atlanta. Seemed like they were getting right against the Panthers and a nice win against the Chiefs. But since then, it's been ugly loss to the Dolphins, win over the Bucks with Josh Allen figuring in on, 6 touchdowns. Then the ugly Thursday night loss to the Texans. They get a little bit of a mini bye, and you've got Sean McDermott close with Mike Tomlin coming into Pittsburgh against a Steelers team that, you want to talk Jekyll and Hyde, was looking decent to start the year. We mentioned it off the top of the show, 4-1 to start the year, but have never been favorites to win the AFC North because everyone could see what was coming. They are 2-4 since that 4-1 start, and it's been very much the same. It's been an ugly loss to the Bengals on Thursday night, led by Joe Flacco, who'd only been there for about 72 hours. An ugly loss to the Packers, led by Tucker Kraft in the second half. And then all of a sudden, they're like a revelation. They force 6 turnovers and get 6 sacks against Daniel Jones and the Colts, and they look like they're right back in it. Then they look terrible against the Chargers. Then they bounce back against the Bengals. Then they look terrible against the Bears on offense. This is a Steelers team that you never know what you're going to get. And this is not a homer take. This is just a realistic idea on what the Steelers have become and maybe what the Bills have devolved into as well. 1 week it's one thing, the next week it's the opposite. The Steelers getting 3.5, and that hook I think is really important in this one. Getting 3.5 at home against the Bills, I lean Pittsburgh. Not based on any actual evidence from my eyeballs, other than the fact that they just seem to do this under Mike Tomlin. Ping pong back and forth between, they may actually make some noise to, oh my God, they're a disaster. And this week would be they might actually make some noise week.
I mean, the Steelers, a lot of people talk about betting the NFL as like the stock market, right? Buy low, sell high. Like that's the Steelers. Whenever they're at their lowest, that's when it's time to buy. Whenever that's their highest, that's when it's time to sell. And like you said, the Bills are kind of the same way. So both of these teams coming into this game off of a loss, but you said it, Chris. I think anything north of 3, Steelers are the right side in this game. And you would know better than me. I don't feel like Buffalo really ever plays in Pittsburgh. I feel like anytime these two teams played recently, like the games have always been in Buffalo for the most part. We haven't seen Josh Allen go into Pittsburgh all too much here recently. Yeah, man, that's a big game. And we were talking about this off air too. Could you imagine if the Ravens would have beaten Buffalo in week 1? Bills were 6-5. Ravens would have had that tiebreaker. I mean, how much would be riding on this game even more than it is? So, I mean, the Bills probably are going to be in the playoffs, but we were looking at their schedule down the stretch. I mean, there's still games against the Patriots on the road. You still got to play the Eagles. You got to go on the road to Cleveland, which is never easy against that defense. So got some tricky games, including this one. This game, Chris, gives me a lot of vibes to what that Eagles-Cowboys game was this past week, right? Where it was 4.5. Now it's 3.5. I would not be surprised if this game closes at 3. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Steelers pull off the upset. So I'm with you. I lean Pittsburgh here plus the 3.5.
Yeah, there's still a 4 out there. There's still a 4.5. I think the interesting number is, as you mentioned, given the Bills' schedule down the stretch, our producer Zach looked it up earlier in the show. Like you said, we were talking about it off the air. And I think the Bills to miss the playoffs are better than 3-1. I think I have that number right.
I think
So I mean, it's a massive number for the Bills to miss the playoffs. We had all these questions for the last 2 months, really, about the Kansas City Chiefs. And, oh, my God, could you imagine the AFC playoffs without the Chiefs? When in reality, maybe the conversation should have been about the Bills, given some of the ugly losses they've had. I don't know if this would count as an ugly loss. I think a lot would depend on the way it plays out. I mean, do the Bills go into Pittsburgh and all of a sudden the Steelers' defense does what they did to Daniel Jones? Look, I'm not comparing Josh Allen and Daniel Jones here. That's not a fair comparison. But, if they force Allen into some of those mistakes, which have started to bubble up to the surface again in his game, and they actually do something with those mistakes. We've seen the Steelers score touchdowns off of turnovers, directly off of turnovers, multiple weeks in a row now. I think it wouldn't necessarily be an ugly loss based on the opponent, but if it goes down in an ugly way, then all of a sudden that number on the Bills to miss the playoffs is going to shift in a big way. You might miss the opportunity if you think the Bills could stumble down the stretch. Like you said, they've still got a game against the Bengals, and Burrow will have shaken off the rust by then, we presume. They've got to go to New England, to Cleveland against that defense that had 10 sacks yesterday against the Raiders. They've still got Philly on the schedule as well. It's not out of the realm of possibility if the Bills lose this game that they do miss the playoffs.
No, without question. I mean, and again, they've already lost the tiebreaker to Houston, a team you could be battling with for that playoff spot. They do have that win over the Chiefs, which could loom large, and the Ravens. So this really kind of is that make or break game, I think, for the Bills in terms of making that bet, Chris. Like, I think if you make the bet for them to miss the playoffs and they win this game, you're probably going to lose. But if they lose this game, drop to 7-5, same record as the Steelers. If the Ravens win, same record as them. Chiefs win, same record, right? The Jags, I mean, like all these teams, then all of a sudden you start playing that game and maybe the Bills, maybe they do end up missing the playoffs. So, yeah, this is one of those big-time swing games for that market. And with the Steelers being equally as much in desperation mode, I think certainly Mike Tomlin, right? That was a tough loss yesterday. But Monday morning, you come into the facility and you said, all right, boys, here we go. You want to make the playoffs? It starts now. Buffalo at home this week, Baltimore on the road next week. Like, it's time to go. So big 2 week for the Steelers. Rodgers should be back this week. I like Pittsburgh plus the points.
One other game I wanted to bring up on Sunday. The Cardinals travel east to face the Bucs. We would presume without Baker Mayfield. I mean, he's standing on the sideline last night with a sling on his left shoulder. Jacoby Brissett against Teddy Bridgewater. Cardinals are getting 2.5 on the road. I don't know if that's enough to push me to the Arizona side, but we mentioned these injuries are piling up for Tampa. And if this thing gets to 3, I might start to think about it.
I would agree, man. That just feels like a stay away game for me. You can't take too much out of what you saw against Teddy last night because the Rams defense is great. He just kind of got thrown in there. They were down a bunch of points. That pass rush could kind of just tee off, right? So you give him a full week of practice, develop a game plan. And Tampa can run the ball pretty well with Tucker and White, and I think they're going to lean on that a little bit. So yeah, I'm with you. For a game like that, especially if Teddy ends up playing, it's just all line dependent. If I get a good number where I feel like the market is over adjusted too much, I'll probably be on Tampa. And if I feel like we're still getting a decent price with Arizona, then I'll be on that side. At 2.5, it's a stay away. But if we get down to like 1.5, I could see myself being on the Bucs.
So there is plenty of college hoops, as I've mentioned. We'll go inside a couple of those lines coming up next. And also, we got to get you our favorite plays of the day. We'll do that before we wrap up here. Alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P on Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets in just a second. What are our favorite plays of the day? It's a Monday, so we're trying to jump in on some of these lines before they get moving, or maybe as they move to a more advantageous position, especially on Thanksgiving Day games, college football and NFL-wise. Alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P. A lot to get to, including Monday Night Football. And I've mentioned it a couple times throughout the show, PJ. It's a big week for college basketball as well. Some big games being played. You've got the Maui Invitational officially getting up and running, the Maui portion of it anyway. The Players Era Tournament out in Vegas as well. A ton of stacked teams out there. Any college basketball that's catching your eye as we get ready for, tip is just a little more than an hour away in some of these games.
Yeah, look, that Players Era Festival, there's a lot of NIL money going to these teams, so that's why there's so many great teams and games that are being played out there. Some of these other tournaments, like the Battle for Atlantis and the Maui Invitational, which are normally really great, fields on paper aren't as good, but we still should get some good matchups out there. But for the Players Era, I'm excited for this Iowa State and St. John's game today, Chris, because I think a lot of people are going to see Rick Pitino as a dog on a neutral floor at +2.5, and they're going to take St. John's. But their guard play, their perimeter defense is just not what it was last year. They don't have a true point guard, and going up against Iowa State and their defense, I think that's going to be problematic. That total is also interesting. It should have a good pace to it. But with two teams that aren't the greatest shooting teams in the world, and are two defensive-minded teams with defensive-minded head coaches, 157.5 does feel a little high. So that total also caught my eye. Not a game I think I'll bet, but just something that's interesting. A couple games that I do really like tonight, though. I love Oregon. 2.5 at BetMGM. There's some 3.5s out there, and the line's coming down. So if you can still grab the 3.5, certainly do that. I think a lot of people are going to see Auburn nearly beating Houston, and then they're going to see them as an unranked Oregon team, and they're only laying 2.5 and feel like that's an easy bet. Look, there are certain teams and certain coaches that just are really good on neutral floors, and Dana Altman and Oregon have always been terrific early season in these type of games, and I think they're a great bet tonight. So I think Oregon wins that game. I like them against Auburn. And then Chris is a Bama fan. I can tell you that in these neutral site games, when Bama plays these marquee matchups, and we've already seen it against St. John's, we've seen it against Illinois, we're going to see it again tonight against Gonzaga. When they play teams that want to run with them, and Gonzaga's going to want to run, first half over is always my play that I make in these games. It's always 51-47 at halftime, 50-48 at halftime. It's just awesome ball in the first half, and I think you get that again tonight. So 84.5 is the first half bet, which I think is going to shy away some people. You're like, need both teams to get into the 40s. I'm telling you, we're going to get both teams into the 40s tonight in that first half. So Bama Gonzaga first half over. I like that. I like that play as well.
You could give me a first half total in the 90s, PJ. I think I'd be on it in that one. It's funny, two of the games you mentioned are two that I had circled too, and the totals, much like what you mentioned, are the angles that I had. You mentioned St. John's and Iowa State. It started right around 160.5. It's come down over the last 24, 36 hours or so. It's now sitting at 157.5 at BetMGM. There's still a 158.5 out there that I'll probably jump on because I, like you, expect both of these teams to play a more defensive game, and that just seems like a big number for these two teams facing each other. I was surprised when I saw it as high as it was. And then Gonzaga and Bama later tonight, total 177.5. I'll take the full game over. This is a race to 95. It feels like you said, these two teams are going to run. They're going to score a ton. And so I feel pretty good about the total on that one as well. Don't forget to get them all inside the BetMGM app waiting for you. Go get there and get your bets in now. And while you're in there getting your bets in, make sure You download Bet Sweats on whatever platform you use to get your audio, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your audio. We are there for you. All right, lightning bets aside from the college hoops, PJ. I know you're itching to lock in a bunch of Thanksgiving Day bets. What do you got?
Oh man, I'm very excited for the NFL. You want to go NFL or college, Chris, or we start with one? What do you want to do?
Whatever you want to do.
All right. Well, let's start with the NFL because we only got 3 games on Thanksgiving Day. There are some lines moving. I mean, we were talking during the break, and I'm like, man, lines are down to 2.5. Chiefs are down to 3 at some spots. So I'm going to have a bet on every game, and I like the numbers on all these games. Lions minus 2.5, like that against the Packers. I think that goes back up to 3. Too much of an overreaction, Chris, I think, of what we saw yesterday with Green Bay defeating Minnesota pretty easily, the Lions struggling against the Giants. I think Detroit was looking ahead, and I just think that game is more about J.J. McCarthy. Outside of really like 2 games this season, you could argue he's maybe been one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL. And going up against that Packers defense that's much different at Lambeau than they are on the road, I like Detroit minus 2.5. Now that we're down to 3 with Kansas City, I just feel like it's the same handicap as yesterday against the Colts. 3.5, I'm good. Now that we're at 3, I'll take the Chiefs. I think they're going to find a way to win that game. And then the Ravens and the Bengals, 7.5, 7. I think Burrow's going to play, even if he doesn't, I think even with Flacco, I think Cincinnati covers that number. All week, people are just going to talk about what the Bengals are going to, what if Joe Burrow's going to play, what Cincinnati's going to look like. We're not talking enough about the Ravens offense and Lamar, and he just doesn't look right, and he's not running, and Derrick Henry doesn't quite have the burst that we're used to, and he can't get any of those big gains on the ground anymore. So divisional game, I think Cincinnati keeps that close. I like the Bengals plus 7. So those are all the Thanksgiving games I like. And then in college football, I like Auburn plus 5.5. I think that's too many points. I like Washington plus 7.5. I think that's too many points. And on Friday, Georgia Tech and Texas, I like as well, a couple of underdogs. I think Texas wins outright. I think Georgia Tech keeps it within the 13. So, Chris, that time of the year, that week of the year, my friend, I'm going to be on a lot of dogs this week and a lot of these divisional games and a lot of these rivalry games.
Dogs are barking.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the college angles, I'm going to go the opposite direction of you in a couple of those games. Georgia, okay. I'm going to grab at 12.5 before that thing might climb any more, because I feel like it might, especially given Georgia Tech's ugly loss to Pitt on Saturday night. And A&M, I'm going to grab at 2.5 before that thing gets to 3 on the road against Texas. I don't know what to do about Ohio State, Michigan, because it's sitting at 10 right now at BetMGM, and I feel like we might get another move before Saturday. People coming in on Michigan, knowing that they've had Ryan Day's number. There are injury questions at wide receiver for the Buckeyes. I don't want to screw this up, though, and lose the 10. So I might get in on it at 10 and save a little bit more if it should come down under 10. If it gets to 9.5, I might smash it. But I'm going to start with a little bit at 10, where I can get it, including at BetMGM, and then wait to see what happens with that line. If it pushes back up to 10.5 across the board, maybe even more, I'll feel good about what I have. If it gets down under 10, like I said, I'll jump back in on it a little bit more. As for Thanksgiving Day games, you mentioned the line moves that we're seeing on some of these. Detroit down under 3 now in a couple of spots, minus 2.5 to the Packers. Big fan of that one. Give me the Lions under a field goal in that one. Feel really good about it. At home against a Packers offense that is struggling to find anything. We don't know about Josh Jacobs' availability. So I'll take the Lions laying the 2.5. And then Cincy up to 7.5 in some spots. So I think, look, if you get Joe Burrow, then you got in on a really good number in a divisional rivalry game. If you don't get Joe Burrow, if for some reason it's Flacco again, I know Flacco is turning back into a pumpkin, and that would have me worried. But give me the 7 and the hook, and I'm a little more comfortable with it. Is there a chance the Ravens could run away and Flacco could do some stupid things? Sure, that's always a possibility. But I would feel better about it at 7.5 and we might lose that. It's definitely not getting any higher than 7.5 unless we get definitive word that Joe Burrow is not going to play, which I can't imagine we would get before Thursday night. So I'll take Cincy at 7.5 right now, and I'll go into it saying, hey, you know what? Even if it's Flacco, I'll hold my breath and hope for one.
I like it. I think that's a good. A good number on that Bengals game. And then again, an idea that we were kind of throwing around. We were talking about that Niners-Panthers game earlier in the show. I think a teaser with San Francisco and like Philadelphia on Friday. Or again, if you want to tease up Dallas or you want to tease up Green Bay, you want to tease down the Ravens, something like that. But that's kind of just how I feel with this Niners game. 7.5, I don't really want to lay that with the Niners. I don't really want to take Carolina either. I think the teaser is probably the way to go. And then I think I might look at Bryce Young, longest completion over 32.5 yards. I think against that Niners defense, it doesn't get much of a pass rush. I think we could get an explosive play or two out of Bryce tonight. So I think that might be the prop I'm looking at. Tet McMillan over 5.5 receptions at plus 120. I think it's a nice bet as well.
Yeah, it's 7.5 across the board now on Carolina. No 7s left out there. I don't think we'll get any more of a push on that one before kickoff tonight. I'm back and forth. I'm waffling on the Panthers at 7.5, so I'll probably stay away from a side, and I'll probably just go in on my Christian McCaffrey receiving yardage prop. 43.5. Again, 10 games. He's hit that 8 times this year, and twice he only missed that number by a couple of yards. So I think with the Panthers being a little more susceptible through the air than on the ground on defense, I think it's a big Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle kind of game. So I'll take McCaffrey over 43.5 receiving yards, and probably, to be honest, take a look at the Kittle number as well, which last I checked was sitting at, make sure I have the right number, 54.5. And he's hit that in each of the last 2 games. So some receiving props for the Niners against the Panthers on Monday Night Football tonight. PJ, it's been a joy, my friend. If I don't talk to you, have a happy Thanksgiving.
You too, Chris. Always good seeing you, man. Happy Turkey Day. Hope to talk again soon.
Absolutely. We'll be back tomorrow. Kate Constable in with me. For David Dykstra, Brian Gertz, Zach Kroll, and our entire team here at the BetMGM Network. Thanks to you, this has been Bet Sweats.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Are you ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Welcome into another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, of course, where you can always make it legendary. I am Bill Zimmerman. I'm the EP of You Better You Bet, filling in for Femi Abebefe today. Now, with Femi out, Mitch Rosen and Andrew Williams are esteemed bosses. They look down into the bullpen. There weren't a lot of arms available on a holiday week, so that's right. Yours truly got the call. I'm excited to be with you for the next hour, which, of course, then Nick Costos will take over at 4 o'clock Eastern. He has plenty of thoughts around the National Football League to get to. Of course, you can catch us the show on numerous platforms, including 24 hours a day on the free Odyssey app. You can watch us on Twitch at the BetMGM Network, on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can also watch us on Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, plenty of other places. And of course, you can listen to us on SiriusXM, Sirius Radios, that's channel 160, XM 205. And it wouldn't be 2025 if we didn't give social media a plug. You can hit me up on Twitter at Bill T. Zimmerman. The show is, of course, at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network, all of those on Twitter, where you can find all the wagertainment your heart desires. We've got the crew with us today. Of course, Kenny Henderson, Mike Brown, Tyler Morales, and Sean Haw. And of course, if you miss anything, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. Plenty of content on that feed put up there on a daily basis. So check it out there, and please subscribe, rate, and review. We've got two guests coming up on the show today at 3:20 Eastern here in just about 20 minutes. Clay Harbor of CHSN, who you can also hear frequently on the BetMGM Network on the Better Angle. He's going to join us to break down the Chicago Bears and the NFC North, where the NFC playoff picture is getting really interesting, and I am fascinated by it. And then at 6:20 Eastern, the Glass Man will join us. That's right, PJ Glasser will be by. He's going to give us his thoughts on everything in college football, as we are just a couple weeks away from the final college football playoff bracket. Now, Nick Costos, he's going to kick it off at the top of the next hour with his thoughts on the Philadelphia Eagles' collapse against the Dallas Cowboys. And before that, 40 minutes from right now, Tyler Morales, our own Tyler Morales, is going to jump on. He's going to give us his thoughts around what he saw on college football on Saturday. A lot of interesting things to talk about there as the playoff picture is really starting to take shape. But we need to start with the NFL, where news is fast and furious across the league today. Baker Mayfield, a sprained AC joint. He is questionable for the Bucs game this weekend. Shedeur Sanders has already been named the Browns starter for this week after leading them to a victory yesterday. Vikings QB J.J. McCarthy is back in concussion protocol. He's in danger of missing Minnesota's game this week. Of course, plenty of social media speculation if that concussion is legitimate after J.J. McCarthy has struggled mightily and the Minnesota Vikings offense has vanished over the last few weeks. And the big news, Joe Burrow is back. The Cincinnati Bengals starting quarterback will be back on Thanksgiving night, where the Bengals take on the Baltimore Ravens. We are going to get into all of that news over the course of the next 4 hours. But before we do, I want to take a look at the AFC and NFC playoff pictures, because things got interesting on Sunday, because I think everybody, and there's a lot of people around the league, fans that just want to see the Chiefs go away. And I think they thought the Chiefs were on the cusp of that happening with the Colts out to a demanding lead, but you can never seemingly count out the Kansas City Chiefs. Their season was dead, but they come back win the game in overtime. And that opens up a lot of different aspects of the AFC playoff picture. And I want to kind of talk about a few of my favorite bets right now in terms of AFC playoff futures with everything that's developing. Because for me, when I'm looking at the AFC playoff picture, I'm looking at some specific teams because I like to look at who is the right bet to miss the playoffs. Right now, I think that's the most interesting bets you can make because when you break it down, we can start in the AFC East. And we know the New England Patriots and the Buffalo Bills. Now, maybe you're going to go wild and you want to pick the Buffalo Bills to miss the playoffs. I'm not doing that. Josh Allen can be Superman too often. I think the Patriots and the Bills are comfortably going to win, to make playoff spots in the AFC East. In the AFC North, I think we're all expecting now the Baltimore Ravens to win that division. There's not much of a bet to be made there, especially if you think the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to fade down the stretch. I certainly do. If you like the Steelers to win that division still, they've got 2 games left with the Ravens. You can make that bet and you can get nice plus money on it. But for me, I don't like that. I think the Ravens are comfortably going to win that division. Steelers miss. I think the AFC North only gets 1 representative. So with that, we're talking about 4 playoff spots left coming out of the AFC South and the AFC West. And of course, when we look at it, we've got 3 teams in the West between the Broncos, the Chargers, and the Chiefs. And we've got 3 teams in the AFC South with the Jaguars, the Texans, and the Colts. So when you're looking at this, you have an opportunity to pick 2 teams with plus money potentially to miss the playoffs. So where am I looking right now? That's where I want to start. Then I want to talk about a couple bets I like in the NFC playoff picture as well. For me, I'm looking at this, and Femi Abebefe was on this last week. He nailed it, and we talked about it. The Texans right now are still plus 650 to win the AFC South. They've got a couple games here left with the Indianapolis Colts, and that's going to give them an opportunity to make things interesting. I am not the biggest believer in the Colts. I think the Colts are certainly going to make the playoffs. That would be an incredible collapse if the Colts didn't make the playoffs. I also think the Denver Broncos are comfortably going to make the playoffs. So when we think about that, we're down to 2 available spots for those 4 teams. The teams I like to miss, the bets I'm placing, is the LA Chargers to miss the playoffs. It's only plus 115. Chargers sitting at 7-4 to me right now. And I talked about this before the season with Femi Abebefe. I talked about how much I like the Justin Herbert and Jim Harbaugh combination. But with the injuries to the offensive line they've had, it's just not going to happen for the Chargers to me this year. I think they are clearly the team that's going to miss. And honestly, based on the numbers that you can see over at BetMGM, plus 115 to miss the playoffs is pretty short. You can still get some plus money on it. That's a bet I like. Now, the other one I really like, because again, I'm not betting against the Kansas City Chiefs. And if you're not betting against the Kansas City Chiefs, and I get it, they don't have the tiebreaker with this team, I'm still not buying it. Jacksonville Jaguars to miss right now, sitting at plus 240. But here's the interesting thing here. They play the Tennessee Titans this week. If you wait a week, let the Jaguars get another win under their belt, then things get a little trickier for the Jaguars. I would potentially wait a week. Jaguars win a game, get that at even better plus money odds. Then I am placing a bet on the Jaguars to miss the playoffs because I do think the Texans make it. I think the Colts make it. I think the Broncos make it. And I think the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't know exactly what the order is going to be, but I think that's who rounds out the AFC playoffs for you in 2025. Now in the NFC, that's where I think it's really fascinating because for me, I look at this and see 8 viable teams for 7 spots, and it's just coming down to exactly who do you think is going to be the odd team out. Now, maybe you're a fan of the Carolina Panthers and you like them and you think they've got a shot. Now, look, I think Dave Canales deserves plenty of credit for what he's been able to accomplish with this Panthers team this year. Of course, they're playing tonight on Monday Night Football against the San Francisco 49ers. To me, this is where the bottom falls out for the Panthers. Maybe they even beat the Niners. I don't think they will, but even if so, they have the Rams, they have 2 with the Bucks, and they have Seattle. To me, you can sit there if you're an optimist and you can say they've got a chance to prove themselves against those teams and put themselves in a position to win the South, 2 against the Bucs, they absolutely do. Baker Mayfield, of course, we don't know exactly what his situation is. There's an opportunity there. I just don't see that opportunity coming through for Carolina. I think this is where they fade. I think it's good night, Irene, for the Carolina Panthers, and that leaves us with those 8 teams. And to me, obviously, if I'm saying the Panthers are out, the Bucs are in the South, the Eagles are in the East, and then we've got the North and the West where things get interesting. I would be shocked if the Rams or the Seahawks, obviously the Rams are making the playoffs. The Seahawks, I would be stunned if they miss the playoffs. Fantastic number if you think the Seahawks are going to fade. That defense is too good. Sam Darnold's gonna do enough for sure. JSN is having an absolutely incredible season. I'm not touching the Seattle Seahawks in terms of them missing the playoffs, but I do think it gets interesting after that. The San Francisco 49ers. I think a lot of people like the 49ers to potentially miss the playoffs. You can get that number at plus 400 right now over at BetMGM. But to me, I think the Niners are about to go on a run. They've got Brock Purdy back. They've got the Panthers tonight. Then they play the Browns and the Titans in their next 2 games. If the 49ers are sitting at 10-4, it would take a heck of a collapse. Now it's Colts, Bears, Seahawks for them to finish. They are not easy games, but I think literally they need to win one of those last 3 to secure a playoff spot. It would be an epic collapse. And I'll tell you what, if you want to bet against the Niners, I don't know what that number is going to be at 10-4, if that's indeed what their record is, but that is going to be a tall order for the 49ers to miss at that point. So if the 49ers, I think the 49ers are pretty secure. So if you're talking about that, you're talking about 3 teams coming out of the West. That means you've only got 1 wild card spot left, and of course the division winner in the North. You've got the Bears, Packers, and Lions vying for those 2 final spots. The 7-4 Lions. I think this game on Thanksgiving, to start Thanksgiving with Lions-Packers, is an absolutely incredible game. I know everyone's talking about Chiefs-Cowboys, and for good reason. That Chiefs-Cowboys game is going to be absolutely incredible. Incredible game. But the starter, the appetizer, you're telling me, is Lions-Packers, and that game, it could not be more impactful for both teams. If the Lions lose that game, obviously it's a home game, they are going to be in rough shape down the stretch. Now, I'm a fan of Detroit here. I think they're going to have things going in the right direction. If you think Detroit's going to win that game, they're in good shape at 8-4 at that point. Cowboys, Rams, Steelers, Vikings, Bears. I think the Vikings are an absolute mess. I'm not as big of a believer in the Cowboys right now as some other people. I think they are a good team. I don't think they are necessarily a playoff team. If you notice, I didn't even spend a minute on them. I know Nick Costos has plenty of thoughts in about 45 minutes. You want to make sure you listen to that. But to me, the question here is the Bears and the Packers. That's where this comes down to me. Packers right now, again, the Lions, I should mention, plus 280 right now to miss the playoffs over at BetMGM. Packers sitting at plus 350, Bears at plus 135. It's not a surprise that the Chicago Bears, even though they're sitting at 8-3, are currently the team that most people think are going to miss. Plus 135, not too much on the plus money side. However, if you think the Bears can split with the Green Bay Packers, and to me, the way the Packers are playing right now, I know they've won the last couple of games here, but there's definitely some warts on that team. That offense is not clicking like it has with Matt LaFleur and Jordan Love in the past. If you think the Lions are winning this week, Packers fall in the 7-4-1, and if you think the Bears can split with the Packers and deliver the Packers a 5th loss, the Packers still have at Denver, the Ravens, and then they have at the Vikings to finish. That is a rough stretch. Again, I think they can beat the Vikings with the season on the line, but Ravens are going to be having something to play for. Obviously, the Broncos defense, that is not an easy win, especially in Denver. Packers lose both those games, they are going to be in a tough spot. They've got that tie. So for all these other teams, 11 is the magic number. For the Packers, it's a little easier. 10 is the magic number for them because I think 10-7 is where it gets really tricky in the NFC. And for the Chicago Bears, they do have a home game against Cleveland. Again, those 2 Packers games are huge. If they split with the Packers, that's their 10th win. They just need to win one more against the Eagles, 49ers, and Lions for themselves to secure a playoff spot. So right now for me, in the NFC, my favorite bet in terms of team to miss the playoffs is the Green Bay Packers at plus 350. I think things are going to get bumpy for Matt LaFleur and company down the stretch in December, and I think the Packers are going to stumble just enough and be the team on the outside looking in. If you want to bet Chicago, you go ahead and bet Chicago. But for me, it's the Green Bay Packers in the NFC that will be on the outside looking in. All right, when we get back from break, we are going to be joined by Clay Harbor of CHSN. He's going to break down the Chicago Bears and the NFC North with us. This is Bill Zimmerman. You're locked into You Better You Bet. Stick around. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
clock is ticking. They need 6 yards. Rudolph throws, and it's tipped to the line of scrimmage. It's over. The Bears defense comes through.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
You heard it there on CBS. Ian Eagle and J.J. Watt on the call as the Chicago Bears defeat the Pittsburgh Steelers 31-28, moving the Chicago Bears record to the season to 8-3. Of course, we all saw that coming back in August. We're going to talk about the Bears. We're going to talk about the NFC North and the NFC playoff picture as things start getting really interesting in that conference. We're going to do it right now with Clay Harbor of CHSN. You can even hear him on the Better Angle pretty frequently on the BetMGM network as well. Clay joins me now. Clay, Bill Zimmerman, how you doing?
Doing great, Bill. Looking forward to talking some Bears, some NFC North, little big Eagles-Bears game here in Black Friday coming up, so a lot to talk about.
Yeah, that Black Friday game is going to be fascinating. 2 teams at 8-3, but the vibes going in completely opposite directions for both those teams. And let's start with the Chicago Bears. You're in Chicago. You cover this team closely. To me, this is a remarkable season that Ben Johnson has pulled off. I think a lot of people in the media, a lot of gamblers across the country still don't believe in this team because of the way they're winning games. It may not look clean all the time, but regardless, this team has won 8 of their last 9.
Yeah, back in college, I used to have this white Ford Mercury Mystique. This was an old car. It was probably about 15 years old, but it may have had a little hum in the engine. Maybe it had a couple dents. The tires may not have been great, but it got the job done. It got me from point A to point B, and what the Chicago Bears are doing is they're getting the job done. It may not look pretty, it may not sound pretty, but they're winning. They're winning football games, and you can only play who's on the schedule. And I know people are going to say Mason Rudolph was the starting quarterback, Aaron Rodgers was out. The Bears didn't have 7 starters on defense. I mean, this team was decimated by injury, and they still showed up. They made enough plays, didn't have their left tackle, and they came away with a W.
Yeah, I mean, that really was kind of that Ben Johnson culture win for them. I mean, and look, for those of us with this, that was a 2.5 spread, so the Bears do cover. So for those who bet the Bears, they're thrilled with the outcome there. But
I was one of them.
Aside,
I was one of them.
The culture that Ben Johnson's built, because like you talked about, all these starters are out. DeMarco Jackson, people like that coming out with game balls and getting 15, 16 tackles. This was not your typical, oh, well, Caleb Williams made one play or this happened or that happened. For Ben Johnson to be able to rally the group like he did, you can talk about Mason Rudolph, you can do all you want, but this team was leading the AFC North, and the Bears beat them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a solid football team. This is a Mike Tomlin-led football team. And you look at Mason Rudolph. People think Mason Rudolph is some slouch because he's a backup quarterback. In his history with the Pittsburgh Steelers, he's 8-4-1. Like, this guy's won double the games he's lost. Yes, I know we had a little bit of a debacle in Tennessee, but we all see what type of organization Tennessee is. Last year with Tennessee wasn't the best, but he's a guy that can win some games. And Ben Johnson has just shown time and time again that he puts his players in positions for them to be successful. He's not going to put a guy in a position that they're not comfortable in. And case in point, you have a left tackle, Ozzie Trapillo, who's a right tackle. He lost the left tackle battle coming out of training camp, and they moved him to backup right tackle. Braxton Jones goes down in practice. He's an IR. The backup left tackle, Theo Benedict, wins a job. Ozzie Trapillo comes out playing left tackle, and Ben Johnson, with his game plan, a lot of chips, some nudges, making sure there's running backs there, but Ozzie held his own. But he's not going to put Ozzie in a position to where he has a lot of one-on-one blocks against TJ Watt or against Nick Herbig, who's having a great year. He is going to make sure to hide the weaknesses and accentuate the strengths of this team. And that's what you see him do with Caleb Williams. You just look at the under center stuff for Caleb Williams this year. Last year, he ran under center 15% of the time. This year, he's over double that at 35% of the time. And they are running the 4th most play action passes in the entire NFL after being bottom 5 last year. This guy knows offense, but better than that, he's a motivator. He knows how to put the guys in the correct spots to win football games, and he delegates enough to his staff, guys like Dennis Allen, guys like Antoine Randall, guys like Eric Bieniemy, to let them do their jobs as well.
Now, let me just ask you, because like you said, the Bears can only play who's on their schedule, but to be fair, their schedule has been fairly soft to this point. It's going to get a lot more difficult, too, with the Green Bay Packers. Like you mentioned, the Philadelphia Eagles coming up here on Friday, as well as the San Francisco 49ers, Detroit Lions. They do have one with the Cleveland Browns. The way the Bears are playing, the way the Bears are winning games, can this translate and continue against much stiffer competition?
Well, coming into the game, they had 24 takeaways. They had 2 more yesterday, so 26. NFL leading. What they're good at? Taking the ball away, and they're good in late down situations. The money down, third down, the most important down in NFL football. That's why we have a whole day predicated to it back in game planning, right? You have base package. Then guess what you have on your second day on Thursday practices? You have third down, because there's so much blitz. There's so much that goes into it. You win third down, you win the game. And the Bears defense, although they aren't good, they're in the bottom 4th of the league in yards and points per game. But they're giving up 33% of third downs, which makes them second in the NFL. And obviously the takeaways is what really makes the game, makes them win these games. Like if you don't have the takeaways, you don't win these games. And Caleb Williams, so far this season, almost 2,600 yards, 16 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, right? So a guy that's only turning the ball over 4 times with that many 16 touchdowns is a recipe for winning football games. Don't turn the ball over, get turnovers, success on third down.
Talking with Clay Harbor of CHSN, breaking down the Chicago Bears and the NFC North. And Clay, I want to ask you about the Lions and the Packers and their prospects for making the playoffs. But before I do, I want to talk to you about the Minnesota Vikings and specifically J.J. McCarthy, who is back in concussion protocol. Vikings said it wasn't a particular hit, that he just became symptomatic on the plane. Back in protocol. It looks like Max Brosmer is going to get his first NFL start for the Vikings. But I want to talk to you about JJ the player. And look, it's way too early to write off a player. I know a lot of people like to point to Josh Allen, but Clay, if I'm sitting here, if I'm Kevin O'Connell and I look at how JJ McCarthy has played the last couple of weeks, I would be very concerned that he is ever going to be able to find his footing as an NFL quarterback. And making it doubly worse, they had Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones in the building last year.
Yeah, and you got a good receiving crew, and you had a decent offensive line, although they didn't show it against the Packers. The Packers straight up got after him. Micah Parsons had Christian Darrisaw looking like a turnstile when he was in there. He only played 19 snaps, but he gave up 2 sacks and 5 pressures. So the offensive line didn't play good. J.J. McCarthy, since he's been playing, the Vikings are leading the NFL in dropped passes. It's not good for a young quarterback. They get down that way. But when you go 12 for 19 for 87 yards, I'm not talking about a quarter. I'm not talking about a half. I'm talking about a game. 87 yards, two interceptions, and a 34 passer rating. That's just not a way you can win football games. And I know there's been a couple of these statistics floating around social media about J.J. McCarthy. And since one of these I thought was interesting, since 2010, only 3 first-round quarterbacks have had a passer rating under 65 in their first 6 starts. 1, J.J. McCarthy. 2, my former teammate Blaine Gabbert. And 3, Zach Wilson. That's not a good group of guys to be around in any sense.
Yeah, I saw another one about his EPA and where it is after Exxon Munder starts. The only person below him is Jamarcus Russell. So the company he's keeping is not good. And obviously the way he played led to the Packers having a pretty comfortable victory. But the Packers have been very up and down lately. They had to kind of do fight and claw to get the win the previous week against the Giants. They had a couple rough losses. People were questioning Matt LaFleur. People were questioning Jordan Love. Packers' schedule gets a lot more difficult here down the stretch. Baltimore, Denver, a couple with Chicago. Where are you with the Packers in terms of their chances to make the playoffs here? Because there is going to be one good team, Clay, whether it's the Bears, Packers, Lions, 49ers, somebody's going to miss the playoffs.
Yeah, if the playoffs started today, the Detroit Lions aren't in the playoffs. Like, how crazy is that? I like the Packers' chances, though. I know they got a tough remaining schedule, but I think Jordan Love will do enough. But this Packers defense is the reason I'm so high in the Packers. And obviously a big part of that's Micah Parsons. In 11 games for the Packers, he's got 10 sacks, 20 quarterback hits, and 60 pressures according to Next Gen Stats. He's just a guy that you have to game plan towards all the time as a tight end. I know going in this game, I'm going to have to chip him. We're going to have running backs thrown at him. We're going to have to slide our protections to him. But he can also rush from each side. He can rush from the inside. He's just so hard to game plan for. And he's a game record. You look what they did against Minnesota. I mean, 6 points, 5 sacks, 3 takeaways, and a 34 pass rating allowed. Jeff Hafley is a guy that might be in line for a head coaching gig soon, as good as this Packers team has been playing.
Yeah, and this Packers team, the way this defense is playing, this Lions team that you've talked about, they are squaring off the appetizers, so to speak, for Chiefs Cowboys is Packers Lions to start your Thanksgiving. This is going to be a crucial game for both these teams. Do you have any early feelings here on Monday about how this game could go on Thursday?
Man, I am so torn, but after watching what Jahmyr Gibbs did, I know they're going against a bad Giants team, and they have Jameis Winston scoring touchdowns. They have to kick a 59-yard field goal to take it to overtime against the Giants, but they did it. And you look at Jahmyr Gibbs, 15 carries, 219 rushing yards, 11 catches, 45 receiving yards, 3 total touchdowns. I love Jonathan Taylor, but this guy might be the best running back in the NFL. I mean, he's just an exclusive class. He's just so good. And if they keep handing them the ball, good things are going to happen. Amon-Ra St. Brown is a guy that is probably the best slot receiver in the entire NFL. He's just a guy that gets it done, one of the most meticulous route runners, in and out of breaks, great hands. I know you lose Sam Laporta for the season, but you still got Jameson Williams back there. I'm not confident in Dan Campbell is going to be a great offensive coordinator. Same guy talking about biting kneecaps is now trying to be an analytical offensive coordinator. So I don't know how that's going to work out, but I do know you got a veteran quarterback, you got a solid defense with a solid pass rush, and you got Jahmyr Gibbs. So if I was leaning in one direction, it would probably be towards the Lions.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, it's a coin flip game for me as far as I'm concerned right now. But, you brought up Dan Campbell and having not a ton of confidence in him. And I'll be honest, coming into this season, I kind of was like, well, Dan Campbell's the great culture setter, but Ben Johnson's running the offense, Aaron Glenn's running the defense. Without those, and a lot of assistants they lost as well. They lost 4 or 5 assistants as well underneath both those guys going to other staffs. I really thought this coaching staff was really going to take a hit, and we were going to see the Lions tumble. Now, obviously, they're 7-4. They're losing more games than they did last year, but I actually have been impressed with the Lions overall. I know Dan Campbell took over the play calling duties. Some people questioned him on some of the decisions he's made, but overall, I actually have gained more respect for Dan Campbell as a head coach this season and him navigating this season the way he has.
Yeah, and he's taken over the play calling from Johnny Morton because he felt like that was the best thing for the team. This is a CEO type head coach. I don't know if that's going to take a little bit of his stuff away from the rest of the team. Is he going to be able to really focus on the defense and managing the games now that he's calling the plays, something he's never done before? But Dan Campbell's a former tight end coach of mine. He's very intelligent. He knows ball. He played in this league for 10 years, so he knows how the players think, how they work. So I think he'll figure it out. But to go back to the team they're playing against, when you got the Packers, this was an interesting nugget I found. The Packers have now allowed 20 or fewer points in 8 of their first 11 games in 2025. I mean, that's pretty impressive. And for them to be able to do that in 8 of 11 games, that just shows you how good their defense is. So can Dan Campbell find a way to attack this team, this defense that is bit of late?
All right. Last question for you, Clay. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. We've been talking NFC playoff picture here. Like I said, I think there's 8 viable teams for 7 spots, which means one of these teams, if I'm putting the Panthers aside, I don't think they're one of the viable teams. I think it's the Bears, the Packers, the Lions, and the 49ers. 3 out of those 4 teams make the playoffs. In about 30 seconds, what of those 4 teams, which one misses the playoffs this season?
Man, I will say, I mean, it's tough. I think 2 teams are probably going to make it through from the NFC North. I love the Lions. I think, man, 30 seconds, clock's ticking down, buzzer beater. I'm going to say the 49ers missed the playoffs. I mean, I know you're getting Brock Purdy back, and that's pretty good, if you know what I'm saying, for them. But with their defense, Fred Warner's out. I know they've had some guys step up. You're giving a lot of touches to Christian McCaffrey. I just think the 49ers might be missing out on the dance this year.
All right, Clay, we will see if you're right next month. It's going to be a fun down the stretch here in the NFC. Thank you for the interview. I enjoyed it.
Appreciate you. Have a good day.
All right, there he is, Clay Harbor of CHSN. And, of course, you can catch him occasionally on the BetMGM network on the Better Angle as well. When we get back on the other side, we've got college football to break down. The college football playoff, the final bracket is just a couple of weeks away. We are going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it with the great Tyler Morales. We're going to break down everything you need to know about the college football playoff next. This is You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back into You Better You Bet. Bill Zimmerman with you as we march along here on a terrific Football Monday. Coming up in 20 minutes, the one and only Nick Kostos joins. He's got plenty on his mind. He's going to talk Cowboys, Eagles. He's going to talk about his Kansas City Chiefs and their huge win over the Indianapolis Colts. He's got plenty more to talk about as well, including that impressive win by the LA Rams on Sunday Night Football. Speaking of Sunday Night Football, we've got Monday Night Football tonight. And if we go over to BetMGM, where, of course, you can make it legendary, little update on the numbers here. 49ers currently sitting as a 7.5-point favorite. You can get a little more juice towards the Carolina Panthers, minus 115 on the Panthers side. The total points currently set at 49.5. You want to get a little wild on the money line. Carolina Panthers plus 310. San Francisco 49ers, a heavy favorite, obviously, at minus 400. Now, for me, when I look at that game, this is a prove-it game for the Carolina Panthers. Now, if I was betting this one, I don't have a bet that I love in this game, but if you said, water gun to your head, Bill, what's the bet you're making? I'm going to take the Carolina Panthers at that plus 7.5. I do think the Panthers can keep it close the way Dave Canales has had this team playing, but I just think if you want to get wild and sprinkle on the money line, you go ahead. But I just think the Carolina Panthers have had a favorable schedule. And when the going gets tough here down the stretch for them, they are going to struggle. But let's transition over to the world of college football, because we have a lot going on in the world of college football. Just a couple weeks away from the final bracket. And we've got a college football expert amongst our crew. He is Tyler Morales, who had a wild weekend in Nashville where he sat around and played solitaire and didn't do anything, and I'm sure stayed calm and just didn't get out on the streets, just drank some soda, had some beer, and played some solitaire. Right, Tyler?
I'll say this. I know people always say, like, oh, you don't want Vegas to be like more than like a 2-night town. You want to be 3 nights. I challenge them to go to Nashville for 3 nights, because I'll be honest, I wasn't feeling the best coming home. I'm a little sick right now. 3 days of like binge drinking with like 10 of your friends isn't usually probably a recipe to feel healthy. But I feel good. I had a great weekend, which was a ton of fun. I'd go back maybe like in a few years, though. I'd go back. But I had a blast. Loved my time there.
Yeah, no, Nashville is on the, I like to travel. I've been to a lot of places. Nashville is on my bucket list. There's not many U.S. cities I haven't hit. Nashville is one of them. In fact, I had a trip there in the spring I had to cancel. So we'll see if I can get there soon. But I don't know if I'm going to hit it quite as hard as you did, Tyler. Now,
yeah, don't do it.
Now, speaking of teams that have gotten healthy, let's talk about Dan Lanning's Oregon Ducks there, because I think a lot of people, Tyler, thought that they were just a paper tiger, so to speak, a team that hadn't come up and played anybody and did anything. They had a chance to prove it against USC. I think they showed that this is absolutely that they've got a spot in this playoff and that they deserve a spot in this playoff after that victory.
Absolutely, and that was an impressive win. And on this show, me, Nick Kostos, my buddies who I with in Nashville, we all had USC. They didn't cover the spread. I didn't think USC really got outplayed that much. Like, you look at the box score, it was pretty even. Like you said, remember, Oregon has dealt with a ton of injuries. They don't have Gary Bryant. DeCorian Moore was the number 1 recruit in the country, and he's been the number 1 receiver all season. He hasn't been there. Kenyon Sadiq missed a ton of games. He finally came back. He's going to be a future first-round pick. So they really have dealt with a ton of injuries. And what they've really done is kind of leaned on the run game. They got a tremendous trio in the backfield with Jordan Davis, Noah Winnington, and De'Aaron Hill. And they kind of just run all over teams. USC could not stop the run against Oregon. And USC isn't really the best defense, but Oregon's kind of been able to do whatever they want with their running game. And they really found something this on Saturday. I don't think they could win the title. I know a lot of people think like maybe there's some untapped potential. I do think there is a little bit of a ceiling, but I don't think they can win a national title currently constructed. I think they can win a game or two. Like, if you look at the bracket that just came out last week, and we'll get a new one obviously coming up this week, we're slated to play Alabama, and then they're slated to play Indiana in the second round. Like, I think they could win those 2 games. I think they're definitely a team that can win a few games in the college football playoffs. Dante Moore doesn't, out of maybe all the quarterbacks in the playoffs, if you take away the group of 5 team, like maybe Dante Moore's like on the second or third on the bottom of that list, the guys that I trust to win a game, a big game in the playoff. But the team is loaded. Defensively, they're outstanding, and Dan Lanning's an outstanding coach. So I do think there's some untapped potential there to maybe win a game or two. Don't think they can win the national championship currently constructed. They play Washington on Saturday. They're 6.5-point favorites. Probably will win that game. I think Washington hasn't been great the past few weeks, but they did blow out UCLA on Saturday. I was impressed with Oregon. I was also impressed with USC, even though they're not going to make the playoffs. Maybe they're a team we buy on next week just to blow out UCLA. But Oregon stood out to me. I was really impressed with what they did.
Yeah, and even if they're not a true championship contender, if they're live, of course, that can present some unique gambling opportunities here when we get to the playoff. That should be a lot of fun. Now, what wasn't fun for me, Tyler, as a Syracuse alum, was what transpired with Notre Dame and Syracuse on Saturday. It was absolutely absurd. If people just look and see the 70-7 box score, it really wasn't even that close. Notre Dame had a 42-0 lead 5 seconds into the second quarter. And if they didn't let the foot off the gas, it literally could have been 91 or 98-0. Obviously, Syracuse isn't a good football team. I know you and I are Fran Brown fans, but not a great showing for his squad there. But what can you take away from Notre Dame with this victory? I mean, is this a team that maybe with the early losses, we wrote off as someone who couldn't really contend, but maybe they can?
Yeah, so off air the past few weeks, I've been workshopping this take with Nick. I mean, it's not really that stunning of a take. I think other people agree with, have the same idea. I think Notre Dame's the second most likely team that can win the national championship, and their odds are fourth. Listen, Syracuse got boat race. Like you said, there have been injuries all over the field with this team. I think Fran Brown's like halfway out the door, and then Syracuse is going to go back to being the dumpster fire that they were in their conference. It sounds crazy, but like the 70-7 win, like, wasn't really like my biggest takeaway and out of this game. It really didn't mean much to me. Like, it happens in college football. Teams get blown out and the game just gets away from them. I think Notre Dame kind of just run up the score, which, I mean, it did. It was 70-7. Right now they're plus 900 to win the national championship. I think they should be the second most likely to win. Ohio State's the favorite, which they should be. Indiana second. Like, in my opinion, Indiana's on upset watch. Whoever they play in the first round, they're probably gonna get a bye. No matter who they play, they just don't have the talent. Mendoza's awesome. Unless they play a group of 5 team, they'll blow one of those teams out. But Mendoza's awesome. They're talent deficient, and I don't think they're going to beat Ohio State in the Big Ten championship. Cinetti's doing a great job. I think if you put a head-to-head matchup, I would take Notre Dame against Indiana. And if you go, and the third most likely is Texas A&M, who Notre Dame played earlier in the season and lost by 1. You play it again, definitely believe Notre Dame can win that game. Notre Dame should have won multiple times in that Week 3 game against Texas A&M. So Notre Dame is a plus 900 to win the title. I want to see how their path shakes up, because right now, the bracket will change this week. What we're going off of was last week. If Notre Dame, they were slated as the 9th seed to play Oklahoma. If they win that game, they play Ohio State. Tough to bet Notre Dame at plus 900 if you're going to go against Ohio State in the second round. So I don't think it's a bet just yet, but we need to see how this path shakes out, because out of all these teams outside of Ohio State, to me, a lot of them are just even. And it's all going to be on path, and it's going to be on who they play against. So you're telling me if Notre Dame gets to avoid Ohio State for like a round or two, I think that's a tremendous bet to win the national championship. Plus 900 right now. They play Stanford on Saturday. They're 32.5-point favorites. Wouldn't be shocked if we got another like 60-7, 60-3 game with Notre Dame. But Jeremiah Love's now catapulted to the second favorite to win the Heisman. I love what this Notre Dame team doing. Every single week they get better defensively. Let's see how the path shakes out. But I think Notre Dame's going to be a team I buy on a ton here in the playoffs. I have been totally impressed with what they've done. And usually I'm someone that fades Notre Dame the past few years, because I don't think they have the talent usually. This year they're they're ready to go. So I'm all in on Notre Dame. Like to see the path, but I think they can win the national championship this year if the path shakes out well.
100%. Notre Dame, a fascinating team here down the stretch. And you mentioned one of those teams that they lost to, Texas A&M. Now, Texas A&M has an interesting opponent coming up this week. Texas almost certainly doesn't have a shot at the playoff here. Now, if they beat A&M, 57-6, then who knows what they're going to do. Obviously, I don't think anyone's going to think that. But I will say, Arch Manning's performance was kind of the Arch Manning that I think a lot of people expected to see this year. They didn't see it. Do you think Texas is live at all to maybe give A&M some trouble here on Saturday?
I actually have a pretty strong take in this game. I think A&M should beat them easily. Like, I was thinking about this when we were watching the games, and I was wagertaining with my friends. I was shooting out some takes, seeing how they reacted. And, let's look at all Texas's best offensive performances this year. They won 55-0 against Sam Houston State, one of the worst Power 5 teams in the country. They're dreadful. Texas scored 45 and 52 against Mississippi State and Arkansas. By far, the two worst teams in the SEC, two truly dreadful defenses. They scored 34 against Vanderbilt, bottom 5 SEC team. They have not played in any of the other games. They have not played well in any of the other games offensively. To me, they don't even have the guys to compete in this kind of game. And you're telling me Texas A&M, I know it's a road game. They're only 2.5-point favorites. I get Texas is still highly rated. This is a home game. They have a ton of good players. When they play these good teams with the NFL talent, they lost to Florida. Granted, Florida hasn't been good this year. Florida's littered with NFL guys on defense, and they lost that game. I just cannot trust this Texas offense. They don't have one single NFL guy on that offense. I think Sark's actually been pretty good. He's done pretty well this year to mask like a truly like dreadful talent roster on offense. Like Arch isn't great. They don't throw the ball more than 15 yards. The running game's broken. They don't have receivers. This was A&M -4 when it opened, and now you're telling me Texas is going to get bet. Now we're under a field goal with A&M. I think A&M could put up a huge number in this game. Texas defensively has not been good at all. They've been getting up a ton of points to everybody. So I think A&M should win this game pretty easily. I'm good on what Arch. It was a good performance. Good to see him, have a good day against Arkansas. Now we got A&M. We got some of these NFL caliber players coming in. I am so good on Texas. I think A&M could win by double digits this game. So that was the first bet I placed this week. Texas A&M -2.5. Cannot believe we got under a field goal.
All right, Tyler, last question for you in just about 30 seconds here before the segment ends. Looking at those numbers currently for the national championship, with number included, who do you think is the best bet right now to bet for the national championship? Is it Notre Dame?
I'll side with Notre Dame just because I think they're going to go up in the rankings, and they probably will avoid Ohio State if Ohio State wins the Big Ten, which I think they're going to. So yeah, Notre Dame's definitely my favorite bet at +900. If you're not comfortable, I need to see the rankings to come out. I need to bet. I need to wait to see. I think waiting is totally okay and totally fine. It'll go from +900 to +750, +800. You want to parlay it with something, a word take we'll give out this year. I think that's the best. I think that's the thing to do. So yeah, Notre Dame. Again, I'm gonna wait, but Notre Dame is going to be the bet no matter what happens here. I just want to see them avoid Ohio State for a game.
All right, well there it is. Notre Dame is the bet right now for Tyler Morales to win the national championship. But again, wait and see and proceed with caution. All right, that's going to do it for this hour of You Better You Bet. When we return, the one and only Nick Costos will join us. He will take you the rest of the way. He's got plenty of takes on the Cowboys, on the Eagles, on the Rams. He does it all, and he does it next. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network, where, of course, you can always make it legendary.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
This show kicks ass. Oh, hell yeah.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
For anyone else says, oh, he's exaggerating, he's prisoner of the moment. First off, shut up. This is the National Football League. This is not the Big 12. This is not Pop Warner. An absolute disgrace, an atrocity, an affront. One of the most disgraceful performances that I have ever seen in 35 years watching National Football League football.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, magnificent Football Monday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, our amazing crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide. We are in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Little peek behind the curtain. So we as a crew are working this week, Monday through Wednesday. Off on Thanksgiving, off on Black Friday. We're off on Saturday. I'm back on Sunday. We've reached the portion of the season where, this is where I always say, not a complaint. We love our jobs. You know, it'd be nice if the media had a bye week also. No one wants to hear that, I understand. But, you know, I woke up this morning and I got myself a gun. I didn't. I'm way too big of a coward. But I woke up this morning, the frog in my throat, man. Had a conversation early this morning with Bill Zimmerman. Bill said to me, "You sound terrible." And I said, "More so than usual?" And Bill said, "Yes." Now, the voice has done better as the day has gone on. 3 hours of solo. Nick Costos coming your way here. I don't feel like giving you like a 25-second all like normally to start the show. Maybe some of you like that. Maybe some of you don't. But listen, we gotta conserve the energy for the week ahead. 3 awesome days of content coming up before we say later, suckers, for Thanksgiving and for Black Friday. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, it's the most wonderful week in college football. Just as an aside, I am currently compiling a list because I love Christmas music. It's like my favorite. If I were named supreme dictator of this planet, if I were in charge of everything, I would do 2 things. Number 1, order public executions for people that drive like maniacs, cut people off, swerving in and out of traffic. I think, just one of these would really set a nice precedent. As I drive in the car with my daughter sometimes, and I am alarmed by people driving like absolute freaks. That would be number 1. Number 2, Christmas music all year round. My absolute favorite. I started this weekend compiling a list of the definitive Christmas song by each artist. So on this list, you will only get, for example, The Most Wonderful Time of the Year once. And Andy Williams does the definitive version, the one that you always hear on the radio. It should be Andy Williams, right? I have a big-ass list here of a ton of Christmas songs with the definitive artist that does that song. And at some point, I'm going to create a playlist, and I will make it public for all of you, our listeners and viewers, whether you care or not. And I hope you do, because Christmas music's the best. I'm going to do that at some point here in the next couple weeks. Anyway, it's the most wonderful week of the year in college football because it is rivalry week. I mean, the slate of games coming up this weekend is absolutely mesmerizing. I'm going to give you thoughts and bets later in the show on the biggest games this weekend in college football in rivalry week, including the Egg Bowl, a.k.a. the Lane Kiffin Bowl, the Iron Bowl. And I'm going to tell everybody why I think it's a win and in for Alabama into the college football playoff. And, of course, the big game. And I'm not talking about Cal and Stanford. Ohio State and Michigan on Saturday in Ann Arbor as my Buckeyes, my pick all season long to win the Natty, a 10-point road favorite at the Wolverines, who have won 4 straight in this rivalry, the most that they have won since 88 to 91, the glory days of John Cooper coaching at The Ohio State University. I've got at least one underdog coming your way that I'm betting in these games. We'll get into it coming up a little later. We also have on this Monday, as per usual, especially when we have a ton of games coming up on Thursday and Friday, it's a very newsy Monday in the National Football League. Joe Burrow reportedly going to start on Thursday night for the Bengals on the road in Baltimore. Should you consider betting the Bengals at a big number? I've got a pretty strong opinion. We'll talk about it coming up a little later. J.J. McCarthy in concussion protocol for the Minnesota Vikings. Insert joke here. There are a lot of potential funny ones. You won't believe what I have to say about this J.J. McCarthy situation being placed in concussion protocol, or perhaps you'll be able to guess exactly what it is that I am going to say. Shedeur Sanders is going to start this week for the Cleveland Browns after beating the Raiders yesterday. I'm going to tell everybody what Shedeur Sanders and Johnny Football have in common. And when I'm done with it, you're not going to be able to disagree with me. And the Raiders and the Giants have both fired coordinators. Merry Christmas and happy holidays, everybody. Ton of NFL news to get to as we move along. The Glass Man, PJ Glasser, joins us towards the end of the show. His best bets for the upcoming week in the NFL and college football. And in the final hour, which, of course, is the Power Hour. It's all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. And we got a ton of games tonight in the NBA. And I've got 3 bets in the association to share. We've got a ton of games in college hoops. Feast week, highlighted tonight by Gonzaga and Alabama. I got a couple college basketball bets coming your way. And, of course, side total and props. Monday Night Football. Panthers and Niners in the Bay Area. Thy Royal Prop King will stop by, and we will break down the side and the total, all the latest injury info for the Panthers and the 49ers. And that, of course, is today's social question. Your best bet for the Panthers and the Niners tonight as Week 12 in the National Football League comes to a conclusion tonight in San Fran, or Santa Clara, I should say. Tweet us at You Better You Bet. Me at The Costos. Bill at Bill T. Zimmerman. Type it in the YouTube chat. Type it in the Twitch chat. Bill will read the best responses later in the show. And he's had some work already on the air today, hosting from 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern. Bill doing an awesome job, maybe replacing me at some point. Good for you, Bill. And Downtown Mike Brown will put your name in lights. So Twitter, YouTube chat, Twitch chat, your best bet coming up for Monday Night Football. But we officially begin. Magnificent Football Monday edition of You Better You Bet with a big comeback in Big D. As the Dallas Cowboys somehow, some way, overcome a 21-0 first-half deficit to my Philadelphia Eagles to come back and win the game at the gun 24-21. A truly stunning comeback by the Cowboys and a truly stunning collapse by the Philadelphia Eagles. Raise your hand if you thought this game was over in the first half. You're not watching the show right now. My hand is raised. And you know it is because I loved the Eagles in the game once the number went down to 3. And I even tweeted, and trust me, I saw all your tweets. I saw your direct messages. I saw your messages to me on Instagram. People blaming me for tweeting the Eagles with a $sign at the end instead of an S for Eagles when they were up 21-0 in the first half. I wish that I had that much cosmic power over who's going to win football games. If I did, I wouldn't be doing this show right now. I'd be supreme dictator of the world with all the money I have, and you'd be listening to Christmas music on the 4th of July. So consider yourself lucky that that is, in fact, not the case. This game was over. The Eagles were cruising like they're on the PCH on a beautiful day in June, top down, enjoying the nice ocean breeze, relaxing as the Cowboys implode. A.J. Brown dominating. Dak Prescott throwing an interception in the end zone. And Jalen Hurts answering the critics, as he always does, completing pass after pass, rushing for a couple touchdowns. This game was over. The Cowboys were DED, dead, and DUN, done. And then they weren't. And then the game went to hell for the Philadelphia Eagles. And the Eagles offense, and this happens way too often, and this is coming from me, someone who has loved the Eagles all season long, the Eagles offense goes cold. And the Eagles offense goes impotent. And no amount of Blue Chew go and save them. It ain't happening. After the Eagles went up 21-0, here in order are their drives on offense, not including the fumble on the kick return. Here we go. 3 and out. 3 and out. 6 and out. 3 and out. 8 plays, 30 yards. Jake Elliott missed 56-yard field goal. 6 plays and Saquon fumble. 5 plays and punts. And that's where the Cowboys went down and won the game on the Brandon Aubrey field goal. In a word, wow. And yes, the Cowboys defense deserves a lot of credit. You pitch a second half shutout against, even an offense that's been scuffling at many points this season. Like, you'd still deserve a ton of credit for that. And I am going to credit the Dallas Cowboys a lot. But not at this very moment. Because we need to spend time talking about the Philadelphia Eagles. My Eagles. Makes me sick to say that as a Giants fan, but look, they've been the horse I've been riding in the NFC all season long. My NFC Championship pick and bet before the year, and I've remained consistent on that. Never wavered from the Philadelphia Eagles winning the National Football Conference. Remember what I said last week, though? That for the first time this season, and this includes a couple losses that the Eagles have taken. Thursday night against my Giants, against the Denver Broncos when they blew that fourth quarter lead. I said last week that for the first time this season, my confidence in the Eagles was starting to get a little shaken. And the reason why is because of the anonymous bitching and moaning being done by all the players on this roster, despite the fact that they win every game. It reaches a point where you can start to say, is this a bad brew? Is something going on in this locker room that we cannot quantify with what happens on the field? And I choose to say, in the moment, no. I think the Eagles have got it going on. I think they're going to take down the Cowboys, and they're going to do what they always do, which is win football games. And then they're up 21-0. You're feeling great. And then they lose 24-21. And if you bet the Eagles like I did, you are feeling terrible. And the funny thing about it, the truly ironic thing about all of this, is that none of it had to do with the much maligned quarterback. Coming into the game, huge target on Jalen Hurts. Is he going to throw the ball down the field? Is A.J. Brown going to be involved in this game? I thought Hurts was great in this game. 289 passing yards, led the team in rushing. He did his job. He did. He did his job. He absolutely did his job. The big problem for the Eagles, both in this game, and we're going to spin this forward, is that the two main ingredients of this Eagles team, what they rode last year to a Super Bowl championship and what they'll need to ride this year to get back to the Super Bowl, both failed in miserable fashion in this game. The first thing was this vaunted defense. And think back to what we said a lot in preseason and in training camp and over the summer, where I liked the Eagles, right? But what did I say? If you're going to poke holes in this Eagles team, you're going to look at the number 2 cornerback spot. Opposite Quinyon Mitchell with Cooper DeJean in the slaughter playing safety. That's where you're going to look. And once Adoree Jackson has to leave this game yesterday, and think about that Adoree Jackson leaving sets off this terrible chain reaction where the Cowboys' offense can't be stopped. They've tried. Keely Ringo, Jacorian Bennett, trade for Jair Alexander, who can't play for whatever the reason. Cooper DeJean's got a kick outside, and he gets absolutely shredded, and they get torched by George Pickens. And they couldn't hold the lead. Now I'm willing to give the Eagles' defense a little bit of a pass. Dallas's offense kicks ass. The game's on the road. Where I'm not willing to give a pass is to the Eagles' run game and Saquon Barkley. And I'm going to tell you why next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
we got to do a better job of putting teams away. And we didn't do that, and I definitely didn't help. Usually, obviously last year, the games, I was a big part of that. Been kind of non-existent this year, so I got to figure it out for the team.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
That the voice of Philadelphia Eagles running back Saquon Barkley. You know, the reigning offensive player of the year. You know, he of the 2,000-yard rushing variety last season, year one in Philadelphia. In the last segment, I was talking about Jalen Hurts, if you recall. It was just a few minutes ago. And I said Jalen Hurts threw for 289 yards in this game. And he also led the team in rushing. Jalen Hurts, yesterday, against the Cowboys, on the road, led the team in rushing. And that is because Saquon Barkley, first-round pick in fantasy football leagues across this great nation, the reigning offensive player of the year, 10 carries, 22 yards. 10 carries, 22 yards for Saquon Barkley. And it's not just the statistics. He's failing the eye test right now. Remember back to last year, the backwards hurdle against the Jacksonville Jaguars. One of the greatest plays in the history of the league, and that's not hyperbole. And the way that Saquon would move on some of these game-breaking runs, like the 17, 50-plus yard runs he had against the Rams alone in 2 games against them, including the playoffs. How amazing he looked. How spry he looked. How fast. How elusive. Unbelievable. Ask yourself this question. When Saquon Barkley has the ball in his hands this year, does he look even close to that player? I'm not being a hater at all. It's in my interest, my financial interest, for Saquon to be awesome and the Eagles to be awesome. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's all be really honest, including all the Eagles fans out there and the Penn State fans out there, everyone holding the Saquon Barkley pom-poms. He has been terrible this season. Don't believe me? Ask him. He just said it after the game last night. I've been non-existent. Last year, the Philadelphia Eagles, this is like when you go to buy a car from somebody, right? And you have some moron owner of that car. In this instance, let's just call the moron owner of that car the New York Football Giants. Let's say it's Joe Shane, and let's say it's John Marin, let's say it's Brian Daboll. You know, just for the sake of conversation. And they're completely blowing it. They are ruining it with this Ferrari. And you get the chance to swoop in and get this Ferrari. Yeah, it's got some miles on it, but man, that son of a bitch still's got a lot left in the tank. Like Mark Henry, after he turned on John Cena wearing the salmon jacket in that famous segment on Monday Night Raw. And you get this Ferrari, and you can't even believe it. And every single day that summer, and every single day that year, you're riding that Ferrari. And you're driving it every day. And you're driving it everywhere. Like Johnny Cash would say, you've been everywhere, man. And this Ferrari took you there. And then you put it in the garage for the winter. And you take it back out the next year as the weather starts to get warmer. And you hit the accelerator. And you hear a putt, putt, putt. Because you ran it into the ground. And you don't know how much is left. 400-plus touches last year for Saquon Barkley. Is it all now coming to roost for the great Saquon Barkley? Doesn't look close to the same player with the eye test, and I dare anyone to disagree with me on that. I dare you. It means you're not watching the games. And the stats aren't there. It is Thanksgiving in 3 days. Saquon Barkley has 1 game this season with over 100 rushing yards. Saquon Barkley has 2 games this season of 80 yards or more. 2. He's averaging 4.7 yards per carry, 3.7, excuse me, averaging 3.7 yards per carry, 7.4 yards per reception. Compare and contrast with last year. 5.8 yards per carry, 8.4 yards per reception. He's not even in the same ballpark. People are going to hear me say this, and I think they're going to get really mad. But if you're paying attention, I don't think you can be. And please, I'm just going to spell it all out so there can be no confusion here. Dave Gettleman was right about one thing, and one thing only, really, as Giants general manager. That Saquon Barkley was touched by the hand of God. And that he's a generational player. Now, should never have picked a running back second overall. I said it then, I'll say it now, and I'm right. I was right then, and I'm right now. But he was right about Saquon Barkley. Saquon is a legendary player, and, he keeps us up for a little bit longer. He's going to the Hall of Fame. That's his upside. His gold jacket. Canton is his upside. Right now, Tank Bigsby's better. Tank Bigsby's more explosive right now. What's the argument against it? Do you watch the games? I'm not suggesting that Saquon should be benched or Tank Bigsby should get 25 carries per game. I'm not saying that at all. Saquon is a million times better than Tank Bigsby at their best. But whether Saquon's hurt or he's worn down, he doesn't look right. And at the very least, coming up on Black Friday against the Bears and moving forward, the 8-3 Bears, by the way, the 8-3 Chicago Bears. How about this for everybody? The Chicago Bears and the Philadelphia Eagles have the same record right now. What a world. Tank Bigsby's got to get the ball more often. I don't know what it is with Saquon. If he needs a week off, I don't claim to know what's happening here. But the Eagles have a big-time problem. Because when they go up 21-0 in a game, they should be able to boa constrictor whoever the opponent is and choke the game out with defense and the run game. You shouldn't need Jalen Hurts to throw for 300 yards to win a game when you're up 21-0 when you've got this formula for victory with defense and run game. Like the Eagles trying to win without defense and run game is like Quentin Tarantino trying to win an Oscar without writing a screenplay with snappy dialogue. Or Megan Thee Stallion trying to sell an album on an album tour while wearing a potato sack. Or the Minnesota Vikings trying to have a competent passing attack with J.J. McCarthy. We'll get to him coming up in a little bit. Color me concerned right now on the Eagles. I'm not backing off. I'm sticking with it. We'll talk about the Rams in a little bit, but I am concerned right now about the Eagles. Even if I like them to win and cover on Friday against the Bears, we'll get to that as the week rolls on. You bet on this Monday. All right. The Dallas Cowboys. What do you say? And I'm going to preface all of this, and I'm going to get this out of the way right now. I'm not going to talk about Micah Parsons here. I'm not going to do it. Because I think that is a good enough performance for Dallas that Cowboys fans and Cowboys bettors deserve not to hear about Micah Parsons right now. Even though, obviously, I'm going to break my own rule. Jerry shouldn't have traded him. And again, we're crediting Jerry for this recent run they've been on. Like he rebuilt the house. He burnt it down. Should you really be crediting him for that? Rebuilding what he burned down for no reason? Like breaking something that didn't need to be broken, fixing something that didn't need to break. But it's not about that. It isn't. Because the Cowboys were great yesterday. And Dak Prescott was magnificent. For as good as Jalen Hurts was, Dak was better. 23 of 36, 354 passing yards. Had the one bad interception in the end zone, but even with that, he was sensational. George Pickens is just an absolute freak. You think the Steelers could use him? That's a great trade by Jerry Jones. Think Pittsburgh could use George Pickens instead of running like this three tight end offense? And I like the three tight ends. You think they could? Think they could use George Pickens? 9 catches, 146 yards, making every single Eagles corner that dared to cover him look stupid. CeeDee Lamb played pretty well, but did his normal deal against the Eagles where he drops a million passes, including a touchdown towards the end of the game. And then Brian Schottenheimer went for the touchdown. I thought it was ridiculous. And, I think, you've been following me for a long time, even predating You Better You Bet. You know that I have always been, Mr. Aggressive, go for it on fourth down, touchdowns rule everything around me, Treem, as opposed to Cream. Touchdowns rule everything around me. I love when coaches are aggressive. I think we're starting to cross the Rubicon here a little bit with the aggression. I don't understand how you don't kick the field goal there to take the lead. And I tweeted that, and I get tweets back from people, well, it gives you a better chance to win the game if you score a touchdown. And my reply to that, you can't win if you're not ahead. Take the points. And I never say that. And our listeners and viewers, that I never say that. They needed to take the points there. But Brian Schottenheimer's still done an awesome job this year. He's been awesome as the head coach. Clayton Adams is the offensive coordinator. And wow, what a shock. You give Matt Eberflus competent players on defense, and all of a sudden the defense looks better. What a coinky dink. Matt Eberflus can't be a head coach. He can't. He's the bottom 1% of NFL head coaches. But he's not a bad defensive coordinator. Unless you have the worst collection of talent imaginable. And that's what the Cowboys had for a lot of this season. Just on the Cowboys and this offseason coming up. I hope everybody's ready. Because it's like the meme from GTA San Andreas. The all bleep, here we go again. Just wait till we get to March. And the conversation comes up. Are the Cowboys going to give George Pickens a long-term deal? From the producers that brought you the Dak Prescott contract drama, the CeeDee Lamb contract drama, the Micah Parsons contract drama leading to a trade, they now bring you the George Pickens contract drama because they're going to screw this up. You bet your bottom dollar on it. They're going to franchise him. He's going to be furious, and it's going to be glorious content for all of us. But that's a story for the offseason. For right now, we can have fun talking about the Cowboys. And if they can make a legitimate run towards the postseason. Dallas, now 5-1, just beat the reigning defending Super Bowl champions in incredible come-from-behind fashion. And I think that we can say this, right, and have it be true. And there's a little bit of opinion injected into this, right? But we all watch football. And we all watch a ton of Cowboys games because they're always on nationally, right? This feels like a game. And in the moment, it felt like this. That the Cowboys never win. Never. That Dak Prescott never wins. And, the other side to that coin is it's a game that the Eagles usually don't lose, but, we did the Eagles part already. For Dallas, this is a game that the Cowboys usually lose, and they won. And I think, maybe this is the signal that maybe things are going to be different, and maybe they are ready to go on a run. The betting market is pessimistic. Dallas's playoff price, yes, plus 525. No, minus 750. There are a lot of teams still ahead of the Cowboys in the NFC playoff picture. A lot. And I'm not saying Dallas can't get there or won't get there. The defense is obviously better now that they have better players. And the offense is, legitimately great. It actually is legitimately great. I feel like they're a little bit too far behind the 8 ball. And also, I think they're going to lose on Thanksgiving. To who, you might ask? Oh, well, in case you were unaware, and I doubt you are, I got a big old smile on my face right now. I'm grinning like the Cheshire Cat. I'm grinning like Jackson Mahomes seeing a new TikTok dance. Like Andy Reid looking at a bacon cheeseburger. Because my Kansas City Chiefs took care of business in come-from-behind fashion. Down by 11 in the fourth quarter to an 8-2 team. No problem for the great Patrick Mahomes as the Chiefs come back to beat Indianapolis 23-20 in overtime. And allow me to say, hell yeah! I was very nervous. I thought they had lost on multiple occasions. And I was sitting here in this very chair in this office yesterday watching the games, feeling like I was going to actually melt into a puddle. Watching this game unfold. Needing the Chiefs to win to keep these Super Bowl bets alive. Hey, they're still alive. We'll talk about the Chiefs' win over the Colts and handicap their game in Dallas on Thursday on the other side.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
And the kick is good. Kansas City survives. And they are still in the mix in the AFC.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Jim Nantz with the call yesterday on CBS. I was going to say I don't mean to be dramatic, but I do. I do. I'm guessing that you, the listener, you, the viewer, I'm guessing that you're going to agree with me on this. Didn't it feel like the dynasty was on the line yesterday in the fourth quarter at Arrowhead? Like this was more than just the Chiefs' playoff hopes for this season. That a win by Indianapolis, I don't know if it would have signaled like a changing of the guard, like Indy was about to take over as like the preeminent force in the AFC. I don't know if that's true. But it felt like if the Colts had won the game, it would have signaled that Kansas City's time was drawing to a close as the AFC powerhouse. The stakes felt absolutely massive. And I'm not joking. Like, I have goosebumps right now just like thinking about what I'm about to say and like thinking about watching this game yesterday. It felt monumental to me. And if you love sports and if you love football, and I love football, like, I mean, like, I love my daughter and my wife more than anything in the world. Football might be third. Like, it actually might be third. Ahead of like my mom, my sister. I'm trying to decide if I'm being facetious. I might not be. And if you love football, and I'm guessing you do, didn't you feel it? No matter what your bet was, no matter what team you root for, didn't you feel it yesterday in the fourth quarter of this game? The magnitude of the moment. And in the end, the Chiefs returning to action like John Wick. Yeah, they took a little time off, hung out with the dog at home, losing to the Jaguars, losing to the Broncos, no big deal. But when it came time for business, I guess you could say they're back. 20-9 deficit. Kareem Hunt fumble inside the Colts 20 at the end of the third quarter, down 11. I thought it was done. No. Because you can't count out Patrick Mahomes. And you can't count out the Kansas City Chiefs. 1 week ago, in this airspace, on You Better You Bet, I said Patrick Mahomes isn't playing well. By his standards. He's not like J.J. McCarthy out there. And if you're saying to yourself, wow, a lot of J.J. McCarthy references here, you're being really hard on him. Yes, I am. Honestly, maybe not hard enough. But by Mahomes' scale, he wasn't even coming close to being what he's been. We expect better. I don't want to speak for all of you. I expect better from Patrick Mahomes. And I thought he was fabulous yesterday. Magnificent. Especially in the big moments where, as the offensive line, and we'll talk about that when we get to Chiefs-Cowboys in a second here, Trey Smith's not going to play in the game on Thursday. That's not good. But the offensive line starts to crumble, and Mahomes is stepping up in the pocket, and he's got arms all over him. And you know, just like the Leatu Latu pick six at the start of the game, that's just a great play by Leatu Latu, man. I don't even blame Mahomes for that one. But Mahomes, he's under duress. And you know what Andy Reid does? They bring the short game back. And the Chiefs, think about the Chiefs-Bills game. And Kansas City, like just in futile fashion, chucking deep shot after deep shot like it's me playing Madden at 2 o'clock in the morning after 3 bong rips and 4 vodka sodas. Just deep shot after deep shot. It's not working. The Chiefs said, you know what? We don't know if we can protect long enough. Let's just throw some crossers. Let's get the ball over the middle of the field. Make it easy on our quarterback and let our awesome, speedy wide receivers do the work. And they did the dirty work. Oh, yeah. And it was great. Rashee Rice looking awesome. Kelsey looking spry. Hollywood Brown with a big catch and run in this game. Kareem Hunt, fumble obviously happening notwithstanding. Kareem Hunt ran very hard in this game. And the Chiefs, and this is a narrative-y thing to say when you talk about sports, but I mean it. I mean it. The Chiefs wanted it more. Like, that's it. They did. I'm sorry. And here's where we bring the Indianapolis Colts into the equation. Because yesterday, it looked to me, with the way that Shane Steichen managed this game, and, maybe we're going to get to the end of the year and say Shane Steichen in big games, we're not so sure about him, right? Because the biggest game that he's ever coached in, which is the final game of the first season as head coach in Indianapolis, when he called that ridiculous pass to Tyrell Goodson at the end of the game, and with Gardner Minshew, and the Texans won that game. Not great. Not great. And then yesterday, some of these conservative decisions, like he needs to be following Sean Hannity on Fox News now. Or the Ingram angle? And then here's the Shane Steichen situation followed by Hannity with these conservative decisions that he's making. Punting on 4th and 1. Punting from, with a chance to put this game away, kicking it back to the Chiefs. It felt to me like the Colts were the 5-5 team and the Chiefs were the 8-2 team. Where if I'm Shane Steichen there, and you've got this offense that to this point in the season, and obviously there's a lot of time left to be played, a lot of season left to be played, which is what makes the Colts right now are on pace to have the most efficient offense in the history of the league. Great, we're 5 weeks into the season. Cool your jets. Look, the offense has been really good. Go win the goddamn game. Go win the game on offense. Don't let Patrick Mahomes beat you. I thought that was terrible by Shane Steichen and terrible by the Indianapolis Colts. Like they were battling aura and mystique like this was Yankee Stadium back in the day, playing it against Kansas City. I didn't get it. As a Chiefs bettor, I loved it. I can't believe they weren't more aggressive. I can't believe it. At 4th, and the Chiefs did a great job stopping the run and holding Jonathan Taylor down 16 carries, 58 yards. If you can't get 1 yard, stop it. Then you don't deserve to be 9-2. But at least you lose knowing that you lost trying to win the game instead of playing not to lose. And that's what the Indianapolis Colts did yesterday. And I think it's only going to add fuel to the fire for people like me who are not convinced on Indy to not that they couldn't be awesome or win the division, but that's in question now, obviously, but to be a legitimate Super Bowl threat. Because the quarterback's Daniel Jones, and we've all seen this movie, especially me as a Giants fan, and we know how it ends. And in the movies, sometimes there's not always a happy ending. We know how it ends. And maybe, just maybe, the head coach isn't cut out for big games. Now listen to me right now. I am not saying that Shane Steichen can't figure it out and can't have an awesome rest of the year in terms of game management. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is I'm curious to see how it goes starting this Sunday when the Colts host the surging Houston Texans at 6-5. Because the Colts have still got to play the Jaguars twice, still have to play the Texans twice, and Jacksonville 7-4 and 1 game back, and Houston 6-5 and 2 games back, maybe with the best defense in the league, and C.J. Stroud's on his way back as well. You want to say the Colts have the number 1 offense? Texans number 1 defense? Let's see it. Who are you putting your money on in that matchup? Oh, baby, this is going to be a great week of football. You bet on this Monday. And it's going to start on Thursday. These Thanksgiving games, with Burrow back, Bengals, Ravens has way more juice. This is just, do you love it? Do you? I'm not joking. Do you love it? I do. And I am bursting at the seams with excitement. And I can't wait. I already had to have the conversation last night with my wife. These conversations never go well, despite my best intent. And I do have good intentions. And I say to her, honey, on Thanksgiving, if the games aren't that good, and she cuts me off immediately, she goes, I know you're going to have to watch. Just make sure that you're watching Colette. As if like I wouldn't watch my daughter. But you know, she's got to get those little digs in, you know? Got to get those little digs in. Yeah, my daughter's going to be about to stick a fork in a socket, but you know, I'm going to be screaming at Patrick Mahomes is missing Rashee Rice. Or Jared Goff can't find Jameson Williams over the middle. Meanwhile, my daughter's electrocuting herself. Give me a break. Calm down, everybody. Say to my wife, look, I'm gonna have to be paying attention to these games. Packers, Lions. Oh man, Chiefs, Cowboys. How many people are gonna watch Chiefs, Cowboys? It's going to be the most viewed game in the history of the NFL regular season, right? Oh man, both win yesterday. Incredibly high stakes. Thanksgiving. This is as good as it gets. We are spoiled right now as sports fans with all the good stuff going on. Betting market in this game. KC, 3.5-point road favorite, but looks like we're going down to 3. The total is 52. I'll just begin by saying that total feels a little big at 52. Little big. And you know where I'm going with this. Come on. Even with Trey Smith going to miss this game for the Cowboys. When this point spread goes down to 3, we're going to lay the Chiefs. Because they're back. Oh, yeah, they are. And the Cowboys, great performance against the Eagles. Like, really. And I mean that sincerely. And great blowout of the Las Vegas Raiders. But now it's Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. And y'all pay homage to the man. Woo! On the other side, we will talk about perhaps the best team in football, your Los Angeles Rams.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The magnificent Football Monday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, our incredible crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. First hour devoted to a lot of what we saw yesterday, Week 12 NFL Sunday. The Eagles blowing it against the Dallas Cowboys. Why I believe Saquon Barkley's poor play is a big reason why the Eagles lost that game. Why I'm starting to get nervous about my Eagles bets to go back to the Super Bowl. We credited the Dallas Cowboys. Probably still a little bit too far behind the 8-ball Dallas is to make the playoffs, but I don't think we need to bring up Micah Parsons today. Great win for the Cowboys fans. Great win for anyone that bet on Dallas, down 21-0, storming back, winning 24-21. You're a Cowboys fan? Cowboys better? You're feeling good right now after that win yesterday against Philadelphia. And, of course, my Kansas City Chiefs taking care of business, coming back from 11 down to beat the Colts in overtime, moving to 6-5. You bet your sweet bippy they're making the playoffs, and you bet your bottom dollar, and I just might do that they're going to beat the Cowboys on Thursday in Dallas on Thanksgiving in what will surely be the most watched regular season game in the history of the National Football League. I'm waiting until that spread goes down to 3, and oh, baby, I'm clicking that button with panache. I can't wait. Give it to me. Feed me more. Chiefs -3, please, in Dallas on Thursday. Coming up later this hour, we will get to Shedeur Sanders being named the starting quarterback for the Browns this week after he won yesterday on the road in Vegas. We'll talk about the Raiders firing Chip Kelly, the Giants firing Shane Bowen, and about a month late on that one for the New York Football Giants. We will get to Joe Burrow starting Thursday night. We will talk about J.J. McCarthy and concussion protocol. And I'm going to preview rivalry week in college football. Can't wait for it. All our bets for tonight will wrap up the show in the final hour of the Power Hour, including the Panthers and the 49ers in the Bay Area. Current side and total market in that game, unchanged from where it's been all day. San Fran, a 7.5-point home favorite, although it looks like we may go down to 7. The total is 49.5. We'll talk about that game. We'll preview it next hour and give you all the bets at the end of the show. But for right now, let's think about the best teams in the NFL. The Philadelphia Eagles, they lost yesterday to the Dallas Cowboys. I think the Chiefs are awesome, and I still think the Chiefs' upside is to be the best. But we can call a spade a spade. The Chiefs are 6-5. The Ravens, the Ravens' offense yesterday against the Jets can be described in one word: offensive. I don't know what the hell's going on with Lamar Jackson. There's no way he's healthy with the way that he's playing right now and the Ravens' offense looks. And I know that didn't take that long for the Ravens to get back in first place in the AFC North. You can't say the Ravens are the best team in the league, or probably close to it at the moment. The same goes for Buffalo. Losers last week in Houston against the Texans. The Colts lost yesterday. The Seahawks only beat the Titans by 6 on the road in Tennessee. Paula Cole, in the 1990s, released a great pop song, Where Have All the Cowboys Gone? It really is a good song. I'd like to paraphrase Paula Cole. Where have all the good teams gone? I hope you were tuned in last night because we saw, and I'm still riding with the Eagles. I'm still riding with the Chiefs. But right now, if we're being honest, I don't know what the argument is against the best team in the NFL. We are Ramley. I got Matthew Stafford with me. What's the argument against it at the moment right now? They just, I had a friend who used to get really drunk. I did too back in the day. But he would say, instead of saying like he got obliterated, he would say that he got obliterated, which I always found funny. How was so-and-so last night? Well, he got obliterated. Again? Last night, the Los Angeles Rams obliterated the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The final score was 34-7. If the Rams had really wanted to, they could have won this game 60-7. It was over very, very, very early. And Matthew Stafford is your MVP favorite today. Gee, wonder why. 25 of 35, 273, 3 touchdowns. All 3 touchdowns in the first half. In complete command. The phrase that came to mind to me watching Matthew Stafford last night, the first time I had ever heard this phrase used, I was at my friend Danny's house in Little Neck in Queens growing up. And I'm a huge video gamer, right? I've been playing video games my entire life. But I was never a PC gamer. Like I played like Super Nintendo was my system of choice at the time, right? Loved Super Nintendo. And Danny had a computer, right? And played computer games. And one of the games, and I will really show my age here with this one. I don't even know if like the younger members of our crew even know what this game is. But there was a first-person shoot. I think it's Wolfenstein might have been the first one when you're killing Nazis and like you kill Hitler at the end, I think. But the one that really like launched the genre into the stratosphere, and with that's like Halo and GoldenEye, whatever, etc. That Call of Duty, whatever, was Doom. Like the mid-90s, like PC game where you're killing aliens, right? And there was a cheat because the game was really hard, especially for like me. I was like 9, 10 years old, whatever. And there was a cheat code that you could use, and you would enter what's called God mode. And I believe on the screen it would say like God mode activated. When Matthew Stafford gets rolling, he's like in God mode. This is like Konami code. Up, down, left, right, BA, start. Like it's games like he's cheating. Like this is cheating what he's doing. Like you are giving him a test. He has the answers beforehand. You've got absolutely no chance. And him right now and Sean McVay, like Hall & Oates, just making beautiful music together. Play caller, quarterback, in harmony. It's insane. Like peanut butter and jelly. Big Boy and Andre 3000. I wish I had thought up a really funny way to end it. Insert one in your own head. They're magnificent. And this defense was great last night, even without Quentin Lake. Chris Shula as kind of matured over the course of like the last 2 months into a legitimate head coaching candidate. Verse and Fisk and Turner and Young. It's silly. Just as an aside, the video of Aaron Donald bench pressing 165-pound dumbbells like they were nothing. It's just, sometimes I wonder, am I a human? Are we the same species, me and this guy? Or like, am I human and he's like from Mars? I'm not really sure. Pretty ridiculous. And once Baker Mayfield goes out with injury, and the Baker Mayfield update, and the Bucs get killed in the game, and Baker only plays the first half, like sprained left shoulder. Apparently, he could play on Sunday against the Cardinals. It certainly like casts like a wider spotlight on tonight's game, where if the Panthers win in San Francisco, Carolina's all alone in first place in the NFC South. What a sentence to utter on November 24th. So we don't know about Baker Mayfield and his health moving forward just yet. And if we get that news during the show, we will obviously bring it to you and break it down. But when Teddy Bridgewater comes in, I'm seriously, I'm watching Bridgewater in the second half. And he's way better than Kyle Trask, right? Who was awful in preseason, and the Bucs lure Bridgewater out of retirement, right, to back up Baker Mayfield. And Bridgewater's like running away from Jared Verse, and he's not even coming close on these throws. And I'm thinking, like, do you remember when the late Vontae Davis, and like I'm not saying his name is a joke, like rest in peace Vontae Davis, when Vontae Davis literally retired at halftime of a game, and I'm watching Teddy Bridgewater thinking, is he going to retire after this series? Like, I'm just imagining his like inner monologue right now being like, I unretired for this? Like running away from Jared Verse, stalking me like a lion in the jungle? I mean, God almighty. Get me out of here. Go back to coach high school, man. You don't need this, Teddy. They had absolutely no chance in the game. And the Rams right now, I still think it'll be the Eagles when it's all said and done, but I don't know what the argument is if someone wants to actually say, like, the Rams are not the best team in the league. They are right now. You're doing power rankings, the Rams are number one. It doesn't mean they'll be there at the end of the year, but for right now, they are absolutely unbelievable. Playing sick football. And looks like Stafford's going to win MVP. And it's going to be an interesting conversation for Matthew Stafford when his career is over and like where he lands on the hierarchy. He is certainly a Hall of Famer at this point. You bet on this Monday. Just quickly on the Bucs, who have been the gauntlet schedule that they've been through coming out of the bye. Patriots, Bills, Rams. It's about to get way easier. Home Arizona, and we'll see if Baker plays, right? Home Cardinals, home Saints, home Falcons. There's a reprieve. At Carolina, at Miami, home Carolina to close. The Bucs are still a big favorite to win the NFC South. Again, tonight's game takes on heightened and added importance. Given the Baker injury, Tampa's recent run of bad performances, and if Carolina wins tonight, the Panthers will be alone in first place in the NFC South. Absolutely unbelievable. You bet on this Monday. We'll talk about Shadur Sanders to start next segment. But let's talk about the losing team in that game right now. And that is the Las Vegas Raiders, who were just as pathetic can possibly be. Like I was talking to a big Raiders fan who works in our industry, who can remain nameless here, but like a massive lifelong Raiders fan who is apoplectic at the state of his favorite team. How nauseating they are. Pathetic is a really strong word. It might not be strong enough to describe the current state of the Las Vegas Raiders. Beyond awful. Embarrassed yesterday by the Cleveland Browns. My friend Ross Tucker worked with at NFL Radio for a long time. Ross has been on the show a million times. Ross is doing the game yesterday for CBS. There's a sequence towards the end of the game where Stone Forsythe, who might be the worst left tackle in the league. The question is, does he get stoned before games and then try and protect the quarterback one-on-one against Myles Garrett? Or maybe it's Chip Kelly that's stoned. Because he has Stone Forsythe, who is brutal and has been, maybe he's a really nice guy, I have no idea, who's been brutal his whole career. And he leaves him out on an island against Myles Garrett. One guess as to how that ended. And Ross correctly says on the broadcast, you kind of get what you deserve here. 10 sacks. No chance, no hope, no prayer. Pride and poise. This iteration of the Raiders has neither. Commitment to excellence? More like commitment towards last place. Just win, baby. How about just fire the offensive coordinator? You're paying $6 million to call terrible plays for 12 games and doesn't even make it to Thanksgiving. Ladies and gentlemen, your Las Vegas Raiders. Pete Carroll after the game fires Chip Kelly. And I'm not stumping for Chip Kelly here. This is like Chip's season coaching the 49ers, 2-14 and gone. Didn't even make it to the end of this season. Terrible. The Raiders came into yesterday averaging 15.5 points per game. They scored 10 yesterday against the Browns. At home. Pathetic. Firing Chip Kelly is a good step. Not enough. Honestly, I was going to say Mark Davis. You look at his haircut. You think this guy knows what's going on? Tom Brady's got to take control here. And I'll reiterate what I said last week. He needs to fire Pete Carroll. There is absolutely no reason whatsoever that Pete Carroll should come back and coach the Raiders next year. Tear it down, build it back up. I'm not being an ageist here. You probably don't want a 75-year-old head coach leading a rebuild of this magnitude. It's a good start for the Raiders. More work to be done. They will get slammed by the Chargers coming up on Sunday. On the other side, I'm going to tell everybody what Shedeur Sanders and Johnny Manziel have in common in Cleveland.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
this 1 week of practice. So imagine, what a full offseason look like. It get dangerous. But it's just a 1 week of practice. So I'm just truly thankful, that everything happened.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
That the voice of Cleveland Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders becomes the first Browns quarterback since 95, Eric Zier. And obviously the first since the Browns returned to the league in 1999 to win his first start. And today, on Monday, Kevin Stefanski named Shedeur Sanders the team's starting quarterback coming up for this week when the Browns will host the San Francisco 49ers. And that despite Dylan Gabriel clearing concussion protocol today. So Gabriel's healthy enough to play, and the Browns are sticking with Shedeur Sanders, which would put a lot of the dumb conspiracy theories. Oh, they don't want to play Shedeur. They're stacking the deck against him. Really? He's starting on Sunday and Dylan Gabriel's healthy. If they really didn't want him to play, they would let Gabriel start again and really tell everyone what they think. Just think, there's no conspiracy here. And I feel good for him. Nothing that I have said, I can't speak for anybody else. Nothing is ever personal. He's a young dude. He obviously wants to do well. I don't think anyone's ever said he's a bad guy. I've certainly never said that. Just that I think his attitude, I don't want to say I think, I know from the NFL sources that I have that he rubbed teams the wrong way, which doesn't mean that he's not a good person or we can't be happy for him when he does well. Good for him that he's happy. We're all he's the most polarizing fifth-round pick in the history of fifth-round picks, in the history of any draft of any sports league ever. I feel good for him. I mean that sincerely. But as far as the conversation as, Shedeur won this game, and can he be the quarterback moving forward? A couple things that we need to consider here. Again, we keep it 100. Am I allowed to say that? Am I too old to say that? Keeping it 100, Hunnid. We keep it 100 on this show. We tell you the truth. So yesterday, the Browns sacked Geno Smith 10 times. Tyler says I'm too old. Yeah, kind of getting. I got a lot of gray in my beard now. I don't know, whatever. The sun is the same in a relative way, but you're older, shorter of breath, and one day closer to death. That's Pink Floyd for everybody. Geno Smith sacked 10 times yesterday. Myles Garrett had 3. He's got 18. It needs 5 to break the all-time single-season sack record in the next 6 games. Here's a prediction. I think he gets it and wins Defensive Player of the Year. You're all welcome. The Raiders, 3.6 yards per play. So think about that. Opposing quarterback sacked 10 times. 3.6 yards per play. Okay. And Shedeur, 11 of 20, 209 yards, did have one good throw to Isaiah Bonds. It's the one good throw. One. Okay. Here's what I'd like to do. Because while it's true that Shedeur is the first Browns quarterback to win his first start since 95, and the first since the team returned to the league in 1999, I want everyone, and I want you to be honest. And you don't have the microphone in front of you, right? So you can be honest with yourself. You don't have to say, if you had to say it out loud, maybe you'd want to lie. But you don't have to lie. You can just have the conversation with yourself. No one has to hear the answer. Be very honest. I'm going to name some Browns quarterbacks. And I want you to think in your head, if this quarterback started the game yesterday in his first start as a member of the Browns, would the Browns have won the game? Given that they sacked the opposing quarterback 10 times and the opposing offense 3.6 yards per play. Are you ready? Tim Couch, number 1 overall pick in the draft in 1999. Tim Couch. How about Charlie Fry? How about my buddy, Brady Quinn? Derek Anderson? Brandon Whedon? Dylan Gabriel? And the piece de resistance. Be honest. If Johnny Football had started that game in his first start as a Brown, would the Browns have won? I think the answer to all of these questions is yes. And I'm not trying to hate on Shedeur. I'm just putting things in perspective of what I think this was yesterday. Now, I say that to say this. If Shedeur keeps winning, and he plays a little better than because he did not play great yesterday. I don't think anyone would say that. Maybe Dion would. He's going to be, if he plays really well down the stretch, why wouldn't the Browns give him a chance to start next year? Do you all understand the financial implications of what it would mean that, like, if they hit in the 5th round on their starting quarterback, what they'd be able to do financially with the rest of the roster? What an advantage that would be for them moving forward? Like, think about that. How amazing that would be. They probably want it to happen. This idea that they want Shedeur to be bad. No way. They should want him to be great because you have a financial advantage. And you could use those 2 first-round picks that they've got next year and fortify the rest of the roster. And by the way, just on the Cleveland Browns here, I said this last week on Cleveland radio, and I got some people liked it. A lot of people didn't. I don't know why. I thought it was a compliment to the Browns. Quinshon Judkins, Harold Fannin, Mason Graham, Carson Schweschinger, Dylan Sampson. All their rookies are awesome. They've got a ton of building blocks here. They should be cooking with gas next year. It's a very interesting point spread. And actually, the Browns have been getting bet in the last 20 minutes. And I'm not joking. I have the odds screen up here. The Niners were a 6.5-point road favorite at the Browns. Now the number is 6. Just 6. We'll talk about that game tomorrow after the Niners game tonight against the Carolina Panthers. You bet on this Monday. All right, we're going to roll through a bunch of news in the National Football League. We still got to get to college football, preview Monday Night Football. But the rest of news and notes in the NFL on this Monday. The New York Football Giants this morning fired hapless, overmatched, clueless defensive coordinator Shane Bozo, whose government name is Shane Bowen, after another fourth quarter collapse yesterday. Where, what a shock. Giants are up by 10 in the fourth quarter and find a way to lose. Who could have ever thunk it? I don't even want to rag on the Giants today because I actually thought they played their asses off. Just the coaches are terrible. They really are. Bowen sucks. Dexter Lawrence isn't on the field for large swaths of the game. He's crying after the game. It's just a disaster. The Jameis Winston, Gunnar Olszewski play where Jameis catches the ball and Heisman's the defender and struts into the end zone. At least the Giants are fun right now, which they have not been over the balance of this season. But it makes me think about the greatest sitcom of all time, which was Giants offseason Hard Knocks, where Brian Dable told Joe Shane that he wants to hire Shane Bowen because 1 year in Tennessee, the Titans had a good yards per carry average against the run. Just there's no... I've done this already. It's all just so stupid. I'm right about all of it. And, I tell you when I'm wrong. When it comes to the New York Football Giants, I feel I'm always right. I just am. Sorry. So Shane Bowen fired. And he should be. Mike Kafka getting a lot of heat. Guys, did I see this correctly? Did the President of the United States, I guess he didn't tweet. He socialed, on Truth Social, or whatever, about Mike Kafka's decision to go for the touchdown at the end of the game when they were up 27-24 instead of kicking to go up 6. Malik Neighbors tweeted about it after the game as well. I mean this. I didn't mind the aggression there. I didn't mind it because it's been a lost season for the Giants. Go and try and win the game. I actually didn't mind that from Mike Kafka. But you know my opinion. The Giants have got to move on from everybody. They got to move on from Joe Shane. They got to move on from Mike Kafka. They have to move on from Shane Bowen, and thankfully they did, and clean slate this son of a bitch. By the way, that's true. Donald Trump tweeting about Mike Kafka's decision. Allow me to say to the President of the United States, shut up and govern. And I would say that if it were Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or whomever, Hillary Clinton in office, there's not a comment at the Republican president. I would say that to any president. And leave my favorite football team alone while you're at it. And this sets up actually now a really, really interesting game next Monday night, where we've got news about the Giants' opponent, the New England Patriots. The Patriots continue their win streak. They win again yesterday on the road in Cincinnati, although they don't cover the spread. The left side of the Patriots' offensive line is out. Star rookie left tackle Will Campbell's probably going on IR. He's going to miss a bunch of time. And left guard rookie Jared Wilson has a high ankle sprain, and he's going to be out for a couple weeks. He's going to miss next Monday night. And it's Giants at the Patriots. And if there's one thing the Giants can do, it's beat the New England Patriots. Side in that game, Patriots, 7.5. And Jackson Dart's probably going to be back. I actually like the Giants to cover the number at that price at 7.5. And I love to bet against the Giants when I think they're terrible. I think that I could be calling the defense this week, and I would do a better job than Shane Bowen. I do think the Giants can cover the spread next Monday night and probably lose, because that's what they do, lose every game. But I think they can cover next Monday night at the New England Patriots. All right, we promised you on the show that if we got breaking news on Bucs quarterback Baker Mayfield, we would bring it to you, and we will do that right now. This is per NFL Network and NFL media insider Ian Rappaport. Quote, Bucs quarterback Baker Mayfield, who went down on Sunday night with a sprained left shoulder, has a low-grade sprain following the MRI. Good news with an eye towards next week. In the words of one source, quote, as good as anyone could hope. So it sounds like Baker is going to be at least in contention, and like knowing what a gamer he is, I would guess that he's going to start against the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday. Tampa is -2.5, -18, and as I'm watching right now, the screen is lighting up and people are betting the Arizona Cardinals. So the Cardinals are getting bet. The Cardinals' money line is getting bet, which I don't know if that has to indicate pessimism in Baker Mayfield playing in the game, but if he does play, maybe he's not 100% healthy. So the point spread of that game currently sits less than 3 as Tampa hosts Arizona and Jacoby Brissett, who lost yesterday to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So like at this point now, with the point spread under 3, I think if you want to bet Arizona, I guess you could, but it feels like this would be an opportunity to bet Tampa. If you are bullish on Baker potentially playing, I don't know how you could be at this point in the week. For me, I'd like to wait and see what happens here. Is Bucky Irving going to be back? Is Marvin Harrison going to be back? I'd like to wait and get the full injury picture of this game before I bet it. The Bucs and the Cardinals coming up on Sunday in Tampa. The other piece of quarterback news today in the NFL. You can't make this up. After J.J. McCarthy has yet another game, and I got sucked into the vortex of J.J. McCarthy, and I bet the Vikings yesterday, and it was embarrassing. And I was going back and forth with some people when Miles Price, inexplicably, didn't muff the punt, but starts, blocking, as the punt lands, and it bounces into him, and the Packers recover it and score a touchdown. Did that screw the Vikings bet? As it turned out, no. It wouldn't have mattered. Because J.J. McCarthy was so bad in this game that you could have given them another 4 quarters, and the Packers could have had no possessions on offense, and I don't think the Vikings would have come back to win. 12 of 19, a pathetic 89 passing yards and 2 touchdowns. I'm not joking. Shedeur Sanders is better than J.J. McCarthy. Not a joke. He is. He's absolutely terrible. How about the report today from all the NFL insiders that J.J. McCarthy is in concussion protocol? And undrafted rookie Max Brosmer would start on Sunday against the Seattle Seahawks if McCarthy can't go. That game's in Seattle, by the way. Here is the guarantee of all guarantees. J.J. McCarthy is not playing on Sunday. I wouldn't be shocked, and I'm being a little facetious here just because I know a lot of you are real snowflakes and get very offended. I wouldn't be surprised if Kevin O'Connell was the one that gave J.J. McCarthy this concussion. Just like smashed him in the head with the steel chair. It's like, hey, JJ, guess what? Boom. And JJ won't be able to play on Sunday. I tried to tell everyone that McCarthy got benched earlier in the year because no quarterback in the history of the league has ever missed 6 games with an ankle sprain. And wow, what a coinky-dink. Another bad game, and now, well, he finished the game, and now he's concussed. Oh, interesting how that works. On the other side, a little bit more on the Minnesota Vikings and J.J. McCarthy, and we'll talk about Joe Burrow. We'll get to Jaden Daniels and more to wrap up hour number 2 on this Monday. Next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
McCarthy down the seam and too tall and picked off. Second interception for the Packers the last two drives. Evan Williams, second week in a row, he's gotten one.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Do you guys remember the 21st night of September? You remember in the preseason when I was talking about Max Brosmer? Because, I'm sick, man. I love this stuff. I pore over preseason box scores, and I know every player on every team. And I'm not the only one. I don't say that to be like, look at how great I am. Bill Zimmerman, our executive producer, Tyler Morales, our technical director, we all play in a couple dynasty fantasy football leagues with 50-man rosters and IDP, individual defensive players. So, I'm not even the only person on the show crew who, knows every player on every team. But I do, right? That's how sick I am. I love this stuff. So I've known about Max Brosmer for a while. And all the reports in training camp were, Kevin O'Connell loves Max Brosmer. Do you remember that before J.J. McCarthy came back, when Carson Wentz's shoulder was falling off and all of a sudden J.J. McCarthy was miraculously healed and good to play? When I believe it was Kevin Seifert from ESPN, we read that report, that the reason why Brosmer didn't play when Wentz's shoulder was falling off on that Thursday night game against the Chargers was because they were worried that Brosmer was going to look good and they couldn't go back to J.J. McCarthy. And yet people are still thinking, well, no, there's nothing going on there. McCarthy was really hurt. No, yeah, okay, right. I'm not saying that he's faking a concussion. I want to be careful about this because it's a head injury, like a brain injury. I'm not trying to joke about it. Just don't you all think all of this is a little weird? I'm being serious. If the reports are true, and Kevin O'Connell loves Max Brosmer, then this point spread's probably a little bit big on Sunday. Vikings at Seattle. The number's 10.5 right now. I think, how about this? Sight unseen. Would you rather take, you've never seen Max Brosmer. How about this? Never forget about Max Brosmer. Here's NFL quarterback. Quarterback who's good enough to maybe start an NFL game. Would you rather have mystery quarterback or J.J. McCarthy start this game on Sunday at Seattle? I'll see what's behind door number 2. I'll take mystery quarterback. How can you be worse than McCarthy? You can only be as bad. And I thought he was going to be good. So, I'm taking an L on this, just like a lot of people are. I thought Kevin O'Connell would fix him. Now Coldplay's in my head. Tears stream down your face when you bet on J.J. McCarthy. It doesn't rhyme. Sorry. I don't know if he can fix him. I'll take what's behind door number 2. Big point spread coming up on Sunday. That 10.5 with the Vikings. If Brosmer's going to play, I'll be interested in a big number with Minnesota on the road in Seattle. Other news in the NFL. And we said it earlier in the show. Joe Burrow is expected to start on Thursday night for Cincy. Zach Taylor said as much today. And Joe Burrow put on Instagram in his Instagram story a picture of him wearing a LeBron Cavs jersey from a number of years ago, but very funny. So Joe Burrow is going to be back and he's going to play. We think Thursday night on the road at the Ravens, Baltimore, and I don't think we'll get to the Ravens. We'll do a little bit on it now, but maybe we'll do a deep dive on that game tomorrow on the show when we have more time. The Ravens are in first place in the AFC North. Didn't take that long for the Ravens to get there. Remember when they were 1-5? Now 5 straight wins. Baltimore at 6-5. Baltimore, a touchdown favorite at home against Cincy. This is the night game on Thanksgiving. Total of the game is 52. Trey Hendrickson is out for the Bengals. He will not play. Zach Taylor announced today, as is T. Higgins, who got concussed at the end of Sunday's loss to the New England Patriots. So no T, no Trey. Jamar Chase will be back, though, for Cincinnati. I think I'm going to bet the Bengals. And the reason why actually has nothing to do with Cincinnati. Something's wrong with this Ravens offense. The Ravens offense has not been good since Lamar came back. Lamar does not look healthy, and if you're watching the games, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Against the Jets yesterday, the Jets, who were starting Tyrod Taylor, Garrett Wilson's on IR, who traded their best 2 defensive players at the deadline. You know, the Jets. Yesterday, the Jets averaged 4.9 yards per play. The Baltimore Ravens averaged 4.2 yards per play. The Jets turned it over a couple times. They went for a ridiculous 4th down in their own end, where I'm watching the game thinking, like, are they tanking? And if so, like, good for them. They should be. The Ravens' offense has not been good. And I don't know how anyone can watch Lamar Jackson play football, knowing what we know about Lamar, watching him throughout his career, and think that he's even close to being healthy right now. They beat the Dolphins in Lamar's first game back 28-6. You remember how that game went and how Miami should have been in that game. Miami gave them a bunch of short fields, right? Beat Minnesota. The offense did not play great in that game. They needed the Mark Andrews fake tush push to beat the Browns in Cleveland, and then barely scuffled to a win yesterday over the Jets. And I get it, that the Bengals defense is terrible. Everyone knows it. We talk about it all the time. We talk about it every week on the show. Worth noting, they held the Patriots to less than 6 yards per play yesterday. Just saying. But if Lamar is not healthy and Joe Burrow is back and the point spread 7, I'm not saying I'm definitely going to bet the Bengals, but that's where I'm looking right now. And candidly, think about what Pro Sports Bettor, our friend Rob Pizzola, said on the show when he came on with us on Thursday. That the reason why it was Jets or nothing for him was because he doesn't trust Lamar to cover a big number right now. You bet the Ravens, you need them to win this game by 10. I guess they could win by 8 or 9, but more likely it would be 10 or more. Do you trust Lamar Jackson, even against the Bengals defense, to do that right now? I'm not so sure I do. You bet on this Monday. The other big piece of quarterback news, and the last one for now, unless we get something else, in which case we'll bring it to you here on the show. Washington Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels. Remember the Commanders? We haven't seen them since the awful game in Madrid when they lost to the Miami Dolphins, where Dan Quinn and Mike McDaniel played a game of chicken, and the game was like, who's going to make the worst possible game management decisions possible here? It was terrible on both sides. I mean, is the NFL ever allowed back in Spain after that? So we haven't seen Daniels in a while. And the reporting prior to the bye for Washington was, maybe they're not going to place him on IR. Maybe he could play coming out of the bye. The word that's been used, long shot for Jaden Daniels to play on Sunday night, still has not been cleared for contact. And I'm about to make a lot of people really sad. And this is not the setup to a joke. You, our listeners and viewers, and our show crew, if you don't know this, what I'm about to say, you're going to get a little upset. You're going to be annoyed. You're going to be perturbed. Because the NFL had an opportunity to flex out of Sunday Night Football this week and declined. So guess what we get to watch on Sunday night this week? Broncos and the Commanders in a terrible showdown. Denver at Washington. Denver at Washington in the Super Bowl 22 rematch that no one's been waiting for. Denver led that game 10-0, and then the Redskins scored 35 points in the second quarter and ended up winning 42-10. Doug Williams, Super Bowl MVP. Timmy Smith had 204 rushing yards in the game. Now I'm just stunting on everybody. And surprise, surprise, with this news that it's going to be Marcus Mariota at quarterback most likely, the Denver Broncos are getting bet. Denver is a 6.5-point road favorite as the Broncos come off the bye at the Commanders. Total is 43.5. Now, a lot that we still have to figure out, right? Is Terry McLaurin going to play in the game? You would think so, but who knows? What's the injury situation going to look like? Like, I don't know what this is going to be, but I'll tell you, I don't know what number I would need to bet the commies in this game. I'm contemplating during the break here, just betting a little Denver 6.5, just so I have it. And then I can figure out what I want to do later in the week. But if you're playing fantasy football, and I'll just say I'm in a dynasty league with Bill, and I have Baker Mayfield and Jaden Daniels as my two quarterbacks, Bill, you may have to do your boy a solid and just trade me a quarterback to play it in this league this week. I'm saying it on the air to pressure you a little more. So Jaden Daniels not going to play. Totally lost season for the Washington Commanders. I think the Broncos are going to win this game, right? And move to 10-2. Patriots, I think, more of a chance they lose to the Giants next week without the left side of their offensive line. It looks like the 1 seed in the AFC is going to come down to one of those two teams, right? The Denver Broncos or the New England Patriots. I think Denver, even being on the road, I think Denver is more likely to win this week than the New England Patriots. Next hour on the show, we're going to talk about Panthers and the 49ers. I'm going to preview the game for everybody, and we're going to get into rivalry weekend in college football. And I just want to say this now, so we can just get right into the games to start the hour for college football this weekend. This is actually going to be, I think this is the most excited I've been for a rivalry weekend in quite some time in college football. This was a pretty boring weekend in college, just as far as weren't a lot of big upsets, right? And I got railroaded. I'd like to win some college football bets at some point. I would really like to win. Had USC, had a chance to backdoor, didn't make it happen. Had Mizzou with a chance to backdoor. I'm at a true story. So my wife and I are at a cooking class on Saturday. We went on Saturday morning, actually, at 10:30. It was awesome. We made pasta. It was great. And because, we're on the holidays, I try and do as much stuff with my wife as possible, just me and her, get a babysitter for my daughter. My mom came over, right? And me and my wife ended up getting into a fight because I kept checking the score of my phone of the Oklahoma game because I bet against them. And every time Missouri had the ball and didn't score, which was often, I got really sour. I always love when you lose a bet and you don't just lose money. You get into a fight with your significant other. We'll preview the college football weekend, Monday Night Football, all our bets still to come in the Power Hour.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Bring it up, Kenny Henderson, a.k.a. Henderson. Final hour. Power hour. You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, our unbelievable crew, and whoever the hell you are. The Power Hour and every hour on You Better You Bet brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. All the bets for tonight coming up at the end of the show. NBA, good slate tonight in the association. I got a couple bets that I can't wait to give out and the rationale behind them. Feast week in college hoops, headlined by Gonzaga and Alabama in Las Vegas. Can't wait to tell you how I'm betting that game with Gonzaga and Alabama. Zag's a 4.5-point favorite in that game. To give you an idea of how the market feels about Gonzaga right now. Give your thoughts on that game, Oregon, Auburn, and more tonight in college hoops. And, of course, side total and props for Monday Night Football, the Panthers and the Niners. We'll give you a preview of that game in a moment and preview rivalry week in college football. But how about this? Moments ago, literally moments ago, friend of the show, Mike Garafolo from NFL Media, tweeting, the Ravens list Lamar Jackson with a toe injury today. So again, they're playing on Thursday, right? So listed with a toe injury. He's listed as not practicing on a projected injury report. So no practice report today, but if there were one, Lamar would not have practiced today for the Ravens. Has a toe injury. So 2 weeks ago, Lamar, if you remember, didn't practice on a Wednesday with a knee injury. This past week, in the game before the game against the Jets, didn't practice with an ankle injury. And now today, now he has a toe injury. This is like head, shoulders, knees, and toes, except it's like all like the lower body parts for Lamar that are hurt. I'm telling you, like, you don't have to be a doctor on social media to watch Lamar Jackson play and know that he's not healthy. Because we've seen him be like first ballot Hall of Fame quality, and now he sucks all of a sudden coming off an injury. There's no way. I'm fascinated to see what this injury report has to hold for the Ravens. No Kyle Hamilton today. He got banged up at the end of the game last night for the Baltimore Ravens. And I think we're getting more injury reports here. I just have my... Okay, Rashad Bateman practiced today. That's why you have notifications on your phone turned on, so you can have all this stuff as it happens. So Lamar, toe injury. It's early in the week. He can absolutely play on Sunday. I'll just check the betting market quickly, see if anything's happening. It's not. Ravens still a touchdown favorite. Total of the game remaining 52. Just telling you, I don't think Lamar's healthy, which doesn't mean the Ravens can't win by 30. But if Joe Burrow's on the other side, I feel like I'll be on the Cincinnati Bengals, and maybe they're the square dog. I guess we'll find out. That's the Thursday night game, Bengals and Ravens. As far as tonight goes, Panthers and the Niners. San Fran, a 7.5-point home favorite, although that 7.5 is juiced right now towards the Carolina Panthers. Total in the game is 49.5. Not a lot going on here from an injury perspective, which we love. That's way more fun than us having to refresh Twitter 9,000 times at 6:50 p.m. Eastern Time every Monday. With a win, the Carolina Panthers will be in first place in the NFC South. What a world. I feel like we should play some Louis Armstrong now. I see a short quarterback. Hit him with the Rico. They run the ball. Play defense. And maybe you're in first place. What a wonderful world. Is that the best song ever? I think it might be. San Francisco with a win. You know what else is another great song? Just like while we're talking about great songs. Now, I'm a Sinatra guy. I love Tony Bennett too, but Sinatra's better. But I will say, Tony Bennett's best song, I Left My Heart in San Francisco, you put that up with any Sinatra song, any Dean Martin song, any of like the great crooners. I Left My Heart in San Francisco's up there with all of them. So if they win, San Francisco will move their record to 8-4. Dallas Cowboys will be watching this game tonight, absolutely rooting for the Carolina Panthers. So huge game as far as the NFC playoff race is considered. And the betting market just thinks San Francisco is going to waylay them. And I disagree. Last Monday on the show, and I'm going to be wrong about this, what I said. I bet Carolina +7 last Monday. I could have 7.5 now. I bet 7. I felt like the number was not going to close 7. I felt like it would close less. I'm a little surprised by this move. And I'm probably the idiot, which doesn't mean my bet will lose, but I have certainly been the idiot here. At 7.5, I don't know how you don't bet the Panthers. And I don't know how a Panthers bet isn't correlated with the over. Because the Niners are going to score. And the thing about San Francisco is the defense sucks. I don't think Bryce Young's going to throw for 448 yards again. But like, why? They can't move the ball on this trash Niners defense? To quote the British Bulldog at WrestleMania 7, I think they can and will. What's that, Winston? There's no bull in this, British Bulldog. I'll take the Panthers plus the points, and a lean for me towards over 49.5 as well. And full betting card, all the props coming up at the end of the show for Panthers and Niners. You bet on this Monday. Man, I can't wait for tomorrow night. Latest set of college football playoff rankings. Can't wait to see where all the teams land, what the projected matchups are, where Miami is, where Utah is, where BYU is. I think it's going to be really fun. And speaking of the Big 12 with BYU, good job by BYU beating Cincy. I think every sharp bettor had Cincinnati. We all lost. BYU wins that game 26-14. How about Utah somehow winning a game 51-47, where Kansas State, their opponent, rushed for like almost 500. I'm not kidding. Rushed for like 500 yards in the game, and they lost. Utah with a miracle comeback to keep the college football playoff hopes alive, beating Kansas State. And just to talk a little bit more about Saturday, Arch Manning and Diego Pavia with 6 touchdowns apiece, respectively, for Texas and for Vandy. Vandy waylays Kentucky. It's the second time I've said waylay. I like it. Sue me. And Texas lays it down on Arkansas. And it's going to set up just a tremendous, tremendous, tremendous rivalry week. I want to begin the rivalry week discussion with the biggest story right now in college football. I'm just going to see what the point spread of the game is. Stand by here. And this game is going to be played on Friday. So it's Black Friday at noon. The Egg Bowl as Ole Miss visits Mississippi State. The Rebels, 7.5-point road favorites, total is 62.5. I've been consistent for weeks on this show. Like maybe close to a month. It's probably been like 3 weeks. Ole Miss is making the playoff. Like, I think they could lose, and I think they are still 100% into the playoff, even if they lose to Mississippi State on Friday. So the conversation that we're about to have is not, is Ole Miss going to miss the playoff? The Lane Kiffin drama is hanging over this game like a specter, like a black cloud. Lane is doing typical Lane things that Al Davis warned us about like 20 years ago when he fired Lane as coach of the then Oakland Raiders in one of the most memorable press conferences in the history of press conferences, reading from a projector. Really funny stuff. And if you haven't seen it, I would actually urge you to go on YouTube and find it and watch it. It is like Al Davis is doing unintentional stand-up comedy in that press conference. Lane, it seems like there are 3 options for him. And maybe there's a 4, maybe Penn State. I have no idea. He's either going to A, stay at Ole Miss, B, go to LSU, or C, go to Florida. And he's playing them all against each other. Lane Kiffin right now is like if you ever watch like Bachelor in Paradise or like one of these dating shows where the guy has like a bunch of different options and you want him to pick one because you care about the women in this instance, right? Like you don't want the women to be strong along. No one wants to be strong along in general in their lives. And the guy is being a selfish a-hole and he's stringing them along for his own personal benefit. That's Lane Kiffin because he can't decide. He's taken this up to the 11th hour, to the point, and we told you this last week on the show, that Ole Miss AD Keith Carter, and the only reason I know his name is because, it's plastered all over the place now, said that there will be a decision made on Saturday. And I've actually talked to, I don't have great college football sources, I never claim to, but I have talked to some people with some knowledge of things. And they think that this is Keith Carter forcing Lane's hand. You're not going to drag this out any longer. This is coming to a head. It's coming to an end. There will be finality. There will be a decision by Saturday after the Egg Bowl. So here's my question to everybody, right? If you're an Ole Miss player, you're obviously aware of this, right? You know what's happening with your head coach. And you know that if he goes to LSU or goes to Florida, you're going to play in the college football playoff without your head coach. He leaves you at the altar. I would say literally, but they're not getting married, but you understand. Basically as literally as you can get without being literally. He's going to leave them at the altar at the 11th hour. Everyone's in the church, the organ's playing, the groom standing up there, and the bride just never shows up as Here Comes the Bride's playing. Instead, they're going to play the LSU fight song or the Florida fight song. You don't think this is going to impact these young men? This is the human condition, right? You go all out and you put it all on the line for someone because you believe in them, right? I think it's fair to say, and think about, you may disagree with me, but is this a fair comment I'm about to make? If they don't know if Lane's going to coach the team, are they going to lay it all on the line on Friday against Mississippi State? I'm not suggesting Ole Miss is going to lose. I'm not betting Mississippi State money line. But at 7.5, that's the number right now. Oh, yeah. I bet Mississippi State. So I have a Mississippi State plus 7.5 ticket. I would like to fade the Lane Kiffin circus right now in Oxford. And I'll take the 7.5 with Ole Miss in the Egg Bowl. Couple of other huge games, rivalry weekends. A lot of credit goes to Ohio State, and a lot of credit goes to Michigan, who did not fall victim, yet another Nick Costos college football loser from the weekend. Remember at the start of the year? I do. Wasn't that long ago. When I couldn't lose a college football bet? Those were fun times. Things have a way of evening out. Great start to the year, terrible ending. Hopefully things get better. I think they will, and I mean that sincerely. Neither Ohio State nor Michigan fall victim to the dreaded look-ahead spot. Both win, both cover. Michigan destroys Maryland. Ohio State takes care of Purdue. Ahead of the big game, where Michigan has a chance with, I don't know how you deny Michigan if Michigan wins this game and beats Ohio State. They will have 2 losses. The 2 losses will be against USC and Oklahoma. They're not losing to jabronis. And they will have the best single win that any team has had this year in college football if they beat Ohio State. I think Michigan wins and they're in. And the first move in the betting market is towards the Wolverines. Last night, she said, "Oh, baby, I feel so down." Last night, Ohio State was 11.5. That's Jet, for those wondering. Ohio State was 11.5. Today, Ohio State's 10. So some bullishness on Michigan. The total is 44.5. You already know what I'm doing with this game. I know that Michigan's taking care of business, and they've won 4 straight times, and it doesn't matter if it's Harbaugh, it doesn't matter if it's Sharon Moore, it doesn't matter if Jack Sawyer, the hero, picks off Davis Warren at the goal line. Michigan wins these games. It's been a dramatic role reversal, right, from Ohio State dominating for all those years. Now Michigan has dominated this rivalry. But this Ohio State team has historic potential. And they didn't make it this far just to stub their toe before the Big Ten title game, where they will win and cover against Indiana. You know I like Ohio State on Saturday. I don't even know if I needed to say it. Love Ohio State. Last note for today, and we'll do a ton of college football on the show tomorrow, and obviously on Wednesday. Wednesday is a Friday show this week. So I'm going to give you all the bets for college football and the NFL weekend coming up on Wednesday. So Wednesday is the Friday show this week. Iron Bowl. Bama, a 5.5-point favorite at Auburn, total 48.5. I do think this is a win and in for Bama, winning in the playoffs. If Bama, let's say Bama wins and makes the SEC title game and loses, Bama's not out with 3 losses if they lose in the SEC title game. Bama's still in. So a lot of pressure on Bama in this game. And I think it's early in the week, right? I think you're going to see a lot of people make the case for Auburn, where Jordan Hare can be a house of horrors at night. Maybe this is a Kalen DeBoer spot where if they don't perform, I think Bama's way too good. I don't know if I'm going to lay the points with Bama, but I do think Bama wins and punches its ticket to the college football playoff. On the other side, PJ Glasser of the BetMGM Network joins his best bets for college football and the NFL this week.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, 20 minutes from now, it's all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. Panthers, Niners, side total and props. I already gave you my side and total thoughts. I like the Panthers in the over. We'll give you the props. NBA, college basketball as well. All coming up 20 minutes from now to wrap up the magnificent Football Monday edition of You Better You Bet. For joining us right now, both to give us some winning bets and also give my voice a break, is our good friend from the BetMGM network, the great PJ Glasser. Send it in weekdays at 1 o'clock Eastern on all social platforms, on Twitter at PJ Glasser9. Glassman, welcome back to the show. How are you?
Doing good, Nick. Good to see you. Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours, man.
What is the best Thanksgiving dish per PJ Glasser, which you are most excited to eat on Thursday?
Definitely my mom's pumpkin bread. The absolute best. It's maybe
Tell
one of my
me about
favorite
pumpkin
things to
bread.
eat.
So it's like, what is, because I don't know if I can't like visualize in my head what that is.
I mean, it's truly just like what it sounds like. I mean, it's nothing like fancy. It's like a loaf of bread, and then it tastes like pumpkin. I don't know exactly what she puts in it, but it is fantastic. It's truly bread that just tastes like pumpkin.
Do you eat it warm? Do you put like butter on it? Do you just eat it cold? Like, how do you eat it?
Can eat it either way. Probably better for it to be a little bit warmer. Usually you eat it as like a dessert type of thing. But yeah, you don't put anything on it. It's kind of just like a dessert that's usually better when it's warm.
When you and Tyler Morales had ice cream following the golf tournament this summer, what ice cream did you guys have?
I had cookie dough. Tyler did not have any, I believe, because I think ice cream like upsets his stomach, I want to say.
Tyler, are you lactose intolerant? Is that true? Pop on here, Tyler. Are you? You've been on the show for 6 years. I didn't know you were lactose intolerant. Is that true?
Yeah, I stay away from the dairy products except pizza. I try to, at least. Quesadillas. But ice cream, like, does me dirty. We can't have any ice cream.
So does it upset your stomach, Tyler?
It does, yes.
Thank you very much. All right, Pete. Let's talk some football coming up this weekend. I actually want to start with your favorite team, the Ravens. We're currently a touchdown favorite, and I'm just gonna bring up the odds board here just to make sure nothing's happening. Ravens 7 at home against the Bengals. Joe Burrow will be back in the game. Total is 52. I've been saying all show long, and I know you are watching the games. Lamar is not healthy. We've seen him at his best. He's not even close to that right now. I don't know how you lay the Ravens here, knowing that about Lamar. How do you handicap this game?
I totally agree with you, and I think it's part of the handicap. Nick, I think what's so fascinating about this game is we're all so focused on the Bengals side of things. Like, the big talking point, obviously, is Joe Burrow likely to return on Thursday. Higgins is out. Hendrickson's out. But nobody's talking about the Ravens side of things. You mentioned Lamar. He is not 100%. The Cleveland game, we were willing, like as Ravens fans, we were willing to give him a pass on that because of how good the defense is. It's a divisional game, third straight road game. He had missed practice that week dealing with an ankle injury, but he didn't look good in that one. And in the Jets game yesterday, he just did not look like himself at all. He's timid to run. And even in the passing game, I mean, it just doesn't feel like he's fully healthy. He's confident. So he's off right now, and not enough people are talking about that. And then also you had Kyle Hamilton get injured late in that game as well, which is obviously a massive deal. I mean, Hamilton is the most important player on that defense. So with Jamar Chase coming back from the suspension, Burrow's probably going to be a little bit rusty. I mean, I don't know how he's not, but throughout his career, he's always had a bunch of success against Baltimore, and these games are always close, man. I mean, he's only beaten the Ravens once, but I mean, these games are always one score. They always come down to the end, and I would think this game's going to be the same. So I think if you get the Bengals 7.5, it's a good bet because you're right. Lamar's just not healthy. And I know it's scary, Nick, but I kind of think 52 might be too many points also. Like, the Bengals defense has been a little better, and because they're pricing the Ravens, I think, as the offense that maybe we think they are, they're just not right now because Lamar's not 100%.
We have some news on the Chiefs ahead of Thursday's game against the Cowboys. Rashee Rice limited in practice today with the hamstring injury, but he did practice. Patrick Mahomes practiced in full with a groin injury. And we do have a quote from John Harbaugh speaking about Lamar Jackson. We told you earlier in the show, Lamar did not practice on an estimated report today with the toe injury. John Harbaugh did say that Lamar is fine, which means obviously the market didn't move at all, that Lamar is going to start on Thursday night, obviously, for the Baltimore Ravens. Just to get this in ahead of the final segment, at MGM, there are no more 7.5s. It is Niners -7 now against the Carolina Panthers. So for those interested, if you want to bet Carolina, you can't do it at MGM with the 7.5 anymore. Find a 7.5 if you'd like to bet the Carolina Panthers. That number at MGM is down to Niners -7. All right, other games, PJ, coming up in football on Thanksgiving. Lions and Packers in Detroit. I didn't get a chance to touch on this game today. I'll do it tomorrow. The Lions juice 2.5-point home favorite, total of 49.
I think this is too much of an overreaction to what we saw yesterday because Green Bay won pretty convincingly, but I think anybody that was watching that game knows that the final score was a little misleading. It was a 10-6 game. The Vikings were getting ready to get the ball back. The punt returner fumbles it. And then the Packers go in for a touchdown, 17-6, and then McCarthy is in trail mode. The Packers defense just tees off, and the game's over from there. So Minnesota was hanging tight with Green Bay. I think it would have been a closer game if they don't muff that punt. But because the final score, they win by 17 or whatever it was. And obviously the Lions struggled with the Giants yesterday. They should have lost that game. They go to overtime. I think Detroit was looking ahead a little bit to this game. I mean, that was a tough spot. Sunday night against the Eagles, Thanksgiving against the Packers, this sandwich game with the Giants. And we know New York's been playing teams tough all year. So I think this line is a little bit too much of an overreaction, especially now that you're getting Detroit at 2.5. I think that's a good number. So I did bet the Lions today once it dropped to 2.5.
I'll break down the game tomorrow. I love the Lions if the number is going to be less than 3. So you and I are simpatico on that one with Detroit hosting Green Bay. All right, other games coming up for this weekend. Bills at the Steelers. I haven't touched on this game yet. Buffalo, 3.5 on the road at Pittsburgh. Aaron Rodgers is expected back for the Steelers. Bills coming off a mini bye after losing on Thursday to the Texans. Total 47.5. How do you see this one?
I mean, this is just such a Steelers spot. Like, it really is. I know the Bills are coming off a loss. I know Allen didn't play well. But, like, these are the kind of games when the Steelers are at home. Like, this is the same kind of game when they played the Colts, when Indy was a 3.5-point favorite. The Steelers this season have been so up and down. When they've looked bad and they're coming off losses and people are getting ready to fade them, that's when they tend to bounce back and win. When you think they're about to string together a couple of good games, that's when they play bad. So I think anything north of a field goal is a good bet here with Pittsburgh. Rodgers should be back. And I have some concerns about Buffalo, certainly protecting Josh Allen. And the Bills normally don't play in Pittsburgh very much. I feel like a lot of time these games have been played in Buffalo. It's been a little bit since the Bills have traveled to Pittsburgh. Massive game with massive AFC wildcard implications. So I think it's going to be a field goal type game. And I think one of those games where if you get over a field goal, 3.5, 4 with the Steelers, that's a good bet.
All right, so PJ going with the Steelers against the Bills on Sunday. That number is 3.5. PJ, another start for Shedeur Sanders for the Browns. They're 6-point home dogs against the Niners, who obviously play tonight on Monday night, so we'll see what happens in that game. The total there is 40.
Nick, this is my favorite stat of the week, and I bet it a couple years ago, and it is that Kyle Shanahan is 1-9 against Jim Schwartz, who's the Browns' defensive coordinator. I don't know what it is, but going back to, when Schwartz was with Detroit or when he was with Philly, whatever it may be, whenever Shanahan has gone up against Schwartz, his offenses have never played well. And people might remember when these two teams matched up a couple years ago. I think it was like a week 5 game. The Niners had just dismantled Dallas on Sunday night. They go on the road to Cleveland, and the Browns pulled off a big upset with P.J. Walker starting at quarterback. I think we've all seen how great the Browns defense has been at home this season. Upset of the Packers. They played the Ravens tough. They smashed the Dolphins. So the Browns are a different kind of beast at home, especially that defense. And I think that's a tough kind of travel spot for San Francisco on a short week, going on the road. So I like getting 6 with the Browns. I think they're alive in that game as well to pull off the upset. So big on the Browns this week, +6.
I actually think I agree with you that the Browns are going to be live in that game against the San Francisco 49ers. We'll see how tonight's game goes, obviously. You bet on this Monday. Our guest, PJ Glasser from the BetMGM Network. Send it in weekdays at 1 o'clock Eastern Time across all social platforms. Glassman, let's turn our attention to college football. Blanket question first. Your favorite bet for rivalry week is what and why?
It's Washington +7 against Oregon. I think this is too many points. Most of the season, we've kind of been asking ourselves, like, how good is Oregon? After we had seen Penn State's season unravel, we were questioning what their best win was, especially once we saw what Indiana did to them. They had the comeback against Iowa with the last-second field goal. They beat USC last week. But again, rivalry game, and Washington's one of these college teams, especially under Jed Fish. They're night and day. When they play at home, they're a much better team than when they go on the road. And I think Washington has a chance to pull off this upset. So because it's in Seattle is the whole key with this game. I've seen it starting to drop to 6.5 at some spots. I still like Washington, but if you could still grab that 7, I would definitely prefer that, obviously, against the Ducks. I'm just still not sold on this Oregon team. They're talented. Dante Moore is an excellent quarterback. But I just, again, when they go on the road in these type of games, they've been close, and I think this is going to be another close game. So I like Washington here plus the 7.
PJ, Alabama alumni. Your Crimson Tide, PJ, a 5.5-point road favorite at Auburn in the Iron Bowl. Total 47.5. I believe this is a win and in for Alabama. Win this game and in the playoff no matter what potentially happens in an SEC championship game. A, do you agree with that? And B, how are you betting the Iron Bowl on Saturday?
I do agree. I think if they win, they're in. Their resume's too strong. And I just think if you make it to the SEC championship game, like that's kind of a qualifier to make the playoff. I don't see how the committee leaves a team out that makes it to Atlanta. So I agree with that. I like Auburn, though, plus the points. I think 5.5. I think it's going to be a field goal game, 3-point game, 4-point game. All these games in Jordan-Hare are always close. Crazy stat that I saw this week, though, is that a ranked Alabama team has never lost to an unranked Auburn team in Jordan-Hare. They've won in Tuscaloosa, but they've never won in Jordan-Hare, which I think is just insane because, again, these games, especially recently, have all been pretty close. I think that's telling, though. When Bama has a good team and Auburn doesn't, even though these games tend to be close, Bama finds a way. And I think that's what happens again on Saturday. I think it's close. I think Bama wins. But this game's going to come down to the wire. And since DeBoer's been in Tuscaloosa, even when he was at Washington, I mean, when he has gone on the road and played unranked teams, he has not been good. He struggled with South Carolina this year. He lost to Florida State in week 1. So I think this game's going to be tight. Another interesting wrinkle, Nick, with this game is Auburn's quarterback, Deuce Knight. He's a 5-star true freshman. They played him this past weekend against Mercer, and he's a great athlete, like blazing speed. And first play of the game, he ran it like 75 yards to the house for a touchdown. I think Auburn's got some packages with him that Bama hasn't seen yet on tape. So that could be definitely something to watch that I think Auburn has in their favor. But Bama by 3. I think they win. Auburn covers.
Last one for you, Peach. Interesting point spread with A&M and Texas. A&M a 2.5-point road favorite, 51.5 the total. Arch coming off his best game of the season. How do you see it?
I would love a 3, but I think even at 2.5, I would roll with Texas in the game. I think they win it outright. A&M, they're due for a loss, man. They're due for a loss. They're 11-0. South Carolina should have gotten them. I think Texas is going to get them. People are down on Texas, and rightfully so. They were the number 1 preseason team. All this hype around Arch. But all 3 of their losses have come on the road, and 2 of them have been against Georgia and Ohio State, and it feels like everybody just thinks Texas is a terrible team because of how they've looked in those games. The Florida loss has not aged well, but they've been a different team in Austin. They've been different when they're at home, and I think that's the key for this game. Texas is playing for their playoff lives. Even though it's an outside shot, they're going to need a lot of help. They still do have a potential chance to make it, so I think Texas at home in this type of game. Would love a 3 at 2.5, though. Still like the Longhorns.
Let's wrap up with this, Peach. I think Gonzaga railroads your basketball team tonight. Gonzaga against Alabama in Vegas. Gonzaga 4.5-point favorite in that game. I love Gonzaga. What say you? 30 seconds.
Also love Gonzaga, would lay the 4.5, but Nick, the play is the first half over. Since Nate Oates has been in Tuscaloosa, when he plays these kinds of games, non-conference, neutral site games, always an electrifying, high-scoring first half game. Anybody that watched that Bama St. John's game like from 2 weeks ago, it's going to be the same type of thing. So I like Zaga 4.5. I like the first half over as well.
Last one for you, 10 seconds for the answer. As of right now, give you the opportunity to change your mind. Who's going to win the national championship in college hoops?
In college hoops. Right now, I will go with, I think it's going to be Houston right now, would be my pick as of today.
Wrong. The answer is Purdue. Who's going to win it in college football? 10 seconds.
Ohio State. They're too good.
Right.
Yeah.
Happy Thanksgiving, buddy, to you and your family.
You too, Nick. Thanks, man.
At PJ Glasser 9 on Twitter. Send it in weekdays on the BetMGM network. We love our guy, the Glass Man. Quick break, and on the other side, we'll check in with our friend Brad Evans, and we'll give you all our bets for tonight in the world of sports, the NBA, college hoops, and side total and props for the Panthers and the Niners.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, have some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the magnificent Football Monday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. One wonderful guest joined us on the show. Of course, that is our friend, the great PJ Glasser, at PJ Glasser9 on Twitter. Send it in weekdays, 1 o'clock Eastern, across all social platforms on the BetMGM network. Our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Our tactical director, Tyler Morales. Our engineer, doing a great job in place of our friend Jake the Snake Hassan, Kenny Henderson, a.k.a. Henderson. And our video producer, who is going to be fired if Brad Evans did not get a link, because I'm losing my voice and I need some help. The great downtown Mike Brown. Coming up after us on the BetMGM Network is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring our friend Pat Boyle, who will be doing the show tonight. I love me some Pat Boyle. Pat's the best. He's been on this show before, and our guest at this time, the one, the only, Brad Evans. Brad, happy Monday. Hola, amigo. Happy early Thanksgiving.
Hola, amigo. I cannot wait for the orgasm of gluttony.
Okay, well, that's not where I was going to go, but there will be gluttonous for sure coming up on Thursday. So let's divvy these up. We'll do football last, but would love your favorite college basketball bet for tonight first, and even better if it comes from the Gonzaga-Alabama game.
Oh, let's go ahead and go there, shall we? I'm going to lay with the Zags. Look, I think they're going to be able to cover this game. This is a kind of proving ground situation for them. I know Alabama coming off a monster win against my ILL, and a team that, again, lives and dies by the three. They're going to jack 35 threes. If they hit better than 37%, they're going to win. Nothing can really do about it. The Zags, not nearly as prolific from outside, but they have a distinct size advantage. Braden Huff, Graham Ike, one of the best pivot man in the game. They should definitely score with relative ease inside as long as they're blocking out limited second chance opportunities, hit a fair amount of threes on their own, and sold away the game and the clock at the line. I think the Zags are going to win this thing, and they could win it by 8-12. So I will lay the points. We Gonzaga have had a lean on the total, would be on the over. Both these teams inside the top 45 nationally in adjusted tempo.
So PJ likes Gonzaga. Brad likes Gonzaga. I also like Gonzaga. You have a thought on the Auburn-Oregon game? I'd like to bet Oregon.
I like Oregon quite a bit. Auburn is kind of a roller coaster ride. You don't ever really know what you're going to get with that team. We saw the squad that barely got by Bethune-Cookman earlier this year. Got a couple of marquee wins here under the belt. Offensively, they can be problematic at times. Not exactly lining up from way downtown. And you look at Oregon, you got Biddle there in the middle. And a guy that can probably go out there and easily get, I feel, a double-double tonight. Shellstad's a guy that obviously can knock down a lot of threes. Great distributor as well at the point. I like Oregon. I think Oregon is prime for the upset in this one. Hell, I'll just take him straight up on the money line against them Tigers.
And Brad, in 30 seconds, your favorite bet for Monday Night Football, Panthers and Niners.
Tedero McMillan, 75+ receiving yards. A little baby today's managers there at a plus 105. Coming off a giant game last week, career high, 130 yards receiving. San Francisco, then very lackluster on the back end. I think McMillan's going to be force-fed targets. I think he's going to flirt with the century mark in back-to-back games. So again, give me Ted McMillan, 75+ receiving yards at a plus 105.
Brad, have an awesome show tonight with our friend Pat Boyle. We will catch up with you tomorrow on You Better You Bet.
Rico Dowdle over 16.5 receiving yards. I'm out.
Oh, so Rico, I like the Niners do give up production in the passing game to running backs. I like that from Brad. I'll give you my side total and prop thoughts for the Panthers and Niners coming up in a few, plus NBA, plus college hoops. But first, our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, is here with the submissions from the real ones, Bill, their best bets for Monday Night Football.
All right, Nikki, let's jump into it. We've got a few here. How about Franchise Davis? He likes Ricky Pearsall over 3.5 receptions. Best way to get everyone to forget about Ayuk is to showcase Pretty Ricky. How about Steamy Roller? He's back. He's got Jalen Coker over 28.5 receiving yards. Coker's snaps have gone up on a weekly basis, and the Panthers should be trailing the majority of the game. He'll get plenty of chances to go over that number. We've got.
Can I ask you a question before you go to the next one? just before you get to the next one, if who would you say Tony Montana's favorite NFL wide receiver is?
You got me.
Jalen Coker. Please continue.
Right.
Because he does cocaine.
Worthy opponent. Worthy opponent says Bryce Young under 211 and a half passing yards. Is he still Bryce Young? Yes, he is. I'm not buying his 400 plus yards. This man throws under 200 yards every week, but twice this year. He is who he is. 49ers defense can be banged up, but he's still set to go under. We got one more here from Twitter at JRS says Tet overs, all of them. Why? 1, he moved more into the slot last game. 2, suspect Bryce has earned more confidence from the coaching staff due to last week. And 3, Arizona shredded this pass defense last week with lesser talent. So there you go, Nick. A few samples from the real ones.
Love our guy JRS. Bill, you did an awesome job hosting the 3 o'clock hour today. Was it like what? How did you divvy it up with you and Tyler? Like, what percent of the show did you do? Was it 50-50?
No. Tyler was utilized as a college football guest in the third segment. We had Clay Harper on in the second segment, and I did a monologue in the first segment. Tyler was feeling
what was the monologue about?
Little rough around the edges here, using the results from Sunday to put forward my favorite playoff bets in terms of who is not going to make the playoffs this year.
How did it go?
It went well. I think we got rave reviews from the staff. I'm sure Mike Brown and Tyler and Kenny were going to be very critical of me, and they said I did an excellent job.
Kenny says he enjoyed it, and I think that Kenny's always honest on the show, so Kenny liked it. So I'm sure it was great. Thank you very much for that. Well, and just in case, Femi will be back on the show with us next week. Femi off this week for the holidays. Femi will be back with us next week here on You Better You Bet. Okay, and with that being said, I think we can get to all the bets, which means we need our friend Kenny Henderson. Kenny, please drop the dope ass beat. All right, you've thought out the parlay. Now it's time to boost it. Use today's Odds Boost token on any pro football same-game parlay and grab a bigger payout if you win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. All right, we'll start in college basketball, then the NBA, then the National Football League. I'm just checking to see what the current market is. Gonzaga, 4.5 against Alabama. That point spread should show you just how good Gonzaga is. And I actually don't know if the betting market is caught up yet just to how good Gonzaga is. I think even better than this, I will lay the 4.5 with the Gonzaga against Alabama, and then we were just talking about it with Brad. I think Auburn's fool's gold, and they did really well to cover against Houston. I don't see it. Anytime they're a big favorite against a big team, I don't trust their defense. I will take the points with Oregon. Give me the Ducks plus 3.5 against Auburn. To the NBA, and I'm just doing a refresh here on Basketball Monster to make sure we know who's playing in the game because we're getting close to tip-off in a lot of these games. Okay, game number 1. I will take the Indiana Pacers. I bet 10.5. The number's 9.5 now. I still think it's okay. The Pistons have been awesome. They've won 12 straight games. Maybe they win this game. Indiana is starting to play better. It doesn't mean they're going to win, but I think they're scrappy. And I'll take the Pacers to cover. I bet 10.5. I think 9.5 is still okay with the Indiana Pacers. I told everybody on Friday to bet against the Bucks over the weekend because without Giannis, they are absolutely horrendous, and they did not cover on Saturday. We get another chance to bet against the Bucks tonight. They are actually favored at home against Portland. A short point spread. I will bet the Blazers to win this game tonight, even with Shaedon Sharpe out of the lineup. Give me the Blazers to win on the road in Milwaukee. 2 other plays. I'll take the... Okay, yeah, the market's been moving towards me. I took the Pels plus 5.5. It's 4.5 now against the Bulls. They're going to start playing better with Derek Queen playing well, Fears playing well, and the interim coach. Pels plus against the Bulls. And no Kevin Durant. Oh, man, markets, I'm on top of it here. Doesn't mean I'm going to win. I laid 5.5 with the Rockets. No Kevin Durant. I don't care. I think this will be like last year's Rockets team minus Fred VanVleet. Reed Shepherd's playing awesome at the Phoenix Suns. I think they railroad Phoenix. Pacers plus the points. Blazers money line. Pels plus the points, laying it with the Houston Rockets in the NBA. I gave you my side and total thoughts already for Monday Night Football. I took Panthers plus 7. You could have bet 7.5 earlier. This number keeps moving towards the Panthers. It's 7 minus 15 now towards the Niners. The total's actually ticked down from 49.5 to 49. I don't have a bet on the total. If I had to bet it, I would bet the over. But Carolina plus the points. I don't trust this San Francisco defense at all. Why can't Carolina score enough to stay in the game here? Like, Brock Purdy and the offense should play well. I don't trust the defense. Give me the Panthers to cover a big number. I do think San Francisco will win, but I think it'll be an entertaining game tonight on Monday Night Football. All right, it is now time to close the show with Thy Royal Prop King. As he descends down from thy royal throne, traipses across thy royal purple velvety carpet over to thy royal balcony to gaze down upon you, the pigs, to issue winning prop bets for Monday Night Football.
Now approaching the betting window, it is your prop king, Nick Costos. All hail King Costos.
All hail King Costos.
Worship me, swine. Yardage prop. This might be the ultimate example of betting square and not giving a single solitary damn. I actually like a couple props in this game. Tedero and McMillan over receiving yards. JRS, I agree with everything you said, the real one. Playing more in the slot. I think he's just electric. Ted McMillan over receiving yards. I actually like both running backs to go over. The official prop game play can be Ted McMillan. I will also have bets on Rico Dowdle and Christian McCaffrey over rushing yards. I like both offenses in this game. As far as the anytime touchdowns go, look, we want to hit him with the Rico. Why can't Chuba Hubbard get a goal line carry in this game? It's plus 625. Chuba anytime touchdown, and the Panthers use all three of their tight ends. They all play a ton of snaps. They all get targeted. Let's play the Panthers tight end at the longest price, and let's play Ness's brother, Mitchell Evans, Brad's cousin, anytime touchdown for the Carolina Panthers. We will see you tomorrow on a terrific Football Tuesday. Until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Hey, happy Monday evening. Welcome on into BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. He is the man that is here every single day holding it down, Brad Evans. We've got Monty, Brandon Combs, the rest of the crew with us. What a jam-packed show we've got for you today. In 20 minutes from now, we're going to have our one guest of the show, Walker Mell. He is the co-host of the Wes and Walker Show on WFNZ in Charlotte. Hit him up on Twitter at Walker Mell because we got a huge Monday Night Football game. How about the Panthers in prime time? The Panthers. That's right. And they're above 500 for the first time in the last week of November since 2018. They are tied for first place in the NFC South. That's not a typo. When the schedule makers for the NFL, right, when they write their script every year of how the season's going to go, right, I guess, hey, Panthers, late Monday Night Football game of the year in prime time, sure, why not? Against the Niners, both teams trying to stay in the mix in the NFC wildcard race. Panthers trying to win the division, Niners trying to stay on the heels of the Rams. So we'll talk to Walker Mell, and obviously we're going to hit on all the big stories over the weekend from the NFL and college football. And that's where I want to start. And you can watch us, by the way, live on YouTube. Search the BetMGM Network and hit that subscribe button. Follow us on X and Twitter at BetMGM Network. But, Brad, that's where I want to start. And I think the biggest result for me yesterday is Jerry World. Dallas Cowboys, Philadelphia Eagles, Spitgate rematch, right? Jalen Carter, Dak Prescott. I was excited to see their interactions. And then all of a sudden, it looked like it was going to turn into a blowout. I mean, this game looked like it was over in the first couple of minutes of the second quarter. The Eagles, they scored touchdowns on their 3 first drives. They are destroying Dallas. And it's like, okay, the Cowboys had a nice little resurgence. They gave their fans hope for a little bit. Jerry Jones, of course, looking like he's, screaming, Tar Nation in the owner's box. and then the switch just flipped. This game got flipped upside down on its head. Everything that we have watched the Eagles struggle with over the last couple of weeks, it happened again in the worst possible time. The Cowboys, all of a sudden, their defense came to life. They made turnovers. The Eagles were sloppy, and the Cowboys come all the way back, and they win this game 24-21. We'll get to Philly's side of things in just a bit, but Brad, when it comes to the Cowboys, I know there are so many shows and there are so many folks out there that talk about the Cowboys when they're really not relevant. But after coming back from 21-0 down, is this team in the mix for the playoffs? Do you think they saved their season, or is this just a blip on an otherwise lost season for the Cowboys where they don't end up making the playoffs? Do you think this win was as massive as it seemed yesterday?
Oh, yeah, it was ginormous. There's no doubt about it. And very much in the playoff conversation. And boy, do we got a fine and dandy one set for Turkey Day, don't we? We've had some snore fests in the past. Usually you would slip into that tryptophan-induced coma and gladly welcome the nap during the Dallas Cowboys game, but not this year. Not against Kansas City Chiefs, because there's going to be so much on the line, not only for KC, but also for dare I say, Big D? I've been calling him Little D all year, but the defense, you're right, actually stepped up. They were picked apart earlier in the game by A.J. Brown. Squeaky wheel got the grease, but Dallas really cranked up the heat, really dominated in the trenches from beginning to end in that game. A very impressive effort, and Dak has been wheeling and dealing, and when you have two of the most outstanding wide receivers at your disposal. George Pickens goes nuts again yesterday, over 100 yards receiving. CeeDee Lamb, though he had a couple of miscues late in that one, we weren't all that costly. Still managed to go over 65 yards and have a touchdown. Juggernaut Javonte Williams has had a lot of balance. Jake Ferguson has done some of that dirty work between the hash marks. The only thing that we needed from Dallas, and I've said this time and time again here on BetMGM Tonight, all we needed was a C-minus level effort on defense. Yesterday, I'd probably grade them at least a B, maybe a B+. I was arguably their finest defensive half in the second frame all season, and it came at the most opportune time. And now they have a lot at stake on Thanksgiving in game numero dos. So crack open a fifth beer, get yourself another serving of mashed potatoes and gravy, and go ahead and dig in, because Cowboys and Chiefs is all the more meaningful now on Turkey Day.
Yeah, I think that's well said. And look, I think in the next two games, we're going to find out if the Cowboys are going to the playoffs or not, because at this point, they're 5-5-1 with how stacked the NFC is, to the point where, again, the Niners right now, they're 7-4, and they are almost on the outside looking in. Like 10 wins is the minimum. And that tie, we'll see if it ends up playing in the Dallas's favor or not. But I think they got to go. They're 5-5-1. I think at most they can afford one more loss. They've got to go 10-6-1 or better to make the playoffs. And that you mentioned it, Thursday, Jerry World on Thanksgiving against the Chiefs, who we'll talk about in just a couple of minutes in their own desperate situation. Then they play the Lions on the road next Thursday night. And so it feels like they have to win one of those two. And then they got to win out against the Vikings, Chargers, Commanders, and Giants. So I think literally, are the Cowboys making the playoffs? We're going to find out in 10 days from now after their games with the Chiefs and the Lions. They lose both of them, they're toast. They win both of them, it feels like the Cowboys could actually win out. And I know that sounds crazy considering how bad the defense has been all year. But again, the addition of Quinnen Williams, they did a great job of stuffing that Eagles run. And Philly's had problems with the run, right? They're not the same running team they were last year. Saquon, I can't tell you how many times I can watch Saquon get 1 yard on the same boring inside zone shotgun handoff. And it's like, that's not coming back. Like last year's not coming back for the Eagles. But give the Cowboys defense credit. They stepped up when they needed it. They forced the turnovers, right? That punt return. I mean, do you see that replay of the rookie Clark? He gets manhandled twice as he's trying to be the gunner and go down the field. Still gets up, sprints, never gives up on the play, and jars the football loose out of Gibson's hands. And that gave the Cowboys first and goal. Now, ultimately, they didn't end up freaking converting on that, right? Because they decided to go for it on 4th and goal. But it doesn't end up hurting them because they get the good field position afterwards when they stop the Eagles and they get to kick the game-winning field goal. But Dak, again, who breaks Tony Romo's all-time record in the process for passing yards. He has owned the NFC East at home in Dallas. And so for him to come from 21-0 down, he throws for 350 yards. This Eagles defense hasn't been a problem in the last couple of weeks. It's been the offense. I just think when the Cowboys, their literally foot was on their throat. Eagles were doing the bad guy villain, kill scene speech. And it's like, any last words? And then the Cowboys are like, yeah, our season's not ending today. And they erupt for those 24 points. I thought it was really impressive. And I think the improvements we've seen on defense and what we know Dak and CD and Pickens are capable of, which, by the way, first order of business this offseason, you are re-signing George Pickens. At worst, you're franchise tagging him.
Done.
But what we know this offense is capable of, I give them a chance to win against either the Chiefs or the Lions. I think they can absolutely win one of those next two.
Yeah, and I feel your same sentiment as well. I mean, Detroit's been very unimpressive. They had a come from behind victory yesterday against a G-men of all teams. Jameis Winston catching touchdown passes, for the love of God. What kind of world are we living in? Are we truly in the upside down? Well, hey, Stranger Things is starting back up, so maybe that is the case. But yeah, look, I got to credit due. Dallas finally showed that defensive mettle. Some of that muscle, and the acquisition of Quinnen Williams was enormous. I mean, Saquon didn't even crack 30 yards on the ground. And you might say, well, it's the offensive line's fault. Well, if you look at Pro Football Focus and some of the measurements there and some of the other sites that are out there, the Eagles' offensive line has been a top half run blocking unit for much of the season. How much of the blame do you put on the shoulders of one Saquon Barkley? I put significant blame. And here's what's crazy. When you look at some of the advanced data there, Pat, Saquon right now is RB52 in yards after contact per attempt. And similar company as, you ready for this? Tyrone Tracy, Devin Singletary, Michael Carter, Bam Knight, and Blake Corum. Not exactly esteemed folks you want to be ranked in the same category with. So coming off that monstrous and historic 2,000-yard season, he is not taking just a step back. He's taken a quantum leap back, and a lot of it is on him because not breaking tackles, vision is not there. Collectively, the Philadelphia Eagles is a massive letdown. I will say this, though. Squeaky wheel got the grease with A.J. Brown. When he is motivated, when he's getting fed the rock, he can absolutely dominate. Did so early in that game, but he quieted down quite a bit late in that effort. So, yeah, bravo to Dallas. And Philadelphia, you better get your act together quickly or you're going to exit stage left in a hurry this NFL postseason.
It's a great point and good transition into the Eagles side of things. Again, 3 touchdowns on the first 3 drives. A.J. Brown, all the controversy, all the drama between him and Jalen Hurts, no problem. Simpatico. They're on the same page. He catches a touchdown, nearly caught a second. It got reversed because they said he was out of bounds. But he still has a massive day, 110 yards and a touchdown. And then all of a sudden, the Eagles offense just shuts down. And I think Dallas was like, and the Cowboys, by the way, who can't stop the run, they never looked more confident every time Saquon had the ball in his hands. He wasn't going anywhere. And so when we analyze the Eagles and we look, it's right around this time, everybody says, well, who's the best team? Who's the best team in the NFC? Who's going to win the Super Bowl? We do like these 2/3 of the way predictions. Like, I still, before that game, thought the Eagles could have a real good shot to get to the Super Bowl again because their defense had played great, because Jalen Hurts' pedigree in January. This guy's a Super Bowl MVP. He plays his best in January. But Brad, look, the run game is not the same, man. And now Lane Johnson's out 4 to 6 weeks. He is so pivotal to their success. And you talked about it. Saquon does not get yards after the contact. If they can't run the ball like they did last year, we have to look at this team in a completely different light. Throw the record out the window. They're 8-3, and it feels like they've been flying close to the sun for 2 months now. If they cannot get back to the running team that they were last year, I don't think there's there's a chance, but I would say it's very unlikely the Eagles do anything meaningful in this year's postseason. And there's going to be just more pressure on Jalen Hurts to be a drop back passer. They're not built like the Rams. They're not built like the Kansas City Chiefs. They're not built like the San Francisco 49ers, where they can just drop back and throw. They have to have an effective run game, and they've had anything but this year.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree and concur with you there, Captain. And the other thing, too, is defensively. I mean, they're not nearly as stiff and stout as they were last season. We saw the vulnerabilities yesterday in that secondary. They were used and abused at times by CeeDee Lamb and definitely consistently by George Pickens. They had no answer, whether in single coverage, double coverage, getting that extra safety over the top. And that's what that dynamic duo can do. And that's what makes Dallas so damn dangerous. Again, C- level of defense. That's all that's required, Dallas. As long as you could stay in games that get buried too deep in the hole, and they were yesterday, and they still managed to call out of it, largely because the defense finally woke up and said, all right, we're going to at least be an average unit in the second half. And, of course, then Dallas erupted, and they came all the way back and won that with 24 unanswered points. You saw what they are capable of, but yeah, Philadelphia's got a lot of problems right now. The city of brotherly shove has a long shot, I think, at winning a single postseason game. And quite honestly, Pat, he already kind of touched on it a little bit. This is all the LA Rams world, and we're just simply living in it. They were dominant last night, and I think they would have been dominant all 4 quarters with Baker Mayfield on the field. Of course, he exited after halftime with that shoulder setback. But, man, the Rams, they look like a team that is destined to at least make it to Santa Clara and potentially destined to hoist the Lombardi Trophy this season.
Yeah, and I think that's the other biggest takeaway from last night. And for me, look, I think Matt Stafford won the MVP award last night. I know we got 6 games left to go I think he won the MVP. I don't see his performance dropping off. I mean, again, you've got the sidearm throws, the no-look throws. He's a machine this year. He's got 30 touchdowns and 2 picks. He is on pace to nearly have the same season that Joe Burrow had last year. And on top of it, the Rams look like the best team in football. So his relationship with Devontae Adams is unbelievable. It's something that Aaron Rodgers so wishes that he could have had back last year with the Jets. Puka Nacua is one of the top 5 receivers in football. They are a machine right now. And yeah, they don't look like a team that has a lot of weaknesses. And the way that their stunts and the way that they had been swallowing up Baker Mayfield, I agree with you. The Rams look like the best team in football right now. I think Stafford's going to win the MVP. For Tampa Bay, that's why this game tonight, Panthers-Niners, is such a huge contest because now Baker Mayfield's got this shoulder sprain. We don't know what his status is going to be for this week. We don't know if he's going to miss a game, 2 games, 3 games. This has opened the door wide open for the Panthers to go and grab it. And, they're no better seen than to do it on Monday night with the world watching, right?
Yeah, exactly. But the shortcoming for Carolina is defensively, right? They're entering the night, got a lot of question marks on the front end, a lot of question marks on the back end. And ain't he so pretty? is back. And, man, he was dynamite last week with the 200 passing yards. Not one, not two, but 3 passing touchdowns. They're finally mostly whole. The Brandon Ayuk saga had a strange twist last week with the void of the guaranteed money and him missing meetings and yada, 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 looking like he's going to be on the outside looking in. But when you have the CMC Football Factory, got George Kittle back, again, playing a high level, scored a touchdown, I think, in all but 1 or 2 games this year. Jawan Jennings has had some big catches. I think Ricky Pearsall may get going after he was managing a Dunkin' Donuts last week, the string of zeros that he posted his first game back in weeks. They're going to be challenged, man, and it's going to be a dandy. I love it when there is a lot on the line, and that's certainly the case, really, for both these franchises tonight.
Yeah, we're less than an hour away from kickoff. We're going to talk to Walker Mell, co-host of Wes and Walker on WFNZ in Charlotte. Who else to better get the opinion of than one of the Panthers' diehard fans? That's next, BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM tonight will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I'll probably end up making like 25 bets this week, and I think there's a good chance that like 23 of them are going to be on underdogs. I just don't like betting favorites normally, and I really don't like betting them in rivalry week, right? Because usually you throw the records out the door. All these teams don't like each other. These fan bases hate each other. It's great games. There's a lot of pressure for a bunch of these favorites. So I look at a bunch of these dogs, and I think we're getting some great numbers with a lot of these teams, starting off with the Huskies, +7 against Oregon. Great win for the Ducks against USC, exactly what they needed to do. Looks like they're probably headed to the playoff. But now we got a rivalry game. They got to go up to Seattle to take on Washington. The Huskies, never lose at home. I think they've won, 21 of their last 22 home games or something like that. Their only loss was to Ohio State early in the year, where they were keeping it close with the Buckeyes for much of that game. I'm still not 100% set on Oregon. They have struggled at times on the road this season. I think we're getting a key number of 7. That's too many. I like Washington plus the points in that game. What about LSU? I'll take the Tigers +10 against Oklahoma. We have Missouri plus the points. I feel like it was the right side in that game. If the receiver just catches that touchdown at the end, we get the backdoor cover and they cover the number. But Oklahoma, man, again, it's a team, it's all about turnovers with them. Their offense really isn't that good. And I think Missouri and LSU profile kind of the same way, where they got very good defenses, but LSU can't run the ball. And against Oklahoma, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, because nobody can really run the ball to begin with. So LSU's got a new quarterback in there who's a mobile quarterback. I think this is going to be another ugly, low-scoring game. And for Oklahoma, all the pressure is on them. They know if they win this game, they're going to the college football playoff. LSU's trying to spoil their season. They're trying to get a signature win this year. I think they keep that game close. I'll take LSU +10 against Oklahoma. What about Virginia Tech +10.5 against Virginia? Obviously, it's been a nightmare season for the Hokies. They fired Brent Pry early on in the year. They're going to have James Franklin as their new head coach, but they have a chance to spoil their arch rival season. They have a chance to prevent Virginia from going to the ACC title game, from going to the college football playoff potentially, and we're getting 10.5 with Virginia Tech. Normally a team that dominates this series. Think it's too many points. Virginia's a team that's kind of been playing above their head all season. Maybe the Hokies win the game. I don't think they win it by double digits. Give me Virginia Tech +10.5 against UVA. You guys knew this was coming, right? The Iron Bowl, Auburn and Alabama. I mean, you already know I'm going to be on Auburn in the game +5. And how can you take Alabama in this game? You just can't. It's going to be close, like it always is at Jordan Hare. An absolutely absurd stat that I heard from one of my buddies the other day is that when the Iron Bowl has been played in Jordan Hare, and Alabama's been ranked and Auburn's been unranked, Alabama's never lost to Auburn at Jordan Hare. Think about that, right? All these games that seemingly always come down to the wire, always are field goal games, always are coin tosses. We have the craziest stuff happen in the Iron Bowl at Jordan Hare, but when Auburn's been unranked, they've never beaten Bama. Let's hope, for my sake, that continues. But I think they covered the spread. I think 5.5 is too many. Since Kellen DeBoer has been at Bama, even when he was at Washington, man, he has struggled when he has gone up against unranked teams on the road. They nearly lost to South Carolina. They lost to Florida State. They struggle in these kind of games. And with everything on the line, and with this being Bama's Super Bowl, it's also Auburn's Super Bowl because they have a chance to be bowl eligible. And a little wrinkle in this game, Deuce Knight, the quarterback for Auburn, who got unleashed in the Mercer game, is a great athlete. And they got all these run packages that I'm sure they were saving for the game against Bama. So it's going to be a fun one. It's Saturday night at Jordan-Hare, and I think it's going to come right down the wire. So I'll take Auburn plus the points. What about Cal? I'll take them plus 11.5 against SMU. Again, SMU, if they win, they're in the ACC championship game, and all that's standing in their way is a trip to Berkeley to take on Cal, who just fired their head coach in Justin Wilcox. I think that's going to be a close game. Give me Cal plus 11.5.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
All right, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. He is, of course, Brad Evans, and we are less than an hour from kickoff on Monday Night Football between the 6-5 Panthers. That's right, that's not a typo. And the 7-4 49ers. Let's go boots on the ground. Let's head out to Charlotte. And let's bring in Walker Mel, co-host of Wes and Walker on our sister station, WFNZ in Charlotte, where you can hear their show every day, 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern. Hit him up on X or Twitter at Walker Mel. Walker, what's going on, man? It's Pat Boyle. First of all, you got to give a hello to my guy, T-Bone, Travis Hancock, and let him know that I did say, remind him, I said before the season, I thought the Panthers would surprise and win the NFC South, but here we are. Panthers fans have dreamed of games like tonight for almost a decade since the Super Bowl season and then the tail end of that Cam Newton era. Panthers are above 500 this late into the year for the first time since 2018. I'm sure you know things have a grim tendency to spiral out of control the last 2 months of Panther seasons. Do you have a pit in your stomach about tonight's game, or is this finally different with Dave Canales and Bryce Young?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. You and Brandon, who I just got off the phone with, apparently knew that the Panthers might win the NFC South. I don't know what you guys knew that we didn't in the Queen City, but apparently we need to be listening to you for our takes. Do I have a pit in my stomach for this game? Not as much as I usually do. Not as much as I usually do for some of these primetime games. And I used to get excited for Monday Night Football matchups. We haven't had a Sunday Night Football matchup in a while here in Charlotte, so it's usually Monday or Thursday. And I used to get excited about them until you started to realize you might just get embarrassed nationally, and I didn't want to see that anymore. And I don't feel like we're going to get embarrassed here in Carolina in this game against San Fran. I'll knock on wood just to try to save a little bit of grace there, but this has been a season where Carolina, they might drop a couple of games in some bad ways, but they've shown up for some of the tougher opponents, including Green Bay. They've had some better success offensively than certainly they've had in years past with Bryce Young at the helm. And so, yeah, a lot of times the nationally televised games don't go nearly as well for Carolina. But I do feel like they're hitting their stride offensively. Dave Canales opened up the playbook a little more for Bryce to play the point guard type of role and spread the ball around a little bit more offensively. Defensively, really the task this season from last year just was to be an average, not historically bad defense, somewhere in that range, and just not being historically bad at stopping the run. That goes a long way in helping your win-loss record. That's what's happened here in Carolina with some shrewd moves I feel like Dan Morgan pulled off during the offseason. Yeah, I think that they can move the ball on San Fran, with San Fran having the least amount of sacks in the league. Problem is Carolina doesn't have a great pass rush themselves either. So we'll see exactly what happens. But I feel pretty good about Carolina going into this matchup with San Fran, even if they are starting to get healthier.
Walker, Brett Evans here. Welcome to the show, my man. Appreciate your insights on this contest. Let's talk about Tedero McMillan, a guy that's really emerged here the last couple of weeks. I mean, last game, he goes out 12 catches, 130 yards, and a couple of scores against the ATL. What switch has flipped for him and why he's really been able to turn it on coming off that game last week? And what are your expectations for him tonight?
Well, I think it's just the passing volume. I don't even know how much of it really is on T-Mac as to why a flip switched with what we saw really going into this game against Atlanta. I mean, he had such a high target share. He was already really productive. He's been killing the opposition in the intermediate area of the field. He's one of the more productive wide receivers when you're talking about in that 10 to 20 yard range from the line of scrimmage. But really, it's just the passing game opening up a little bit more. T-Mac has been this productive without Bryce consistently throwing for even 200 yards a game. Bryce has only thrown for over 200, not 300, but he's only thrown for 200 twice this year, once against Arizona when he led the Panthers on what was a fake comeback eventually, just falling short a little bit later in that game. And then what you saw against Atlanta when he set a franchise record with 448 passing yards. It was the only times he's reached the 200-yard mark. Despite that, T-Mac is sixth in the NFL in receiving yards. Yes, the Panthers haven't played a bye. Even still, you want to adjust and then call him top 10. He's been absolutely remarkable. There are some people that are out on T-Mac as a true wide receiver one guy that can be an elite, maybe Pro Bowl type of player consistently because they don't feel like T-Mac has this special trait. That's something I've heard a couple of different times. And then you start to look, maybe he's not the fastest guy in the world. The separation, people were questioning that coming out of Arizona. I think he can separate quite well, but maybe he's not elite at it. And I'll give you one thing that he's pretty elite at. It's just producing. Doesn't really matter. Arizona, you saw the production coming out of the Wildcats program, and here it's the same thing. All he does is produce, and I think Dave Canales, if you did want to see something change with the way that Dave Canales was using T-Mac, started to put him in the slot a little bit more, and that's kind of a cheat code with wide receivers anyway, just to help them get a little bit more open in the middle of the field, and especially with T-Mac's underrated yak, I think you can really get him going there. But he's just been so good with the high target share, the weapon that Bryce Young clearly trusts the most and for a good reason. He's been good all season long. I just think the passing volume against Atlanta really allowed him to have the best game that he had all season long.
Yeah, and I think he's going to show up and show out tonight. I think he's going to flirt with 100 yards yet again. Walker, let's talk about another guy that's really ascending this offense. It's Rico Dowdle, a guy I call, of course, Rico Suave, in the 1990s throwback there to one-hit wonder in Gerardo. A guy has been ultra smooth, to say the least. He's hijacked this backfield from Chuba Hubbard, who they paid an ungodly amount of money to retain during the offseason. Talk about his rise and talk about, too, the matchup tonight against San Francisco, a team that at times has been bullet in the trenches. Do you see a big night for Rico Dowdle?
Yeah, I think Rico could have a big night just because Carolina has wanted to run the football. That's been their identity for so long this season. It wasn't until Atlanta that I think Dave decided to let Bryce let it loose a little bit more against that defense. I think that's because what you saw against New Orleans the game prior, a game that Carolina should have won just simply because the Saints are one of the worst football teams in the NFL. The Saints' game plan was to stop the run at all costs, bring the corners on blitzes to force Bryce Young to beat them with his arm. And Bryce couldn't do it. The passing game couldn't do it. And Carolina was stubborn running the football, and they just weren't very effective. They weren't very efficient outside of the drive that they had in the first game. After that, outside of the drive, that they had right there at the beginning of that game against New Orleans. After that, they couldn't really score. And you start to see, all right, even that win against the Jets, they only scored, I think, 13 points. In the win against Green Bay, Rico really got rolling. He was really efficient against the Packers, but even still, they only scored 16 points. So now I think the fact that you have possibly a marriage of concepts with Dave Canales deciding to open up the passing game more so, but sticking with the run because the volume was there for Dowdle. I think maybe that can allow Dowdle to be effective tonight against San Fran, who is better against the run than they are against the pass. And just looking at the way that he's performed, Rico, this year, he's always been a really efficient runner, very much so heading north, not a lot of wiggle to his game. He was running through arm tackles. He was actually creating some big explosive plays against some of the worst rushing defenses in the league. Dallas, Miami, he was racking up 30 and 40-yard rushes in a way that he really wasn't doing with Dallas, and we didn't get from Chuba this past season. I think the explosiveness, I think Rico in the passing game has really helped Bryce as well for that check down. He's a little more fluid of a runner than Chuba is. Man, he's been awesome. And I think the way that Dave Canales has unlocked him and then wanting to stick to the run to help out the passing game a little more, again, I just really think the marriage of those concepts could pay big dividends for Carolina as the rest of the season unfolds.
We're talking to Walker Mell here on BetMGM tonight. He is the co-host of Wes and Walker every afternoon on WFNZ in Charlotte. Hit him up on Twitter or X at Walker Mell. Walker, there's three incredibly daunting games against the NFC West left on the schedule for the Panthers, including tonight and then on Sunday versus the Rams, who I think look like the best team in football right now. Look at Tampa with the Baker Mayfield shoulder injury last night. No matter what happens to the Panthers over these next two games, I mean, they could get blown out in both, against the Niners and the Rams. I think the season comes down to the two meetings with the Bucs in the last 3 weeks. I know the Panthers are right in the thick of it for the wild card race, but I think their only path is to winning the NFC South. Do you agree? Do you think those two games with the Bucs determines the season, or do you think that, every game matters the same?
100% agree with you. I think it comes down to those games against Tampa Bay. You look at both of the teams' schedules. Tampa Bay has a better schedule, an easier schedule, I should say, than what Carolina has right now. And I think the way that we framed this very conversation earlier today on Wes and Walker was the classic, is it a must-win game against San Fran tonight? At first when I was prepping for it, I thought, going into it, probably a must-win. It's one of the more winnable games considering you have the Rams coming up right after this. And I think Seattle clearly is very good. So Seattle is another game that you have down the line. San Fran, I thought it might be a must-win. And then you start doing some more research on it and you start to look at Tampa. And, man, I know Tampa has faced really good competition, and they've lost all of these 4 of their last 5 against teams that I believe all of them are in the postseason. And that shouldn't be neglected. However, Tampa just doesn't look like a good football team on their own right now. Defensively, they're starting to struggle. I mean, put Baker under center, put him in shotgun, put him on the field. Teddy Bridgewater's out there. It's a completely different conversation. Even with Baker Mayfield out there, man, Emeka Egbuka hasn't been nearly as productive as he was in the first month of the season. Chris Godwin is out there right now, but clearly banged up. Mike Evans isn't. An offensive line that was supposed to be a strength. The offensive line has been banged up with a whole bunch of guys in and out. Bucky Irving, some reports here lately don't suggest that he's going to come back anytime soon. So now you're still needing to rely on Sean Tucker and Rachaad White. My question is, and I didn't know if I was a little froggy asking this earlier today, my question is, are the Panthers just outright better than the Buccaneers right now? And I'm not telling you that Bryce Young is a better quarterback than Baker right now, but I start to look at the Bucs, and I get that the strength of schedule that they've endured the last 5 games or so. I don't know about you guys. I don't look at that team as a gauntlet or a juggernaut right now. I look at Carolina. Well, the offense hasn't been great. I do think they're trending in the right direction. I think they're healthier. I think they've actually navigated some pretty treacherous waters up front on the offensive line because Dan Morgan prioritized depth, so they understand continuity even if they have been. I think they're going to go with their 9th offensive line combination tonight, and they're still holding up pretty well. I don't know. I'm starting to ask some pretty crazy questions here in Carolina considering what we've gone through the last couple of years.
No, I think it's entirely warranted, to be honest with you. Walker, we got a couple of minutes left. Who is the biggest defensive concern for this coaching staff, in your opinion? Is it the CMC Football Factory or George Kittle, as Carolina has really struggled defending the tight end this year?
Yeah, I think it's George Kittle. As much as Chris McCaffrey could be the answer for any opposition, Carolina has just struggled mightily covering the tight end all year long, and that was with both of their starting linebackers in the fold. They'll be without both of them tonight. No Christian Roseboom and no Trevin Wallace. It's not even like that is the best linebacking duo in the NFL, period. Both of them are out. You're going to have to rely on a guy, Claudin Cherylus, who I think has stepped up nicely. I thought was formidable in the second half of this last game against Atlanta. But even still, you could have a very good linebacker that can't cover George Kittle, and we're down to our third stringer being the outright starter, playing a pivotal role. They've struggled against tight ends all year long, and when you face an all-pro like what Kittle is, I think he's the guy that you're scared of the most. And even so, man, when George Kittle hops back into that lineup for San Fran, you've seen the EPA per play just skyrocket for them because of what he does as a blocker, as a threat, as an actual producer. So especially the athleticism he has, that's the guy that I have targeted. McCaffrey could go off. He's a great player. Again, he could be the answer for any game that he plays. I think specifically for Carolina, because of their struggles against the tight end, he's the answer tonight.
Walker Mel, we've got about 1 minute left. I just wanted to ask you think there's any revenge factor with CMC tonight? I know he's downplayed it big time. It's not like the Panthers did him wrong by any means, but you think he'll have a little extra juice in the tank tonight for this game?
I think he will. Maybe if not towards Carolina and towards the players that were in the organization at the time. A lot of fans got real frustrated with McCaffrey's inability to stay out there on the field. I wonder if he starts to picture the fans' faces out there on the football field, or maybe just the city of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County is out there with him, and that's when he starts to run through everybody with a little bit more power and a chip on his shoulder. I think just because of the frustration the city had, they loved him. They wanted him on the field. They could just never get him out there. And there were some questions about whether he was saving himself for the offseason and if he could have played a couple of times. And I get it from a business standpoint, but even still, the fans might have a hard time swallowing that fact if they believe it to be true. So, yeah, maybe McCaffrey in that sort of way is going to have a revenge factor a part of this game. But I don't know how much he has any disdain for the Panthers organization as he suggested. When he says it, I believe him. It just might be towards the fan base against the Panthers tonight.
Yeah. Hey, Walker, appreciate the stuff, man. Excellent job. Listen to Wes and Walker every Monday through Friday on WFNZ in Charlotte. We'll talk to you soon, brother. Enjoy the game tonight.
I appreciate you guys having me. Thank you.
All right, we've
Thanks,
got
Walker.
our best bets coming up for the game. Coming up next, Brad Evans, Pat Boyle, BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM Network. Don't go anywhere. Our bets for the game coming up next.
On the move? Take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
Didn't it feel like the dynasty was on the line yesterday in the fourth quarter at Arrowhead? Like this was more than just the Chiefs' playoff hopes for this season. That a win by Indianapolis, I don't know if it would have signaled like a changing of the guard, like Indy was about to take over as like the preeminent force in the AFC. I don't know if that's true. But it felt like if the Colts had won the game, it would have signaled that Kansas City's time was drawing to a close as the AFC powerhouse. The stakes felt absolutely massive. And I'm not joking. Like, I have goosebumps right now just like thinking about what I'm about to say and like thinking about watching this game yesterday. It felt monumental to me. And if you love sports, and if you love football, and I love football, like, I mean, I love my daughter and my wife more than anything in the world. Football might be third. Like, it actually might be third. Ahead of, like, my mom, my sister. I'm trying to decide if I'm being facetious. I might not be. And if you love football, and I'm guessing you do, Didn't you feel it? No matter what your bet was, no matter what team you root for, didn't you feel it yesterday in the fourth quarter of this game? The magnitude of the moment. And in the end, the Chiefs returning to action like John Wick. Yeah, they took a little time off, hung out with the dog at home, losing to the Jaguars, losing to the Broncos, no big deal. But when it came time for business, I guess you could say they're back. 20-9 deficit. Kareem Hunt fumble inside the Colts 20 at the end of the third quarter, down 11. I thought it was done. No. Because you can't count out Patrick Mahomes. And you can't count out the Kansas City Chiefs. 1 week ago, in this airspace, on You Better You Bet, I said Patrick Mahomes isn't playing well. By his standards. He's not like J.J. McCarthy out there. And if you're saying to yourself, wow, a lot of J.J. McCarthy references here, you're being really hard on him. Yes, I am. Honestly, maybe not hard enough. But by Mahomes' scale, he wasn't even coming close to being what he's been. We expect better. I don't want to speak for all of you. I expect better from Patrick Mahomes. And I thought he was fabulous yesterday. Magnificent, especially in the big moments. Where, as the offensive line, and we'll talk about that when we get to Chiefs-Cowboys in a second here, Trey Smith's not going to play in the game on Thursday. That's not good. But the offensive line starts to crumble. And Mahomes is stepping up in the pocket. And he's got arms all over him. And you know, just like the Latu pick six at the start of the game, it's a great play by Latu, man. I don't even blame Mahomes for that one. But Mahomes, he's under duress. And you know what Andy Reid does? They bring the short game back. And the Chiefs, think about the Chiefs-Bills game. And Kansas City, like, just in futile fashion, chucking deep shot after deep shot like it's me playing Madden at 2 o'clock in the morning after 3 bong rips and 4 vodka sodas. Just deep shot after deep shot. It's not working. The Chiefs said, you know what? We don't know if we can protect long enough. Let's just throw some crossers. Let's get the ball over the middle of the field. Make it easy on our quarterback and let our awesome, speedy wide receivers do the work.
Yeah, I can do that.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
All right, welcome back to the show. Pat Boyle, Brad Evans, working our way towards kickoff on Monday Night Football for the Carolina Panthers at 6-5 and the San Francisco 49ers at 7-4. Huge thank you again to Walker Mel. He was tremendous, co-host of Wes and Walker on WFNZ in Charlotte every Monday through Friday. Knows the team like the back of his hand. Knows the game. Just a knower of ball. We love knowers of ball, Brad. And by the way, we are live on YouTube. You can watch us. Just search the BetMGM Network and hit that subscribe button. You can listen to us anywhere on the Odyssey app. Follow us on Twitter and X at BetMGM Network and BetMGM Tonight. And we're just over 30 minutes away from kickoff. So why don't we go ahead and give the people what they want, Brad? Let's give them some bets for tonight's game, right? Here we go. The spread right now is the Niners -7, but it is juiced on BetMGM. So it's a juiced 7 for the Niners. And the total is 49.5. And so the money line, Niners sitting right around -350, so more than a 3-1 favorite. So a pretty solid favorite. And last night we had a similar line, both the spread and the total for the Niners, for the Rams and the Bucks. And the Rams blew Tampa Bay out of the building. And that was a very unlucky under if you had bet the over and you saw it was 31-7 at half. And then basically Teddy Bridgewater comes in, and it was like he was playing YMCA ball in the backyard. I mean, my goodness, that was a tough watch in the second half. But without further ado, Brad, let's hit him with the action for tonight's game. What do you like here in this one?
Yeah, Teddy Bridgewater will not be my number one pick in a Turkey Bowl game. I'll tell you that right now. All right, get in my car tonight on Monday Night Football. Play number one for me, Rico Arena Dowdle. I'm going to not bet on the over rush yards, not in the anytime touchdown market. Give me the over 16.5 receiving yards at a minus 115. San Francisco's really struggled in short field coverage. They've allowed the ninth most RB receiving yards on the year at 33.5 per game. 8 guys have gone over 16.5 receiving yards against them. And Dowdle has done this in 4 of his last 7. Outstanding 76.7% catch rate. So again, Rico Dowdle over 16.5 receiving yards. Play numero uno for me at a minus 115. Play numero dos. Give me Brian Robinson. Yeah, the second fiddle in that San Francisco backfield. I'll take the over on 21.5 rush yards. Carolina, just middling, rather vanilla defending the run. Number 18 at rush EPAD on the season. Peel back the layers, the onion gets worse. 4.72 yards per carry they've allowed to RBs. 99.2 rush yards per game allowed to the running back position. 13 running backs have gone for at least a double deuce on the ground against them. And B-Rob has done this in 4 of his last 5. Ultra efficient in terms of yards after contact per attempt, in terms of missed tackles force. The magic number here is 6 carries. He gets that much work, and I think he will. I think he's going to cash you over on the 21.5 at a minus 120 at BetMGM. And numero tres, a Tedero McMillan, a little baby seduced by the juice at a plus 105. I like him to go for 75 or more receiving yards. San Francisco quite lackluster defensively, number 29, and drop back EPA defense. Over the week, they allowed the 3rd most wide receiver yards of any team in the NFL. And a guy, based on what we heard from Walker in the last segment, he is a volume king. He's seeing 8.1 targets per game. It could be a 10-target kind of night. Appreciable yak. He's gone for at least 75. And 2 of his last 4, make it 3 of his last 5. So to recap, Rico Dowdle over 16.5 receiving yards at a minus 115. Brian Robinson over 21.5 rush yards at a minus 120. And Tedero McMillan 75 plus receiving yards at a plus 105. And Pat, bonus time. I also think Ricky Pearsall goes over 20.5 yards on his longest catch. He is going to come back and show up and show out coming off that stinker last week.
All right. I love it. You mind if I get a little bold here, though, Brad? You mind if I do that? Yeah. Because, look, you heard me when we talked with Walker Mel. And I've been saying it for months. Brandon knows it because I said it on Sunday's bets, in the offseason many, many times. I think the Panthers win the NFC South. And I think that that's more possible now than maybe the entire way of the season. Now that you got the Baker Mayfield injury, and I agree that the Bucs, they feel like they're a completely different team from the team they were in the first 5 games, where Baker Mayfield is just saving his magic. He's rubbing the Buddha of the belly in the last 2 minutes every game, leading them on these incredible fourth quarter game-winning field goal or touchdown drives. And it felt like Baker Mayfield has been the glue holding together a really mediocre team. So I think that Carolina's got a real good shot to win one, if not both of those meetings with Tampa. I think they get the revenge on the Saints, and I very well think that they could win the division with a 9-8 record, like we've seen in the NFC South so many times. That being said, I think this is a bad spot tonight. And I think not X's and O's wise, because the Niners, they struggle to get after the quarterback, and Nick Bosa is not coming back. Yetur Gross-Matos is on the IR. Michael Williams is on the IR. And even though they were crushing Arizona, Jacoby Brissett threw for 450 yards last week and completed 47 passes. The Niners have been bad against the pass this year. So it is lined up for Bryce Young to succeed. And he's coming off of a franchise record-breaking day on Sunday against the Falcons. I think this is right here between the ears tonight. I think this is primetime football. I think this is a spot that Bryce Young has rarely been in, and he has lost both of the games he's played in prime time. And the Panthers have scored 15 points per game in the 2 starts that Bryce Young has had in prime time. And look, nobody's been a bigger defender of Sam Darnold than me over the last 2 years. I thought he was going to have a massive season with the Vikings last year. I thought he was going to be great again with the Seahawks this year. But Sam Darnold, that clock is at 11:59 when he plays a great defense. And it's shown again this year when he plays the Rams. I think Bryce Young's clock, at least for this game tonight, he could be great against Tampa Bay in the 2 times they play them. He could be great against the Saints. He could have another game this year where he throws for 350 yards. At least for tonight, I think the clock is at 11:59. And I think this Niners defense that has been much maligned and has been banged up, I think they terrorize him. And I think he struggles mightily. And I think he, dare I say it, turns back into a pumpkin a week after he breaks the Panthers franchise record for passing yards in a game. So that to say, I think that's the biggest reason when I look at this game tonight and I see Tedero, McMillan, who look, and Brad, they could have massive numbers. It could be blowout script or they could be throwing late. I hope for your case that is the case. And the Panthers defense has been much better this year, right? They have been kind of middle of the pack, like quite literally. They're like between 14th and 18th in like every major statistical category. But I think tonight this comes down to Bryce Young struggling big time, seeing ghosts, not being able to get the ball out of his hands quick enough, and the primetime lights becoming too much for him. So give me the Niners -7. It is juiced. Hell, I'll lay 7.5. I'll lay 7.5 with the Niners because I think they win this game by double digits. I think this is a statement game tonight from Kyle Shanahan because I think this offense right now is peaking. You talked about Kittle. We talked about how this offense, Ricky Pearsall has gotten healthy. Jawan Jennings is gotten healthy. I mean, he still might be playing with broken ribs. I'm sure he'll let us know if he is, like he did a couple of weeks ago. But I think this Niners offense with Brock Purdy, Brock the Rock, leading the way. I think the Niners blow them out. So give me San Francisco -7.5. And I agree with you and the numbers and what they say when it comes to George Kittle. The Panthers have given up, the 3rd most yards to tight ends this year. They are among the worst at covering the tight end. Kittle has gone over his number in each of the last 2 games, the number that is tonight, and that is 55.5 receiving yards. I like George Kittle to go over that. He had 2 games, big games in a row, 84 yards and a touchdown against the Rams in the loss, 67 yards and 2 touchdowns against the Cardinals. Give me Kittle the Skittle over 55.5 receiving yards. And then I would be a fool if I didn't just talk about how I think Bryce Young is going to struggle mightily all game and all for the last 5 minutes and then not take him to throw an interception. So Bryce Young, who has thrown a pick in 6 of his 10 games this year, Bryce Young to throw an interception at -125. Those are my 3 picks. I think the Niners feast, and I think at least for a week, Panthers fans, Panthers media, Panthers guys like Walker Mel, they're asking wild questions about just how good the Panthers can be. I think at least for a week, they get knocked back down a peg.
Yeah, just to piggyback on the love for George Kittle, anytime touchdown market for him tonight at BetMGM earlier today when I placed this wager, +130. I think he's got a really good shot of finding the end zone, which he has done so consistently. So, go buy yourself a Little Caesars pizza, ride a stuffed deer, and I think he is going to spike one home. That's for you, Michael Montgomery, working the video board, a.k.a. Monty, a Pride Iowa grad. I have to bet on an Iowa tight end at all costs. But yeah, I agree. Walker agrees as well. Carolina, their vulnerability, and they're not healthy in that linebacker core, has been trying to contain plus-size targets. Kittle should have a monster night. He'll maybe even score multiple times, and I love your over bet as well at 55.5 receiving yards.
Just really quickly, if I'm dead wrong, which I can be, right? I love every week when Nick, Costos goes through his games and he goes, and I can be wrong. I could be dead wrong. I could be dead wrong about the Niners tonight. So if the Panthers are going to win this game, do you think it's more likely it is Rico Dowdle, Chuba Hubbard eating up clock and running the ball effectively? Or do you think it's Bryce Young proving me wrong completely and throwing against a Niners team that hasn't had much of a pass rush at all this year?
No, I think it's Uncle Rico. Get it done. Not throwing the football over in their mountains. He's going to plow through them. Like, if they're going to have even a modicum of success in this game, you got to get the ball to belly. Rico Dotto's been one of the most ultra-efficient rushers on a per-touch basis this season. You don't believe me? Well, he's top 10 in yak per attempt. He's top 12 in the NFL in total missed tackles for. So what does that tell you? He's got shimmy. He's got shake. He's got break tackle ability. He has been the real deal, Holyfield. I think he's going to continue to be that guy as long as the game script works out for him. So I think Rico could be that X factor.
All right, kickoff still 20 minutes away, but we've got so much from yesterday to talk about. Shedeur Sanders, the starting quarterback in Cleveland. The Bears win a shootout. What a day, and the Chiefs saved their season. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Making the playoffs is a giant question mark at this point because they still have no ability to throw the ball in the middle of the field, nor to anyone else more than 6 yards downfield, aside from DK Metcalf. And it doesn't matter if it's Aaron Rodgers. It doesn't matter if it's Mason Rudolph. All that matters is Mike Tomlin's the head coach and Arthur Smith is the offensive coordinator. And they traded George Pickens for a third-round pick because the players in the locker room didn't like him anymore, because George was annoying. And yeah, George was annoying. He was difficult to talk to. He was a prima donna. But George Pickens is having a massive year for the Dallas Cowboys because they discovered that he knows how to run inside routes. And who would have known that George Pickens could run a slant and take the ball another 15 to 20 yards downfield? They traded George Pickens for a third-round pick. They have no viable second receiving target behind DK Metcalf, who, oh, by the way, averaged 4.5 yards a reception yesterday. And not to mention, on the other side of the ball, they let Dante Jackson walk to the Chargers, signed the skeletal remains of Darius Slay, who has been a shell of his former self, and now have, I believe it's the 28th defense in the league yardage-wise, 20th points, despite spending more on their defense than any other team in the league. They are now down under a 20% chance to make the playoffs. They've got to play not just the Ravens twice. They've got to go to Detroit in a few weeks, and they host the Buffalo Bills this weekend. The Pittsburgh Steelers are the definition of insanity. They keep on doing the same thing over and over and over and over again, expecting different results, and it's not happening. This will be yet another year, close to a decade straight of not winning at least one playoff game, and Mike Tomlin continues to sit on the coolest, cushiest seat in NFL head coaching circles, which is wild to me and everybody else who is a Steelers fan, because the rest of the world continues to sing his praises. Oh, he's never had a losing season. Yeah, well, guess what? If you've got a kid younger than middle school age, he also hasn't won a playoff game in that time frame.
Bengals are live for me here. I mean, my concern, obviously, the variance and oscillation is, what does Joe Burrow look like off this much rust? Now, if you're to believe what they were putting out, he could have played in this last game, and he's going to get another day of practice and another couple days of recovery. I don't buy Baltimore's offense at all right now. And if Baltimore has to play from behind, even against a terrible defense, I get that. But there's no Rashad Bateman. It's Zay Flowers catching 15-yard balls and then running for another 15. That is their passing game right now. Lamar is clearly nowhere near 100% physically. His legs are really not a factor at all. It's going to be a Bengals team with nothing to lose, getting a jolt of energy from getting their leader back. The Higgins thing, I mean, I don't think there's any way he plays in a short week, but they get a fired up Jamar Chase coming off of, coming off that suspension. Like, Baltimore's defense is definitely improved. It's definitely improved. I don't think it's a juggernaut. They don't get any sustained pass rush. With Hamilton in the slot playing around the line of scrimmage, it's great. It helps him out around there, but you could throw over his head seam routes all day and beat Roquan. Like, I'm going to wait to see where this goes. I'd like to, not have to buy a hook and get a 7.5. And they might even be out there right now. Again, I'm a little behind my process where I'd normally be. But, I'll be looking at Cincinnati money line. I'll be looking to take Cincinnati over 7 points. And I'm not sure it's the crazy over game that people probably expect.
Sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Clock is ticking. They need 6 yards. Rudolph throws, and it's tipped at the line of scrimmage. It's over. The Bears defense comes through. Victory formation for Chicago.
Not the same old Bears. Ben Johnson's been saying it all year long. Kevin Byard's been saying it all year long. These are not your same old Chicago Bears.
Hey-oh! Yeah, fire up that song. The Bears are 8-3. They are not the same old Bears. That was the final call. Iron Eagle, JJ Watt, CBS. Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Brad Evans. You can watch us live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Network. Hit that subscribe button. Listen anywhere live or on replay on the Odyssey app. Follow us on Twitter or X at BetMGM Network. We got Monday Night Football kicking off in 15 minutes. Brad and I just gave out our best bets for that. But it is time to go back to yesterday and continue to talk about the biggest games and results of the weekend. And we're going to get to Bears Steelers in just a bit, Brad. But I want to go back to maybe the most interesting ever 2-8 versus 2-8 battle in the NFL. And that was the Browns and the Raiders. And who else can command that kind of attention than Shedeur Sanders, who made his first NFL start a week after he had his NFL debut, and he was brutal against the Ravens. I mean, he was terrible. There was no way about it, and that was a tough spot to come in. Ravens defense has been playing better. Tough conditions. It was cold and windy last week in Cleveland, and he comes in having no first-team reps, no preparation other than, hey, you're the backup, get ready, you're a snap away, and he was brutal. I mean, he throws the interception right at the Ravens defender, and he was under pressure all day. So now he had a full week. He had a full week to prepare. He was in the climate-controlled conditions of Allegiant Stadium in Vegas. Even though Raiders fans are great, it's not a daunting place to play in. The Browns' offense was healthy. He had a full week of preparation, a full week of first-team reps, and wouldn't you know it, Shedeur Sanders becomes the first Browns quarterback since 1999 to win his first start as the Browns quarterback. They had lost 17 in a row. And now, after a day after Kevin Stefanski was, no, we're not going to get into that. I'm not going to name a starting quarterback. Now it's Shedeur. He's the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. And look, they beat the Raiders 24-10. Shedeur, in the box score looked great, Brad, right? 209 yards, a touchdown, had the 52-yard bomb on the run to, who is that, Bond? Isaiah Bond, right? I mean, hey, it's Shedeur time. Yep. It's perfect timing. The Browns are going to the playoffs now, right? Isn't Shedeur that great?
No, he's a straw man. I thought he was just terribly mundane, horrifically average, and he looked like Stampeder material in the CFL. He is not an NFL quarterback, not right now. Obviously, you give him some time to grow, to mature, to develop. and maybe could morph into that kind of individual. But right now, he's a clipboard holder at best. And the reason why he's getting some extensive run because this franchise is done. They got to see what they got and these draft picks. They have a decent sample size already in Dylan Gabriel, so they already know what he can bring to the table. So they're like, all right, let's see what Shedeur can ultimately do in his own right. I mean, look at the upcoming schedule. It's not too shabby. You get San Francisco and Tennessee on these next couple of games. San Francisco number 29 in terms of overall EPA per play defense on the year. Tennessee at number 28, beatable opponents there. The Bears have had their issues, so they're getting better on the back end defensively. Number 19 in EPA per play D. Then Buffalo, good luck with that. Pittsburgh and Cincinnati. So he has like a handful of matchups that any average NFL quarterback could look spectacular, could look splendid. But look at the overall numbers from Shedeur Sanders. Ignore the 209, 1-1, all right? He was just 11 of 20 in the entire game. That's a 55% completion rate. And you look at the adjusted completion rate numbers, which weighs the deep balls even a little bit more in the completion rate category. And he was third to last as tracked there at Pro Football Focus among qualifying running backs this week. So Shedeur Sanders, the jury is still very much out on him. I was rather unimpressed. I don't give a damn if he's Deion's kid. I know he had a great career at Colorado. He's still holding the ball too long, still air-mailing a lot of guys. And Dylan Sampson did him a solid, turning a simple dump-off play into a long touchdown gain. I could have made that throw. So let's just go ahead and step back for a second and take a chill pill. And a lot of hot take artists out there on the internet taking Victor Lab saying, I told you so. I told you Shedeur is good. He's awesome. He's below average. He's got to prove it over a larger sample size. Because again, as it stands today, I don't think he's NFL material.
Yeah, look, I mean, I set you up and you dunked that one home. I agree with a lot of what you said. And yeah, again, he throws for 209 and 66 of those come on that screen pass from Dylan Sampson. I thought the interception he threw it right at Charles Snowden, Edwards' brother, the guy that basically ratted on the FBI for spying on us. Yeah, his brother plays linebacker for the Raiders. The interception was bad. He did hold on to the ball far too long on a lot of other plays. And I think maybe the most telling thing about how little trust Kevin Stefanski and Tommy Rees have in Shedeur Sanders, the Browns are up by 2 scores for most of the second half, and they're running direct snap wildcat to Quinshon Judkins. And then Quinshon Judkins got hurt, and they're still running direct snap wildcat. Like, you don't trust your quarterback enough to even put the ball in his hands to turn around and hand it off. I get it in the beginning of the game when they did it from the 2-yard line and the 8-yard line. Like, those are good play calls. But they're doing it from, like, the middle of the field when you're up 24-3 and 24-10. Like, just at this point, this is where I'll push back here, Brad. And this is where I'm like, again, have we seen good quarterback play from anybody in Cleveland this year? I mean, hell, is it more telling than how much Joe Flacco struggled and then he goes to Cincinnati and he starts lighting it up right away? Nobody's looked good under center for the Browns this year. So the fact that, look, I know they won and Shedeur didn't do much. The defense was awesome as they've always been. Myles Garrett is the runaway defensive player of the year. He's probably going to break Strahan and TJ Watt's record this year. And they made Geno Smith look like a CFL quarterback, to use your words. But it was his first start. And after the way he played against Baltimore, for him to bounce back and, the one turnover wasn't great. But other than that, I thought he played well enough to win the ball game, and that's what he did. I think at this point, what does Cleveland have to lose? And I think they realize that. I want to see them let him turn it loose. Again, what do you have to lose? If you drafted 2 quarterbacks and you're in position to draft another one in April, and you don't like Dylan Gabriel because you didn't give him the start after he came out of concussion protocol, and we know that they're not huge fans of Shedeur because the way that they have, I wouldn't say treated him, but the way that they have been very, very unwilling to give him play time until now. Like, what do you have to lose? You're 3-9. Let him turn it loose. Let him throw the ball 30 times a game and see what happens. Am I wrong in thinking that?
No, not at all. And I think that's exactly what the formula is going to be moving forward. I think the key game for him is the Tennessee matchup a couple of weeks from now. We'll see what he can do against San Francisco. Again, that is susceptible, leaky, unreliable defense, in my opinion. We're going to see that possibly very front and center night against Bryce Young. But if he can't get it done get it done against the Tennessee Titans. It's going to warrant some giant questions. It's not like the Raiders were particularly locked down defensively, right? They're not the 2000 Ravens. They ain't the 85 Bears. They're rather doughy and highly penetrable. They're a bottom 5, I would argue, defensive backfield, the NFL. And again, he completed only 55% of his attempts. You're right. You might say, well, they only gave him 20 chucks. But there's a reason why. That was warranted, why it was scripted that way, and why they kept the kid gloves on, because they don't trust him. They're like, yeah, we're going to feed Quinshon Judkins until he breaks, and he broke. And then Dylan Sampson came in, and they utilized his skill set, which is really in the screen game, and that's where that big touchdown pop happened on that dump ball play, as you already mentioned. But again, very unimpressive to me because the opponent was a layup, an absolute layup. And he barely even grazed the rim on a Little Tikes hoop. So I'm not convinced Shedeur Sanders is going to be the bee's knees at all. Doesn't have a whole lot of sting. But if he can't get it done in 2 weeks, assuming he's under center, and gets the Tennessee Titans, you get out of the NFL.
Let's hear what Shedeur had to say, by the way, right after picking up his first win in his first NFL start.
I think I showed a couple of great pieces. It's some things I wish, I could get back. But, man, a win is crazy. It's amazing, off of 1 week of practice, So imagine, what a full offseason look like. It get dangerous. But it's just a 1 week of practice. So I'm just truly thankful, that everything happened.
And, there is that Sanders blood right there when he said, imagine a whole offseason. Imagine a whole offseason of practice, what it can do for me. And I know there were some people that were even upset with that. I mean, look, he's not going to change who he is with his personality. No. And so I think if he's a good leader on the field, if he's able to run the offense, I'd like to see them let him turn it loose again in their next game and the rest of the season, as long as he's playing quarterback, and see what you have. I mean, because who the hell knows what the hell's going to happen at the end of the season with Cleveland? Are they going to keep Stefanski? Are they going to keep Andrew Berry, the GM? Your guess is as good as mine. Cleveland hasn't really done anything right over the last 2 decades. And we know Jimmy and Dee Haslam, the owners, they're going to play a big factor no matter what. So, look, Kevin Stefanski's probably trying to win games to keep his job, and then they'll figure out what the hell they want to do in the offseason for quarterback. But you got 6 games left. I would let Shedeur Sanders turn it loose. Speaking of turning it loose, Brad, how about the shootout in the NFC North? The big, bad man, Aaron Rodgers. I say NFC North, the battle of the North. NFC North versus AFC North. The big bad man, Aaron Rodgers, he didn't play yesterday. He couldn't terrorize you Chicago Bears fans. And yet Mason Rudolph and the Steelers, thanks to a strip sack touchdown by TJ Watt and Nick Herbig, they still were able to get to 28 points. But as we heard to start the hour, this is not your same old Bears. Caleb Williams stepped up. He recovered after that bad turnover, the strip sack. The Bears get to 31, and then it's this defense that has been much maligned. Despite all the turnovers they've gotten, they get the critical stop of Mason Rudolph, and the Bears are 8-3. But, Brad, I got to just say, for all the Bears fans, our producer, Brandon Combs, who is getting real giddy, feeling himself right now at 8-3, the Bears have one win against a team above 500, and that was the Steelers, led by Mason Rudolph on Sunday. Buyer beware if you think the Bears can win this NFC North, because I think things can get real sideways real quick for Chicago.
Yeah, and look at the rest of the season schedules. Bears, Pola Sausage, Dicka, Mini Dicka. Look, we're all doing a dance right now in the Windy City. I'm ecstatic that the Bears sit atop in the catbird seat in the division. And, Detroit is a team that nearly laid an ostrich-sized egg against a G-Man the last time out. Of course, good to see him on Thanksgiving Day and how they perform in a critical matchup, whether they win or lose, and same goes to their opponent, where they win or lose. They are the Green Bay Packers. But the Bears playing on Black Friday at Philadelphia. That is a chance for them to really prove their mettle. We know that Philadelphia has got all kinds of issues. We discussed it until we're blue in the face early in the show. Offensively, defensively, they're still top 10 EPA per play D. But the Bears, as you mentioned, they haven't really beat the upper crust of the NFL. They can really silence all of their critics, all of their doubters, all of the haters that are out there saying, they're smoke and mirrors. This is an anomalous performance. And they're going to, regress to the mean. Then you got Green Bay not once but twice on the home stretch. Got Cleveland in between. You should be able to win that one. At San Francisco will be a tough game, obviously, because they're getting whole and healthy. And then Detroit as the last game of the year. So you've got this 6-game stretch where the Bears, I think if they go 500, they go 3-3, I still think that could be enough for them to win the division. Jury is still out, though. They have still got to improve defensively. They've gotten better in the trenches on the back end. Nation Wright's had a tremendous season, another interception in the last game, but still rather susceptible in that capacity. I love Caleb Williams. I love the fact that DJ Moore kind of got going this last game. Roma Dunze has been a bit of a roller coaster ride, but rather a smooth roller coaster ride for much of the season. He got that 1-2 punch of the ground, too. And DeAndre Swift, a common guy, and Colson Loveland has really emerged as an X factor across the middle of the field, starting with that game in Cincinnati and that game-clinching touchdown he had with 17 seconds remaining. So the Bears, I think, are slightly overachieving, but we're going to find out really what they're made of here down the stretch. But again, Chicago, if you want to earn all the Jordan era, all they got to do is go 3-3 the rest of the way. They do that. I still think they win the North.
Yeah, and look, this defense, which we talked about, they've got to improve, and yet they come up with a big play every week when they need it. I mean, they lead. They've got the best turnover differential in football. They've got the most takeaways in football. And when you needed somebody to come up and step up and make a play when this is turning into a shootout, Montez Sweat grabs Mason Rudolph, knocks the ball out of his hands, and the Bears pounce on it, and then they score. They go down and score a touchdown, make it 31-21, and that was basically your ball game right there. And it's the young guys that are stepping up, right? Swift got bottled up. So how about Kyle Monangai running for a big day, 48 yards on 12 carries in the touchdown? Colston Loveland stepping up, week after week saying, all right, hey, maybe taking Colston Loveland over Tyler Warren wasn't that bad of an option. And the Bears, you're 8-3. I'll be at that game Friday. We talked about it. So I'll have a front row seat to Bears-Eagles in Philly, with the Eagles looking to bounce back in a big way in Chicago, looking to ride that high. All right, when we come back, we'll talk some more NFL, but we'll definitely jump back into Saturday because we had carnage in college football, but we had some teams with some statement wins. Who was the biggest? Find out next. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Brad Evans. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
I don't trust the Eagles at all. And it's not just because of yesterday. They don't like each other.
Like they legitimately don't like each other.
No, they really don't. Like every week, if it's not Jalen Hurts defending himself because of the reports that people in the locker room or players in the locker room don't believe he's following the game plan, that he's hesitant, that he's doing things his way. He's not as quick to throw the ball or release the football as he should be. Then, of course, A.J. Brown, that's been an ongoing situation. And, of course, he scores yesterday, and the Eagles give up a 21-point lead. Even last year.
It's perfect.
Yeah, it was so perfect. Even last year, Nick Sirianni was chirping at Eagles fans. Remember they were going back and forth? The Eagles are such an incredible gathering of talent. And yet, they find ways to win. They found a way to lose yesterday. But they feel like a team that it's just going to be one bad decision or one bad game, and they're this close to having it in the postseason. They're good enough to just kind of meander through the regular season, particularly the NFC East. I know they lost yesterday, but we thought this was going to be a really tough division. It has not been this year. So they're good enough to just sort of plod through the regular season and have a winning record. And yes, they're 6-1. Yes, they're defending champs. But I feel like when a big game is on the line and they need a big play and they face someone who is legitimately a very good team, I'm just not quite so sure I believe in Philly to get the job done.
at this point, you've kind of missed the boat on Drake. I would probably go down the board, if anything. I still think Mahomes would be the bet, Chris, at this point at 20-1, just because of the narrative, right? With the Chiefs and playing all these meaningful games, they're probably going to have to maybe win out. Maybe they can only afford one more loss the rest of the way. So because it's Kansas City, because we really haven't seen them in a position like this where they're playing playoff-like games in November and they got to pretty much win all these games, I think if they're able to go on a run, find a way to get into the playoffs, I certainly think Mahomes is going to get some of that love. And we've seen it the last few years with MVP, where we get to this time of the year and it feels like every week there's a new leader until somebody kind of breaks away. So I think we're going to see some regression from Stafford and the Rams at this point. I mean, they're playing great. They're hitting their peak, but they are going to have some duds. I think there are going to be some games coming up where they do struggle a little bit. And I think instead of taking the 2-1 with Drake May and the Patriots who've been beaten up on an easier schedule, I think you look at a guy like Mahomes who kind of has that narrative there. If his team goes on a run, they're going to need him to play really well. And I just like the value. So yeah, if I was trying to beat Stafford with anyone, I think it would be Patrick at 20-1.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Brad Evans. We've got the great Michael Montgomery, Monty, and Brandon Combs behind the scenes working the ones and twos. You can hit us up on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight or BetMGM Network. Hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Hit Brad up on Twitter at Noisy Huevos. And you could also hit us up on the phones and join this show live right now. And the phone number to do so, 833-732-3875. That's 833-732-3875. Bring your best stuff, please, okay? If you're talking NFL, if you're talking college football. Speaking of which, right now, we've got Monday Night Football underway, and the San Francisco 49ers, they've got the ball first. They are moving it. They are in plus territory right now. Scoreless game, under 10.5 to go in the first quarter. But the Niners, they've had a couple of chunk plays to Christian McCaffrey in the run and the receiving game. Ricky Pearsall's gotten some action, and they just handed it off to Brad's guy, Brian Robinson, for a big chunk. So the Niners are moving the ball well here on the opening drive. We'll keep you posted, obviously, on this contest all night long. All night long. All right, Brad, let's go back to Saturday. Oh, nice. That was perfect. All right, let's go back to Saturday, though. Not only Saturday, because this team didn't play Saturday. They're going to play Friday, Egg Bowl, but Lane Kiffin, that selfish SOB, ego, narcissistic Lane Kiffin, he just keeps dominating all the headlines when we should be talking about a historic appearance in the college football playoff for Ole Miss as long as they beat Mississippi State in the Egg Bowl on Friday afternoon. Easier said than done. They've lost it before. All we keep talking about is Lane Kiffin and LSU. Lane Kiffin and Florida. He keeps inviting it. He keeps flirting. He's sending his family on private jets. He's taking, hey, honey, take the PJ down to Baton Rouge with my family and let me know how it is. And meanwhile, Ole Miss, they're getting ready for a massive game here. And we've got some reported news. LSU, they put together a $90 million+ deal with a $25 million annual roster per Yahoo Sports for Lane Kiffin. Is Lane leaving Ole Miss here, Brad? Is he stupid to leave Ole Miss? And if so, you think he's going to LSU or you think he's going to Florida?
Yeah, let's go ahead and handicap it. Again, we read on the Friday show, word for word, the statement from one of the officials there at Ole Miss. And what the timing was just bizarre and odd, and saying, yeah, well, there's going to be a statement that will be issued, a statement about what the state of whether Lane Kiffin is going to be here or not after the Egg Bowl. Okay. You think if he was going to, go ahead and stay there, that information will come out immediately. I think it's kind of paving a way for him to jump ship. I think he's already told the bosses that he is going to be going elsewhere. And being a betting man that I am, I'm going to go ahead and handicap it. I'm going to say right now it's like minus 500. He's going to LSU. The governor's got his hands and everything. They got the biggest and fattest wad of cash imaginable. They're going to back up every truck in Baton Rouge and pay him gold bar after gold bar after gold bar until he is happy and satisfied. So, we saw the reports of them putting together just a monumental deal, I think equivalent to the GDP of Luxembourg and Liechtenstein combined. It's rather absurd how much money he is going to be able to make. And that is a program that is desperate to win. That is a lifeblood of New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and the state of Louisiana. So it doesn't all shock me the governor is involved. Doesn't all shock me that they're going to spend every last dime that they have. Florida is the other possible candidate. An extreme dark horse would be Penn State, but I don't think Lane Kiffin's going to be moving north of the Mason-Dixon line. So I think he's going to stay in the SEC. I think he's going to stay in the dirty South. And I think the rivalry between Ole Miss and LSU is going to add a very new and quite colorful and combative chapter. So, yeah, give me him with go with an X. Tigers here in short order.
Yeah, and I'm not disputing you that LSU's got more money than Ole Miss. I don't think it is disputable. I'm not disputing you that Florida's a better spot. The swamp, the rich recruiting trail in Florida, in South Florida, and how enticing that is, even in the transfer portal with all the money and the Florida Gators and Tim Tebow and Steve Spurrier and all that stuff. And same thing with LSU. But, also, Lane Kiffin has proven he can build a winner in Ole Miss, that he can get Heisman candidate quarterbacks like Jackson Dart and to a lesser extent Trinidad Chambliss to come here and run an effective team, and that he can win. So Brian Kelly left Notre Dame because of the academic standards and hey, LSU's got way more money. I'm going to go there and I'm going to win no problem. Not that easy. Not that easy to do. We've got a touchdown, by the way, on Monday Night Football, and it is Jawan Jennings. First touchdown, Jawan Jennings, 12-yard touchdown catch from Brock Purdy. The Niners cash in on the opening drive, and it's Double J, Jawan Jennings with the opening touchdown. Brad, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, very impressive opening stanza here for the San Francisco 49ers. Again, this team is mostly whole right now, and everybody's been waiting on pins and needles for them to get back to what they're doing best. And right now it's the offensive mastermind and precise throws of Brock Purdy, and of course Kyle Shanahan overseeing everything. You look at that first drive, the CMC football factor, getting done on the ground and through the air, 6 carries for 28 yards. Also 3 receptions for a dozen. That was Jennings' only catch, and it's splash 6. That was a 12-yard touchdown reception. Pearsall 1 for 6. Farrell, the backup tight end, 1 for 3. And of course, Brian Robinson, also a couple of carries on that drive for 11 yards. And Brock Purdy starting off a near perfecto, 6 of 7 for 33 yards and a passing touchdown. So far, and so damn good for the San Francisco 49ers. Awesome opening drive. And let's see what Carolina can do with an answer.
Yeah, and look, and they kept themselves in third and manageables that entire drive. I think they faced 3 third downs, and the first one was a 3rd and long, and after that, we had a couple of 3rd and 2s, 3rd and 3s. I mean, you get yourself in situations like that, and you're going to be very difficult to stop with how well they can run the football with CMC. Your guy, Brian Robinson, mixed it in a couple of times there, and they're just going to be a very tough team to stop. This offense is starting to peak in front of our eyes. And again, this isn't the Panthers defense of the last couple of years that was historically bad. They've been much improved this year, but we did talk to Walker Mell, who said their two middle linebackers, including Christian Roseboom, not playing tonight, and that seemed to have a big factor on that opening drive. So the Niners go down and make it look easy. 15 plays, 72 yards, and they ate nearly 9 minutes off the clock. Now it's time for Bryce Young, and we'll see if he can prove me wrong, because I think he's going to struggle tonight. But hey, hopefully he gets your guy T-Mac, Tedero McMillan, involved either way. Just really quickly here, Brad, coming back to that conversation of Lane Kiffin. Again, Ryan Kelly left for all the riches and the treasure chest of jewels that LSU had to offer. Couldn't win the big game. And this guy that proved that he could win the big game at Notre Dame, at Cincinnati years ago, and just consistently came up short. It is not a guarantee that just because you got the money and the NIL money and you got the backing and you're LSU or you're Florida, that doesn't mean you're going to succeed. Billy Napier failed at Florida, right? And I'd like to think that Lane Kiffin's a better coach than Billy Napier, but there's no guarantee. And maybe for Lane Kiffin, it doesn't matter because it's, hey, I took Ole Miss to the college football playoff. I did all I can do. Now I want to go win a national title at LSU or a national title at Florida. I think he's making a big mistake. And it feels like, I agree with you, it does feel like the tracks are greased for him to leave. I think he's a fool to leave Oxford.
Ooh, interesting. A fool. Well, I will say this. If he's going to have the amount of money they're backing up the truck for in terms of resources, I think it's going to be, is it exponentially better than anything Ole Miss could bring? That's debatable, and that's TBD, obviously, in a kind of a hypothetical scenario, but he has got all the resources in the world, and this is a man that craves the spotlight. He wants to be that glory hound, and he certainly is. So this is his chance to step up on a big stage for a hungry football program and, silence all of his doubters. I don't think he's going to fail. The guy recruits elite speed and athletes, and that's something LSU certainly had in the not so recent past based on the amount of wide receivers they were turning out on a regular basis in the National Football League. But ultimately, I think Kiffin will get his guys. He'll have the resources to get everything that he wants. And I think LSU is going to emerge and be back to prominence in short order. So I'm going to give it time. I don't think he's going to fail at all. He is not going to wither under the spotlight he so craves.
Okay, all right, let's rewind to Saturday and take a look at some of the big games that, the teams that actually did play and not the ones that are generating all the headlines because their coach can't decide what the heck he wants to do. How about Oregon? I think that was the biggest win of the weekend. They beat USC. Dante Moore was great. That run game was great. They held USC to just 52 yards rushing, and the Ducks are basically now one win away from punching their ticket to the college football playoff, even if they're not going to play in the Big Ten title game, which it looks like they're not because you and I both expect Indiana to smash Purdue. And even though Michigan always beats Ohio State the last couple of years, I think that's coming to an end this year. So I think Oregon beats Washington on the road on Saturday, and they are absolutely in. And do you think Oregon that, look, the one major profile game we saw them, they lose by double digits at home to Indiana. Do you think Oregon's a dark horse or are the Ducks, potentially that in between that 5 to 8 range and they're getting crushed in the second round if they move past the first?
I think they have the potential to be a team that is extraordinarily dangerous. You get hot at the right time. Obviously, you can win any kind of games and go on a storied run and, hoist the hardware at the end. I mean, you look statistically, and with the eye test really measures out as well. They don't have a whole lot of weaknesses on paper. You're looking at a very balanced team, one that's top 10 in the country in EPA per play offense, one that's top 10 in the country in EPA per play defense. I just don't know if they have that it factor. And look, they were really impressive. I think USC, I believe, were going to be able to keep it close. I thought they were going to keep it within one score. That was not the case. I lost a little moolah as a result of betting on the Trojans. They failed me in trying to fight on, but I am not convinced Oregon is all that in a bag of chips. I still feel the best two teams in the country, and maybe this is my Big Ten bias bleeding through, and I know Oregon's a part of that league, though strangely as part of that league is Indiana, number 2, and Ohio State, number 1. And those two are on a collision course to face one another for the Big Ten title. And that could ultimately be an opening act for possibly a rematch for the national title. So we'll see what shakes out, what the ultimate pairings are, if they're going to be on that path, maybe a collision course for the whole shebang. But those are two of the best teams in the country, bar none, in my opinion. And apologies, SEC.
Yeah, well, yeah, speaking of which, speaking of the Big Ten, is there anybody not named Fernando Mendoza that's winning this Heisman? Julian Sayin had 2 touchdowns, although, again, it was a pretty hum-ho first half against Rutgers, and then Ohio State kind of blew him out late with some help from their defense. My guy, Jeremiah Love, put him in he's in the conversation. Does Jeremiah Love, anybody outside of Mendoza, have a chance to rip this Heisman Trophy away from the Indiana quarterback? Because Love was everywhere on Saturday. $171, 3 touchdowns. Notre Dame just went scorched earth on Syracuse. Is it Fernando Mendoza's trophy to lose as long as he plays well these next 2 games? Or can somebody else take it from him?
It's over. It's a wrap. I said it 2 weeks ago. I'm going to stick to my guns. Fernando Mendoza still with that ridiculous throw that he had against Penn State. Omar Cooper's catch was just utterly insane. The suspended animation for him to get that foot down, but the ball placement had to be exactly on the money, and it was exactly on the money. Whether you look at the outstanding touchdown interception split, whether you look at the advanced analytics, whether you're looking with the eye test, Mendoza, check, and check again. He passes everything with flying colors, a bar none. The most surprising story of the college football season has been the ascension and consistency and dominance of the Indiana Hoosiers, and the guy that's been really the poster boy for that rise has been Fernando Mendoza, who's not only going to win the Heisman, he's going to make himself a whole hell of a lot of money here very soon in the National Football League. So, yeah, I think it's his Heisman, and I don't think anything's going to change it, with 1 game left, Big Ten title and, the college football playoff all acting as influencers in that equation.
Well, that's what I was wondering. If he lays an egg against Ohio State in the Big Ten title game, does that lose him the Heisman? Like, can he lose the Heisman if he doesn't play well? I think we all assume he's going to play pretty well against Purdue. Can he lose the Heisman against Ohio State in the Big Ten title game? That's what I'm wondering, especially if Jeremiah Love runs for 200 yards and 4 touchdowns against Stanford on Saturday. Could that be enough? Can Ohio State take the Heisman away from Fernando Mendoza? Honestly, as a Notre Dame fan, I'm selfishly hoping for that, Brad, but I don't know if that's going to be the case.
Well, look, here's the deal. It's kind of like the NFL and the MVP race, right? It's like it's a quarterback award primarily. Now, it's different with the Heisman. I mean, we've seen other guys at other positions win it consistently, but again, Mendoza, he's been front and center in the spotlight all season long. Again, I don't think he is going to melt. It would have to be an epic melt for that Heisman honor to be stripped away from him.
Yeah, Panthers stalled out. They had to punt the ball back. Niners up 7-0 on Monday Night Football. We'll get our guy Brandon Combs in the mix next. We'll do NFL hot or cold. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Brad Evans. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the move, take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
I'll probably end up making like 25 bets this week, and I think there's a good chance that like 23 of them are going to be on underdogs. I just don't like betting favorites normally, and I really don't like betting them in the rivalry week, right? Because usually you throw the records out the door. All these teams don't like each other. These fan bases hate each other. It's great games. There's a lot of pressure for a bunch of these favorites. So I look at a bunch of these dogs, and I think we're getting some great numbers with a lot of these teams, starting off with the Huskies, +7 against Oregon. Great win for the Ducks against USC, exactly what they needed to do. Looks like they're probably headed to the playoff. But now we got a rivalry game. They got to go up to Seattle to take on Washington. The Huskies, never lose at home. I think they've won, 21 of their last 22 home games or something like that. Their only loss was to Ohio State early in the year, where they were keeping it close with the Buckeyes for much of that game. I'm still not 100% set on Oregon. They have struggled at times on the road this season. I think we're getting a key number of 7. That's too many. I like Washington plus the points in that game. What about LSU? I'll take the Tigers plus 10 against Oklahoma. We have Missouri plus the points. I feel like it was the right side in that game. If the receiver just catches that touchdown at the end, we get the backdoor cover and they cover the number. But Oklahoma, man, again, it's a team, it's all about turnovers with them. Their offense really isn't that good. And I think Missouri and LSU profile kind of the same way, where they got very good defenses, but LSU can't run the ball. And against Oklahoma, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing because nobody can really run the ball to begin with. So LSU's got a new quarterback in there who's a mobile quarterback. I think this is going to be another ugly, low-scoring game. And for Oklahoma, all the pressure is on them. They know if they win this game, they're going to the college football playoff. LSU's trying to spoil their season. They're trying to get a signature win this year. I think they keep that game close. I'll take LSU plus 10 against Oklahoma. What about Virginia Tech plus 10.5 against Virginia? Obviously, it's been a nightmare season for the Hokies. They fired Brent Pry early on in the year. They're going to have James Franklin as their new head coach, but they have a chance to spoil their arch rival season. They have a chance to prevent Virginia from going to the ACC title game, from going to the college football playoff potentially, and we're getting 10.5 with Virginia Tech. Normally a team that dominates this series. Think it's too many points. Virginia's a team that's kind of been playing above their head all season. Maybe the Hokies win the game. I don't think they win it by double digits. Give me Virginia Tech plus 10.5 against UVA. You guys knew this was coming, right? The Iron Bowl, Auburn and Alabama. I mean, you already know I'm going to be on Auburn in the game, plus 5. And how can you take Alabama in this game? You just can't. It's going to be close, like it always is at Jordan-Hare. An absolutely absurd stat that I heard from one of my buddies the other day is that when the Iron Bowl has been played in Jordan-Hare, and Alabama's been ranked and Auburn's been unranked, Alabama's never lost to Auburn at Jordan-Hare. Think about that, right? All these games that seemingly always come down to the wire, always are field goal games, always are coin tosses. We have the craziest stuff happen in the Iron Bowl at Jordan-Hare, but when Auburn's been unranked, they've never beaten Bama. Let's hope, for my sake, that continues. But I think they covered the spread. I think 5.5 is too many. Since Kellen DeBoer has been at Bama, even when he was at Washington, man, he has struggled when he has gone up against unranked teams on the road. They nearly lost to South Carolina. They lost to Florida State. They struggle in these kind of games. And with everything on the line, and with this being Bama's Super Bowl, it's also Auburn's Super Bowl because they have a chance to be bowl eligible. And a little wrinkle in this game, Deuce Knight, the quarterback for Auburn, who got unleashed in the Mercer game, is a great athlete. And they got all these run packages that I'm sure they were saving for the game against Bama. So it's going to be a fun one. It's Saturday night at Jordan-Hare, and I think it's going to come right down the wire. So I'll take Auburn plus the points. What about Cal? I'll take them plus 11.5 against SMU. Again, SMU, if they win, they're in the ACC championship game, and all that's standing in their way is a trip to Berkeley to take on Cal, who just fired their head coach in Justin Wilcox. I think that's going to be a close game. Give me Cal plus 11.5.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Prescott thinking about running. Is he going to get there? Gets a block. Prescott flies in. Touchdown. Aubrey up, and he's got it. The Cowboys win.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. He is Brad Evans. And that was Fox. That was Burkhart's call of the Cowboys. Dak Prescott's rushing touchdown to tie the game. And then Brandon Aubrey's game-winning field goal. The Cowboys come all the way back from the dead, doing their best Undertaker rising in the casket impression as they came back from 21-0 down to beat the Eagles yesterday, 24-21. Brad and I talked a ton about that game in the first segment of the show, and so we will get to more football coming up here in just a moment. But we are tracking Monday Night Football for you. We gave out our bets for this Monday Night Football game earlier tonight. Niners led the Panthers 7-0 when we went to break, and this has got to be the first time, Brad, at least in your show hosting career, that we've had 2 interceptions during a commercial break, because after the Panthers go 3 and out, the Niners get the ball back, and on the first play, they go play action, and Brock Purdy, underthrows Juwan Jennings, picked off by J.C. Horn. Panthers in prime position in the red zone. They get it down to 1st and goal at the 1, and my man Bryce Young cashes one of my bets on play action. He tries to force one to the back of the end zone for the tight end Mitchell Evans, and it gets picked off by Jair Brown. The Panthers taketh, and the Panthers giveth right back. Niners still up 7-0 with the ball now, late first quarter.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey, nice little reception there. He's going to be a busy man in the pass game, to say the least tonight. But a baffling decision by Bryce Young, which we're kind of growing accustomed to. Just a force feeding into a whole bunch of contested coverage, and as a result, a very costly pick there in the back of the end zone. Had that opportunity, a keen one, to even this game up. But of course, San Francisco now has a chance to really drive a nail home further. Doesn't mean that the game is remotely over. I mean, we're just now coming to the end of the first quarter, but we'll see what the answer is. But yeah, spoiled opportunity for Carolina after the miscue from the hand of Ain't He So Purdy. And I'm afraid San Francisco is going to come out here in this second quarter, march right back down the field, play another long clock draining drive, and extend this sucker to at least 10-0, if not 14-0.
Yeah, and somebody that's got Niners -7.5, that makes me feel pretty good. We already cashed Bryce Young to throw an interception. Cha-ching, -125 odds. And so Niners are rolling right now as we're about to begin the second quarter. But let's get our guy Brandon Combs. Get him on in here. Big Bears fan. He's been telling me all offseason that Caleb Williams was better than Jaden Daniels and the Bears were going to be great. And look, so far he's been right about a lot of that. The Bears are 8-3. Caleb Williams statistically looks pretty good this year. Threw for another 3 touchdowns on Sunday. Jaden Daniels has not been able to stay healthy. The Commanders are terrible. And so Brandon has been able to puff out his chest. And Brandon, why don't you go ahead and get us going? Because I know you're going to find a way to shoehorn some Bears, some Bears smack talk here. But after that, why don't you get us rolling here with NFL hot or cold?
I mean, come on, Pat. You know me. Am I the type of guy that's just going to talk about how I told you that Caleb Williams was better than Jaden Daniels? How you were so inexplicably wrong about how bad and how terrible you thought that Caleb Williams was going to be? Would I be the guy to tell you that Caleb Williams is 8-3 and is about to go to a playoffs while Jaden Daniels sits on the couch and watches? Not at all. Not at all. Let's get to some hotter.
Let's be really honest, though. Caleb Williams has been good. He has not been great this year. I mean, he still, loves to soar those balls over the middle, 5 yards over his receiver's head. So he still has a lot of work to do, but I got to give him credit. Got to give you credit. They're in a great spot.
He's still got some growth. But in Ben we trust, baby. In Ben we trust. All right. Hot or cold? You guys know how this game works. Brad, we'll start with you. The Dallas Cowboys are going to miss the playoffs despite the nice win versus the Eagles. Their remaining schedule is the Chiefs, Lions, Vikings, Chargers, Commanders, and Giants. Hot or cold?
I'm cold. I'm cold on this. Look, we already talked about it earlier in the show, and I think Pat hit it right on the head. They got to win one of these next 2 games, and I think they will, either on Thanksgiving Day against the Kansas City Chiefs and diminishing their potential percentage chance of posting their postseason ticket, or possibly they go on the road and knock off Detroit, who has been rather suspect, to say the least, especially in the back end defensively. Again, when you got CeeDee Lamb, you got George Pickens, you got Jake Ferguson, those guys move the chains, and he got balance there with Javonte Williams. C- level of defense. That is all that is required, little D. If you are able to do that, the star will shine ever so brightly, and I think Dallas will punch its postseason ticket. So I'm a believer, man. I'm a buyer.
I'm going to say they are going to miss the playoffs, so I'll go hot there. I think that they do have a chance to beat the Chiefs on Thursday. I would not give them a very good chance of beating the Lions on the road next Thursday. Lions are also playing here on Thanksgiving, as they usually do, so it's same rest and everything for both teams. Look, the Lions crushed the Cowboys last year, and the way that these two teams are still built, I still think the Lions will do that in a week from now. So look, for me, it's a must-win game. Again, the Cowboys have to beat the Chiefs, who it would be very fitting after they come back and kind of mini-save their season by beating the Colts on Sunday if then they lay another egg on Thursday on Thanksgiving against Dak and the Cowboys. But even if they do win one of their next two, they have to win out. And I know right now a matchup against J.J. McCarthy or whoever the hell is going to be playing quarterback for the Vikings looks like a good one. The Chargers, with all the problems they've got on the offensive line, look, there's still a chance they lose one of those two games. There's still a chance that they lose both these games to the Chiefs and the Lions. So, look, I know everything's more fun when the Cowboys are in it and they're exciting and everybody watches and waits for them to crash and burn in January. I don't think they're going to get there. I think they dug themselves too deep of a hole early on this year.
Yeah, I think they lose at least 2 of the next 4, if not 3 of the next 4. Chiefs, Lions, and Chargers, I think, will all beat the Cowboys. All right, let's move over to what this game means tonight. The Carolina Panthers will win the NFC South no matter what happens on Monday Night Football against the Niners. Their remaining schedule, Rams, Saints, Bucks, Seahawks, and Bucks. And the Bucks' remaining schedule is the Cardinals, Saints, Falcons, Panthers, Dolphins, Panthers.
I will go
hot or cold?
I will go hot. I'll go hot. The Panthers will win the NFC South. I mean, I picked it before the season, so what kind of fool am I now to not stick by it? Speaking of which, in this game, the Niners have a 4th and 1 from the Panthers' 46-yard line, and they sneak it forward for the first down. So 7-0 still San Francisco, under 12 to go in the second quarter. I do think the Panthers win the NFC South because I think the Bucs are going to fall apart. And I think that these two teams will probably win and lose right around the same amount of games, so that their 2 meetings with one another will end up deciding the division. And I think at worst, the Panthers go 1-1. At worst, they split it with the Bucs. And so then what's the other common NFC South opponent? Panthers play the Saints, who, yes, they did lay an egg to and lost just 2 weeks ago. But I'll mark that down as a win. And I think the Panthers will get revenge. And then meanwhile, the Bucs' other common game is against the Falcons, which it's going to be Kirk Cousins, nothing to lose. Kirk Duggins slinging the ball all around. I think the Panthers are going to win the NFC South because I believe in that defense and I believe in the run game, and I really do think the Bucs are a completely different team now than they were in the first 5 weeks. I don't think you can look at them the same way.
Yeah, look, I'm cold on this, and honestly, it's with a contingency. What the verdict is on Baker Mayfield's health. You look at the rest of the season schedule for Tampa, and assuming that he's not going to miss extensive time, if any time at all, the Bucs, a bit of a coin flip game this week coming up against the Arizona Cardinals. They'll beat the Saints. They'll beat the Falcons. And you're right. Those 2 Panthers games going to be absolutely critical, but sandwiched in between is a game against the Dolphins, and which is highly winnable as well. The problem with Carolina, you got to face the Rams and Seahawks. That's an L, and that's another L. I mean, those two teams are on a different plane right now. I believe the Rams are the team to beat, and I've said this before, that if there is a 1B in the NFC, it's the Seattle Seahawks, because that defense is extraordinary. They're top 5 EPA per play across the board. They're getting it done in the secondary. They get it done on the ground. Offensively, you could say the same as well. They got the best receiver in the league right now, is on pace, possibly the first ever 2,000-yard receiver in the NFL, that being Jackson Smith-Njigba. He is unstoppable. And you got the 1-2 punch of Kenneth Walker III and Zach Charbonnet all day as well. So, yeah, I think Carolina's going to be the outside looking in when it's all said and done. If it's not Teddy Bridgewater rest of the season for Tampa.
All right. We got about 2 minutes left here, 90 seconds. Quick one. This one's just for you, Pat. The Bears will be a Super Bowl contender in 2026. Hot or cold, Brad?
How did I know you were going to ask something so dumb like that? That is cold. The Bears are not a Super Bowl contender. Ben Johnson is a hell of a head coach. They've got some really good weapons. Rome Odunze has been a beast this year. Kyle Monangai is emerging potentially as their number 1 running back next year. Caleb Williams, can he take another step forward in year 3? Yes, he can. Does that mean they're going to be Super Bowl contenders? I'm sorry, Brandon. Look, we are going to agree to disagree because I still don't think they're a better team than the Lions. I still don't think they're a better team than the Packers. They're a better team than the Vikings now, but they're still third best in their own division. I can't say they're Super Bowl contenders unless I see Caleb Williams really take a massive step forward next year, and I just don't think he's that good. So, Cold.
Muy caliente. Of course, the Bears could be a Super Bowl contender next year because they have the draft, they have free agency. Go out and spend and fill the holes that you need to be patched up defensively with that outstanding offense. With a mastermind, call the shots there, and Ben Johnson. There's only one direction that they're going. It's up, up, and up again. Bear down, Chicago Bears. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Prove them wrong. I'm talking to you, Pat. The Bears are here to stay as front runners, possibly this season, definitely next season. Believe my man in the Bears.
This Bears propaganda has gotten out of control. All right, we got to take a break. Niners still lead 7-0 midway through the second quarter. When we come back, NFL big spot reactions and forecasts. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Didn't it feel like the dynasty was on the line yesterday in the fourth quarter at Arrowhead? Like this was more than just the Chiefs' playoff hopes for this season. That a win by Indianapolis, I don't know if it would have signaled like a changing of the guard, like Indy was about to take over as like the preeminent force in the AFC. I don't know if that's true. But it felt like if the Colts had won the game, it would have signaled that Kansas City's time was drawing to a close as the AFC powerhouse. The stakes felt absolutely massive. And I'm not joking. Like, I have goosebumps right now just like thinking about what I'm about to say and like thinking about watching this game yesterday. It felt monumental to me. And if you love sports, and if you love football, and I love football, like, I mean, I love my daughter and my wife more than anything in the world. Football might be third. Like, it actually might be third. Ahead of, like, my mom, my sister. I'm trying to decide if I'm being facetious. I might not be. And if you love football, and I'm guessing you do, didn't you feel it? No matter what your bet was, no matter what team you root for, didn't you feel it yesterday in the fourth quarter of this game? The magnitude of the moment. And in the end, the Chiefs returning to action like John Wick. Yeah, they took a little time off, hung out with the dog at home, losing to the Jaguars, losing to the Broncos, no big deal. But when it came time for business, I guess you could say they're back. 20-9 deficit. Kareem Hunt fumble inside the Colts 20 at the end of the third quarter, down 11. I thought it was done. No. Because you can't count out Patrick Mahomes. And you can't count out the Kansas City Chiefs. 1 week ago, in this airspace, on You Better You Bet, I said Patrick Mahomes isn't playing well. By his standards. He's not like J.J. McCarthy out there. And if you're saying to yourself, wow, a lot of J.J. McCarthy references here, you're being really hard on him. Yes, I am. Honestly, maybe not hard enough. But by Mahomes' scale, he wasn't even coming close to being what he's been. We expect better. I don't want to speak for all of you. I expect better from Patrick Mahomes. And I thought he was fabulous yesterday. Magnificent, especially in the big moments. Where, as the offensive line, and we'll talk about that when we get to Chiefs-Cowboys in a second here, Trey Smith's not going to play in the game on Thursday. That's not good. But the offensive line starts to crumble. And Mahomes is stepping up in the pocket. And he's got arms all over him. And just like the Leatu Latu pick six at the start of the game, it's a great play by Leatu Latu, man. I don't even blame Mahomes for that one. But Mahomes, he's under duress. And you know what Andy Reid does? They bring the short game back. And the Chiefs, think about the Chiefs-Bills game. And Kansas City, like just in futile fashion, chucking deep shot after deep shot like it's me playing Madden at 2 o'clock in the morning after 3 bong rips and 4 vodka sodas. Just deep shot after deep shot. It's not working. The Chiefs said, you know what? We don't know if we can protect long enough. Let's just throw some crossers. Let's get the ball over the middle of the field. Make it easy on our quarterback and let our awesome, speedy wide receivers do the work.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Mayfield escaping, trying to find some time to throw it. He can't even get space to let it go downfield. Now he does. He fires it as far as he can. He goes down, grabbing his arm. The pass is intercepted by Forbes. Mayfield in discomfort there. Yep, as this half comes to an end.
He really wound up on this one.
And as he tumbled down, immediately went grabbing up at that left shoulder.
Hey-o, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight here on this Monday evening. Turkey Day, 3 days away. Can you believe it? I'm Pat Boyle. He's Brad Evans. This is hour number 3. We've got Monday Night Football going on right now, and the Carolina Panthers are going to pump the football back to the Niners after a pretty bad drop from Tetero, McMillan. T-Mac couldn't squeeze it, what would have been a first down. Instead, it's a punt. Niners are going to take back over, up 7-0 midway through the second quarter. Interceptions, the name of the game in this one. Brock Purdy has already thrown 2 of them. One from his own end zone, one into the end zone. And Bryce Young had a 1st and goal at the 1 with the Panthers. He threw an interception, so that's why it's only 7-0. The lone touchdown tonight coming from Jawan Jennings. Christian McCaffrey having a big game so far for San Francisco. We are live on YouTube, by the way, every single night. Just search the BetMGM Network. Hit that subscribe button. You can listen anywhere, anytime on the Odyssey app. And follow us on Twitter or X at BetMGM Network. Follow Brad at Noisy Huevos. Follow me at Pat Boyle 44. Fun show so far. You heard there, that was the call from last night's primetime game on NBC. Tirico and Collinsworth talking about Baker Mayfield's shoulder injury, which is a massive Monday morning piece of news there. Todd Bowles, coach of the Buccaneers, said that it is a shoulder sprain. He's going to get an MRI on Monday before they determine whether or not Baker can play. And that came in a blowout loss to the Rams, who were crushing Tampa Bay even before Baker left at halftime, and then he had his arm in a sling. So, big spot reactions and forecasts here, Brad. Let's start with the Rams side of things, because Matthew Stafford, we talked about it in the first hour. I think he solidified the MVP award last night. They've got control of the top spot in the NFC West. They are the number 1 seed right now in the NFC. Are the Rams the best team in the NFL?
Yeah, they bar none, far and away. They're the prohibitive favorite to win just north of the left coast from which they're from in Santa Clara this year's Super Bowl. I mean, bar none, what they have, and Collinsworth brought this up. Oh, we got a fumble on the field. Carolina almost had it back. Oh, CMC got punched out. They had like 3 Panthers around the ball, couldn't corral it. And while the offensive lineman jumps on it for San Francisco as they are able to retain it. This game just nothing but turnovers so far. A lot of miscues. And near disaster there for San Francisco, but they are able to dodge a bullet. I digress on the Rams. Cosworth brought up the broadcast last night. They have balance. That's the key. I mean, we know that Stafford's playing at elite level right now, 37 years young. He is the clear cut, and that's why he's minus odds right now at BetMGM to win this year's MVP. But Puka Nacua was uncoverable. You witnessed that repeatedly last night. Devontae Adams inside the red zone is uncoverable in his own right. And then you got Kyron Williams to add that balance on the ground. But defensively, that is something that nobody's really been talking up enough about. They did on the broadcast last night, but the twists, the stunts, the collapsed pockets that were just rinse and repeat for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's all the action of that defensive line, the speed they have, excellent covering down the field. They have been this good, elite good offensively and defensively for going on the last 5 to 6 weeks. So as long as that carries through, all the key components remain upright. And in the NFL postseason, the Rams, far and away, the team to beat.
We've got a third Brock Purdy interception,
turnover.
by the way.
Oh, my God.
A third Brock Purdy interception. Wow. I mean, this looks like Christmas night 2 years ago. This looks like Christmas night 2 years ago against the Ravens when he was having an MVP caliber season, and then he threw 4 picks against the Ravens. I mean, these are just bad throws from Purdy. It's play
Terrible
action.
throws.
He's got plenty of time, and he tries to knife that one through. And the Panthers, actually, that was just a great play by Carolina. They cut that off. They read that ball. He has thrown 3 picks, Brock Purdy. He is single-handedly keeping the Carolina Panthers in this football game right now. And Carolina's going to take over now with excellent field position and just over 6 minutes to go in this second quarter. Wow, I mean, I thought Bryce Young, if there was somebody that was going to throw 3 picks tonight, I thought it was going to be Bryce Young. He's thrown 1. Purdy's thrown 3. Wow.
And 2 to J.C. Horn, who had that last one. So he has been Johnny on the spot. A perfect read on that rowdy undercut to Ricky Pearsall. And both of those interceptions that Horn was in his coverage of Pearsall, both on deep ball opportunities. He just undercut the route. Bad throws by Purdy, bad reads. And I'm saying this because Monty needs 10 fantasy points to win his game tonight. But can he get the ball to George Kittle? That is an area of weakness to Carolina quite clearly. We talked about it earlier in the show. And, I've said this until I'm blue in the face. You always want to play your starting tight end against Carolina Panthers because they're giving up over 65 yards per game the position. So maybe get some safer throws underneath to George Kittle and let him do work after the catch.
Yeah, how about this stat from from producer Brandon Combs? On passes of 15 yards or more this season for Brock Purdy, 15 yards or more in the air, 1 touchdown, 6 interceptions. Woof. My goodness. I mean,
yeah.
Look, I think Brock Purdy is a top 10 quarterback when he's humming, but man, do you start to think about Mac Jones here if this game goes sideways for San Francisco? I don't think realistically, but still, he is giving away what they have been doing on defense here. And now Carolina's got themselves a first down, and it's either going to be first and goal or first down from the 11. So Carolina knocking on red zone's door, on first and goal's door right again here. We'll see if Bryce Young can get them over the hump and tie this football game up under 4.5 to go in the second quarter. But just to play off what you were saying with the Rams, yeah, look, I don't think Chris Shula, their defensive coordinator, Don's son, I don't think he gets enough credit for what he has done with Braden Fisk and Kobe Turner pass rush. They have been electric, and they're not they're not top in sacks, but the pressure rate is unreal, and just the way that they make quarterbacks uncomfortable. I think Chris Shula is going to be up for a head coaching job this offseason. We'll see if he gets one. McVay, he loses guys from that coaching tree every year, and yet they're humming right along. It's all brought together by Stafford. And at 37 going on 38, he's having arguably the greatest season of his career. When's the last time a guy won MVP at age 38, right? Rodgers was 35, 36 when he won his back-to-back? Brady, I can't remember off the top of my head the latest. He won his MVP, his last one, but Stafford's he's like a fine wine. He's getting better with age, and this offense is tremendous. So I agree with you. I think they're the best team in the NFL right now. As we pivot here, as Carolina's got a 3rd and goal coming up, crucial play with under 3.5 to go in the second quarter. Let's look ahead to Thanksgiving here, Brad. Huge NFC North matchup between Green Bay and Detroit. Winner enters a tie for first, or at the very least, they remain one game behind the Bears, who are playing the Eagles on Black Friday. Who do you think wins between Packers and Lions, and why? And which team would you trust more to win a playoff game?
Oh, it's got to be Detroit. Look, I know they have some question marks defensively, and the biggest issue they're going to have mono coverage is against Christian Watson, in my opinion, in that game. I think he's a guy that could erupt down the field from some explosive pass gains. But ultimately, Jahmyr Gibbs coming off the best single performance by a running back, even better than any one of those like 3 touchdown games that Jonathan Taylor had. He had last week, put up over 260 combined yards and 3 touchdowns of his own. He's a matchup nightmare. And if you recall back in week 1, he had 10 receptions in that game, which was just a strange, bizarre, hideous display by Detroit offensively. I think they're going to rectify some issues in the rematch. They're on the fast track there at home. And you look at Green Bay, taking this from a fantasy perspective, they have allowed, inside the top 10 in most fantasy points to the running back position for the last 5 weeks running. So that is an area of vulnerability. Is in the trenches. I think we're going to see more mandatory Montgomery, you jackals, as well. I think he's got a great shot at scoring a touchdown. Amon-Ra St. Brown is a handful. J-Mo coming off the clunker last week will probably get going as well. I think Detroit is going to win. Are they going to win convincingly? Yeah, I say they win by 10 or more.
Wow. I can't believe you and I are very aligned on this. I agree, though.
Really?
By the way, on 3rd and goal, Panthers try to go a little pass out to the flat for Chuba Hubbard, and the Niners were all over it. Loss of 3, so they bring on Ryan Fitzgerald. He hits through the chip shot field goal. Niners lead 7-3, just over 2 minutes to go. But, I mean, right now, the way Brock Purdy's letting go of the football, you got to hold your breath every time he throws it. So we'll see what happens there. I agree with you. I mean, we're very much in line. I think the Lions have come a long way since that week 1 beatdown at the hands of the Packers. And I don't trust Matt LaFleur right now. I don't, right? We haven't hit December yet. This game will be played on Thanksgiving. December is when Matt LaFleur all of a sudden becomes one of the greatest head coaches in NFL history. His win percentage, his number against the spread in December, he's phenomenal. Like, the Packers are a amazing team in December. We're not that December yet. And I think the Lions have come a long way. And I agree with a lot of what you said about the adjustments they've had to make. This game is going to play out way differently than it did in week 1. They're going to have so much more success being able to run the football because that offensive line that had a rookie and a new guard when they started the year is more in sync with one another. And Jared Goff's not going to be asked to throw a ton, right? And even when he does, there's not many quarterbacks that are better at getting the ball out of their hand quickly and being able to beat a good pass rush than Jared Goff. Now, if he's actually under pressure, that's a different story. But this game's being played in Detroit. It's not in Green Bay. It's not going to be cold. It's not outdoors. That favors Goff. I think they'll be able to run the football well. And again, how can you trust the Packers offense right now? They have shown you next to nothing. So I agree with you. I think the Lions win this game at least by a field goal, if not by a touchdown. And they would be the team that I trust to win a playoff game more. I said the Packers were going to win the Super Bowl before the year. I mean, at this point, I'm holding on to that with like a very loose grip here because I've just seen too many inconsistencies from them. But Detroit's a proven team in the playoffs. Now, they had all the injuries last year, and they had the lead on the Niners in the NFC title game 2 years ago. I think at a certain point, you fail enough. You learn from your mistakes, and maybe it's just me. I don't know. Maybe it's Dan Campbell's he's a big, strong man, and Matt LaFleur is not. I don't know. I would trust the Lions to win a playoff game more than Green Bay. You agree with that?
Yeah, I certainly would. Again, because you got to ground a pound and do it quite effectively in whatever conditions that you're playing in, whether they're in the creature comforts of the dome on the fast track, or maybe you're outside in the elements. And Detroit could play variable ways. They could play a slobber knocker kind of a game where they nickel and dime through the pass game, and you can do that with Amon-Ra St. Brown. You can get JMO involved in the screen game, and he has the electricity and the legs to take it to the house. And they got that 1-2 punch, as I mentioned, of Jahmyr Gibbs and Dave Montgomery. Now, there is a catastrophic loss offensively on this team, that being Sam Laporta. A guy that could really maximize some of those mismatches across the middle of the field. But hopefully Brock Wright, who's been decent, can catch, 3-4 balls, keep the defenses honest, and be a guy that can get some of the short gains that could open some things up elsewhere in this offense. But yeah, I think Detroit is built to win in January football, no matter where that game is played, indoors or out.
All right, really quickly, they hit the 2-minute warning. Niners up 7-3. They got a great kick return from Sky Moore to set them up right near midfield. So a couple first downs, and they will be in field goal range at the worst. And I believe it is Matt Gay who is their kicker now. Pinheiro was great. He got hurt. And, remember the beginning of the year, they had the kicking troubles. So for San Francisco, Matt Gay has already hit an extra point. He would be kicking his first field goal in a Niners uniform if they're able to get there. And we'll see in a game that has been very wacky so far if that ends up being a factor, the kicking games. All right, really quickly, we got about a minute and a half here, Brad. The Jags moved to 7-4. They get the last-second thrilling win over the Cardinals to stay afloat in the AFC South. They're 7-4. The Colts lose to the Chiefs. The Colts are 8-3. Those teams haven't played each other yet. And the Colts haven't played the Texans either. They got to play the Jags twice and the Texans twice. And you think the Colts lose this division and maybe the clock strikes midnight and Daniel Jones and Shane Steichen? You see the Colts maybe hitting rock bottom and skidding out here at the end of the season, missing the playoffs altogether? Because I think that's a legit possibility.
Yeah, it's on the table. If I'm going to handicap it, I'm going to set it like percentage chance-wise around 30% that they are on the outside looking at. I just don't trust the Jags, man. I really don't. And I know you're going to have a couple of critical matchups against Colts. They could easily split those two games. They should beat the Jets because everybody's beating the Jets. They should easily beat the Titans. That's one of the remaining games as well. But they have Denver also on the docket, and that's a mountain to climb. So I'm pumping the brakes. I'm not buying the Jags. I still think the Colts reign supreme in the South.
I think the Texans can pull it off because of that defense. I don't trust Daniel Jones. I sure as hell don't trust Trevor Lawrence. I think the Texans defense could do it. They could wreck this division single-handedly. All right, we come back. We'll get our guy Brandon Combs back in the mix. We'll do college football, hot or cold. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. More football on the way here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Making the playoffs is a giant question mark at this point because they still have no ability to throw the ball in the middle of the field, nor to anyone else more than 6 yards downfield aside from DK Metcalf. And it doesn't matter if it's Aaron Rodgers. It doesn't matter if it's Mason Rudolph. All that matters is Mike Tomlin's the head coach and Arthur Smith is the offensive coordinator. And they traded George Pickens for a third-round pick because the players in the locker room didn't like him anymore, because George was annoying. And yeah, George was annoying. He was difficult to talk to. He was a prima donna. But George Pickens is having a massive year for the Dallas Cowboys because they discovered that he knows how to run inside routes. And who would have known that George Pickens could run a slant and take the ball another 15 to 20 yards downfield? They traded George Pickens for a third-round pick. They have no viable second receiving target behind DK Metcalf, who, oh, by the way, averaged 4.5 yards a reception yesterday. And not to mention, on the other side of the ball, they let Dante Jackson walk to the Chargers, signed the skeletal remains of Darius Slay, who has been a shell of his former self, and now have, I believe it's the 28th defense in the league yardage-wise, 20th points, despite spending more on their defense than any other team in the league. They are now down under a 20% chance to make the playoffs. They've got to play not just the Ravens twice. They've got to go to Detroit in a few weeks, and they host the Buffalo Bills this weekend. The Pittsburgh Steelers are the definition of insanity. They keep on doing the same thing over and over and over and over again, expecting different results, and it's not happening. This will be yet another year, close to a decade straight of not winning at least one playoff game. And Mike Tomlin continues to sit on the coolest, cushiest seat in NFL head coaching circles, which is wild to me and everybody else who is a Steelers fan, because the rest of the world continues to sing his praises. Oh, he's never had a losing season. Yeah, well, guess what? If you've got a kid younger than middle school age, he also hasn't won a playoff game in that time frame.
Bengals are live for me here. I mean, my concern, obviously, the variance and oscillation is, what does Joe Burrow look like off this much rust? Now, if you're to believe what they were putting out, he could have played in this last game, and he's going to get another day of practice and another couple days of recovery. I don't buy Baltimore's offense at all right now. And if Baltimore has to play from behind, even against a terrible defense, I get that. But there's no Rashad Bateman. It's Zay Flowers catching 15-yard balls and then running for another 15. That is their passing game right now. Lamar is clearly nowhere near 100% physically. His legs are really not a factor at all. It's going to be a Bengals team with nothing to lose, getting a jolt of energy from getting their leader back. The Higgins thing, I mean, I don't think there's any way he plays in a short week, but they get a fired-up Jamar Chase coming off that suspension. Like, Baltimore's defense is definitely improved. It's definitely improved. I don't think it's a juggernaut. They don't get any sustained pass rush. With Hamilton in the slot playing around the line of scrimmage, it's great. It helps him out around there, but you could throw over his head seam routes all day and beat Roquan. Like, I'm going to wait to see where this goes. I'd like to, not have to buy a hook and get a 7.5. And they might even be out there right now. Again, I'm a little behind my process where I'd normally be. But, I'll be looking at Cincinnati money line. I'll be looking to take Cincinnati over 7 points. And I'm not sure it's the crazy over game that people probably expect.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
All right, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. He is Brad Evans. And you are the fine listener or the viewer of this program, watching us on YouTube right now, listening on the Odyssey app, listening on your local affiliate. You want to join the show? We would love for you to be a part of it. Pick up the phone and give us a call at 833-732-3875. That's 833-732-3875. Before we get our guy Brandon Combs, our producer of this program, back into the mix here to do some college football, hot or cold. How about an update on Monday Night Football? There is 1 minuto left to go in the second quarter, and the Niners have tacked on a field goal to make it 10-3. Finally, our guy Michael Montgomery, doing the video, working the video production. He wanted George Kittle. He gets George Kittle, a 25-yard catch for Kittle the Skittle, but it could have been more if Brock Purdy actually had his wits about him tonight, because he's already thrown 3 picks, and he does not look good. He missed a couple of other throws. The Niners had some chunk plays there available, nearly threw another pick when him and Juwan Jennings were not on the same page. So Matt Gay, who they just signed to the practice squad on Thursday, he boots in a field goal. It's 10-3. We'll see what the Panthers can do here. But Brando, BC, without further ado, why don't we turn the clock back to Saturday? Hit us with a little college football, hot or cold here.
Yeah, man. Look, as Notre Dame fans, I think we can both admit that it was nice because by the end of the first quarter, we were able to go do whatever our wives needed us to do for the day because there was no reason for us to watch the rest of that game. Fantastic game. Notre Dame, I mean, 3 scores without even taking an offensive snap? It was ridiculous. Yes. Absolutely insane. But it lead me to this. Jeremiah Love should be the Heisman winner. And the only reason he won't be is because he's not a quarterback. Hot or cold, Pat?
Hot. He absolutely should be the Heisman winner, and I agree. He's a running back. So you know what? Oh, it's a quarterback's award. Not so much like the NFL MVP, but Jeremiah Love has got 1,300 yards and 17 touchdowns on the season. He had a Heisman caliber campaign last year, and he had 1,100 yards and 17 touchdowns. He is smashing those numbers out of the water. He is clearly the best running back in the country. And my man Jeremiah Love, look out. When you hear his name get called in the first 10 overall picks of the NFL draft in April, don't be surprised because he is a game changer. Love is everywhere. Jeremiah Love should be the Heisman winner. That's no disrespect to Fernando Mendoza, but Love, there's nobody that has more of an impact with the ball in their hands than Notre Dame's running back.
Yeah, hot. I totally agree. Look, I think Fernando Mendoza is, again, going to hoist the hardware there in the Heisman ceremony here in short order. And Jeremiah Love is deserving of an invite. He's very deserving of winning that coveted award. But it will be a popularity contest. Usually goes to the poster boy of the quarterback position, and that is going to be Mendoza this year because the Indiana feel-good story. And I agree. I mean, he has been monumental, whether you're looking at the superficial numbers or some of the advanced data that is out there. Pro Football Focus, he's one of the elites in yards after contact per attempt, one of the elites in missed tackle rate as well. That ultimately means he is going to transfer and transition very seamlessly to the NFL level. Is he going to be a guy that's going to be a top 10 pick overall? We will have to wait and see how the cards stack up and where they fall and what the area team needs are. Very few teams are willing to spend that high kind of draft capital. And then with Ashton Jeanty not exactly panning out the way that the Raiders had hoped, I think Love could maybe slip a little bit later in the draft. And I'm praying, and Brando knows this, I am praying that he is a member of Bear Down Chicago Bears. Oh, that would be so amazing. I love wound up in the Windy City and the Bears. They'd be unstoppable. And Pat, you would have to reassess maybe the Bears being a Super Bowl team or at least a contender next year.
If Jeremiah Love gets drafted by the Bears, they're a Super Bowl contender. And I look, my hands are tied. I don't know what to tell you guys.
I think Jeremiah Love goes top 5. I really do. I don't think he gets past that. There's a couple teams that are going to be picking in the top 5 that already have their quarterbacks. It's not a very quarterback-heavy class. So I think Jeremiah Love goes higher, but we'll see. I would love Jeremiah Love in a Bears uniform. All right.
I see what you did.
Next up, the best 5 teams in the country currently are Indiana, Texas A&M, Georgia, Alabama, and Notre Dame. Fight me. Hot or cold, Brad?
I am cold on that. I got a pair of brass knuckles. I'll meet you at the Monkey Bars at 3 p.m. Let's go. Let's throw down right now. Look, I'm a biter, so be prepared. I will break out all the necessary moves if possible. You've got about... oh, no, wait a minute. You got Indiana in there. Okay, I glossed over Indiana. I rescind that. All the negative stuff I said. I threatened pugilism against you, violence against you, and I'm sorry. I misread that and misheard you. I totally agree. Indiana, Texas A&M, Georgia, Alabama, Notre Dame. They are the 5 best teams in the country. So I stand back and I stand tall with you, my friend. You are correct in your assessment.
No. How do you? I don't know. How did you not have Ohio State in there? They're the number 1 team in the country. They're undefeated. They haven't lost all season. How do you not have the Buckeyes in there, Brandon? Look, I'm a Notre Dame homer and an insufferable Notre Dame fan just as much as anybody else. They don't even belong in the top 7, brother. I mean, look, Notre Dame, I think that they can show it in December. I think Marcus Freeman has proven he's a hell of a coach in big games. Notre Dame, they don't have any impressive wins. They beat USC and they beat Pitt. They lost to A&M and they lost to Miami. Now, again, first 2 weeks of the season, completely different than what happens in December. And look, Notre Dame proved that last year when they lost to Northern Illinois and then went to the title game. However, what we've seen so far, Ohio State, Indiana, A&M, the 3 undefeated teams, you have to have them in there. Georgia's got the most impressive wins of the season, in my opinion. You can't have Bama in there. You can't. You can't have Bama in there. They've lost to Oklahoma. They got crushed back in week 1 against Florida State. So if I'm going to penalize Notre Dame for that, I got to penalize Alabama. Like, Ole Miss belongs in the top 5 over Alabama. Texas Tech belongs in the top 5 over Alabama. Absolutely. I will fight you, and I will bite you for bread, and I will break your limbs, and I will put you in the hospital.
Alabama has 4 top 15 wins despite the loss to Oklahoma. They've got the most impressive resume of anybody in college football. So I don't want to hear, oh, they lost to Oklahoma or, oh, they lost to Florida State. Yeah, they're a 2-loss team, but they have played a gauntlet of a schedule. And don't get me wrong, I never argue for SEC or poor Alabama. I'm not that guy. But this year, that resume, I would argue for any team in the country, regardless of their name, to be in the top 5 because of that resume alone. And they're 8-2. Absolutely. And you want to talk about why did I have Ohio State in there? You know, why? You talk about no impressive wins for Notre Dame. Where are we going to talk about for Ohio State? The win against Grambling, the win against Ohio, the win against Washington, Minnesota, Illinois, Wisconsin, Penn State, Purdue, UCLA, Rutgers. Are you kidding me? They played the Perkins School for the Blind, for the Christ's sakes. Jeez, crow. What are we talking about?
Funny that you left out the number 1 team in the country, no matter how bad Arch Manning looked in that game. Yes, they were the number 1 team in the country.
Preseason number 1 team in the country that ended up like ranked 17th by week 3. Stop it. Stop it. My
playing
goodness.
the Big Ten. We're gonna say the Big Ten is a cupcake conference now. It's their fault that Penn State turned into Turd Nation. It's their fault that Michigan's not that good this year. Although we'll see if they can finally beat them at the Big House.
Is it Notre Dame's fault that the teams that they're playing aren't good? Notre Dame's fault that Boise State, who was a playoff team last year, isn't good? Notre Dame's fault?
Notre Dame's got 2 losses.
All right, then. So it's the same argument. We can go back and forth all day long. But you know what? We're going to meet later on in the show with Things Boyle Said, and we're going to argue about this. But we're going to continue with hot and cold right now.
Can't wait.
There will be 3 major upsets this weekend in college football that will shake up the college football playoff. Michigan's going to beat Ohio State. Texas is going to beat Texas A&M. And Washington is going to beat Oregon. Hot or cold, Pat?
I will go cold, but I will say lukewarm, but mostly cold. I think there could be one. I think Arch Manning, once again, playing at his best at home in Austin. I think the Longhorns could absolutely win that game against A&M. Marcel Reed and A&M, they have been a great squad. They've been a great team, but they have flirted with danger so many times this year. South Carolina down 30-3, and they had to come all the way back. They are ripe for the picking in this game. And can Arch Manning play consistent football like he has the last several weeks? I think yes. I think Texas wins that game. Look, I mean, sooner or later, Ohio State's got to exercise the demon. So unless Michigan's defense forces 4 turnovers of Julian Sayin, I can't expect at this point after 11 games that all of a sudden he's going to look like a freshman. He's played well. I think Ohio State wins. They go 12-0. And I think Dante Moore and Oregon go on the road and they beat Washington. Like the light just turned out behind me. I think the lights get turned out on the Huskies, even though Seattle is a very incredibly difficult place to play. And I think that could be a 1-score game. I think the only upset that happens is the Longhorns over the Aggies.
And I concur with you on that one. I think there will be one upset. I think it's the exact upset that you threw out there. And you look at some of the advanced data that is currently available on CFB graphs, and they really kind of agree with it. Actually, they give Texas more than a reasonable shot of winning that game at 43.3% as a win probability. Why? Because that Texas defense has been outstanding all season long. They're top 20 in the country in EPA per play D. Offensively, can Arch Manning and company show up, we shall see. But A&M, you've said it before. I mean, they played with their food way too many times, and they have not really been dealt a bad hand as of yet. They have found where there's a will, there's a way, and gotten the dub. But, their good luck could turn a negative and on the bad side at this time, Brian. It's going to come down the bitter end. Maybe it's a pick six, maybe it's a scoop and score. Some kind of miscue for A&M is going to lead to a hook'em horns victory. Do it for McConaughey. All right. I like Texas this weekend, but 3, get the hell out of here with that nonsense, Brando. That's not going to be happening at all. That is extremely far-fetched, and Ohio State may win by 50 to exercise some demons from last year.
When I hit that 25-1 parlay, Brad, I'll send you the ticket. All right.
Okay. Do it.
That's funny. That's funny that you said that, because I was thinking on Sunday with the football slate, I was like, man, there are 3 double-digit 13-point dogs. I was like, it feels like 2 of these 3 teams will win. And now, granted, none of them won, but the Jets did lead. The Jets, they hang the banner at the end of the season. First half lead against the very mediocre-looking Ravens, and we know the Giants should have won that game. And look, see, and the Titans made it a game. They covered. They did cover. I think 2 out of the 3 covered. The Jets still didn't find a way to cover, but yeah, I think you are crazy for thinking that there are going to be more than 1, let alone 3 upsets this weekend.
Ohio State can't beat Michigan. They've proven it year after year. They can't beat Michigan.
You're Ohio State
crazy
hater.
To talk about that. I'm not Ohio State.
You're going to wax them this year.
All right.
I think you are.
All right. Here we go.
The Irish
we already talked about Lane
I
Kiffin,
hate them as much as you do, but let's be realistic.
I don't hate Ohio State. I really don't. All right. Retaining Mike Norvell was the right move for Florida State despite the struggles the last 2 years. Hot or cold? Brad?
Yeah, I don't think this was necessarily the right move. I'm kind of puzzled by it. I saw that come down the chute today. Obviously, a guy that's been a bit of a letdown. So, retaining Mike Norvell was a right move for Florida State. I am cold on that. I think they had to turn the page. I mean, you might want to say, some coaches, they need a little bit longer of a leash to build the program, to institute and get everything they can into place and make sure that, schematically, they're going to be okay. But this is the NIL era. You're Florida State. You got a colossal bag. You should be winning a minimum of 8 games every single stinking season. You should be ranked. You should be vying for the college football playoff at a standing overall, given the rich tradition at that school. So, North get it done. I know it's only a couple seasons. I mean, you'll probably get 1 more season at most, but having them come back in resounding fashion for year number 3, yeah, that was a bit baffling in my opinion. I think they should have moved on.
Yeah, I'll disagree here only because, and maybe the brass at Florida State feels the same, but I feel bad that Mike Norvell never got that chance with Jordan Travis suffering that gruesome leg injury a couple of years ago, and the Seminoles looked like one of the best teams in the country, and they looked like they maybe could have plucked off one of the top 2 teams that year, and then Jordan Travis goes down, and they say, yeah, oh, you know what? The 12-team college football playoff that you'll be in next year, yeah, you're not in this one because it's still only 4 teams. Enjoy getting beaten by 60 points by Georgia in the bowl game. And then that's what happened. So, look, I think that in this very trigger-happy era of college football we're in, where coaches are getting fired left and right now, look, he's got 1 more year to prove it. If he doesn't figure it out, if they're 5-7 next year, he's gone. If they're 6-6 next year, he's gone. But I think Mike Norvell has at least earned 1 more chance here for Florida State. They've got to try to build some consistency, and in the ACC, you can do that. So I like that they held on to him. All right, we come back. We'll pivot to the hardwood. You got the Players Era Festival, Maui Invitational going on. Who better to talk to in college basketball than Brad Evans right here? I'm Pat Boyle, BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Don't go anywhere.
On the move? Take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
I don't trust the Eagles at all. And it's not just
other.
because of yesterday. They don't like each other.
Like, they legitimately don't like each other.
No, they really don't. Like, every week, if it's not Jalen Hurts defending himself because of the reports that people in the locker room or players in the locker room don't believe he's following the game plan, that he's hesitant, that he's doing things his way, he's not as quick to throw the ball or release the football as he should be. Then, of course, A.J. Brown, that's been an ongoing situation. And, of course, he scores yesterday, and the Eagles give up a 21-point lead. Even last year.
It's perfect.
Yeah, it was so perfect. Even last year, Nick Sirianni was chirping at Eagles fans. Remember, they were going back and forth? The Eagles are such an incredible gathering of talent. And yet, they find ways to win. They found a way to lose yesterday. But they feel like a team that it's just going to be one bad decision or one bad game, and they're this close to having it in the postseason. They're good enough to just kind of meander through the regular season, particularly the NFC East. I know they lost yesterday, but we thought this was going to be a really tough division. It has not been this year. So they're good enough to just sort of plod through the regular season and have a winning record. And yes, they're 6-1. Yes, they're defending champs. But I feel like when a big game is on the line and they need a big play and they face someone who is legitimately a very good team, I'm just not quite so sure I believe in Philly to get the job done.
At this point, you've kind of missed the boat on Drake. I would probably go down the board, if anything. I still think Mahomes would be the bet, Chris, at this point at 20-1, just because of the narrative, right? With the Chiefs and playing all these meaningful games, they're probably going to have to maybe win out. Maybe they can only afford one more loss the rest of the way. So because it's Kansas City, because we really haven't seen them in a position like this where they're playing playoff-like games in November and they got to pretty much win all these games, I think if they're able to go on a run, find a way to get into the playoffs, I certainly think Mahomes is going to get some of that love. And we've seen it the last few years with MVP, where we get to this time of the year and it feels like every week there's a new leader until somebody kind of breaks away. So I think we're going to see some regression from Stafford and the Rams at this point. I mean, they're playing great. They're hitting their peak, but they are going to have some duds. I think there are going to be some games coming up where they do struggle a little bit. And I think instead of taking the 2-1 with Drake May and the Patriots who've been beaten up on an easier schedule, I think you look at a guy like Mahomes who kind of has that narrative there. If his team goes on a run, they're going to need him to play really well. And I just like the value. So, yeah, if I was trying to beat Stafford with anyone, I think it would be Patrick at 20-1.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
All right, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. He is Brad Evans. We've got our guy Brandon Combs and Michael Montgomery. Monty working the board, working the video, making sure we look good, making sure you guys are having a great time listening to the program. Monday Night Football, third quarter about to begin. Niners lead the Panthers 10-3. Carolina is going to get the second half kickoff. The one touchdown score today, Mr. Jawan Jennings. He did that on the opening drive with the 12-yard touchdown catch. Brock Purdy's thrown 3 picks. Bryce Young has thrown a pick in the end zone. And so, low-scoring game because of a ton of turnovers. The Niners are the 7.5-point favorites. That is exactly what they were before the game started. The total, though, has come all the way down by 2 touchdowns to 35.5 right now on the live markets. And we will review our cards from earlier in the night in just a little bit. But, Brad, college basketball is cooking. It is feast week. And I talked to you before the show, and I said, where does feast week rank amongst the entire college basketball season, obviously behind March Madness? And you said it's second. So we got the Players Era Festival. We got the Maui Invitational. We had a big weekend of games. What is going on? What was your biggest takeaway from the weekend of college hoops?
Well, obviously, I think down at Baja Mar, Purdue just coming out and laying a smackdown on Texas Tech. That was on Friday. I mean, they annihilated them from beginning to end. And when Purdue was playing elite defense, and they did in that game, and JT Toppin was just utterly confused and baffled from start to finish, they could be the best team in the country. They could possibly end the Big Ten's drought of winning a national title. Last team to do it was Mateen Cleaves in Michigan State in the year 2000. So I was really impressed with Purdue in that one. And I was really impressed as well with Iowa State clinging on earlier today in Vegas to a 1-point win over St. John's. That game was back and forth. St. John's got the lead very late and then coughed it up as Iowa State was able to secure the victory there at the free throw line and win it at 83-82. We got another barn burner right now in Auburn and Oregon. But the big game tonight, Pat, is already underway, and I really want to break this one down. We're about 4 minutes in. We got Alabama, a team that's number 8 in the country. They're in the middle of a gauntlet right now. Of course, they lost to Purdue. They were out-rebounded 52-28 in that one, and that was a true home game down at Tuscaloosa. And then they turn around and play my ILL in Chicago. Hard-fought game, got the victory over the Illini, largely because Illinois didn't make any free throws. Even Nate Oates after the game said if Illinois hit the free throws, we probably lose the game. And he was 100% correct in that assessment. And now you face Gonzaga. So those are the last 3 games against top-tier talent, top-tier teams in college basketball. And they got the early lead. They're up 9-7 right now. I think the Zags ultimately going to get the best of them. I think Gonzaga has a clear size advantage, and this one of the best pivot men in the game in Graham Ike. They got strong guard play. Adam Miller he started his career at Illinois, has been bouncing around. He was at Arizona State, I think, most recently, then transferred to Gonzaga. So he's been around for a minute. They got older guys. They got experienced guys. They've got guys that have been in Mark Few's system for a number of years, and they got big bodies. And when you have big bodies, it's going to force Alabama to drain a ton of triples outside, which they're capable of doing with the best three-point marksman teams in all of college basketball. So I think ultimately the Zags will win this. I laid it on the 5.5 at close. I should have just waited until tip time because right now they're only laying 2.5 points. But this one's going to be zip, 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 zip. If you like high scoring hopes, that is the game for you going down right now. And Viva Las Vegas with Alabama and Gonzaga. Could be a Final Four preview.
Yeah, and then how about we've got some other really good games that are about to tip off as well. You got Michigan, San Diego State, Dusty May and the Wolverines against the San Diego State Aztecs, a team that is no stranger to March. And how do you see this one going with the Wolverines being a favorite of 7.5 points and a low total of 149.5?
Yeah, and that line has actually come down. I see it now at 6.5, so a little bit of money coming in on San Diego State before tip time. Michigan hasn't really submitted a whole lot of kill shots in a few games. I mean, they skirted by the skin of their teeth against Wake Forest, had to win that game in overtime. They had a hard-fought battle in Fort Worth against TCU, so I expect another nip-and-tuck affair. I don't think they're going to go out there and lay the smackdown on a very good San Diego State team. Now, you look at San Diego State, they're not exactly as locked down defensively. Some of the teams of years past, I'm looking at the Kawhi Leonard teams from yesteryear under Steve Fisher, but they're number 89 right now in EFGD, really force a lot of turnovers. So Michigan's got some sketchy guards, and if the guards don't really show up and protect the rock or judicious with their passing, that could lead to some spread out and easy conversion opportunities for San Diego State. So that could be the difference of them covering or not covering this game. I think Michigan's going to win, but I feel Michigan's going to win by around 4 to 5 points. And again, that spread of being at 6.5, I understand while there is money coming in right now in the Aztecs. So again, give me San Diego State plus the points, but give me Michigan straight up.
All right, how about for the late birds tonight? We get Texas, we get Sean Miller and the Fighting Longhorns versus Arizona State. Maurice Odom, who's been one of the best guards in the country so far, averaging over 7 assists per game, versus the very balanced Texas attack. Dalen Swain leading the way, second on the team in points for them. And how about this? I'm going to try it, Brad. Matas Vokatitis for Texas. What do you like in this one? Longhorns and Arizona State, with Texas also being a 7.5 point favorite.
I think you nailed it. You did a better job than I would. I just call him Vogue because I like short names and I like nicknames, so I'm going to roll with that. But I tell you what, I think Texas is laying too many points in this one at 7.5. I like Forks up and ASU to score the cover plus the 7.5. Both these teams not exactly extraordinary offensively. They're very similar as well on the opposite end. Both top 75 in the nation in EFGD. A very good rebounding team is Texas. They are top 45 in offensive rebounding percentage, defensive rebounding percentage. Arizona State really forces a lot of turnovers. So if Texas is sloppy with the handles, that could leave some easy buckets, sprint out opportunities for ASU. And I think you're getting a few of those in this one. But which team is going to rise to the occasion offensively, because they've both been so marginal, so subpar in that category so far. So for that reason, I think 7.5 points, way too many. I think the spread should be more around 4.5, maybe 5.5. I think Texas is likely going to win that like 5 to 8 point margin. So it's going to be really close to the standard line, but I think the value resides on the Sun Devils plus the points.
All right, finally, hit us with one more for tomorrow, for Mañana, Players Era Festival in Vegas, and one of the best matchups of the week. Rick Barnes in Tennessee, inside the top 20, going up against Kelvin Sampson and the Cougs, number 3 Houston, who earlier tonight, right as we were getting on the air, they nearly choked one away to Syracuse. They had to hold on and win an OT. Meanwhile, Tennessee, they blew out Rutgers earlier today. I called a Rutgers basketball game on Friday. They lost at home to Central Connecticut State. Again, it's a big, young team for Steve Peichel. Rutgers, they've got a lot of gelling to do, but Tennessee took care of their business, and now you got the Vols and Houston tomorrow. Houston, a 3.5 point favorite, and as you can imagine with most Cougars games, it is a total in the 130s, low 134.5. Two defensively minded teams here. Who do you think comes out on top?
And two teams that are really slow, right? If you look at the adjusted tempo, Tennessee in the top 200. That category around 285, but Houston historically one of the slowest, if not the slowest team in the country. It's usually them or St. Mary's under Randy Bennett vying for that not so esteemed honor. So it's going to be a grind kind of fest. And, I think both these teams is strength on strength because they like to, pop them out, play a little rock'em sock'ems basketball in the half court setting. They both generate oodles of second chance opportunities. Tennessee actually number 1 in the country right now in offensive rebounding percentage. They're getting a second chance on nearly 50% of their possessions. That's outlandish. But obviously rebounding is the strength of Houston. I think the area of weakness for Tennessee is their guards. And again, they got sloppy handles, way too turnover prone. They're going to have to clean that up. Otherwise, Houston is going to have a field day, get some of those fast break points off of it. You look at Houston, they're forcing opponent turnover right around 23% of the possessions. Meanwhile, Tennessee's coughing it up right around 20% of their own possession. So that could be a difference of winning or losing. However, with that line being at 3.5 right now at BetMGM, I actually side with Tennessee. I think this is going to come down to a single possession. typically does in Houston games. Example, see tonight against Syracuse. They were favored by 12.5 at close. They had to go to overtime. They win by 4 going away. I think Houston's going to win. It's going to be a nail-biter. But the Vols are going to play extraordinary basketball and keep it nice and snug. So give me Tennessee plus the points with Houston on the money line.
All right, Brad, before we get you out of here tonight, and I'll handle the final hour with our guy Brandon Combs, let's take a look back at our cards, shall we? Because the Panthers, they got a couple first downs, but then on a big third down pass, Bryce Young could not hit his receiver. It was really good coverage by San Francisco. The Niners are taking over, and on their first play, they got a first down with McCaffrey, so they lead 10-3. But let's take a look. I had Niners minus 7.5. They're up by 7 right now. Let's hope they build on that. Bryce Young, interception. He already threw one. And George Kittle over 55.5 receiving yards. Last I checked, Kittle had 43, if I'm not mistaken, so he is close.
Yep.
He is right there. And Brad, how are your 3 picks looking?
Rico Dowdle has got 15 yards receiving. I got the over 16.5, so that's got a really good shot at cash. And Brian Robinson, I had the over 21.5 rush yards. Almost got the 2 carries. The matching number 6 carries. He's got 11 right now, so that's very much in play. Number 3, Snowball's chance in hell of hitting. Tedero McMillan, 75 plus yards receiving. That was at plus money. He's got 1 catch for a measly 6 yards. Bryce Young, funnel the damn rock to number 4 and preferably in like 15, 20-yard or greater gain. So could be a 2-1 night for me. Could be a 1-2 night. I doubt it's going to be 3-0, but I will take a 2-1 if it does pan out that way.
All right, Brad, we'll see you back here tomorrow, 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, in the normal chair for BetMGM, at BetMGM tonight. Brother, it was awesome doing radio with you tonight, and I'll talk to you soon.
I appreciate you, me, amigo. Good luck in the rest of your wagers tonight.
All righty, we got the final hour of the show coming up next, and why it's going to be another memorable Chiefs run after their win on Sunday. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I'll probably end up making like 25 bets this week, and I think there's a good chance that like 23 of them are going to be on underdogs. I just don't like betting favorites normally, and I really don't like betting them in the rivalry week, right? Because usually you throw the records out the door. All these teams don't like each other. These fan bases hate each other. It's great games. There's a lot of pressure for a bunch of these favorites. So I look at a bunch of these dogs, and I think we're getting some great numbers with a lot of these teams, starting off with the Huskies, +7 against Oregon. Great win for the Ducks against USC, exactly what they needed to do. Looks like they're probably headed to the playoff. But now we got a rivalry game. They got to go up to Seattle to take on Washington. The Huskies, like, never lose at home. I think they've won, like, 21 of their last 22 home games or something like that. Their only loss was to Ohio State early in the year, where they were keeping it close with the Buckeyes for much of that game. I'm still not 100% set on Oregon. They have struggled at times on the road this season. I think we're getting a key number of 7. That's too many. I like Washington plus the points in that game. What about LSU? I'll take the Tigers +10 against Oklahoma. We have Missouri plus the points. I feel like it was the right side in that game. If the receiver just catches that touchdown at the end, we get the backdoor cover and they cover the number. But Oklahoma, man, again, it's a team, it's all about turnovers with them. Their offense really isn't that good. And I think Missouri and LSU profile kind of the same way, where they got very good defenses, but LSU can't run the ball. And against Oklahoma, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, because nobody can really run the ball to begin with. So LSU's got a new quarterback in there who's a mobile quarterback. I think this is going to be another ugly, low-scoring game. And for Oklahoma, all the pressure is on them. They know if they win this game, they're going to the college football playoff. LSU's trying to spoil their season. They're trying to get a signature win this year. I think they keep that game close. I'll take LSU +10 against Oklahoma. What about Virginia Tech +10.5 against Virginia? Obviously, it's been a nightmare season for the Hokies. They fired Brent Pry early on in the year. They're going to have James Franklin as their new head coach, but they have a chance to spoil their arch rival season. They have a chance to prevent Virginia from going to the ACC title game, from going to the college football playoff potentially, and we're getting 10.5 with Virginia Tech. Normally a team that dominates this series. Think it's too many points. Virginia's a team that's kind of been playing above their head all season. Maybe the Hokies win the game. I don't think they win it by double digits. Give me Virginia Tech plus 10.5 against UVA. You guys knew this was coming, right? The Iron Bowl, Auburn and Alabama. I mean, you already know I'm going to be on Auburn in the game, plus 5. And how can you take Alabama in this game? You just can't. It's going to be close, like it always is at Jordan-Hare. An absolutely absurd stat that I heard from one of my buddies the other day is that when the Iron Bowl has been played in Jordan-Hare and Alabama's been ranked and Auburn's been unranked, Alabama's never lost to Auburn at Jordan-Hare. Think about that, right? All these games that seemingly always come down to the wire, always are field goal games, always are coin tosses. We have the craziest stuff happen in the Iron Bowl at Jordan-Hare, but when Auburn's been unranked, they've never beaten Bama. Let's hope, for my sake, that continues, but I think they covered the spread. I think 5.5 is too many. Since Kellen DeBoer has been at Bama, even when he was at Washington, man, he has struggled when he has gone up against unranked teams on the road. They nearly lost to South Carolina. They lost to Florida State. They struggle in these kind of games. And with everything on the line, and with this being Bama's Super Bowl, it's also Auburn's Super Bowl because they have a chance to be bowl eligible. And a little wrinkle in this game, Deuce Knight, the quarterback for Auburn, who got unleashed in the Mercer game, is a great athlete. And they got all these run packages that I'm sure they were saving for the game against Bama. So it's going to be a fun one. It's Saturday night at Jordan-Hare, and I think it's going to come right down the wire. So I'll take Auburn plus the points. What about Cal? I'll take them plus 11.5 against SMU. Again, SMU, if they win, they're in the ACC championship game, and all that's standing in their way is a trip to Berkeley to take on Cal, who just fired their head coach in Justin Wilcox. I think that's going to be a close game. Give me Cal plus 11.5.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Hey-o! Final hour of this Monday evening, I don't know what time it is. Monday evening edition of BetMGM Tonight here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Pat Boyle. We just bid adieu to Brad Evans. He'll be back as always tomorrow at 7 o'clock Eastern for the Tuesday evening edition. I got Michael Montgomery, Monty, and Brandon Combs hanging with me, the two producers of this program. Monty working the video, everything looking great. You can watch right now on YouTube, BetMGM, search BetMGM Network, hit the subscribe button, watch us live. You can listen on the Odyssey app, and you can also give us a call here at any point throughout the show, and especially this final hour. If you guys want to get at me for my takes, if you want to agree with me, feel free, 833-732-3875. That's 833-732-3875. Before we get to more of the chaotic Sunday, Week 12 that was in the NFL, of course, we have been tracking Monday Night Football all evening long, and so we'll keep you guys posted on that. And right now, there are 6 minutes and 45 seconds to go in the third quarter, and it has been a defensive battle. Well, at least it's been a battle where the defense has shown up in the big moments. It's 10-3 Niners. Brock Purdy's thrown 3 picks. Bryce Young has thrown 1 pick. And Bryce Young, if I'm not mistaken, has under 50 passing yards midway through the third quarter. It has been a slog for this Panthers offense. And a week after he breaks the franchise record for most passing yards in a game, look, I'm not going to say somebody said he was going to struggle tonight and throw an interception, but no, that's what's going on. But Brock Purdy has tried to keep the Panthers in this game with 3 picks. Right now, San Francisco's driving. They're using CMC. They're pounding the rock, and they've got a third down right near field goal range. And Purdy's able to hit his guy, Jawan Jennings, for a first down. So that's a massive conversion. Red zone opportunity now for San Francisco to try to go up by 2 scores as they are now under 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. And so I'll keep you posted on that here throughout the final hour of the show. But let's work back to Sunday. And I think Cowboys-Eagles was probably the most eye-opening result. That was coming from 21-0 down, scoring 24 unanswered, firmly keeping themselves in the mix for the playoffs. But the other biggest game of the day yesterday for me, and the biggest result, was the Kansas City Chiefs, also with a comeback of their own at home. Kansas City, who has been much maligned this year, they look like they're at the edge of at the end of the road. The dynasty's about to be dead, right? Mahomes is not the same quarterback. They don't have that same magic for whatever reason. They're down 20-9. Daniel Jones and the Colts had played really, really well, and then Kansas City finds a way, right? They dust off that genie lamp, that Buddha. They rub the belly. They rub the genie lamp, and bang, the magic comes out, right? When they save it for when they really needed it, because they were horrendous in the red zone yesterday. And down 20-9 in the fourth quarter with under 10 minutes left to go, it was do or die for Kansas City, and they finally did. They finally showed, for the first time in a couple of weeks, after being pretty thoroughly beaten by Denver. I know the final score was close, but Denver controlled that game. And being thoroughly beaten by Buffalo, Kansas City showed us, hey, remember us? Remember the team that's been to 6 straight AFC championship games? Remember the team that's been to 3 straight Super Bowls? Remember Patrick Mahomes? Remember Andy Reid? Yeah, we're still here. We still exist. We still have a pulse. And they dug deep. They scored a touchdown to get back within 3. They hit the 2-point conversion. They go all the way down the field. And when they have first and goal, you think they're going to win the game. And they still have to settle for a field goal and send it to OT. And then they win it in overtime, 23-20. And the Chiefs are 6-5. And maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I just don't like seeing newcomers come to the party. The Denver Broncos, the New England Patriots, the Indianapolis Colts. Maybe I've got to see somebody kick down my front door and take my belongings and steal my family before I finally believe, wow, okay, this team was legit. They said they were coming. They said they were going to come to my house. They said they were going to upstage the party. They were going to take out all the favorites. Maybe I should have listened. Maybe I will be in that position in January, but I got to see it to believe it. And you know what I've seen over and over and over again? The Kansas City Chiefs, when you think they're dead, they hit you with their best shot. They give you an A-plus performance. Maybe not for a full 60 minutes, because it sure as hell wasn't on Sunday against the Colts. But a team that has that snake blood, a team that is like The Undertaker in WWE. When you think he's dead, he rises up and he hits you with the tombstone. That is what the Chiefs still can do, and that is what they did Sunday. And I think we are in store for another memorable Chiefs run. I know so many of you have Chiefs fatigue. Trust me, I'm there in a little bit. I'm there in some ways as well. I'm certainly not as hell a Chiefs fan. I don't care for Taylor Swift. I could not give a damn about her and Travis Kelce's love life or their marriage or whatever the hell's going on, or the Kelce podcast. I couldn't give a damn about any of that stuff. But I think we've recognized greatness that we are very easy to just usher out for the sake of parody, for the sake of a newcomer, for the sake of a guy like Drake May, for the sake of Daniel Jones rewriting the record books and rewriting the script on a guy that was tossed aside. I still think the Chiefs have another memorable run in them, and I think they're going to go all the way to the AFC title game this year. I said that before the season, and now that they've struggled, they've had bad losses to Jacksonville, they've gotten thoroughly beaten by Buffalo and Denver. Remember the first 2 weeks of the season, had every opportunity to beat Philadelphia. Kelce drops a touchdown pass into the hands of a defender for an interception. They lose to the Chargers in Brazil. There has been so many reasons to doubt this Chiefs team. As we get a touchdown in Monday Night Football, and it is, guess who? The most heavily priced man on the market, Christian McCaffrey, who runs it in to the end zone. The Niners now have a commanding 17-3 lead late in the third quarter. CMC got a toss and found the convoy, right up the sideline into the end zone for 6. It looked like it was about a 13-yard touchdown run, give or take. And just like that, the Niners have gone up big, 17-3. That's good news for me. That's good news for you if you've got Christian McCaffrey in your fantasy league. That's good news if you bet Christian McCaffrey to score a touchdown. Hopefully you didn't do it on your own because that's a massive price. But McCaffrey finds the end zone. Niners up 17-3 against the Panthers. Back to where we were with the Chiefs. They've got another memorable run in them. And again, if you just tell me right now, forget about the records. I mean, look, if you don't want to forget about the records, I get it. The Patriots are 10-2, despite playing a really soft schedule. The Denver Broncos are 9-2, and they've beaten the Chiefs, and they've got an elite defense. The Bills, right now, they're the 7th seed. They're struggling. They're 7-4. And then the Indianapolis Colts, who are 8-3, atop their division. Jonathan Taylor's running away with the Offensive Player of the Year award. And the Chiefs just beat them on Sunday. If they're going on the road to play any one of those 3 teams, Denver, New England, Indianapolis, I'm taking the Chiefs. I'm taking Kansas City. Assuming there is no catastrophic injuries, like they don't lose Mahomes, they don't lose Rashee Rice. I'm taking Mahomes. I'm taking the Chiefs. Maybe this is the final ride of this dynasty, right? And as long as Mahomes is playing quarterback, they're always going to be a playoff caliber team. But maybe this is the last ride for Kelsey. Maybe this is the last ride for Andy Reid, right? It has felt like that at times. And so maybe next year, maybe the Chiefs still find a way to get into the playoffs next year, but they go one and done. Hell, maybe they miss the playoffs next year. Maybe they go 10-7 in a year where the rest of the AFC is completely stacked. This year, they're 6-5, and they're still on the outside looking in. I think it's impossible that the Chiefs miss the playoffs. Yes, a finality word like that, impossible. I think it is impossible that the Chiefs miss the playoffs. They're too good. In the beginning of the year, Xavier Worthy was injured. Rashee Rice was suspended. I know Isaiah Pacheco is still banged up right now and is not playing, and Kareem Hunt is running the rock, and they've had trouble running the rock. Kelsey's actually had one of his better seasons in the last couple of years, right? Last year, it looked like he fell off the cliff. He basically has the same amount of receiving yards with 6 games to go. He's got 4 touchdowns. So you can't just say, well, Kelsey's washed. He's such a big part of their offense. No. Kelsey's having a good year. And look at the Chiefs' schedule here to finish off the season. Massive game on Thanksgiving against the Cowboys. I really, truly do think that game is a coin flip. I don't care what the spreads or the odds makers say. I think that game's a coin flip because Dallas's offense is a different animal at home. Then the Chiefs have the Texans at home next Sunday night. Then the Chargers. Then they play the Titans on the road. They play the Raiders on the road the last week. And that massive game on Christmas against the Denver Broncos. The division's out of reach. I'm willing to admit that. At 6-5, the Broncos at 9-2. The Chiefs have to win out, and they need the Broncos to implode. But as a wild card team, I think you are foolish to think that the Chiefs are winning less than 4 games in their final 6. You're foolish to think that they're going to finish worse than 10-7. And hell, I think they finish 5-1 here the rest of the year, and they go 11-6. And then, honestly, I'll take the Kansas City Chiefs against anybody in January in the AFC. Indianapolis, New England, Denver. Hell, I thought the Bills, this could be the year they got over the hump. They've beaten Buffalo every single time in January. Nothing about Buffalo's makeup this year that makes me think that that's going to change. I'll take them against Baltimore, even if the Ravens win the AFC North, because they have their own set of problems. More on them in just a minute. But Kansas City is about to go on another run. And when we look back and say, man, remember when the Chiefs were 5-5 and the Colts were up by 11 in the fourth quarter, and we thought maybe that was the death of Kansas City. That was the death of Mahomes, Andy Reid, and Kelsey. Look where they're at now. How did we not see this coming? How did we not see it coming? And remember, a team that you can compare them to. 2 years ago, the Buffalo Bills, they were 5-5. While the Miami Dolphins were lighting up the NFL, Mike McDaniel and Tua and that offense looked unbeatable. and the Buffalo Bills were 5-5, just hoping to stay in contention. People were saying, oh, this is the end of Sean McDermott. The Bills are going to miss the playoffs. Maybe this is what Bills fans want. They rattle off 6 straight wins to end the year, and they beat the Dolphins in Miami to win the division. Now, Buffalo didn't end up getting to the Super Bowl that year. They lost to the Chiefs in the playoffs again, but that's the type of run I'm talking about here from Kansas City. The Bills were 5-5 2 years ago and went on a run. The Chiefs were 5-5 and down by 11 in the fourth quarter at home to the Colts, and they found it. And maybe it's not going to be an instant flip of the switch where now they'll score in the red zone, because they were terrible. I mean, they had 2 trips to the red zone. They had a 1st and goal inside the 6-yard line on 2 of their first 4 drives, and they had to settle for field goals on both of them. That's a problem. That's got to get figured out. I don't know what has to happen, right? Because like I said, Kelsey's played better this year. Whether they need to be better at running the rock in the red zone or they need somebody else to step up, whether it's the main culprits that you would think of, Rashee Rice or Xavier Worthy, maybe Noah Gray becomes their red zone weapon. Something's got to change. Mahomes has to play better in the red zone. Otherwise, you know what? For all the Chiefs haters out there, you'll be right. You'll be right if they don't get better in the red zone. But that is the biggest thing holding them back, is their red zone inefficiency. The defense is still very, very good under Steve Spagnuolo. I mean, they shut out the Raiders. They held the Commanders to 7. They held the Broncos to 19, despite Denver outgaining them all game long. And they shut out the Colts in the fourth quarter. I think Shane Steichen's going to regret punting the ball on 4th and 3 near midfield in overtime. Because once you gave the ball back to Mahomes, you knew what you were signing up for. You were signing up for pain. And that's what the Colts signed up for. But Kansas City has yet to play their best football consistently. I think that starts now. I think it does. And I know I said before that it's a 50-50 against Dallas. I still think the Chiefs will find a way to win a 1-score game, which they hadn't done all year. That's the other thing. For a team that was undefeated in 1-score games last year, NFL record-setting, undefeated 12-0. They were 0-5 before Sunday, and they found a way to win their first 1-score game of the season. I think they'll win another 1-score game on Thanksgiving against the Cowboys, and I think the Chiefs rediscover that magic one more time. When you and yours think that they're done and think that it's over, the Chiefs are about to embark on another, and I know it's going to be very frustrating and exhausting to a lot of folks, another unforgettable, memorable run where I think they're going at the minimum to the AFC title game. And then we'll see if anybody else in this crowded AFC, where we're all trying to figure out every single week who's the best team. Is it the Patriots? They haven't played anybody. Is it the Colts? Is it the Broncos with that defense? Are the Ravens going to rise up? It'll be a familiar face once again. It'll be Mahomes. It'll be Andy Reid. It'll be the Chiefs back in the AFC title game. And Sunday's double-digit fourth quarter comeback will be the start of it all. Okay, this is BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. When we return, speaking of AFC contenders, the Ravens have won 5 in a row, and I don't know if I've ever felt less optimistic about them. And plus, the J.J. McCarthy experiment is a failure. Have we seen his last start this year in Minnesota? More next here on BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Didn't it feel like the dynasty was on the line yesterday in the fourth quarter at Arrowhead? Like this was more than just the Chiefs' playoff hopes for this season. That a win by Indianapolis, I don't know if it would have signaled like a changing of the guard, like Indy was about to take over as like the preeminent force in the AFC. I don't know if that's true. But it felt like if the Colts had won the game, it would have signaled that Kansas City's time was drawing to a close as the AFC powerhouse. The stakes felt absolutely massive. And I'm not joking. Like, I have goosebumps right now just like thinking about what I'm about to say and like thinking about watching this game yesterday. It felt monumental to me. And if you love sports and if you love football, and I love football, like I mean, I love my daughter and my wife more than anything in the world. Football might be third. Like, it actually might be third. Ahead of, like, my mom, my sister. I'm trying to decide if I'm being facetious. I might not be. And if you love football, and I'm guessing you do, didn't you feel it? No matter what your bet was, no matter what team you root for, didn't you feel it yesterday in the fourth quarter of this game? The magnitude of the moment. And in the end, the Chiefs returning to action like John Wick. Yeah, they took a little time off, hung out with the dog at home, losing to the Jaguars, losing to the Broncos, no big deal. But when it came time for business, I guess you could say they're back. 20-9 deficit. Kareem Hunt fumble inside the Colts 20 at the end of the third quarter, down 11. I thought it was done. No. Because you can't count out Patrick Mahomes. And you can't count out the Kansas City Chiefs. 1 week ago, in this airspace, on You Better You Bet, I said Patrick Mahomes isn't playing well. By his standards. He's not like J.J. McCarthy out there. And if you're saying to yourself, wow, a lot of J.J. McCarthy references here, you're being really hard on him. Yes, I am. Honestly, maybe not hard enough. But by Mahomes' scale, he wasn't even coming close to being what he's been. We expect better. I don't want to speak for all of you. I expect better from Patrick Mahomes. And I thought he was fabulous yesterday. Magnificent, especially in the big moments. Where, as the offensive line, and we'll talk about that when we get to Chiefs-Cowboys in a second here, Trey Smith's not going to play in the game on Thursday. That's not good. But the offensive line starts to crumble. And Mahomes is stepping up in the pocket. And he's got arms all over him. And just like the Leatu Latu pick six at the start of the game, that's a great play by Leatu Latu, man. I don't even blame Mahomes for that one. But Mahomes, he's under duress. And you know what Andy Reid does? They bring the short game back. And the Chiefs, think about the Chiefs-Bills game. And Kansas City, like, just in futile fashion, chucking deep shot after deep shot like it's me playing Madden at 2 o'clock in the morning after 3 bong rips and 4 vodka sodas. Just deep shot after deep shot. It's not working. The Chiefs said, you know what? We don't know if we can protect long enough. Let's just throw some crossers. Let's get the ball over the middle of the field. Make it easy on our quarterback and let our awesome, speedy wide receivers do the work.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Hey-o, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight here on the BetMGM Network. Okay, Brandon Combs firing up the EDM. Feel like it's 2 a.m. in a Miami Beach nightclub, and I'm just getting started. Feels like the offense is just getting started in Niners-Panthers because we've got back-to-back touchdown drives. We've got points finally in this game. And after the Niners made it 17-3 with a Christian McCaffrey touchdown, how about Tedoroa McMillan, T-Mac, with a big-time touchdown catch for Carolina to bring them within 1 score. McMillan, I don't know if he's going to get his over-receiving yards for Brad Evans, but hey, he is showing signs of life. Great route that he ran into the end zone and a beautiful bullet pass from Bryce Young to find him for the score. And then the Niners get called for roughing the snapper on the extra point, and Carolina says, hey, we're down 2 scores. Why not go for 2 here, right? Conventional wisdom. All the analytics nerds, if you're down 2 scores and you score a touchdown, you got to go for 2. And now they get the ball from the 1-yard line. Well, I don't know why they didn't run the football. As soon as I saw Bryce Young drop back to pass, I said, this isn't going to end well. And he threw an incompletion. And so it's an 8-point game. It's 17-9 after the failed 2-point conversion. Third quarter just ended. The Niners have the ball. 2nd and 2 from their own 38. McCaffrey having another monster night. Kittle's having a pretty big night. He's got close to 60 receiving yards. Jawan Jennings has the other touchdown for San Francisco, and they're going to try to go back down and make this a 2-possession game here and try to salt this game away, get to 8-4 and drop the Panthers to 6-6, which would keep the Buccaneers in first place in the NFC South by a half a game. So we'll keep you posted all the way through the end of the show. And while they're getting ready to start the fourth quarter, I'm thinking about yesterday and thinking about all these NFL games that we love to sink our teeth into every Sunday. I can't remember the last time we saw a team win 5 straight games, and the prevailing thought was like, yeah, I don't really feel good about this team. They've won 5 in a row. I don't really feel good about them. That's how I feel right now with the Baltimore Ravens, because their offense looks broken. Their offense looks broken. Lamar Jackson doesn't look like Lamar Jackson. He is just as much as fault as Derrick Henry. And Derrick Henry had an okay day, didn't run for 70 yards, but had 2 touchdowns. I mean, they beat the Jets. They limped to a win against the Jets. They were getting beat 3-0 inside the final 2 minutes of the second quarter. Excuse me. They were getting beat 7-0 inside the final 2 minutes of the second quarter. Shut out by the Jets until the final 90 seconds when they kicked a field goal to get on the board. Now, in the second half, they come out and they go touchdown. They get a turnover on downs, get another touchdown, and then basically sat on the ball and took the life out of the game and cruised to a 23-10 win. But the Ravens' offense looks broken. How do you get shut out all the way until the final 90 seconds against the Jets? And maybe here's the most telling stat of all. And I know Lamar Jackson missed several games this year with the hamstring injury, right? So trust me, I get it. But in 2023 and 2024 combined, you know how many times the Ravens failed to score a first half touchdown? 1 time. Only once in 2 years. You know how many times this year the Ravens have failed to score a first half touchdown? 4. 4 times this season. And not all of those came with Cooper Rush or Snoop Huntley. No, multiple have come with Lamar Jackson. And so I still don't know what the hell to think of this Ravens team, because I was puffing my chest out like a lot of other people were a couple of weeks ago when the Ravens were 1-5. And I had the thought of, I still think they win this division. Like they're 1-5. If Lamar comes back against the Miami Dolphins, and when they won that game before he came back to get to 2-5, I was like, Lamar's coming back against the Dolphins. That's a win. Look at their schedule after that. They play the Vikings, the Browns, the Jets, the Bengals, who may or may not have Joe Burrow. They're going to get on a roll here. And the Ravens have, in the box score, in the win-loss column, they've won 5 in a row. And yet I don't feel nearly as good about them as I thought I would, because the offense looks broken. And last segment, I made the argument for the Chiefs that I think this team's about to go on another memorable Chiefs run, despite the fact that they're also 6-5. They've also got their same set of problems with the offense in the red zone. Mahomes doesn't look like Mahomes for a full 60 minutes of a game. Why do I feel better about the Chiefs than I do the Ravens? I don't know, to be honest. The Ravens' defense has been much, much better. Then again, they played Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders last week. They played Tyrod Taylor and the Jets. They played Tua on Thursday Night Football, and And Tua's had a couple of good games, but for the most part, he's been statistically one of the worst quarterbacks in football. They played J.J. McCarthy, who has statistically been the worst quarterback in football. And so, yeah, the defenses look better. They've played some of the worst offenses in the NFL the last couple of weeks. And if not for that, would the Ravens have won 5 in a row? Despite scoring in these last 5 games, too, by the way, during this 5-game win streak, they've scored an average of 27 points per game. And that seems like a lot. And yet you watch their games and you watch Derrick Henry struggle to get yards after contact. You watch Lamar Jackson. What it feels like to me, like I felt like I watched on a loop against the Jets yesterday. I felt like it was one of the two things. I felt like it was Derrick Henry up the middle for a gain of 2, or it was Lamar Jackson trying to drop back to pass, getting zero protection from his offensive line, but also not being able to find the open receiver, rolling out of the pocket, which, look, we've seen him do many, many times, and he buys time and he creates space, and then he makes a magical play happen. But he would roll out to the right, and then nothing would happen. He would either tiptoe along the sideline and take like a yard or 2 before somebody pushed him out of bounds. He would throw it away, or he would try to throw the ball and it would be an incompletion. It felt like I watched those 2 sequences for 30 minutes straight of game time against the New York Jets, who have been carved up in recent weeks by just about the entire league. Why couldn't the Ravens do it? Why can't Cleveland, they've got an elite defense. I get it if you struggle there. I mean, it doesn't make it any less inspiring, uninspiring, but they did. They struggled to move the football against Minnesota. Like, Lamar Jackson doesn't look like himself. And I saw a post-game press conference clip of him yesterday, and he basically said, I don't know. He goes, I don't feel like I'm still banged up or hampered in any way because of the hamstring. He goes, I think we just got to execute better. And I know the offensive line has been a problem. It absolutely has been a problem this year for the Baltimore Ravens, but it's still kind of the same offensive line from years past. Ronnie Stanley, the left tackle, Linderbaum, the center, who people have raved about for years, Rosengarten, the right tackle. I don't watch the Baltimore Ravens offensive line and think, wow, nobody can succeed behind this line. Like, if Lamar Jackson would be lucky to get anything going. I don't think that. I think this comes down to Todd Monken, the offensive coordinator, and Lamar Jackson not being able to get on the same page. I see a Ravens attack that has little creativity and is very stale right now. And Lamar is just not throwing the football in rhythm. He's not. His relationship with Zay Flowers, not like friend-wise, like I'm sure they're okay, but his football relationship, it feels like it has deteriorated, right? To the point where, like, Zay Flowers had that monster game against the Buffalo Bills in week 1, which they collapsed and lost. But still, I feel like I don't look for Zay Flowers like I feel like I know where he is at all times on the field. That's where I think about when I watch Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's how I feel when I watch Puka Nacua. That's how I feel when I watch Jamar Chase. I don't get that feeling at all when I watch Zay Flowers. And they also have not been able to do much with DeAndre Hopkins. I know he's past his prime, but still, you see what the Rams are doing with Devontae Adams, who is still better than D-Hop at this point, but, similar guys at the ends of their careers, both great possession receivers. The Ravens can't find ways to get him going. I just can't believe that. And the whole tight end issues they've had, where Mark Andrews, one game he goes for 80 yards and 2 touchdowns. The next 2-3 games, he's invisible. It just feels like we're at the same point with this Ravens team again, and I feel like I already know what's coming in January. I feel like it's going to be a sloppy performance from the offense where Lamar struggles, guys aren't getting open. It just feels like the Ravens offense looks broken, and it feels like Baltimore is headed for another early exit in the playoffs. And by early, I mean the divisional round or the wild card round, but probably the divisional round. I don't see this team as an AFC title contender. I don't see them as a Super Bowl contender. They've won 5 in a row. They've weathered the worst part of their season already. Lamar Jackson missed several games, and yet I don't feel any better about them. I don't. And maybe some of it has to do with I'm not confident in John Harbaugh either, because I don't know how many double-digit leads you can watch John Harbaugh blow as a head coach and still think that Baltimore can win a playoff game against Buffalo or Kansas City or these newcomers, Indianapolis, New England, Denver. Other than thinking that, hey, Lamar Jackson at his best is one of the best athletes I've ever seen and a top 5 quarterback and a 2-time MVP. He hasn't shown it. I mean, again, if there was ever a game on Sunday at home against the Jets for Lamar to break out in a big way, he goes 13 for 23 for 153 yards and 7 carries for 11 yards. He's not even throwing the ball or running it effectively. I don't know what has to change. I don't know what change needs to be made for Baltimore to get going, but I would say they are very, very lucky that they've had the schedule they've had over the last month since Lamar Jackson has come back from an injury. Otherwise, they wouldn't be 6-5. And they're going to play the Cincinnati Bengals on Thanksgiving night, and I don't know. I have no idea if Joe Burrow is going to play. Jamar Chase is going to be back after his suspension for spitting on Jalen Ramsey. T. Higgins is now in concussion protocol. He took that scary hit. I would say it's probably unlikely he plays. And so the Ravens are getting fortunate here. They've got another favorable matchup on a short week against a team that's been banged up and has a terrible defense. Like, is this the game on Thanksgiving night that Lamar throws for 250, runs for another 75, and scores 4 touchdowns? It should be, because Cincinnati can't stop me if I were to suit up and play quarterback, let alone Lamar Jackson. And then they play the Steelers at home, the Bengals again, and then they'll have a couple of big tests. They'll play the Patriots, they'll play the Packers week 16, week 17. And so can they figure it out by then? Sure. I mean, we've seen Baltimore do it many, many times, and they have, in some regards, figured it out. They're winning football games. But man, I got to see much more from this offense before I actually believe that in this crowded AFC, that Baltimore is going to be one of the teams that separates themselves from amongst the rest of the pack. Quick pivot here, as by the way, the Niners were able to add a field goal to make it 20-9. They got near the red zone, but then their drive stalled, and so time is not on the side of Bryce Young and the Panthers. They're down 20-9. Remember, they scored a touchdown and then missed the 2-point conversion after the Niners got a penalty called. So it's 20-9, and there's under 8:30 left to go in the ball game. Panthers need a score here. They need a stop, and they need another score. So it's on Bryce Young to see if he can get it done. And really quickly before we head to break, we'll get Brandon Combs in the mix next segment. He'll do his what he loves to call Things Boyle Said, where Brandon has a problem with so many things that I say, and that just goes to show you that in the essence of who's right, who's wrong, I'm almost always right. Brandon's almost always wrong, but I'm sure we'll butt heads and we'll squabble about something next segment. Before we do that, just really quickly, the J.J. McCarthy experiment, I think it's got to be over, at least for this year in Minnesota. And I think the quicker that Kevin O'Connell and Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, the GM in Minnesota, admit that they screwed up drafting J.J. McCarthy, the better off they're going to be able to move forward. Because they've got to, in my opinion, I watched the Vikings team win 14 games last year with Sam Darnold. And I saw Brian Flores in that defense, top 5 in sacks, top 5 in turnovers. And I think that that's a Super Bowl caliber roster in Minnesota, and that they need the quarterback to take them there. And Sam Darnold got them to 14 wins, and then he came up hilariously short against the Lions and against the Rams. This year, they are 4-7. Justin Jefferson is frustrated as all hell. J.J. McCarthy is last in the NFL in completion percentage and quarterback rating and in touchdown interception ratio for quarterbacks that have made 5 or more starts. He is not ready to play quarterback in the NFL. He is not an NFL quarterback at this point. He cannot throw the football successfully. I mean, they're talking about when he's saying like, yeah, I have to rewire some neurological pathways, right? We've got they're teaching him to play quarterback on the fly. That was never going to work for a team that won 14 games last year. And here we are at 4-7, and it's finally time to admit it. And how about this? The Vikings say that J.J. McCarthy said he experienced some concussion-like symptoms on the plane ride home. He's in the concussion protocol. Look, I'm not going to say he's faking an injury by any stretch of the imagination, but now they've got a reason to play it safe and say, okay, hey, maybe we sit the kid down for another couple of weeks and see what we can do in between, in the film sessions, in the coaching and whatnot, because, look, it has been a failed experiment to the nth degree. All right, when we come back, Brandon Combs joins me, Pat Boyle, here on BetMGM tonight. We'll do Things Boyle Said, as he likes to call it, right here on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Making the playoffs is a giant question mark at this point because they still have no ability to throw the ball in the middle of the field, nor to anyone else more than 6 yards downfield aside from DK Metcalf. And it doesn't matter if it's Aaron Rodgers. It doesn't matter if it's Mason Rudolph. All that matters is Mike Tomlin's the head coach and Arthur Smith is the offensive coordinator. And they traded George Pickens for a third-round pick because the players in the locker room didn't like him anymore, because George was annoying. And yeah, George was annoying. He was difficult to talk to. He was a prima donna. But George Pickens is having a massive year for the Dallas Cowboys because they discovered that he knows how to run inside routes. And who would have known that George Pickens could run a slant and take the ball another 15 to 20 yards downfield? They traded George Pickens for a third-round pick. They have no viable second receiving target behind DK Metcalf, who, oh, by the way, averaged 4.5 yards a reception yesterday. And not to mention, on the other side of the ball, they let Dante Jackson walk to the Chargers, signed the skeletal remains of Darius Slay, who has been a shell of his former self, and now have, I believe it's the 28th defense in the league yardage-wise, 20th points, despite spending more on their defense than any other team in the league. They are now down under a 20% chance to make the playoffs. They've got to play not just the Ravens twice. They've got to go to Detroit in a few weeks, and they host the Buffalo Bills this weekend. The Pittsburgh Steelers are the definition of insanity. They keep on doing the same thing over and over and over and over again, expecting different results, and it's not happening. This will be yet another year, close to a decade straight of not winning at least one playoff game, and Mike Tomlin continues to sit on the coolest, cushiest seat in NFL head coaching circles, which is wild to me and everybody else who is a Steelers fan, because the rest of the world continues to sing his praises. Oh, he's never had a losing season. Yeah, well, guess what? If you've got a kid younger than middle school age, he also hasn't won a playoff game in that time frame.
Bengals are live for me here. I mean, my concern, obviously, the variance and oscillation is, what does Joe Burrow look like off this much rust? Now, if you're to believe what they were putting out, he could have played in this last game, and he's going to get another day of practice and another couple days of recovery. I don't buy Baltimore's offense at all right now. And if Baltimore has to play from behind, even against a terrible defense, I get that. But there's no Rashad Bateman. It's Zay Flowers catching 15-yard balls and then running for another 15. That is their passing game right now. Lamar is clearly nowhere near 100% physically. His legs are really not a factor at all. It's going to be a Bengals team with nothing to lose, getting a jolt of energy from getting their leader back. The Higgins thing, I mean, I don't think there's any way he plays in a short week, but they get a fired up Jamar Chase coming off of, coming off that suspension. Like, Baltimore's defense is definitely improved. It's definitely improved. I don't think it's a juggernaut. They don't get any sustained pass rush. With Hamilton in the slot playing around the line of scrimmage, it's great. It helps him out around there, but you could throw over his head seam routes all day and beat Roquan. Like, I'm going to wait to see where this goes. I'd like to, not have to buy a hook and get a 7.5. And they might even be out there right now. Again, I'm a little behind my process where I'd normally be. But, I'll be looking at Cincinnati money line. I'll be looking to take Cincinnati over 7 points. And I'm not sure it's the crazy over game that people probably expect.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
All right, welcome back. Final segment of the program tonight. Huge thanks, as always, to Michael Montgomery. Monty working the video board, running things from his side of the country. And I don't know where Monty lives, honestly, so that's why I'm saying that. And shout out to Brandon Combs. Monty's in Chicago. Okay, so from the Windy City, Monty keeping things afloat, making us look great every single night on the YouTube stream, which you can watch on BetMGM Network's YouTube channel. And shout out to my guy, Brandon Combs. You know, we squabble, we get after it. We disagree on just about everything. We're a couple of hard-nosed a couple of hard-nosed Irishmen, but it's all love at the end of the day. And a shout out to Brad Evans, as always, holding it down every single night. You can hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44, and you can hit the show up at BetMGM Tonight or at BetMGM Network. But Brandon, why don't we finish things off? Why don't we butt those heads together here, you and I? It's a segment that you like to call Things Boyle Said. Why don't you tell me what you've been upset about here over the last 3 hours?
Well, you know, I spent all summer listening to Boyle's beef bets. And you know, every once in a while, I've just got beef with Boyle. And there are some things that you say during shows when I listen that I'm like, man, I would love to argue with him about this. So we're gonna do that tonight. First thing, the Bears have beaten one team with a winning record. Now, I'm not arguing with you. I'm not.
You can't because that's literally a fact.
Exactly. It's literally a fact. But I'm also going to tell you that just like any team in the NFL, because you could argue this about just about any team in the NFL. You could argue about the Chiefs, who have only, I believe, have 2 wins versus teams with winning records. You could argue it about the Patriots, who I believe have 1 win versus a team with a winning record. You could argue it with just about any team in the NFL that you've talked so highly about. But when it comes to the Bears, you've just got this thing. And I don't know if it's just because it's me and you want to rib me a little bit because you know I'm such a Chicago homer. I love my teams here in my hometown of Chicago. I fell in love with these teams as a kid, and I still go at them. But you beat who's on your schedule, Pat Boyle. You beat who is in front of you, and you can't help what their record is. You can't help what their record is when you come in and you face them. Now, I will tell you this. The Chicago Bears are better than what people think, and here's why. And now hear me out, because you talk about the teams that they've beaten, and I saw even Brad Biggs, who is he covers the Chicago Bears. He's huge in the city. And I saw him tweet yesterday about the 6 quarterbacks the Bears have faced over the last 6 weeks and beaten. I get it. They're backups. I get it. The teams aren't very good. The Bears are playing with a secondary that is basically a practice squad. The Bears are so depleted on defense, and they are still finding ways to go out there and shut these teams down at the end of games. They did it yesterday. They did it in the game against the Saints. They did it in the game against the I'm trying to think of who they blocked, the Raiders, where they blocked the field goal. And this is a team that's terrible on special teams, and they found a way to do that in that game with guys who aren't that great. And I get it, the Saints, the Raiders, everybody wants to talk about that, but this defense leads the league in takeaways with nobody in the secondary right now. Everybody's hurt. They're missing their top 3 cornerbacks. They're missing their top 2 linebackers. The backup linebacker got hurt yesterday in the second quarter. Nashawn Wright came out of nowhere and now leads the league in interceptions. You got Kevin Byard, who's been out there. You've got 3 guys, the top 3 guys in interceptions in this league, all wear Chicago Bears uniforms. What happens when this team gets healthy, as they're about to, with Jalen Johnson coming back and with Kyler Gordon coming back? Now they're going to start getting healthy on defense. They're this good with all of these problems. What happens when they get healthy?
Yeah, look, I mean, you're talking about Kyler Gordon as if he's an all-pro. I mean, look, they've had some
changes that run
injuries in the
defense.
secondary. They've had some injuries in the secondary. Let's not act like they had the injuries that the Baltimore Ravens did earlier in the season or that some other teams have had on defense, like the San Francisco 49ers. They've got real all-pro injuries, season-ending all-pro injuries. I give the Bears credit. I give Dennis Allen credit, man, because your defense has been great at getting turnovers. They've got, 24 takeaways in 11 games? So I give them credit for that. I'm not even saying like, hey, turnovers, it's all going to regress to the mean. Like, look out. They're not going to get turnovers. They're going to be terrible. No. For me, it's the offense. I don't care if the defense, like the Bears could get 2 turnovers a game on defense every single game the rest of this year, and I still don't think the offense is good enough. The offense is not good enough. Caleb Williams is not good enough yet. Can he be next year? Maybe. But you know what? You want to cherry pick my cherry picking and say they've only beaten one good team, but hey, they beat the Raiders on a last-second block field goal. The Raiders are terrible. They beat the Commanders when it was Jaden Daniels playing on a last-second field goal. Yeah, look about the three losses you have. Week 1, you did something the rest of the league hasn't done. You made J.J. McCarthy look competent, even if it was for a quarter. You blew that game in week 1. Week 2, you get your asses handed to you by the Lions by 31 points. And then you don't even play Lamar Jackson. You play Snoop Huntley and you lose by 14. They have not been even close when they've played good teams this year. They have beaten very, very mediocre or bad teams. And I'd love to see it on Friday. I got a front row seat. Literally, I paid an exorbitant amount of money. I'll be 13 rows back in the end zone. I can't wait to see how they look on Friday against the Eagles.
You talk about the offense, and the offense isn't good enough. And we're going to move on here from the Bears in a second after I say this.
Are we?
Caleb Williams yesterday did not have a great game. I admit that. He did not look great most of the game. They still scored 31 points.
Yeah, they did.
Just
and
saying.
Look, I'm not even saying that, hey, though the Steelers defense has been terrible, because they get the turnovers and they've had a couple of really good games, and so it's kind of like a coin flip of what kind of Steelers defense you're going to get. But look, they got a strip sack of Caleb Williams. That was a terrible moment for him. Terrible moment. Why he's trying to stiff arm TJ Watt of all people away from him, I have no idea. But even with that turnover, they do score 31. They made the big plays. They were able to move the ball effectively. DJ Moore, welcome back. As I drop him off my fantasy team, he scores 2 touchdowns. Of course he does. The offense looked pretty good. But look, Brandon, I hate to be the guy that says, I need to see more. I need to see more. I need to see more from the Chicago Bears, because they have not really beaten anybody of substance.
You're going to see more on Black Friday, sir. I hope you enjoy the game. I know
Really quickly before we move on, basically ball game just now. Game blouses in San Francisco. Carolina able to get a stop and get the ball back. They drove down the field somewhat, got it to midfield, and then the Panthers had to settle for a field goal. Would have made it a 1-score game, and they blow the field goal wide right. I don't know if the Niners got a fingertip on it, but missed field goal would have made it an 8-point game. Instead, it stays an 11-point game. And with under 3 minutes to go, Carolina's got 2 timeouts. 1 first down will essentially end this game. All right, what else you got?
I've got 2 more things, but we've only got 3 minutes. So do you want to talk college football and why Ohio
Let's
State
do
is not
both.
top
I'll
5?
keep it short, Brandon. I'll keep it short for you. I'll let you get some reps here. I know you're an up-and-coming budding star as a host, and I know that producer is just a temporary title for you. So I'll keep it short for you. We can hit both of these.
All right, let's go Ohio State being a top 5 football team in the country right now. When you talk about Notre Dame, you talked about, how they didn't beat anybody, and they don't have any good wins. Ohio State is undefeated, yes, I give them that, but they don't have any good wins either. You talk about Texas all you want, but that Texas team was not the number 1 ranked team in the country. They were the number 1 ranked team in the country, but they weren't the number 1 team in the country, and they proved that throughout the course of the season. Everybody else beyond Texas, where's their win? Are you going to talk about Illinois? Illinois is their only other ranked opponent that they've played this year. The only other one, and then you get them this weekend without the top 2 stars. And how good does Julian Sayin look? They're not a top 5 team.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, his first start of his career comes against Texas, whose defense is pretty damn good. Say what you will about Arch Manning and what Texas you think they are and what they ended up being. This is his first start of his career. and they won the game 14-7. So you, Mr. Chicago Bears, so you can't blame who they've played. You play who's on your schedule. Ohio State plays who's on the schedule. They play in the Big Ten. They're going to play Michigan this Saturday. They're going to blow them out of the water. I just don't they're 11-0. They've been ranked in the top 5 since before the season because their roster is really damn great. The guys that came back from last year's national title team game are really good, and they haven't lost a game. They haven't even really been tested. So they only played 12 games. If they played 30, maybe Ohio State would have a loss or two, but they only played 12. They're 11-0. The defense is phenomenal. The defense barely gives up 300 yards a game. Nobody can run on them. Quarterbacks have such a difficult time throwing the ball against them. They are a complete defense. I don't care how good or bad you think Julian Sayin is. I mean, he's been pretty damn good for his first year of starting. They're a top 5 team. They haven't lost.
Notre Dame and Alabama blow them out of the water. Just saying.
Look, all right. I hope so.
Let's finish off with the Kansas City Chiefs. Impossible, you say, for them to miss the playoffs. Impossible. When they have the Cowboys, the Texans, the Chargers, the Broncos still remaining on the schedule, other than the Titans and the Raiders, I think you're crazy. And I think that people are afraid to say that this is a down year for the Kansas City Chiefs. And I've been saying this since the beginning of the season, that when you looked at this schedule, I thought it was ripe for the picking with the way that they played last year and all those one-score victories that they had last year. The table was going to turn, and it looks like it has turned so far. And this defense is not good enough to play with some of these teams, and this offense isn't good enough to get into shootouts with some teams. So I think that they lose at least 3 of their final games, maybe even 4.
Maybe even 4. Okay, well, I'll tell you this. Let's give them a win against Tennessee and Vegas, right? We're giving those automatic wins. 8 and 5. Los Angeles and Denver, they're at worst losing 1. They're not losing both times to both of those teams. We can disagree to disagree. They're not getting swept by both of those teams in their division. I'll give them 1 win and 1 loss against the Chargers and the Broncos. That gets them to 9 wins. That means they have to split with Dallas and Houston. I think they beat both of them. I think they get 11 wins, but even at worst, they're not losing to both Dallas and Houston. 10-7 is the worst they'll be. They'll probably be 11-6.
That Houston defense is going to murder the Kansas City offensive line. Just saying.
Yeah, and Davis Mills or C.J. Stroud are not going to be able to pass on Spagnuolo's defense. Brandon, love you, brother. Appreciate it. Always a pleasure working with you. Great job, Michael Montgomery. Great job, Brand Evans. Keep up with me on Twitter at PatBoyle44. I'll talk to you guys soon. This has been BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I don't trust the Eagles at all. And it's not just because of yesterday. They don't like each other.
Like, they legitimately don't like each other.
No, they really don't. Like, every week, if it's not Jalen Hurts defending himself because of the reports that people in the locker room or players in the locker room don't believe he's following the game plan, that he's hesitant, that he's doing things his way, he's not as quick to throw the ball or release the football as he should be. Then, of course, A.J. Brown, that's been an ongoing situation. And, of course, he scores yesterday, and the Eagles give up a 21-point lead. Even last year.
It was perfect.
Yeah, it was so perfect. Even last year, Nick Sirianni was chirping at Eagles fans. Remember, they were going back and forth? The Eagles are such an incredible gathering of talent. And yet, they find ways to win. They found a way to lose yesterday. But they feel like a team that it's just going to be one bad decision or one bad game, and they're this close to having it in the postseason. They're good enough to just kind of meander through the regular season, particularly the NFC East. I know they lost yesterday, but we thought this was going to be a really tough division. It has not been this year. So they're good enough to just sort of plod through the regular season and have a winning record And yes, they're 6-1. Yes, they're defending champs. But I feel like when a big game is on the line and they need a big play and they face someone who is legitimately a very good team, I'm just not quite so sure I believe in Philly to get the job done.
At this point, you've kind of missed the boat on Drake. I would probably go down the board, if anything. I still think Mahomes would be the bet, Chris, at this point at 20-1, just because of the narrative, right? With the Chiefs and playing all these meaningful games, they're probably going to have to maybe win out. Maybe they can only afford one more loss the rest of the way. So because it's Kansas City, because we really haven't seen them in a position like this where they're playing playoff-like games in November and they got to pretty much win all these games, I think if they're able to go on a run, find a way to get into the playoffs, I certainly think Mahomes is going to get some of that love. And we've seen it the last few years with MVP, where we get to this time of the year and it feels like every week there's a new leader until somebody kind of breaks away. So I think we're going to see some regression from Stafford and the Rams at this point. I mean, they're playing great. They're hitting their peak, but they are going to have some duds. I think there are going to be some games coming up where they do struggle a little bit. And I think instead of taking the 2-1 with Drake May and the Patriots who've been beaten up on an easier schedule, I think you look at a guy like Mahomes who kind of has that narrative there. If his team goes on a run, they're going to need him to play really well. And I just like the value. So, yeah, if I was trying to beat Stafford with anyone, I think it would be Patrick at 20-1.